Inside a spacious bedchamber, a young man could be seen sleeping on the bed. His eyebrows were furrowed as if he was experiencing a nightmare. Suddenly, his eyes sprung open and he abruptly sat up straight. Looking around, he was confused and disoriented. He clutched his head and organized his messy thoughts. I thought I died after getting shot by an arrow. How did I survive? Alaric could still vividly remember the last scenes before his death. The comrades who died for him, the enemies he had slaughtered, and the arrow that ultimately killed him. He remembered it all. While he was recalling the scenes of that battle, a series of knocks on the door pulled him from his thoughts. Alaric was surprised by the young voice that came out of his mouth. A young maidservant pushed open the door. She bowed to him the moment she stepped inside the room. "My lord, it's almost time for breakfast." When he saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face, Alaric was shocked, disbelief written all over his face. His voice trembled as emotions welled up in his heart. The young maidservant was embarrassed when she heard this endearing nickname. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Alaric slowly approaching her, his eyes filled with a mixture of joy and guilt. "Is it really you? You're alive." Alaric's voice choked as he stared at the young girl. She was Elena. She has been with him since her parents sold her to his family. She was only 6 years old at that time, while he was 10. At first, he didn't like being around her. He felt that she was a nuisance, but Elena's sincere and innocent heart moved him. He didn't treat her like a servant. He cared for her like she was his real sister. However, something tragic happened. This innocent young girl later committed suicide after being repeatedly abused by his uncle. She was only 17 when she died. He only found out the true reason for her suicide a few years later when his uncle, with a slip of his tongue, accidentally mentioned it in his drunken stupor. Looking at Elena's childish face, Alaric took her in his arms and embraced her tightly. When he felt the warmth of her body, he could no longer hold back his emotions as tears slid down his cheeks. "My lord." Elena raised her head in surprise when she felt him trembling. And when she saw that he was crying, she was flustered. "Why are you crying, my lord?" Hearing her worried voice, Alaric smiled as he gently stroked the back of her head. "I'm just happy to see you again. I missed you so much, Nana." He could still remember the days when he cried every time he visited her tomb. The remorse and the regret from his past life made him even more emotional. Elena was embarrassed and shyly lowered her head. "Stop saying such embarrassing things, my lord. And please don't call me Nana in front of other people." Looking at her pouting her lips and hearing her shy voice, Alaric felt the warmth that he had been seeking for a long time. He wiped off his tears with his hands. Yes. Yes. I won't call you Nana in front of other people." He smiled as he gently brushed her hair with his fingers. "Humph. You're teasing me again." Elena looked away from him, feigning anger with her arms crossed. All right. All right. I won't tease you anymore." Alaric squeezed her bulging cheeks, which earned another glare from Elena. Suddenly, Alaric saw his reflection in the mirror. He was stunned. In the mirror was a young face, handsome and filled with vigor, silvery white tousled hair, chiseled jawline, and a pair of golden crimson-colored eyes. It was far from the haggard and depressed face that he was used to. "Elena, what is the date today?" he asked, his voice shaking with uncertainty and confusion. "The date? It's the 3rd of August, year 208 of the Estanian calendar." Year 208. Alaric's eyes widened. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind in that instant. He had actually traveled 10 years into the past. Just then, he remembered something important. He grabbed Elena's shoulders and asked with a hint of anxiety in his voice, "Where are my parents?" Elena was bewildered. He was acting a bit strangely this morning. His lordship and the madam should be at the dining hall by now. she responded. Without bothering to change his clothes, Alaric hastily stepped out of his bedchamber and headed to the dining hall, a mixture of excitement and apprehension settling over him. "My lord." "Wait for me," Elena called out, but he didn't stop. The servants in the hallway were surprised to see him running in his nightwear, but Alaric ignored them and headed straight to the dining hall. As soon as he got there, he saw a middle-aged man with a gaunt face. With broad shoulders and visible battle scars on his arms, he looked incredibly intimidating. This man was none other than Baron Lucas Silversword, the current head of House Silversword. The Baron was known as the Shield of the North because of his commitment to defending the northern border of Estania. His strong martial power also solidified his position as one of the greatest warriors in the empire. However, 5 years later, in the year 213 of the Estanian calendar, the mighty Baron would die and leave the world, full of regrets. Upon his death, House Silversword fell into the hands of his uncle, and Alaric's mother died a year later due to her grief. Sitting beside the Baron was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a pair of obsidian eyes that radiated with gentleness. She carried herself with grace, and she had this unique charm of a mature woman. This woman was Alaric's mother, Maria Keller. Maria Keller was the daughter of a rich merchant. Just like her merchant father, she was also skilled in business management. It was because of her efforts that the impoverished House Silversword was able to accumulate a decent amount of wealth in recent years. Seeing his parents alive and well, Alaric felt the urge to cry once again. He had so many words to say, but it was stuck in his mouth. "What are you standing there for? Sit down." The Baron's stern voice drifted into his ears. His father was just as he had remembered, strict and cold. However, Alaric knew that behind his stern face was a loving father and husband who would do anything for his family. Alaric held back his emotions and took a seat beside his father. "Why are you still in your nightwear?" Maria asked with concern as she stared at her son's face. Lucas didn't say anything, but it looked like he also wanted to hear Alaric's explanation. "About that. I woke up late." Alaric found a random excuse. "You should sleep early tonight. It won't be good for your body if you always sleep late," his mother reminded him. "Yes, mother." Alaric smiled as he nodded his head. At the corner of his eyes, he noticed Elena sticking her head out by the door, peeking at him while making a funny face. Alaric beckoned to her. "Nana, come and sit beside me." Elena was so shocked by his words that she immediately hid herself. Seeing this, Alaric chuckled and shook his head in amusement. "Dad, Mom, I'd like to invite Elena to dine with us." Lucas and Maria were already aware of the close relationship between Alaric and his young maidservant. In truth, they were already planning to make her his concubine as soon as she reached a marriageable age. "All right. She can join us to eat." Lucas nodded. He then made a hand signal to the old butler who was standing behind him. "Elena, come in and sit with us," Maria called out gently, while the old butler quietly grabbed a chair for Elena. The young maidservant who was hiding outside jolted when she heard this. She was screaming nervously in her heart. She never thought that Alaric would actually boldly ask the Baron and the Madam to let her join them for breakfast. Left with no choice, Elena nervously entered the dining hall. She bowed at Lucas and Maria, her eyes shifted with anxiety. Meanwhile, the old butler placed a chair next to Alaric and returned to his spot behind the Baron. "Come here, Nana." Alaric patted the empty seat next to him. He even pulled it closer to him. Elena blushed in embarrassment when she heard him calling her with that nickname. "Gur. I told him not to call me that in front of others." She timidly lowered her head and walked towards the empty seat. After sitting down, she didn't even dare lift her head. It was the first she had sat with them at the dinner table, so she couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Relax. We are just going to eat." She felt Alaric's warm hand patting her head. Stop teasing her. You are only making her uncomfortable. Maria gave him a look of reproach. I am fine, madam. Lord Alaric isn't making me uncomfortable. I'm just a little bit nervous. Elena spoke in his defense. Alaric smugly smiled at his mother. Watching them bicker, the Baron's lips curved upwards. A while later, the servants came in to bring their food. After a hearty meal with his family, Alaric went to the bathroom for a quick bath. Inside the bathroom, Alaric was comprehending how he was able to return to the past. Were all the things he experienced just a long nightmare? He wanted to make himself believe that it was just a dream, but he knew that he had truly traveled back in time. He sighed and sorted out his thoughts. 10 years from now, the current emperor of Estania would die. His death would later fracture the empire because of the civil war caused by his sons who were both vying for the throne. However, this wasn't the most important thing in Alaric's mind. He had to prevent the death of his family and the downfall of House Silversword. His main priority was to observe his uncle. That guy was the main culprit for the fall of House Silversword. He secretly plotted to take over Lucas's position to replace him as the new head of the household. To achieve this, he bribed one of the servants and asked them to poison Lucas's food. Even though Lucas was a powerful warrior, his body gradually weakened under the influence of the potent poison. That was how the mighty Baron Lucas Silversword fell. I should observe my uncle's movements discreetly. Alaric's face turned cold as he recalled the image of that kind-looking middle-aged man. He might look like a harmless guy from his outward appearance, but beneath that kind facade was a venomous beast of a human. Just the thought of him filled Alaric with profound rage. Out of nowhere, a transparent cyan screen suddenly appeared before him, almost making him jump up in surprise. Loading system. Scanning the host. Alaric Silversword, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 70 Fan 100 Potential, B Talent, Horseback Riding, D, Swordsmanship, D, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F. Strength, 17 Stamina, 18 Agility, 15 Vitality, 17 Endurance, 17 Battle Points, 0. You received a newbie gift pack. An image of a golden gift box appeared on the screen. Do you want to open the newbie gift pack? Alaric was baffled by what he was seeing. He even thought that he was hallucinating. He closed his eyes, but when he opened them, the translucent cyan screen was still there. He reached out his hand and tried to touch the screen. He accidentally clicked, yes. Opening newbie gift pack. You received X1 SSS class talent card. You received 1,000 battle points. You received X1 Elite Knight card. Alaric took his time to understand what was happening, but he was still perplexed. The screen displayed what seemed to be the quantification of his physical abilities. It also displayed his set of skills and even the progress of his training. Is it showing my abilities? His brain spasmed as he tried to understand what the letters represented. I'll deal with that later. Now what's this newbie gift pack thing? From the newbie gift pack, he received 2 cards and 1,000 battle points. One of the cards was golden in color and with a sword drawn on it. The other one was a blue card with the image of a knight. Do you want to use the SSS class talent card? The words on the screen were written in a language that he couldn't recognize, but strangely enough, his mind automatically translated them into the language of Estania. After some hesitation, he clicked, yes. You awakened the SSS class swordsmanship talent. Suddenly, his mind shook as if he had experienced enlightenment. The sword moves that he found difficult to execute in the past seemed to have become simple and easy to understand. He could even recall the subtle movements that he failed to notice before. He was in this magical state of comprehension for almost 10 minutes. When he regained his senses, he finally realized what that sword talent thing was. What the hell? It actually helped me comprehend those difficult sword movements. What is going on here? He was dumbfounded. I think I stumbled upon an immortal relic. This thing might be left behind by an immortal. My return to the past might be related to this as well. He absent-mindedly stared at the cyan screen. Do you want to use the Elite Knight card? I wonder what this card will do. It won't summon an Elite Knight, right? Alaric laughed, but his smile suddenly stiffened when he realized that it was possible. Thinking about this, he hastily stepped out of the bathroom and headed to his bedchamber. He didn't dare use the card while he was still in the bathroom. After changing into a new set of clothes, he focused his attention on the screen and clicked, yes. In that instant, a blinding light forced him to close his eyes. When he opened them, a middle-aged man fully dressed in leather battle armor was already standing before him. He exuded a mighty aura unique only to those who had gone through numerous life-and-death battles. He had long wavy black hair and a pair of brown eyes that seemed to have seen through the darkness of the world. Seeing this person, Alaric's eyes widened in shock and he couldn't help but take a step back. My name is Galliner. I swear my eternal loyalty to you, my lord. The middle-aged man half knelt as he swore the knight's oath. I really summoned an elite knight. No way. Alaric couldn't believe that his guess turned out to be right. To become an elite knight, one had to accumulate enough mana and train their physical body to a certain extent. Before his death, Alaric was an elite knight and it took him years of arduous training to become one. If his training time from childhood was to be counted, it took him more than 20 years to become an elite knight. Rise, Alaric muttered as he observed the middle-aged elite knight. Hearing his words, Galliner stood up. Alaric was a tall guy himself. He was at 196 centimeters, but he was still a head shorter than Galliner. This guy might be as tall as his father, or probably even taller. Now, how should I explain this to my parents? Alaric paced around the room, thinking of a good excuse that wouldn't make his parents suspicious. At this moment, he heard a series of knocks on the door, followed by Elena's cute voice. My lord, it's time for your training. His lordship wants you to head to the training grounds as soon as possible. All right. I'll be there. Looking at the still Galliner, Alaric didn't know what to do. What should I do with this guy? I can't let him stay here. Alaric sighed helplessly. From the looks of it, his only choice was to bring Galliner with him to the training grounds. Leaving him inside his bedchamber might cause chaos, especially if the servants or guards would find him. I'll bring you to the training grounds. It's best if you don't speak when someone asks you things, but in the off chance that you have no choice, this is what you should tell them. Alaric taught him how to respond in case his parents asked him some questions. Galliner was silent the entire time, so he couldn't tell if the guy had remembered his words. Follow me. Alaric shook his head. He could only make an excuse on the spot. Whether his father would believe it, he couldn't care less anymore. As they headed out of the mansion, Galliner's presence quickly attracted attention. Who is that guy? I haven't seen him before. He's so tall. Is he a knight? Alaric ignored the curious servants and brought Galliner directly to the training grounds. When they arrived, everyone turned their gazes and looked at them. Lucas stopped his training and turned his gaze. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the man walking respectfully one step behind his son. Lucas nodded indifferently. That man is. Here goes nothing. Alaric put on a calm look as he responded. This is Galliner. He is an elite knight. He is now working for me. Hearing this, Lucas was inwardly surprised. It was difficult to hire elite knights. Even the allure of money couldn't move them. This is because most knights didn't like to work under someone. House Silversword only had 3 elite knights. One was the commander of the guards. The other one was the old butler, and the last one was Alaric's uncle. As for Lucas, he was already a transcendent knight, the realm beyond the elite knight. The fact that Alaric managed to invite an elite knight to work for him made Lucas quite pleased. I see. He can stay here and practice with you. I will process his identification later. As long as he doesn't have a complicated background, I will accept him as one of us. Alaric was secretly relieved that his father didn't ask more questions. Don't worry, father. Galliner is a wandering elite knight. He doesn't have any issues with his background. Lucas nodded upon hearing his words. You are already 18. As someone who will inherit my position, it is necessary for you to have your own trusted subordinates. You should start gathering more people on your side. However, their allowances and salaries will be your problem. Do you understand? Yes, father. I will find a way to earn money. I won't touch our family's treasury. As someone from the future, he knew many locations where he could find valuable things that were worth a lot of money. He also knew which businesses they could invest in. You don't need to feel pressured. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask for my help, Lucas said before he went back to his training. Alaric bowed gratefully to his father. He then turned his head to Galliner. Galliner, you can train on your own here. You can find the equipment there. Just be careful when you are swinging your sword. Galliner nodded. Yes, my lord. He cupped his fists and went to grab some training equipment to begin with his training. Meanwhile, Alaric went to the weapon rack and grabbed a steel sword. He now had the SSS-class swordsmanship talent, so he wanted to find out if it wasn't a mere fluke that he had comprehended all those sword movements. Some of the guards curiously looked over. Alaric rarely came here to practice, so they wanted to see what he would do. Normally, people in the training grounds do simple physical training to work on their muscles and strength. Some also hone their weapon proficiency with repeated exercises. As for the knights, other than physical training and weapon proficiency training, they also do mana training. Alaric was only a knight apprentice, so he still couldn't control the mana in his body. Before starting with his sword training, Alaric did some light exercises to warm up his muscles. However, before he could start, the translucent cyan screen appeared before him. He looked around and checked if the others could see the screen, but no one showed any reaction. So I'm the only one who can see this thing. Alaric was no longer surprised. He already believed that this thing was an immortal relic and he was planning to make full use of it. Why wouldn't he use it when it's already handed to him on a silver platter? Only fools would do that. Daily mission: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 vertical slashes, 100 diagonal slashes, 100 horizontal slashes. Rewards: 10 battle points, 1 EXP, and 1 stat point penalty for failure, 1 random stat point. What is this? Alaric stared at the tutorial for the weird training exercises on the daily mission. Each exercise had a tutorial, so he quickly understood them. So if I do these exercises, I will be rewarded. There's even a penalty. Alaric still had no clue about the specifics of the translucent cyan screen. However, his instincts told him that something good would happen if he followed the weird exercises. So that's how you do a push-up. I just need 100, right? After watching the push-up tutorial, Alaric followed the posture and started doing push-ups. The guard stared at him in confusion. The exercises they normally did were lifting heavy objects, wall climbing with weights, or sparring with training weapons. What is Lord Alaric doing? Is that a secret exercise to train the body? Lucas also noticed his peculiar exercises. He rubbed his chin and observed Alaric. That exercise puts pressure on the arms and the shoulders. Every movement also squeezes the core muscles. Where did he learn that from? Alaric ignored them and focused on completing the mission. At first, he thought that it would be easy, but he realized that it was actually very tiring. Just doing 100 push-ups alone made his shoulders and arms feel a bit sore. 100 push-ups. Alaric rested for half a minute before he proceeded with the next exercise. 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 10 kilometers run. After an hour, he finally completed half of the exercises. So it's finally time for the sword exercises, he muttered after seeing the tutorial for vertical slashes. It was just a simple slash with no flashy movements. Alaric grabbed the training sword he had temporarily put aside earlier. He followed the posture of the tutorial. The posture was different compared to what he normally did during combat. The vertical slash on the tutorial looked swift, accurate, and graceful. Wow! Is that a sword technique? It looks like a normal slash, but the movements are more stylish and sophisticated. As a transcendent knight sword user, Lucas discovered something more in the vertical slashes that Alaric performed. That posture looks more natural than the orthodox stance. It also uses less arm strength since the force is drawn from every part of the body. The more Lucas observed, the more astonished he became. 100 vertical slashes, 100 diagonal slashes, 100 horizontal slashes. Half an hour later, only one exercise was left. Alaric was covered in sweat. He wasn't used to all those exercises, so his muscles were sore. After complaining inwardly, he watched the sword stab tutorial. His SSS class sword talent helped him to quickly grasp the movements of the exercise. He didn't even need to rewatch the tutorial. 10 minutes later. 100 stabs, you received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. Alaric Silversword, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 71 Fan 100 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, D, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Strength, 17 plus Stamina, 18 plus Agility, 15 plus Vitality, 17 plus Endurance, 17 plus Battle Points, 1010 Stat Points. 1. Alaric saw the changes on the screen which displayed the quantification of his physical abilities. What is this EXP thing? Will I become a knight once it reaches 100? A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he thought of this. In his last life, he only became a knight when he was in his 20s. What do these battle points do? Unfortunately, there was no tutorial on these things, so he could only temporarily put it aside. Suddenly, he noticed that there were plus symbols on his stats. These symbols weren't here the last time I checked it. Out of curiosity, he clicked the plus symbol on his strength. +1 strength. A message appeared on the screen, followed by his strength going from 17 to 18. The stat points also turned to 0. It finally dawned on him. So the stat points can increase my physical abilities. What a pity. I only got 1 from the daily mission. He tried testing his strength by lifting some weights. It wasn't much, but he did feel a slight increase in his strength. Lucas' voice interrupted his thoughts. What can I do for you, Father? Lucas approached him and said, those exercises you performed. Where did you learn them? Alaric scratched his head as he thought of a random excuse. I learned them myself. By yourself? Lucas was surprised to hear that. Alaric nodded. Yes. I thought that doing those exercises could help me develop my body. Then what about those sword techniques? Lucas sensed the fluctuations in his eyes, but he didn't expose his son. I felt that the orthodox sword stances put way more emphasis on strength. This is good, but in the battlefield where stamina is important, you need to preserve as much strength as possible. That's why I made some adjustments with the postures to make them less draining to the muscles. This was Alaric's comment on the orthodox sword stance. He felt that the ones shown in the tutorials were better. He didn't know why he felt that way. He guessed that it was related to his SSS class swordsmanship talent. After awakening that talent, it was as if he could see through the mistakes in any sword movements with just one look. Lucas became silent. He felt that Alaric wasn't saying the whole truth. There must be some kind of secret related to those exercises, but why did he perform them in front of the others? I should ask him again next time. All right. You may go. Lucas waved his hand. Alaric bowed lightly. He then left the training ground with Galliner. After they left, Lucas grabbed his sword. It was a two-handed heavy sword that was similar to the one Galliner had. Lucas closed his eyes and recalled Alaric's posture when he performed the sword slashes. Seeing this, everyone immediately gave him some space. A moment later, Lucas opened his eyes and abruptly swung his heavy sword. The sword made a sharp humming sound and even caused a violent fluctuation of the wind. Lucas was stunned by the unexpected power behind that slash. September 2nd, year 208 on the Estanian calendar. It had been a month since Alaric returned to the past. He spent the entire month of August adjusting to his younger body. He also familiarized himself with the people and the environment. Everything was happening exactly as it had played out in his past life. Aside from his daily training, Alaric had also ventured into business with the help of his mother. Even though he knew about the future, he was still a complete newbie in business. He realized how awesome his mother was when he started his own venture. Today his EXP would reach 100 after completing his daily mission. Alaric headed to the training ground as he inspected his profile. Alaric Silversword, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 99 Fan 100 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, D, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Strength, 18 plus Stamina, 18 plus Agility, 15 plus Vitality, 17 plus Endurance, 17 plus Battle Points, 1290 Stat Points. 28 He had already accumulated 28 stat points, but he had no plans to allocate them for the time being. Good morning, my lord. Sir Galliner is also here. Lucas wasn't there, so Alaric immediately started his training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 10 kilometers run, 100 vertical slashes, 100 diagonal slashes, 100 horizontal slashes, 100 stabs. You received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. You have accumulated enough EXP to advance. Do you want to use 1,000 battle points to advance to the next realm? I finally succeeded. Alaric was thrilled when he saw the system prompts. So that's what the battle points are for, Alaric thought as he clicked, yes. 1,000 battle points, you have been promoted to the Knight realm. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 0 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, D, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Strength, 18, 28 plus Stamina, 18, 28 plus Agility, 15, 25 plus Vitality, 17, 27 plus Endurance, 17, 27 plus Mana, 3, 13 plus Battle Points, 300 Stat Points, 29 All his stats increased by 10 points after his advancement. It was a qualitative leap in strength. Just then, a burst of mana leaked out of his body. The nearby guards, who were in the middle of their training, were stunned when they sensed the fluctuations of mana. Although mana was invisible, trained fighters like them were sensitive to it. Lord Alaric has become a knight. Someone shouted. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gazes to Alaric. The normal guards could hardly detect it, but the few knights among them sensed the mana gathering within Alaric's body. An 18-year-old knight. Unbelievable. One of the older knights muttered in disbelief. Knights were individuals who had adapted to mana after tempering their bodies to withstand this invisible energy. They were fearsome warriors who could take on tens of normal soldiers at once. To become a knight, one had to temper a body capable of withstanding mana. This process would normally take a long time. In the Empire, the youngest person to ever become a knight was over 100 years ago. He was 16 at that time. He was also the current Emperor of Estania, Emperor John Philip Estania. He was already more than 100 years old at this moment, but because of his high level of attainment in martial arts, he managed to live a long life. I really became a knight. Alaric clenched his fists in excitement. In his past life, he only became a knight when he was 24 years old. What's going on here? Lucas rushed over when he heard the commotion. When he caught sight of his son, he immediately sensed the fluctuation of mana in his body. Alaric, you've become a knight. He muttered in disbelief. Even for himself, he only became a knight when he was 22. Good. I knew you would do better than me. Lucas couldn't help but feel proud of his son. You deserve a celebration. We will host a party for you next week to celebrate your advancement. Lucas couldn't conceal the smile on his face. He was happy for his son's advancement. That's too much, father. There's no need to celebrate it. Alaric scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed since he didn't advance the normal way. How can you say that? In Estonia, only His Highness the Crown Prince achieved a similar feat. You should be proud of yourself, my son. I have already decided. We will have a party. I will also invite my friends over to join the celebration. It was the first time he had seen this side of Lucas. In Alaric's past life, his father was already gone when he became a knight. Looking at how happy his father was, Alaric smiled and nodded. All right, father. I'll leave the preparations to you. I still have to visit the shop to see how everyone is doing, so I'll take my leave first. Hold on. Are you talking about the workshop you recently opened? That's right. My workers just started with the production 2 weeks ago. The products should be ready by now. I want to check them myself, Alaric replied. I see. In that case, you should invite your workers to join the celebration. Hearing this, Alaric's eyes lit up. All right. I'll make sure that they will come. Lucas smiled and waved his hand impatiently. You may go. I still have to send the invitation letters to my friends. Yes, father. Alaric bowed and watched him leave. Looking at his father's excited figure, he couldn't help but shake his head. So he can also smile like that. After Lucas left, the guards immediately surrounded Alaric and congratulated him again. Alaric spent another 10 minutes thanking everyone before he left the training ground with Galliner. The workshop he opened was outside their territory. It was located in a nearby city, Vale, a place with hundreds of thousands of residents. To get there, Alaric took a horse-drawn carriage. They traveled for almost an hour before they arrived. Looking at the tall walls that surrounded the city, Alaric's eyes burned with passion. I will make our territory bigger than this place. With the help of the immortal relic and his knowledge of the future, he was confident that he could build an even more prosperous city than Vale. A moment later, their carriage finally entered the city. Alaric's workshop was located at the heart of the city. There was a lot of traffic there, so he bought an old workshop and rebuilt it. We're here, my lord. The coachman's voice drifted into his ears. Alaric stepped out of the carriage and looked at the newly refurbished 2-story building. It was far from the decrepit building it was before. Stay here, Galliner. I'll go in by myself. Yes, my lord. Galliner bowed his head. Alaric entered the workshop, and the first thing that greeted him was the fragrant scent of lilies and jasmine. This is it. This is the smell that I was familiar with. As soon as he entered the shop, the 2 female shop attendants were stunned. My lord. You should have told us that you were visiting today. We could have waited for you outside. One of the ladies, a young woman with average facial features but a bombshell body, exclaimed as she bowed her head deeply. Why would I make you wait outside? It's too hot out there. Alaric shook his head. By the way, where is the manager? He asked. The manager is inspecting the products in the production room, my lord. He didn't want us to go in, so we can only wait here. The one who answered was the other lady, a woman in her late 20s. She had fair white skin and above-average facial features. I see. Are there any completed products? Yes, my lord. The manager brought them in this morning. Would you like to see them? The woman with a bombshell body replied. Yes. Let's have a look. Alaric nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The two ladies walked to the cabinet and took out 5 rectangular boxes. They then carefully placed them on the table. Please inspect them, my lord. The manager worked really hard to make them, the fair-skinned woman remarked. Nodding his head, Alaric opened the boxes one by one. Soon, the fragrant scent of different kinds of flowers assailed his nostrils. Inside the boxes was an item called scented soap. This thing was used to cleanse the body and rid it of dirt. In his past life, it was a very popular product among women, especially the nobility. Before it was created, people used an older version of soap, wherein they used animal fats and wood ashes mixed with water. It had an unpleasant smell, but it could remove dirt. The scented soap was created by a middle-aged commoner. When it was released to the market, it quickly became famous. The man who created it also became rich overnight, but the value of his product attracted the attention of a corrupt official who later ordered his arrest. His wealth was confiscated and even the recipe of his product was interrogated out of his mouth. He was later executed by the official. Alaric heard about it since it became the talk of the town in his past life when the official's corruption was discovered. This will become my source of money in the future. Alaric could already see money rolling into his pockets. Alaric entered the production room after inspecting the completed products. Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed in -A? My lord. Why are you here? This place is dirty. A middle-aged man with shaggy hair and a messy beard was startled when he saw Alaric. Vince, you look like you haven't slept for a few days. Alaric smiled wryly at him. This man was the creator of the scented soap, a talented individual with an innovative mind. The only bad thing about him was that he only took a bath once a week. It was very ironic since he was the man who brought soap into the world. It's fine. I slept 2 days ago. Vince waved it off as if it was a normal thing. Alaric could only shake his head helplessly. This guy was so obsessed with his inventions that he would even go as far as skipping rest and meals. He was truly a peculiar man. You should stop that unhealthy lifestyle, Vince. It won't be good for your body. You're not young anymore. You shouldn't overdo it. Vince stared at him weirdly. Sometimes I think that you are not a noble, my lord. Nobles don't care about their servants' lives. You are different. That's why I decided to work for you. Hearing this, Alaric smiled and shook his head. Enough about me. Are the products ready to be put up for sale? When he mentioned the products, Vince eagerly showed off his creations. These are all the soaps I made, my lord. They only need to be packaged in boxes and they will be ready to be put up for sale. How many have you made? Alaric asked. Vince rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. I think I made around 600 pieces. 600. That's not enough. Alaric shook his head. This was far from the ideal amount he was looking for. If you want to increase the production, we will need more people, but there is a high chance that our recipe will be leaked, Vince muttered. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of the personnel issue. Just take some rest for now. You can begin with the production after I send the new workers over. Alaric knew where to find trustworthy people. Ugh. Fine. You're the boss. I'll listen to you. Vince clicked his tongue. Alaric chuckled when he saw his expression. By the way, there will be a celebration in the mansion next week. You guys better be there. I'll send you the invitation cards later. A celebration. Is it for a birthday? Vince raised an eyebrow, a curious look hung on his face. Alaric smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. Seeing that he had no intention to tell him, Vince shrugged his shoulders. Close the shop and go home. I'll take my leave first. Alaric patted his shoulder and stepped out of the production room. Alaric also informed the two ladies about the celebration. After some small talk with them, he left the shop. Let's go, Alaric said to Galliner, who was waiting outside the shop. He entered the carriage while Galliner sat beside the coachman. Let's head to the orphanage, Alaric muttered with his arms crossed. Yes, my lord. The coachman acknowledged. He then whipped the horses and urged them to move. In Vale, there existed a place for homeless kids. It was a small orphanage founded by an old couple. In his past life, he befriended a few soldiers who came from that place. They called it their home. 15 minutes later, they arrived in front of a rundown 3-story building. It was surrounded by different kinds of plants and fruit trees. Even from inside the carriage, Alaric could already hear the sound of the children laughing. Alaric stepped out of the carriage and observed the building. It looked like an abandoned house. On the surface of the building were traces of repairs that looked completely out of place. With a glance, one could tell that it was done by an amateur who had no knowledge of carpentry. Outside the building, Alaric saw a few children dressed in dirty linen clothes running around the vegetable garden. Galliner, you better stay here. You will only scare off the children if you come with me. Alaric stopped Galliner from following him. The guy was too intimidating for the children. They might cry if they saw him. Yes, my lord. Galliner didn't show any reaction and bowed his head. At this moment, the children finally noticed their presence. They were scared when they saw Galliner's towering height and ferocious appearance. They stopped playing and quickly hid behind the trees. They stuck their heads out and nervously watched Alaric, who was moving towards them. Hey! Who are you? What's your business here? Alaric turned his head and saw a young man who looked to be in his late teens. Behind him was an old couple walking side by side. You rude kid. Stop shouting at our guest. The woman, who seemed to be in her 50s, scolded the teen and beat him with a broom. Grandma, that guy looks suspicious. The teen pointed at Alaric with a look of defiance. Seeing this guy, Alaric couldn't help but laugh. So this is what you are like as a kid, Rasmus. This rebellious teen was one of the few people he had befriended in his past life after he was conscripted by the crown prince. Rasmus was abandoned by his parents at birth, and he was raised by the old couple at this orphanage, so he was extremely protective of them. The old man was just calmly observing the situation when he took notice of the insignia on Alaric's clothes. His eyes flashed, and he immediately pulled Rasmus behind him as he asked cautiously, My lord, are you perhaps from House Silversword? House Silversword. Rasmus was stunned when he heard this. Even though he was a commoner, he had received some education from the old couple. He was told that House Silversword was the biggest reason why Vale was able to stand firm despite the continuous attacks from outside forces. Those stories made Rasmus admire them. That's right. My name is Alaric Silversword. I hope you are not offended by my unannounced visit. Alaric cupped his fists, a standard salute of the knights. Seeing this, the old man returned the salute. From his snappy posture and resolute eyes, Alaric sensed the valor of a veteran knight. You honor us with your presence, my lord. I am William Dominic, a former knight of Estania. After exchanging some greetings with the old couple, Alaric extended his hand to Rasmus and smiled. Hello. I'm sorry if I had offended you. Can you tell me your name? It's good to see you again, my friend. Alaric's eyes flashed with emotion. Memories of Rasmus appeared in his mind and played like a movie. After knowing that he was from House Silversword, Rasmus was no longer hostile. I should be the one apologizing. You can just call me Rasmus, my lord. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed by his earlier behavior. Rasmus, is it? We should be of the same age. There's no need to be formal. Let's head in, my lord. We can continue our conversation inside. The retired knight, William, invited him to their humble home. My lord, can you tell us why you have decided to visit our humble home? William asked with a serious look as soon as they took their seats. There's no need to be nervous. I came here because I was made aware of your tough financial situation. Your orphanage takes in children who have no home. You give them food and clothes, and even provide them with basic education. You have my respect. However, it must have been tough raising the children without sufficient funding. I believe you guys have already tried asking the officials for some donation, but you were rejected. William sighed and shook his head. It is as you have said, my lord. We tried asking the officials for financial support, but they didn't even bother to speak with us. We also tried reaching out to some merchants, but they actually wanted to get the young girls in exchange for funding. How could we agree to their ridiculous demands? He looked agitated when he mentioned that. Since then, we started growing our own food. We also raised some livestock. We then sell the extra vegetables and fruits at the market for money. That's how we managed to survive until now. The old woman, Josephine, cried, probably saddened by their difficult situation. Rasmus held the old woman's hand as he held back his tears from falling. Alaric felt sorry for what they had experienced. How about this? I will give financial support to the orphanage. I will also send some teachers to give the children a proper education. The faces of Josephine and Rasmus brightened when they heard his words. Only William remained calm in the face of his tempting offer. What's the catch, my lord? There was no free lunch in this world. In exchange, the orphanage will send some children to work for my shop. William's expression changed, so Alaric quickly explained. It's not a difficult job. They just need to make something for me. They will also get paid daily for the job. Alaric took out a small box from his pocket and showed it to William. This is the product of my shop. William and the other two curiously looked at the item inside the box. When William opened it, the fragrant scent of lilies slapped their faces. How fragrant! It smells like lilies. Alaric smiled when he saw their reaction. That thing is called scented soap. We haven't released it in the market yet since we don't have a lot in stock. Once we get enough manpower, we will begin with the production and sell it as soon as we have enough supply for the market. William closed the box and put it on the table. What does this thing do, my lord? He asked. It's similar to the soap we use to clean the body. The only difference is that we don't use animal fats, but flower oils and some other ingredients. Using it will make your body smell nice. Alaric had already memorized his spiel. That good. Josephine looked interested in this improved product. To tell you the truth, this is my first business, so I want it to succeed. What do you think? William frowned, seemingly in deep thought. How long do the children need to work? And how much are you paying them? Alaric was thrilled. It looked like he had already agreed. He only needed to give the old man a satisfactory response to get his approval. We can't let children below 12 years old work since they are still too young and clumsy for the job. They will have to work for 6 hours a day and they will get 2 rest days every week. As for their salary, I will give them 20 copper coins per day and 4 copper coins for every extra hour of work they do. That much. I'm in. I'll do it. Rasmus eagerly said, but he immediately shut his mouth when he saw William giving him a stern glance. 2 copper coins were already enough for a decent meal. The average salary in the city was only 10 copper coins per day. He was actually willing to give the children 20 copper coins for 6 hours of work. It was a generous offer, but William was still worried about the children's safety. His product seemed like it would become a hot commodity once it was released in the market, so there was a high chance that it would attract unwanted attention from shady characters. William was in a dilemma. Alaric's offer was very generous, and he was even willing to offer financial support to the orphanage. The only thing that he was worried about was the safety of the children. "Can you guarantee their safety?" William stared deeply at Alaric. "I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured. I will station 1 elite knight and 4 knights at the store. If there's a troublemaker, they will be taken care of right away." Alaric knew the value of the scented soap, so it was necessary to place some countermeasures. "An elite knight? You're willing to station someone that powerful in your shop?" William widened his eyes in disbelief. "That's right." Alaric nodded. He didn't want to repeat the tragedy that happened in his past life. To ensure the safety of Vince and the rest of the workers, a deterrent force had to be deployed. William was silent for a moment. After what seemed like an eternity, he looked deeply at Alaric. "We accept your offer, my lord, but if the children are harmed, we will take them back right away." Hearing this, Alaric joyfully agreed. "Great. I look forward to working with everyone." With that, Alaric finally secured the workforce he needed. All that was left was to teach the children how to make scented soap. "When will they start working?" William asked. "They still need to learn how to make the product. I will send someone to pick up the children tomorrow. You can also go with them if you want to know where they will be working." Suddenly, Rasmus asked with a cheeky smile. "My lord, are we also paid during the training?" Josephine immediately pulled him and forced a smile. "Please don't mind him, my lord. We didn't properly teach him manners, so he developed this kind of behavior." Alaric chuckled. "It's fine. Just let him be. I like his attitude. Anyway, to answer your question, yes, the children will receive payment during the training. It's part of the job, so they will be properly compensated. I don't plan on letting you work at the shop, Rasmus." "Huh. Why? Is it because of my attitude?" Rasmus's face fell when he heard this. He was only a year away from becoming an adult, so he wanted to start earning some money. Josephine and William also stared at him curiously, wondering what this was all about. Alaric shook his head. "It's not about that. I have a better proposition for you, but you will need to get your guardian's approval." Rasmus looked confused. "I plan to bring some talented children to the estate and train them to become knights." There were plenty of talented individuals among the commoners, but because of the lack of opportunity, their potential was buried. In his past life, there were some people who had revealed their enormous potential after they were forced to join the Civil War. Unlike most people who struggled to control mana, they were able to control this energy with ease. They progressed faster than the others and quickly rose to power. If he could gather those people, Alaric would have enough manpower to stop the Civil War. That was his ultimate goal. He didn't want to go through that hell again. That war caused devastating damage to the Empire, and it brought misery to a lot of people. Rasmus felt his blood pumping when he heard this. It was his dream to become a soldier. As for becoming a knight, that was his lifelong goal. How could he not be excited when a chance to become one was presented to him? Rasmus stared at William with a pleading look. "Grandpa, please, I want to become a knight." Seeing him like this, William sighed helplessly. All right. Are you sure about this, Rasmus?" Alaric spoke with all seriousness. "Once you begin with the training, there is no turning back anymore. You will have less freedom and you will have to serve House Silversword." Josephine and William didn't say anything. They were Rasmus's guardians, but the final decision was still in his hands. "You should think it over before you make a decision. Your choice will affect your future, so you should discuss it with your guardians." Alaric didn't want to force him. William and Josephine stared gratefully at him upon hearing his words. I will take my leave first. You can give me your response tomorrow." Alaric stood up and bid them farewell. Watching the departing carriage, William patted Rasmus's shoulder. "You should follow your heart, Rasmus. This might be the opportunity that you have been waiting for. I know that you want to become a knight. House Silversword is a good choice, and Lord Alaric seems like a good leader as well. I made a promise that I would protect everyone, but I barely know how to wield a sword. I hate how powerless I am. If I had the power, my brothers and sisters wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Grandpa, I have already made my decision." Alaric returned to House Silversword's territory after visiting the orphanage. The first thing he did upon his return was to gather the money he had saved over the years. This should be enough to pay the children for 2 weeks, but he still needed more money to fulfill his promise to William. Alaric had promised to donate funds to the orphanage, but his savings were far from enough. He didn't want to use the household's money, as he had promised his father he wouldn't touch it. It would be embarrassing to go back on his word. He had to gather funds as quickly as possible. In his past life, wanderers discovered rare items, some of immense value, even causing major upheavals upon their discovery. Alaric suddenly recalled one such item found on the eastern side of Vale, a miracle herb called dragon-tail fern. It earned its name from its whip-like features, which, from certain angles, resembled a miniature dragon tail. This miracle herb could temper the human body, but that wasn't its most crucial function. Consuming it could also aid knights in their mana training, accelerating their progress twofold. This immense benefit also meant the herb was sold at sky-high prices. The only problem was its rarity. It only grew under specific conditions. Alaric knew where to find this herb, and not just a single stalk. From what he remembered, hundreds of dragon-tail ferns grew in that location. If he could gather all of them, he would have enough money to fund the orphanage for the next 3 years, with a decent amount left over for himself. There was a minor problem, however. That place was home to a ferocious creature with a fatal threat level. Monsters were graded based on the danger they posed to civilians. Fatal-grade monsters could harness mana and possessed intelligence far superior to normal animals. A regular warrior or even a knight apprentice would be helpless against such a creature. Usually, a team of knights would be dispatched when a fatal-grade monster caused havoc. Alaric had to prepare thoroughly for his trip to that place. He thought, I need to bring more people with me. Although he had Galliner, an elite knight, he planned to bring more knights in case his information was incorrect. His knowledge of the place was based solely on rumors he'd heard in his past life, so it was better to take precautions. Alaric donned his battle armor and equipped the reinforced steel sword he had received as a gift from Lucas. After making sure he hadn't forgotten anything, he stepped out of his room. "My lord, where are you headed?" Elena was startled to see him in combat-ready attire. Looking at her worried expression, Alaric smiled gently. "I will hunt some wild animals for dinner." He didn't tell her the truth, as it would only make her needlessly worried. Elena looked around, and after ensuring no one was present, she shyly grabbed his hand. "You must be careful out there, my lord. I heard from the knights that there's a fatal-grade monster lurking outside the territory." Feeling her soft and warm hand, Alaric squeezed it gently. "Don't worry. I'm not going out alone. I will bring Galliner and a few guys with me." After reassuring her, he told her to stay close to his mother while he was gone. He didn't know when his uncle would return to the mansion, so it was better for her to stay with Maria for the time being. Elena would be safe as long as she was with her. After sending Elena to his mother, Alaric went to his father's study. He needed Lucas's permission to mobilize the knights and didn't plan on keeping the truth from him. The knights were loyal to his father, so he wouldn't be able to hide the details of this trip anyway. Since that was the case, he might as well tell him the truth. Soon, he arrived at his father's study, located on the topmost floor of the mansion. He knocked on the door. Lucas's stern voice echoed from inside. Alaric pushed the door open and stepped inside. He saw Lucas writing on a piece of paper, looking incredibly focused. Standing behind him was the old butler, Bastian, who bowed upon seeing that the visitor was Alaric. Noticing this, Lucas put down his pen and raised his head. When he realized it was his son, his face broke into a smile. "Do you need anything from me?" Lucas pointed at the seat in front of his desk, gesturing for him to sit down. Alaric nodded to the old butler before bowing to Lucas. He then took his seat. "Father, I heard rumors that a dragon tail fern was found on the eastern side of Vale. I would like to investigate the area to see if it's true." Hearing this, Lucas chuckled. "And here I thought it was something serious. You don't need my permission for this. You can go there if you want, but you need to be careful. There are reported sightings of monsters in that place, so you must exercise caution." "I know." Alaric nodded. "The reason I came here is because I need your permission to mobilize the knights." Lucas raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Why would you bring them there? Galena should be able to handle the monsters." "It's just for precaution." Alaric shook his head, thinking of a good excuse that wouldn't make his father suspicious. "After all, we still haven't investigated the credibility of the rumors. I would like to bring them there since there's a possibility that this is a trap," he added. Lucas nodded. "You have a point. The rumors you heard might have been intentionally spread by someone to attract public attention. Since that's the case, I will give you the authority to mobilize the knights, but how many do you plan to bring with you for this trip?" Alaric raised his hand. "I only need 3. The household had a total of 8 knights. 3 were stationed outside the territory, protecting the household's key businesses, leaving only 5 at the territory, awaiting their next missions." Lucas thought for a moment before giving a nod of approval. "All right. You can take this opportunity to sharpen your skills. You just became a knight and you still lack practical experience in field operations. Whether the dragon tail fern exists or not, this will be a good learning experience for you." "Yes, Father." Lucas gave him a few more reminders before sending him out. Alaric gathered the knights in front of the mansion after getting his father's permission. The 5 knights curiously stared at Alaric, who stood before them, wondering why he had summoned them. When they noticed his serious expression, they didn't dare joke around. Alaric quietly steadied them one by one. These knights were from his father's generation, making them incredibly loyal to him. In his past life, when Lucas died, they had even wanted to follow him in death. If not for Lucas's last words telling them to protect Alaric, they might have committed suicide when he took his final breath. These knights were mostly similar in strength and skills, but one particular knight stood out. He was an older knight, seemingly in his 50s, with short, graying hair and visible wrinkles on his forehead. He wasn't particularly tall, shorter than Alaric at around 180 centimeters. This man was Henry, the oldest knight serving under the Baron and Alaric's sword instructor when Alaric was a young boy. Among the 5 knights, Henry was the most experienced, so his presence was necessary for the trip. For the last 2 spots, Alaric already had someone in mind. He turned his head to a bald, middle-aged knight with a thick beard. He was as tall as Alaric but had a bigger, more muscular frame. The left side of his face bore a tribal tattoo, and he had piercings on his ears. This person was Rigger. Before serving as a knight for House Silversword, he had worked as a mercenary. He was a kind man but cruel to his enemies. The last person Alaric would bring was the youngest of the 5 knights, only in his late 20s, with enormous potential. This man's name was Aldrin. He was a bit shorter than Alaric at 189 centimeters, with an ordinary face, tan skin, and a well-built physique. In his past life, Aldrin had joined him in the battle between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, already an elite knight at that time. After observing them, Alaric finally spoke. 3 of you will be coming with me for a trip to the eastern side of Vale. I heard some rumors that a dragon tail fern was found there. Upon hearing his words, their eyes flashed with a glimmer of surprise. They were aware of how valuable that herb was. For this trip, I will bring Henry, Rigger, and Aldrin. The faces of the three knights whose names were called suddenly turned serious. The place where the dragon tail fern was said to be found is in a cave at the end of the Red Toad Gorge. According to the rumors, there is a fatal grade monster inside the cave. Our objective this time is to investigate the authenticity of the rumors, and if it's proven to be true, we must get our hands on those dragon tail ferns. There was a moment of silence before someone spoke. My lord, if it's just a fatal grade monster, bringing Sir Galliner should be enough. Is there a reason why you are bringing us for the trip? Henry asked, his eyebrows furrowed. A fatal grade monster was stronger than common knights, but it would be powerless against an experienced elite knight. They knew that Galliner wasn't just a normal elite knight, even the Baron was full of praise for him. Alaric stared at the old knight and replied, "You are right. Galliner is strong enough to handle a fatal grade monster. However, we still don't know if there is only one monster inside that cave. Bringing you three is just for precaution." Hearing this, Henry nodded in understanding. I see. I was thoughtless. Alaric waved his hand. You three should prepare your equipment. We will depart as soon as you're ready. Yes, my lord. The three chosen knights responded in unison. As for the two who weren't chosen, Alaric told them not to spread rumors about the trip before sending them away. Less than 30 minutes later, the three knights returned, already in their full gear. Henry wore leather armor with a metal breastplate. His sword was tied to his waist, and he also carried a small bag filled with rations and medicine. Meanwhile, Rigger, who boasted strong physical strength, was clad in full-body heavy steel armor. He had a diamond-shaped steel shield strapped to his back and his sword tied to his waist. On the other hand, Aldrin looked relatively normal compared to them. He wore simple leather armor that wouldn't hinder his speed and movements. He held a spear in his right hand and had two short swords firmly strapped to his back. We are ready to go, my lord. Henry reported after inspecting their equipment. Alaric nodded. All right. Let's go. Everyone jumped on their respective mounts, a special breed of war horses called wind horses. Unlike ordinary horses, these were stronger and more agile, hence their name. Among them, Rigger's war horse was the biggest, measuring more than 25 hands and weighing over 4,000 pounds. Horses are measured in hands, a traditional method even before Estania was established. 1 hand is equal to 4 inches, the average span of a human's thumb and outstretched fingers. Even with Rigger's massive weight, further pronounced by his heavy armor, his wind horse didn't seem greatly affected. You should lose some weight, man. Don't you feel pity for your horse? Henry shook his head when he heard Rigger's horse neighing in protest. Rigger gave the old knight a sidelong glance before snorting in response. Mind your own business, old man. Aldrin chuckled when he heard their conversation. Just as they were about to leave, a sweet voice suddenly drifted into their ears. My lord, you must be careful out there. Surprised, everyone turned their heads. Standing at the mansion's main door was Elena. She looked visibly embarrassed when she sensed everyone looking at her. Alaric hadn't expected this shy girl to say such things in front of the other knights. Don't worry, Nana. I will be back soon, he promised, giving her a reassuring smile. Hearing him call her Nana in the presence of other people made Elena's cheeks blush. She harumphed and stomped her foot before sprinting inside the mansion with an abashed look. Seeing this, Alaric and the knights laughed. House Silversword's estate was located at the heart of a small town called North Pine Town, situated further south of Vale. Before the Baron became the town's lord, it was merely a small village with a few dozen families who earned their living from farming and hunting wild animals. It was only with the establishment of House Silversword that this place developed into a town and gained some semblance of prosperity. Now, North Pine Town boasts over 6,000 residents. When Alaric's group passed by the town's central square, they encountered some residents who greeted them enthusiastically. These people respected the Baron and House Silversword, believing that it was due to the presence of the Baron and the household that North Pine Town had grown into what it was now. To their enthusiastic greetings, Alaric simply smiled and waved his hand. They were in a hurry, so they didn't linger in town to chat with the residents. Approximately 1,000 meters outside North Pine Town lay the evergreen forest, a dense woodland filled with towering evergreens. Alaric and the knights were familiar with the forest, as it was their hunting ground. No one spoke along the way, and their faces grew increasingly serious the moment they stepped inside. Thin rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, lighting up the forest with an ethereal glow. From here, the group had to follow a narrow path, barely wide enough for a carriage. This trail was a shortcut that led to the eastern side of Vale. It was a rarely used route, so the road was uneven. However, to the trained horses, this jagged path was just like a walk in the park, not troubling them in the slightest. The reason this particular trail was rarely used was the presence of monsters, creatures more attuned to mana, making them more powerful than normal wild animals. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. With these creatures present, only a few brave residents and groups of hunters dared to travel here from time to time. Following this narrow trail, one would soon hear the violent splashes of a nearby river. It was the main source of fresh water in North Pine Town, a medium-sized river called Butterfly Creek. This river was connected to a huge lake called Silent Lake, which lay further east of the evergreen forest. Alaric's group had to pass through the periphery of this lake. They had to be careful here since the lake was inhabited by powerful predators like the ironback crocodile and the gold-spotted white anaconda. Both monsters were fatal grade upon reaching maturity. The good thing was that they rarely attacked humans, as they mostly stayed in the lake. With an experienced knight like Henry leading the group, they didn't encounter any of the said monsters when they passed by the side of the lake. By the time they arrived at the Red Toad Gorge, 2 hours had passed, and the sky had already turned crimson with the sun about to set. "We're here, my lord," Henry reported, observing the shallow stream between the steep, rocky hills. Alaric nodded, feeling a mixture of nervousness and anticipation about what they would find in the cave. Even now, he was still uncertain about its contents. Were there really dragon tail ferns inside? If there were none, he would be disappointed. He erased the random thoughts from his mind. "Let's go. The cave is at the opposite end of the gorge." Hearing his words, Henry nodded and squeezed his legs, urging his horse forward. Alaric and Galliner followed closely behind him, while Rigger and Aldrin brought up the rear, cautiously eyeing the surrounding landscape with their dominant hand resting on the handle of their weapon. If they sensed any danger, they were ready to cover Alaric and protect him from harm. The sound of the horses' hoofs stepping on the shallow stream was the only sound they could hear. The surroundings were eerily quiet, making the group feel a bit tense. At this moment, the roar of a beast suddenly broke the silence. Alaric and the knights simultaneously turned their heads in the same direction. The loud roar came from the end of the gorge. "It must be from the cave," Aldrin exclaimed with a stern look. That beast-like cry sent a chill down his spine. His instincts told him that whatever it was definitely no ordinary creature. "My lord, I think the monster inside the cave is not your average fatal-grade beast," Henry remarked with a grim look after hearing the beast's roar. Alaric nodded. According to the rumors he had heard from his past life, the beast living inside that cave was a spiked grizzly bear, a wild beast bigger than the average bear with sharp spikes on its back. "It sounds like the cry of a spiked grizzly bear," Rigger suddenly said, his eyebrows furrowed. Hearing this, Alaric was a bit surprised. Rigger could actually identify the monster based on its sound. "What makes you so sure, Sir Rigger?" Aldrin asked. Rigger shook his head, a gloomy look flashing in his eyes as if he had remembered a dark past. I had a few encounters with them when I was still a mercenary. Aldrin no longer pressed the issue when he saw the former mercenary's expression. Even Henry, who usually joked with him, remained silent. Rigger is right. Inside that cave is a spiked grizzly bear. I'm just not sure how many of them are inside, Alaric confirmed. A gloomy atmosphere settled over them as soon as they heard Alaric's confirmation. Spiked grizzly bears were difficult to handle. They had thick hides almost impenetrable to blades and possessed overwhelming physical strength that could even tear apart a knight. However, the most fearsome feature of these creatures was the sharp spikes on their back. Henry turned to Galliner and asked with a stern voice, "Sir Galliner, can you handle an adult spiked grizzly bear?" Everyone looked at the tall figure. He was the only elite knight in the group, so they would have to rely on him to take care of the monster. Facing everyone's scrutinizing eyes, Galliner remained calm as he nodded. "If it's just one, I don't have any problem dealing with it." The knights were relieved by his words. They felt comforted that Alaric had brought Galliner on this trip. They would have been powerless on their own. Even a veteran knight like Henry wasn't confident enough to fight against a creature like the spiked grizzly bear. "From this point forward, keep your eyes peeled," Alaric reminded them. "Yes, my lord." The horses were getting restless as they moved closer to the cave. They made faint snorting noises and their bodies tensed up. "It looks like we have to walk by ourselves from this point on." Alaric gave a hand signal, telling everyone to dismount. The entrance of the cave was narrow and the pathway was filled with sharp rocks that weren't ideal for the horses' hooves, so leaving them outside was the best option. As soon as they stepped inside the cave, the temperature noticeably went up. The smell of the air inside reminded Alaric of a musty abandoned house. There was also this distinctive smell of urine mixed within, making him scrunch his nose. There was no lighting inside, so everything was dark. "Light up the torch," Alaric whispered. Aldrin, who was holding the torch, nodded and lit it up. The flickering flame lit up the cave and revealed what was inside. Sharp stalactites hung above them with pointed tips dripping with water. The walls near the entrance of the cave were covered in green moss, giving it an ancient and untouched impression. The group carefully treaded the cave. This time, Galliner was positioned at the front. The elite knight's eyes were narrowed into slits as he warily observed the dark path ahead. Meanwhile, Alaric's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. His feet were positioned in a way that he could easily react to any situation. This was a habit he had formed during his days as a soldier under the Crown Prince. At that time, his life was always hanging by a thread. He was in a constant state of danger that he had unconsciously created this habit. At this moment, a violent roar shook the cave and made the group flinch. They were a bit startled by the sudden noise. Galliner slowly took out his weapon, a broadsword that was 5 foot long and about 2 feet wide. From a glance, it looked like a huge chunk of metal. He then made a series of hand gestures, informing the group that he had sensed the presence of the creature. "Aldrin, give me the torch." Alaric stretched out his hand. Aldrin didn't know why he asked for the torch, but he handed it to him without asking any questions. Once he got the torch, Alaric made a throwing motion, aiming for the direction that was pointed by Galliner, before throwing it. Everyone watched in surprise as the torch flew across the other side of the cave and revealed the huge creature hiding in the darkness. The torch struck the beast's body before it fell to the ground. The beast opened its huge mouth and issued another ear-piercing roar. "Prepare for battle," Alaric shouted. "Yes, my lord." Everyone answered in unison, their eyes flashing with seriousness. It's indeed a spiked grizzly bear. From its size, it looks like an adult male. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows as he took in a deep breath. With his current strength, his sword wouldn't be able to penetrate deeply into the beast's skin even if he used all his might. His battle experience would be useless here because of the overwhelming difference in strength. The spiked grizzly bear didn't immediately attack them. It sized them up as if it was studying its prey. "When I count to 3, we will attack the bear," Alaric muttered, his eyes narrowed as he firmly gripped his sword. Everyone nodded silently as they adjusted their posture. The air seemed to grow heavy as Alaric started his countdown. Everyone tightened their muscles in preparation. 3. As soon as Alaric's voice fell, the group moved simultaneously, lunging at the bear in different directions. Startled by their sudden attack, the spiked grizzly bear was half a second slower to react. Galliner took this opportunity to swing his massive broadsword in a diagonal cut that made the air produce a keening sound. The bear was struck by his sword, leaving a deep wound on its chest that made the bear emit a pained sound. The others were a bit slower, but their attacks also connected, creating small wounds on the beast's huge body. "We are barely wounding it." Only Galliner's attack was able to deal substantial damage. Alaric frowned. The huge bear was furious after being wounded. It pounced at the nearest person, which was Henry, and swiped its sharp claws at the old knight. Seeing this, Henry immediately lifted his sword to deflect its claws while moving away from its range. What a strong monster! Now that the bear was preoccupied with Henry, Galliner sent another attack, stabbing the creature's neck with the pointed edge of his sword. The bear didn't die immediately after having its neck stabbed with the broadsword. It wobbled and walked a few more steps before it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. "Move away. Be careful with its spikes." Rigger shouted at the group as he pulled Alaric to the ground and lifted his shield to cover him. The knights quickly dove to the ground when they heard his words. Just then, the sharp spikes on the bear's back suddenly shot out in all directions. "Sue! Sue! Sue!" One of the spikes missed Aldrin by a few inches. A little bit more and his stomach would have been punctured. "Is everyone all right?" Henry rose to his feet and looked around. Alaric was about to respond when he felt something warm dripping by his face. Feeling alarmed, he hurriedly grabbed Rigger and saw a spike sticking on the latter's left shoulder. "Rigger, you're injured." Rigger dropped his shield and groaned in pain. "Are you all right, my lord?" "How can you ask me that when you're the one who is injured?" Alaric helped him carefully remove his armor. He then grabbed his medicine kit and took out some bandages and herbs. Alaric handed a cloth to Rigger and said, "Bite through it." "I will make it quick." Rigger nodded and put the cloth in his mouth. Sweat trickled down his face. With a quick pull, Alaric removed the spike. A pained groan leaked out of Rigger's mouth, who was biting on the cloth. After pulling out the spike, Alaric chewed the herbs and spat it out. He then smeared the herb paste on the open wound before wrapping it tightly with bandages. The knights watched Alaric's practiced movements with surprise. His hands moved like he had done this over 100 times in the past. Not even a minute had passed when he completed the first aid. "Thanks." Alaric patted Rigger's injured shoulder, which made the latter hiss in pain. Henry squatted down and patted Rigger's shoulder with a grin. "Good job, fat ass." "Damn you, old man." Rigger cussed it out. After making sure that he was all right, Alaric instructed the rest to inspect the body of the spiked grizzly bear. Monsters that possessed mana could form a special type of crystal near their heart, the beast soul crystal. It contained the purest energy of the monster, which was beneficial to the knights. Upon absorption, their training speed would increase dramatically. "My lord, this guy has a beast soul crystal," Aldrin exclaimed after he dug out a small brown crystal in the beast's chest. Alaric nodded. "Keep it first. We will deal with it once we return to the mansion." "Yes, my lord." Aldrin put the crystal inside a sack and tied it carefully to his waist. "Rigger, can you walk?" Alaric turned his head at the former mercenary. Even with a face full of sweat and the stabbing pain in his shoulder, Rigger still managed to smirk. "This little bit of injury is nothing, my lord. I will be fine." Look at you acting so tough. Henry scoffed, staring at him disdainfully. Rigger ignored the old man and went to grab his shield. He then tied it on his back. He couldn't lift it anymore since he could barely move his left arm, but he could make use of it to protect his back. Seeing this, Henry clicked his tongue. Don't exert yourself. Your wound might worsen if you move excessively. Alaric reminded him. Yes, my lord. Rigger nodded. It turned out that they had yet to reach the end of the tunnel. They had only arrived at an intersection that led deeper into the cave. Mark our path. There might be more intersections ahead, Alaric instructed. Hearing this, the knights immediately carved out markings on the wall using their swords. As they went deeper, they arrived at an intersection with 4 different paths. Where should we go, my lord? Henry asked for his opinion. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a moment. We can move separately, but doing this will pose a greater risk. One of us might end up encountering another monster. It seems like the best option here is to stick together. Our search will be slow, but we will be safer as a group. As he thought of this, Alaric randomly pointed a path. Let's move that way as a group. No one questioned his decision. They probably thought that moving separately would be dangerous given their recent encounter with the spiked grizzly bear. Who knows what kind of monsters were hiding within the cave? The group followed the path, but they soon reached a dead end. Let's search the other 3 pathways, Alaric muttered calmly. The group acknowledged his command and silently traced back their trail by following the markings they made on the wall. Soon, the group returned to the 4 intersections and entered another route. However, this path was still a dead end, so they returned once more to choose a different route for the 3rd time. Finally, on their 3rd try, they discovered a large cavern at the end of the pathway. The group encountered more creatures, but they were only wild animals with no mana. As they stepped inside the cavern, they saw a crystal-clear pond in the middle. It was so clear that they could see the aquatic animals swimming in the water. Whoa! This place is huge. Aldrin's voice echoed. My lord, look! Henry suddenly exclaimed while pointing in a certain direction. Alaric and the others immediately followed his gaze. And there it was, the very herb that they were looking for, the dragon-tail fern. Furthermore, there wasn't just a single stalk, but dozens, or probably even hundreds of them. Just as Alaric was about to say something, Galliner suddenly stepped forward and looked deeply at the pond. Hold on. There's something strong in the pond. Everyone narrowed their eyes, their hands slowly reaching out to their weapons. At this moment, ripples appeared on the calm surface of the pond. In the next moment, a reptilian creature that looked like a mix between a crocodile and a snake emerged. It glared at them and emitted a sharp hissing sound as if telling them not to come closer. Isn't that an ironback crocodile? Henry muttered upon seeing the creature. The monster was over 30 feet long and its back had black scales that were as tough as iron. It smacked its long whip-like tail on the ground, an intimidation tactic that it always used on its enemies. Ironback crocodiles were common in the Silent Lake, but they rarely ventured out to other places, so the group was surprised to see one here. Not to mention that this one in particular was an adult ironback crocodile, a fatal-grade monster. That one is weaker than the spiked grizzly bear, but you guys must be careful with its tail. Getting hit by that would feel like a direct hit from a sledgehammer. Alaric warned them. Yes, my lord. Aldrin, you are the fastest in the group, so you must draw its attention. The rest will wait for my signal to attack. Alaric issued a series of commands. Yes, my lord. Everyone answered in unison. Aldrin rushed out with a spear in his hand. I'm coming, big lizard. He yelled in provocation. The ironback crocodile's territorial instincts kicked in when it saw Aldrin charging towards it. The beast growled and lunged at him, crawling with surprisingly quick speed. When Aldrin reached its range, the beast abruptly stopped and lashed its tail at him. Aldrin jumped and rolled to the side, expertly avoiding its tail. As soon as the beast turned around, Alaric motioned with his hand. The knights immediately rushed out, brandishing their weapons with unstoppable precision. In just the blink of an eye, they skewered the beast with their swords. The iron-backed crocodile flailed for a few seconds before its movements faltered. The knights only pulled their swords when it was no longer moving. Alaric nodded to Aldrin and said, "Check if it's still alive." "Yes, my lord." Aldrin carefully approached the body of the beast and prodded it with the tip of his spear. He then stabbed its head to make sure that it was dead. "Good work, everyone. Aldrin, go and check if it has a beast soul crystal. The rest of you, collect the dragon tail ferns," Alaric instructed. "Everything is going smoothly. Good thing we have Galliner here. This trip would have gone differently without Galliner. Having an elite knight made things easier for them. Too bad we didn't get a beast soul crystal from it." Alaric shook his head, feeling regretful that there was no beast soul crystal in the ironback crocodile's carcass. Not all fatal-grade monsters possessed a beast soul crystal. They were only lucky enough to get one from the spiked grizzly bear. The group went to dig up all the dragon tail ferns inside the cavern. In the end, they managed to collect over 700 stalks of dragon tail ferns. Alaric was over the moon. Each stalk was worth 15 gold coins in the market, and sometimes it even goes beyond 20 gold coins depending on the supply and the demand. Everything is roughly worth around 14,000 gold coins. With that much money, not to mention 3 years, I can even fund the orphanage for the next 100 years. Holy shit. He had underestimated the number of dragon tail ferns they could find inside the cave. It seems like the information from my past life was either wrong or it was manipulated. He thought to himself. From what he remembered, it was mentioned that there were only a few dozen stalks of dragon tail ferns inside this cave. However, this was no longer any of his concerns. Good job, everyone. But before we go back home, allow me to say a few reminders first. Everyone gathered in front of him, waiting for him to say his piece with serious faces. When he saw that he had gathered their attention, Alaric spoke. "Whatever happened inside this place must remain a secret. The value of the things we found here could cause a storm, not just in Vale, but in the entire empire." At this point, his face turned grave as he continued. "We might even be targeted if this information ever spreads." Their faces changed upon hearing his words. Dragon tail fern was an important resource for knights. Just one stalk could help them increase the speed at which they gather mana. What more if they had 700 of such herbs? They could already imagine the turmoil it would cause once the news spread. Just the thought of it made them realize the gravity of the situation. "For the safety of House Silversword, please keep this a secret. Never tell this to anyone, not even to your family or your closest friends. Do you understand?" Alaric warned them with a stern look. "Yes, my lord." The knights replied in unison, their faces looking incredibly serious. "Good." Alaric nodded, pleased with their response. "Let's go home." It was already past midnight when they returned to North Pine Town. Some residents who were still awake went pale with fright at the sight of the 2 huge beast carcasses being pulled by the makeshift wagons. "Oh my God! What kind of monsters did Lord Alaric and the knights bring back? Did they hunt those monsters down in the evergreen forest? I'm never going back to that place again." One of the knights seems to be injured. It must have been a tough battle. The townsfolk discussed animatedly amongst themselves. No one dared to approach Alaric and the knights, afraid that the 2 carcasses might somehow come back to life and attack them. Soon, the group finally arrived at the estate. News about their return immediately reached the ears of the Baron and the Madam, who both came out of their chamber to check on their son's well-being. Elena also followed them, her face painted with anxiety. When they saw Rigger, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages, they furrowed their eyebrows. Elena craned her neck to look for Alaric's figure. A moment later, she finally caught sight of his familiar figure, making her breathe a sigh of relief. The Baron and the Madam also looked visibly relieved that he was unharmed. What happened out there? Why do you guys look so beat? The Madam approached her son and gently grabbed his arm, her face filled with concern. Alaric smiled apologetically at her as he squeezed her hand. I'm sorry for making you worried, Mother. Maria shook her head and forced out a smile. It's all right. She was the wife of the Baron who was known as the Shield of the North, and she was also aware that her son, Alaric, would follow in his father's footsteps to carry the banner of House Silversword. The lives of the father and son were destined to be filled with war and bloodshed, so she had already prepared her heart for what was to come no matter how difficult it was for her. This was her duty as the madam of the household. She must be firm and strong no matter what happens. Alaric walked towards Lucas and bowed to him. Father, I have returned from my trip. Lucas nodded his head with a calm look. Good job. His gaze then moved to the 2 carcasses and the sacks on the wagons. It seems like your trip was quite fruitful. Alaric grinned upon hearing this. Yes, Father. We accomplished our goal and we even got some extra rewards. Although we encountered some challenges, we managed to overcome them by virtue of our efforts and teamwork. I see. That's good to hear. Lucas raised his eyebrows. He was aware that his son's goal was to search for dragon tail ferns. I will tell you the details later. Let's go inside first. Alaric gave him a knowing look. Lucas understood his intentions and nodded. All right. Let's head in. Alaric gave a signal to Henry and the others and said, bring in the items. As for the carcasses, let the others deal with them. Yes, my lord. The knights replied. Lucas narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sacks they were carrying. He was curious, but he said nothing. He knew that Alaric would explain things to him soon. As soon as they walked inside the mansion, Alaric took the chance to grab Elena's hand, gently squeezing it while giving her a warm smile. Did you wait for me? He asked with a hint of teasing in his voice. Elena was flustered by his touch. She tried to pull out her hand, but she couldn't break free from his grip. She shyly looked around to see if the others had noticed anything. When she saw the knights pretending to be blind, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Lucas brought them to his study room. As soon as everyone took their seats, Lucas muttered, his eyes sweeping over, eyeing everyone like a hawk watching its prey. Now tell me what happened on your trip. The knights glanced at Alaric in unison. The matter was too big for them to say it themselves, so they unanimously agreed to let him speak. This was also Alaric's decision. When he sensed their gazes, he looked at his father and replied. Just as I had told you, Father, I brought the knights to the Red Toad Gorge to search for the cave mentioned in the rumors. Lucas glanced over at the knights and saw them nodding their heads. Alaric continued. We went inside the cave to investigate the rumors about the dragon tail fern. There, we encountered an adult spiked grizzly bear. Hearing this, Lucas furrowed his eyebrows, while Maria gasped in shock. On the other hand, Elena, who didn't know anything about monsters, tilted her head in confusion. Alaric's voice turned serious at this point. We managed to kill the spiked grizzly bear. Sir Rigger was injured in that battle to protect me. When he mentioned this, Maria sent Rigger a grateful look. We found this in the body of the beast. Alaric took out the beast soul crystal of the spiked grizzly bear and handed it to his father. Lucas inspected the beast soul crystal before he handed it back to Alaric. Only powerful monsters can produce beast soul crystals. That spiked grizzly bear must have been a tough beast. He remarked. That's right. Alaric nodded. If Sir Galliner wasn't with us, it would have been a dangerous battle. Hearing this, the knights nodded in agreement. As prideful as they were, They couldn't deny that it was Galliner who did the most damage to the spiked grizzly bear. Their weapons couldn't even penetrate deeply into its sturdy body. Lucas wasn't surprised by this. Galliner was an elite knight, so it wasn't that difficult for someone like him to kill a fatal-grade monster. As we headed deeper into the cave, we found a cavern with a crystal-clear pond in the middle. Alaric explained what they had seen in the cavern, including the ironback crocodile that was living in the pond. He also mentioned the presence of the dragon-tail ferns. At this point, Lucas could no longer hide his surprise. "You really found the dragon-tail ferns?" He stared at Alaric in disbelief. Alaric smiled and made a gesture with his hand. "Knights, please show the Patriarch what we have collected in the cavern." "Yes, my lord." The knights opened the sacks and revealed the contents. It's indeed the dragon-tail fern. Lucas stood up from his seat to get a clearer look at the herbs. Maria and Elena also went to take a closer look. "Just how many dragon-tail ferns did you collect from that cavern?" Maria was shocked to see so many stalks inside the sacks. "More than 700, Alaric replied with a grin. "What?" Maria covered her mouth in disbelief. She mentally calculated the total value of the herbs inside the sacks, and the result almost made her faint from shock. Lucas managed to maintain his composure after a moment of surprise. "What do you plan to do with these herbs?" He glanced at his son. "Recently, I made a promise with someone." Alaric told them about his deal with the people from the orphanage. "I see. Having those kids work on your product would have a lesser risk of having your recipe getting leaked. That was a good decision." Maria, who had a great mind for business, immediately grasped his thoughts. "I learned it from you, Mother." Alaric chuckled. Suddenly, Lucas spoke. "Funding the orphanage would make those kids loyal to you, but are you sure about training them to become knights? Not everyone has the aptitude to become a knight." Hearing this, Alaric nodded. "I understand that, Father. However, there are plenty of knights who came from humble origins. They managed to overcome their lack of status and resources to become knights. What would happen if we gave them the opportunity and the resources? The kids with potential would definitely reveal themselves, and with the help that we provided them, they will be grateful and swear their loyalty to House Silversword." Lucas narrowed his eyes. He could sense his son's overwhelming ambition, but it wasn't the kind of ambition that would bring harm to others. He could feel something more profound in the depths of Alaric's eyes. Alaric had always been a normal kid with no ambition to speak. His potential was above average and his swordsmanship talent was ordinary. He wondered what made his son change in just a short amount of time. "What is this kid hiding from me? It looks like you have already planned things. In that case, I will give you full authority in handling these dragon-tail ferns. Whatever you do with them will be your responsibility. Just don't do something that will make you regret in the future, my son." Lucas patted Alaric's shoulder while staring deeply at him. Alaric was overwhelmed by his father's trust. He was already prepared to concede some of the herbs. Who would have thought that he would actually let him take everything? "I will do my best not to disappoint you, Father. I promise that everything I will do is for the sake of House Silversword." Alaric lowered his head. "That makes me feel relieved." Lucas's expression softened. "Handling those herbs on your own might be difficult. If you need some advice, just ask for your mother's help. She is the best when it comes to anything related to money." Lucas didn't forget to remind him. "Yes, Father." Lucas's gaze swept over, glancing at every individual inside the room. "This matter must not be spread to anyone. Am I clear?" "Yes, my lord." Everyone lowered their heads nervously upon sensing the Baron's stern gaze. Lucas dismissed the knights and chatted some more with Alaric. After almost an hour, Alaric was finally sent away with Elena. "My lord, I'm glad that you're all right." Elena's shy voice drifted into his ears. Were you worried about me? Alaric held her small hand and squeezed it gently. Feeling embarrassed by his direct stare, Elena looked away from him and hummed in response. I'm sorry for making you worried, Nana. It's okay. I promised to hunt some animals for dinner, but you guys have already eaten. Why don't we cook some meat from the bear we hunted? Elena lifted her head in surprise. But that isn't a normal bear, but a fatal grade monster. How could a servant like me eat such valuable meat? How could you say that, Nana? Haven't you heard from my mother that you will soon be married to me? Alaric sent her a teasing look. What are you saying, my lord? The girl was flustered, and she timidly averted her gaze, her cheeks blushing due to embarrassment. Ha ha ha. You're so cute when you're embarrassed, Nana. Alaric stared at her with undisguised fondness. I will never let anyone hurt you again, Elena. And I promise that I will make the man who hurt you regret being born in this world. The next day, Alaric headed to the orphanage with Galliner and Harris. The latter was one of his mother's trusted servants, a man talented in business management. He specifically asked his mother to lend him this man. Now that I have Harris, dealing with the dragon tail ferns would no longer be an issue. Although he had learned a few things from his mother, he was still a beginner in business. He would only make careless mistakes if he dealt with them on his own. My lord, we are here. The coachman said. You can come with me, Harris. Alaric looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the seat in front of him. He was wearing a monocle, and his graying hair was combed neatly to the side, giving him a clean look. Harris bowed his head. Yes, my lord. Stay here, Galliner. Alaric gestured for him to stay when he noticed that Galliner was intending to follow them. Galliner immediately stepped back. As you wish, my lord. Harris, let's go. I'll introduce you to the people here. I brought Harris here since I will need someone to help me manage the operations in the orphanage. I will be busy for the next few months with my training, so I won't have the time to take care of the things here. Alaric observed from the side as Harris proceeded with the official contract signing with William, who served as the representative for the orphanage. Things went smoothly since they had already discussed the situation beforehand. We will send the funds over every first day of the month. Thank you for your cooperation, Sir William. Harris extended his hand while smiling lightly. The old man was a bit emotional when he shook hands with him. We should be the ones thanking you. He then turned his head to Alaric and bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. With your monetary assistance, the children's basic needs will finally be met. I cannot thank you enough. I'm only doing what I promised to do. Alaric smiled. Josephine and Rasmus, who were observing from the sidelines, couldn't conceal their excitement. Money was their number one problem, but it had been taken care of just like that. They still couldn't believe it. For the next matter, can you let me talk with Rasmus privately? Hearing this, William nodded, and it looked like he was already prepared for this. Of course, my lord. With the exception of Rasmus, everyone left. Have you made a decision? Alaric asked while staring deeply at Rasmus. Rasmus took a deep breath, his gaze firm and full of determination. Yes, my lord. I have already thought it over. I always wanted to become strong enough to protect my family. Just recently, I almost lost my sisters because of how pathetically weak I am. If it weren't for grandfather, my sisters would have already been. He clenched his fists as fury flashed in his eyes. I wish to follow you, my lord. I want to become a knight and become strong enough to give my family a safe environment to live in. Please grant my wish. His voice echoed with strong determination. Alaric's lips curved upwards. That's right. This is the Rasmus that I know. A man who seeks strength to protect his family. That's who you are, my friend. Good. Starting today, you will follow me back to North Pine Town. We will begin with your training as soon as we are done with the tasks here. Pack your stuff and prepare to depart." "Yes, my lord." Rasmus nodded, turned around, and left. With this, I have gained myself a companion with a limitless future. Alaric stared at the sky through the window. This is just the start. The children who were assigned to work were taken to the workshop to be trained. William accompanied them on the trip to familiarize himself with the working environment of the children. He also followed them there to ascertain whether Alaric was truthful with his words. Inside the scented soap workshop. "How is it, Sir William? How do you feel about the children's job?" Alaric stared at the old man who was observing the job training of the children. William knitted his eyebrows. "The environment here is good, and the children are even given free meals, but can they really do well in their job? What if they make a lot of mistakes?" Alaric smiled lightly. "Making mistakes is normal. It's a sign that they are willing to learn. Just give them some time and they will eventually be familiar with their tasks. By then, things will be a lot easier for them." "That's true. I can rest easy knowing that they are working for you, my lord." William smiled, looking more relaxed than ever. After dealing with the manpower problem at the workshop, Alaric brought Harris to the market to sell some of their dragon tail ferns. They didn't sell the herbs in large volumes but sold them in batches to different stores. According to Harris, it was to prevent anyone from thinking that they had a large supply of dragon tail ferns. Alaric learned a lot about the business trade with his help. He also realized during this trip that he wasn't cut out for this kind of thing. On their way back to North Pine Town, Alaric was in deep thought. "It looks like I need to find someone who can help me manage my business. Vince is a smart man, but he isn't good at dealing with people. It might not be good to make him manage everything on his own. I need someone capable." The first person that came to his mind was Harris. Unfortunately, the guy was responsible for most of the household's businesses, so it might be too much to leave everything in his hands. As he thought of this, someone's face suddenly came to his mind. "That's right. How could I forget you?" He felt a wave of sorrow and guilt when he recalled this person. No. There should be other choices. I still can't face her. In his past life, there was a woman who helped him stabilize House Silversword, which was on the verge of collapsing. It was because of her efforts that the household managed to get back on its feet. She was a woman talented in business just like his mother, Maria. Alaric rubbed his temples and tried to remove her from his mind. "Is there anything wrong, my lord? You don't look well." Rasmus muttered with concern when he saw Alaric's troubled face. "It's nothing. I just thought about something unpleasant." Alaric forced out a smile. Rasmus no longer said anything after hearing his response. Soon, they finally arrived at North Pine Town. "So this is the domain of House Silversword. The town looks better than I expected." Rasmus observed the townspeople and noticed that everyone looked happy. There were also no beggars on the streets, and there were even children playing outside with no fear for their safety. It was an environment that was completely different from Vale, where all sorts of people had gathered. Household Silversword is truly good to their people. These were his thoughts on his first visit to North Pine Town. 8th day of September, year 208 of the Estanian calendar. Alaric had just completed his daily mission. He opened his character profile to check his progress. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 6 fan 500 potential, B traits, horseback riding, D, swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, D, archery, F, hunting, E, tracking, F, strength, 28 plus stamina, 28 plus agility, 25 plus vitality, 27 plus endurance, 27 plus battle points, 360 stat points, 35. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. If I continue with this pace, I should be able to advance to the realm of Elite Knight in less than 2 years. Having the ability to see my progress is definitely convenient. Alaric smiled as he closed his character profile. He then went to observe Rasmus, who was receiving training from Henry. Rasmus was a sword user in his past life, so having him train with Henry was the best choice. The old knight might not be a genius in mana control, but he was an expert in using the sword. Just in pure sword technique alone, he might even be better than House Silversword's commander of the knights, who was already in the realm of Elite Knight. While he was observing the training, he saw Elena running towards him with a flustered look on her face. "My lord," she called out. "Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen?" Alaric raised an eyebrow. Elena grabbed his hand nervously and said, "Lord Charles is here, my lord." When Alaric heard this name from her mouth, his eyes flashed with imperceptible rage. Charles Silversword was the younger brother of Lucas Silversword, which makes him Alaric's uncle. The very person that he hated the most. He must have come here for the party that will be held tomorrow, but why did he come a day earlier? What is his motive? Alaric frowned as he thought deeply. "Elena, you must stay close to Galliner for the time being. He will protect you." Elena stared at him in surprise, wondering if she had heard him wrong. "Huh? Why do I have to stay close to Sir Galliner inside the estate?" Alaric gently caressed her face and put on a smile. "Just listen to me." "Fine, but Sir Galliner is a bit scary." She muttered timidly. "You will be fine. You can trust Galliner. He may look like that, but he is a good person." "Elena, sometimes appearance can be deceiving. A person can look good but is actually evil inside. You must not judge someone based on how they look." Alaric reminded her with a stern gaze. Although he knew about the future, he couldn't be certain that things would play out according to what he knew. For instance, his uncle's visit this time didn't happen in the past, which means the future is slowly changing. "Okay. I will try to get along with him." Elena clenched her little fists with a determined expression. Seeing this, Alaric chuckled and ruffled her hair. "I will go and meet my uncle. You stay here and wait for me." "Yes, my lord." When Alaric turned around, the smile on his face disappeared, and his expression grew darker. "Charles, I won't allow you to hurt my family this time. I swear it upon my name." Alaric left with heavy strides. Meanwhile, Elena was about to secretly follow him when a towering figure blocked her path. She yelped in shock. "Sir Galliner." "I'm sorry, Miss Elena, but Lord Alaric told me not to let you wander around." Inside the Baron's study, a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance was chatting with Lucas. "I heard that my nephew has become a knight. Where is he? I haven't seen him for a while." Lucas grinned, looking incredibly proud of his son's advancement. "Shocking, right? Ha ha ha. I don't know how he did it, but he somehow managed to advance. He is not even 20 yet, but he is already a knight. His aptitude is even better than mine." Lucas shook his head with a rueful smile. "Certainly. I even thought that you were joking when I read your letter." Charles chuckled, but he was fuming inside. "Damn it. A variable has appeared in my plans. Lucas is already giving me a headache, and now my nephew is showing signs of talent that is even better than his father. If he is allowed to grow, he might be the one to succeed Lucas's position. I can't let that happen." Knock. 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 Speak of the devil. It must be him. Ha ha ha. Lucas was about to get up to open the door when Charles made a hand gesture. "Let me do it. I'd like to see how my nephew has grown up." Hearing this, Lucas nodded and waved his hand. "Sure." After getting his permission, Charles stood up and went to open the door. Alaric suppressed the fury in his heart when he saw Charles's face. There was no meaning in confronting his uncle now. Doing so would only alarm him. Alaric, how have you been? You look completely different than the last time I saw you. Charles affectionately hugged him, which made Alaric feel disgusted. I'm fine, uncle. Alaric squeezed out a smile. Would you look at this kid? He is even taller than me now. Charles turned his head to Lucas and chuckled. What a good actor. To think that all of us were fooled by this traitorous bastard. It makes me sick. What are you standing there for? Come in. Your uncle wants to have a chat with you. Charles grabbed his shoulder and pulled him to a seat. Right at this moment, the cyan screen abruptly appeared in front of him. Mission, Revenge at Difficulty, Easy, challenge Charles Silversword to a sparring and defeat him. Time limit, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Rewards, 100 battle points, 25 EXP, and random talent upgrade card. X1 penalty for failure, 200 battle points. Alaric's eyes were glued over to the screen. A mission. The rewards are even better than the daily missions. Uncle, how about a spar to test your nephew's skills? Alaric stared deeply at Charles. You want to challenge me? Charles was taken aback, wondering if he had heard him wrong. I just want to test the progress of my sword skills. Alaric nodded. Charles squinted his eyes. Oh. It seems like you are quite confident with your sword skills to challenge your uncle like this. In that case, let me see the product of your efforts. This arrogant brat. He only became a knight, but he wants to spar with me. Delusional. He scoffed in his heart. He felt that Alaric had become overconfident because of his advancement. How about you come with us, Lucas? Charles smiled faintly. All right. I don't have anything to do anyway. Lucas shrugged while shaking his head. The three immediately headed to the training ground. Their arrival surprised the soldiers and the knights who were in the middle of their training. My lord. A small figure came running towards Alaric. At the sight of her figure, Charles's eyes gleamed. Alaric quickly pulled her and brought her away from Charles. You should go back to the mansion, Elena. He looked at his uncle and saw him staring deeply at Elena. This made his blood boil with rage. That fucking bastard. How dare he look at Elena with such filthy eyes? What is going on, my lord? Did I do something wrong? Elena's shoulders drooped as she looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Looking at her sad face, Alaric smiled lightly and shook his head. You didn't do anything wrong, Elena. I want to stay with you, my lord. Please. She grabbed his hand and stared at him with pleading eyes. Alaric's expression softened when he saw her expression. All right. Fine. You can stay here, but never leave Galaner's side, okay? Elena's face brightened in an instant. She nodded her head and beamed at him. Yes, my lord. I will stay close to Sir Galaner. Good. Alaric patted her head. Come here, Alaric. Didn't you say that you want to spar with me? Alaric was annoyed when he heard this voice. He turned around and looked at Charles, who was standing in the middle of the training ground. I'm coming, uncle. Alaric steadied his breathing as he walked over to Charles. He then grabbed a training sword from the weapon rack and felt its weight. Since this is just a spar, we shouldn't use mana. Charles reminded him as he played with the training sword in his hand. All right. I have no objections. Alaric smirked. With his SSS-class swordsmanship talent, he was confident with his sword skills. Charles might be an elite knight, but his swordsmanship was just average. Even Henry was better than him in terms of pure technique alone. Look at this kid acting so smug. Charles shook his head. Meanwhile, everyone quickly gathered to watch their bout. Charles rarely visited the estate since he was mostly away to do his tasks. The fact that he came to the training ground to spar with Alaric made them feel excited. Lucas decided to officiate their spar. This is just a spar, so don't unleash any fatal moves. The use of mana is also not allowed. If you're both ready, then you can begin at any time. At this moment, Charles raised his training sword with his left hand on his back. Show me the results of your training, my beloved nephew. I will show you the difference between our skills and wipe that grin off your face. Charles disdainfully muttered in his heart. He wasn't taking this seriously at all. He believed that he was superior to Alaric in terms of techniques. Then I won't hold back, uncle. Alaric's eyes narrowed. Just as his voice fell, his figure blurred as he lunged at Charles while quickly brandishing his sword. Charles raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw how fast his movements were. Luckily, he had the advantage in terms of physical fitness, so he managed to block Alaric's sword. When their swords clashed, he realized that he would lose if he didn't take this battle seriously. This kid. Damn it. Alaric didn't give him the time to catch his breath. His sword moved like a phantom, attacking Charles from every angle. Pa pa pa. Everyone was surprised to see Alaric's display of skills. The coordination of his body was perfect, and he moved so seamlessly that it looked like he was dancing. How did Lord Alaric reach this level in just a short amount of time? Unbelievable. Lord Alaric's sword techniques seemed to be better than Lord Charles's. The soldiers and the knights discussed as they observed the battle. Everyone thought that there was only a small difference in their skills, but Lucas had a different opinion. As a transcendent knight, he could see that Charles could hardly keep up with Alaric. This made him feel astonished. Charles might not be that talented in swordsmanship, but he was still someone who had been to the battlefield. His experience alone should be better than Alaric's. Alaric was displaying so much finesse that it looked like he was a veteran of many battles. The ferocity in his eyes and the sheer determination of his every strike made the onlookers feel that they were watching an expert. Charles was already using both hands to hold his sword, but he was still barely keeping up with Alaric. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. The sword skills that he was so proud of looked like garbage when compared to Alaric's. If it wasn't for his better overall physique, he would have already been defeated. After clashing swords more than 20 times, Alaric finally found an opening. He closed the distance and stabbed out his sword. He stopped when the tip of his sword was only a few centimeters away from Charles's neck. Did I lose? Charles stared at Alaric in surprise. The sword skills he displayed were not something that a newbie could do. I surrender. He forced out a smile. He almost used his mana to overturn the battle. Luckily, he managed to stop himself in time, or he would have become a laughingstock. Thank you for letting me win, uncle. Alaric smiled as he bowed lightly. Charles's face twitched at his words. Before he could decide, Charles suddenly walked over. I'm impressed with your swordsmanship, Alaric, Charles remarked, looking as if he was proud of Alaric's growth. You flatter me. Alaric smiled faintly while cursing in his heart. This traitorous bastard really knows how to act well. You have done well, my son. Lucas approached with a broad grin on his face. He looked incredibly happy to see Alaric's performance. Alaric didn't say anything and just smiled as he bowed lightly. By the way, your uncle came here for another matter. He wants to speak with you about it. Why don't you guys discuss it in my study? Lucas suggested. What is this about? Alaric had a bad feeling about this. He looked at his uncle and saw him staring at him with a harmless expression. Just what is this guy up to? All right. Let's do that. Alaric agreed with a nod of his head. After the three of them left, everyone was still shocked by the results of the spar. No one expected the young lord to win, and overwhelmingly at that. So Lord Alaric is that powerful. Elena muttered in disbelief as she watched Alaric's figure. Her eyes flashed with deep veneration. A while later, Lucas brought Alaric and Charles to his study room. After taking their seats, Alaric didn't beat around the bush and asked while looking at Lucas with a stern gaze. "What is this all about, father?" Lucas sighed and replied, "Your uncle heard that we managed to get our hands on some dragon tail ferns, so he came here and asked me to give him a few. I told him that I gave you full authority in handling the herbs, so I didn't make a decision." Alaric's face turned dark upon hearing this. So this was his real objective. No wonder he came here earlier when the party will be held tomorrow. This fucking parasite. Alaric glanced coldly at his uncle, but he quickly concealed his anger. "Uncle, did my father tell you that it was me who found the dragon tail ferns?" Charles raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Eh? You did?" He couldn't help but look at Lucas for confirmation. Lucas nodded. Seeing this, Charles squinted his eyes. "You have really done well this time, my nephew. Since it was you who found the herbs, I won't mistreat you. I will buy it from you for 25 gold coins each. What do you think?" Alaric's eyes flashed with uncertainty. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized Charles's intentions. This guy is testing me. It seems like father didn't tell him how many dragon tail ferns we have. This bastard must have given that price to trick me into revealing how many stalks we have. What a sly snake. Give me a moment to think. Alaric took a deep breath to calm himself before making a decision. Charles stared at him in amusement. "You might be a genius in swordsmanship, but you are still a kid, my dear nephew. Now, let your uncle hear how many dragon tail ferns you have." After a moment of contemplation, Alaric raised his head and said, "To tell you the truth, we don't have a lot of dragon tail ferns left. We sold off most of the herbs in different places, so we are only left with a little more than 20 stalks. You still have more than 20. Charles's eyes flashed with greed the moment he heard this. Meanwhile, Lucas had a different reaction. He stared at Alaric with a hint of surprise and confusion. "I thought we still had several hundred. Why did he lie to his uncle?" Lucas thought deeply, and upon careful consideration, he decided to stay quiet. "That's right. If you want them, I can sell you 15 stalks. The remaining stalks will be given to our knights, so I can't sell them to you. I hope you understand my difficulties, uncle." Alaric revealed a look of regret. While saying those words, he kept an eye on his father to see how he would react. Luckily, it didn't look like Lucas would expose him. "That's fine. I'll take those 15 stalks." Charles didn't even hesitate. "Just where did this kid find so many dragon tail ferns?" "That will be 375 gold coins, uncle." Alaric extended his hand and smirked. Hearing this, Charles laughed while slapping his thigh. "Ha ha ha. You definitely got this side of yours from your mother. All right. 375 gold coins it is then. I only brought 100 gold coins with me. I will send you the remaining gold coins tomorrow before the party starts." Charles grabbed a small pouch from his clothes and handed it to Alaric. "I trust you, uncle. I will send you the herbs later." Alaric kept the pouch and beamed. "All right." Charles seemed to be in a good mood after securing this deal. Although he paid more than the market price, it was worth it. "As long as it would help me become a transcendent knight, I don't mind wasting this little bit of money. Once I successfully advance, I will take everything that is rightfully mine." Charles laughed coldly in his heart. After some small talks with his father and uncle, Alaric left and headed back to his room. When he arrived, he immediately opened the system screen with his thoughts. This was one of the things he discovered in the past month. He could control the cyan screen with his thoughts. He could make it appear and disappear if he willed it. The next day, renowned families from nearby towns and cities came to visit the estate to join the celebration of Alaric's advancement. With the presence of these people, North Pine Town experienced a surge of activity. The streets were packed with tourists, and even merchants who came to sell their goods could be spotted at every turn. The soldiers stationed in the town joined hands with the guards and the night apprentices of the Silversword household to maintain security. Meanwhile, inside House Silversword's estate, as the star of today's event, Alaric was dressed in formal attire. At this moment, he was entertaining a few guests when he noticed some familiar faces in the crowd. They are finally here. Excuse me. Alaric excused himself and walked towards a certain spot to greet the acquaintances he had seen. Vince. It's good to see you guys here. Alaric smiled as he greeted them. Vince, who was wearing a blue tunic, jolted in surprise when he heard the familiar voice. My lord. Behind him were the two sales ladies of the shop, Heir and Griselda. Greetings, Lord Alaric. The ladies bowed respectfully upon seeing him approaching them. Alaric waved his hand. How are you guys? The kids are still learning the production method. They are a bit clumsy, but they are obedient. Vince responded without thinking. Hearing this, Alaric stared at him with a wry smile. I didn't ask about work-related matters, Vince. Oh. Is that so? Vince scratched his head. What about you two? Alaric stared at Heir and Griselda. Both women had been using the scented soap for some time, and there were obvious changes in their appearance. Their skin had become smoother and more delicate. They also exuded the unique fragrant scent of lilies. I have been well, my lord. Thank you for your concern. Heir responded coquettishly. Before she used the scented soap, her only asset was her bombshell body. Back then, she had some acne marks on her face which made her look average. With the frequent use of their products, the acne marks on her face disappeared, making her look more attractive. I'm doing great. Griselda shyly replied. Just like Heir, her physical appearance had also noticeably improved. Her skin looked healthier and smoother. She also became a bit more confident due to the improvement in her looks. I'm glad to hear that. It seems like you ladies have been using the scented soap regularly. You look even more beautiful now. Alaric complimented them, which made the two women giggle. He chatted with them for a while before he went to greet William, who had come with a few children from the orphanage. I'm happy to see you and the children, Sir William. Alaric extended his hand while smiling at the old knight. William grabbed his hand and shook it lightly. Congratulations on your advancement, my lord. What a young knight. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. Alaric chuckled. I'm just a retired knight, my lord. Your future will be even better than mine. The old man responded wholeheartedly. After they exchanged pleasantries, Alaric spoke with the children for quite some time before he went to greet the other guests. By noon, more food was served. Suddenly, a man in his early 20s clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Hello, everyone. I'm Dylan Heinrich, son of Baron Smith Heinrich. Dylan was a tall man with short blonde hair. He looked quite handsome in his leather vest. This man was the son of a baron from a neighboring town called Redunia. Their territory was bigger than North Pine Town, but the military strength of the two households were more or less the same. Everyone, including Alaric, turned their gazes to Dylan, wondering what he wanted to say. To make this event even more exciting, why don't we hold a small competition between our knights? Dylan suggested as he searched for a familiar face in the crowd. When he saw Alaric, his gaze stopped, and he gave the latter a friendly nod. That's a great suggestion. How about we send one knight each to compete? Charles supported the idea, his eyes flashing with a cunning glint. What do you think, Lord Lucas? The crowd looked at the head of the estate to seek his opinion. As the Lord of North Pine Town and the host of the banquet, Lucas had the final say in the matter. Looking at everyone's expectant faces, Lucas could only helplessly agree. Fine. Since everyone is eager to see some competition, I will give you my permission. Thank you for giving your approval, Lord Lucas. I hope you can officiate the competition. Dylan bowed to him. All right. That's fine by me. Lucas agreed with a nod. How would you like this competition to proceed? Lucas asked. Dylan was already prepared to answer this question. To make things easier, how about we do single combat? Each household will send their knights to compete until only the victor remains. Hearing this, Lucas had no objections. Sounds good. Does everyone agree with this? He swept his gaze at the crowd. Fine by me. Let's do that. The guests nodded to show their agreement. Lucas walked towards the middle of the banquet hall and announced, in that case, those who want to join the competition, please send your knights here. The nobles and the martial households who were eager to show off their might immediately sent their knights. The sudden turn of events made the crowd even more excited. Everyone discussed animatedly as they watched the knights step forward one after another. At this moment, there were already 15 knights who had stepped up for the competition. Surprisingly, Dylan Heinrich was one of them. It seems like Lord Dylan is confident in his abilities. Will he be all right against those veteran knights? I think Sir Anthony will win. He has been a knight for decades and he is the most experienced among the participants. The guests looked at a certain middle-aged knight dressed in leather armor. My beloved nephew, why don't you join the fun? A loud voice drifted into everyone's ears. Hearing this, they turned their head and looked at Charles in surprise. What kind of bullshit plan is this guy up to this time? Alaric stared deeply at his uncle. He wants Lord Alaric to join the competition. Didn't he just advance to the knight realm recently? I think it's still too early for him to compete with other knights. Is he that confident in his nephew's skills? Lord Alaric is one of the greatest talents in the Empire, but I don't think he can compete with veteran knights at the moment. There's still a huge gap in experience, and this couldn't be bridged with talent alone. The guests discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, Lucas frowned as he looked at his younger brother. He wondered why Charles was sending his nephew to compete. As if sensing his gaze, Charles smiled and nodded to him. Alaric stepped forward and spoke. Since my uncle has already spoken, then I hope everyone doesn't mind if I join. Everyone stared at him in surprise. They couldn't believe that he would actually agree to join the competition. His bravery alone earned their respect. Lucas stared deeply at Alaric. He even won against his uncle, who was an elite knight. Fighting with these knights shouldn't be an issue as long as he's careful. He had seen his son's skill in swordsmanship. Alaric might lack battle experience, but his raw skill alone was already comparable to veteran knights. Lucas clapped his hand and said, "Then let me announce the rules while the participants are changing into their battle gear." The rules of the competition were simple since it wasn't an official one. Use of mana is prohibited. One must not kill or seriously injure their opponent. Failure to comply with this rule will result in immediate execution. If you are incapacitated or admit defeat, you lose. Does anyone have any objections to the rules I have proposed? Lucas swept his gaze. No one voiced any objection. Good. The single matches will be drawn randomly. To prevent any suspicions of cheating, may I request a volunteer to perform the drawing of lots? Lucas didn't want to be accused of favoring his son, so he made this request to show his impartiality. One of the guests volunteered to draw the lots. A few minutes later, the participants finally received their pairings. Alaric's first opponent was a knight named Cole Woodman. From his appearance, he looked like he was in his late 30s or early 40s. His weapon of choice was the sword, the most common choice among warriors. Alaric sorted his memories, but he had no recollection of this knight. I don't recognize this man. He should be an ordinary knight. At this moment, the first match had already started. In a fight between knights, victory and defeat would be decided in just an instant. The most important factor in determining the winner was the skill level of the knights. Their ability to react to any situation was also important. Of course, this only applies when the use of mana was not included. The first match concluded in just a few seconds. The next participants stepped up and headed to the center of the banquet hall. The crowd's applause and cheers echoed, filling the entire venue with excitement. Some people even started betting on their favorite participants, which made the atmosphere even more thrilling. As the matches continued, Dylan's turn finally came. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the noble ladies immediately cheered for him. Well, I don't want to admit it, but he is indeed a bit more handsome than me. Alaric was speechless by the amount of attention Dylan was getting from the crowd. Just like most warriors, Dylan was also a sword user, but he had an uncommon choice for a sword. Unlike most people who preferred shorter swords for increased mobility, he was using a two-handed longsword. Despite the longsword's advantage in reach, the average warrior wouldn't use this type of sword because of its weight and strict skill requirements. Dylan Heinrich. This guy also participated in the Civil War in my past life, but he was already a transcendent knight at that time. Alaric couldn't help but recall a scene when he witnessed Dylan's might on the battlefield. He was riding his mount at that time with his longsword in his hand. With a single swipe of his sword, multiple enemies would be slain. Other than his skill with the longsword, Dylan was also an expert rider. No matter what type of mount, he managed to control them with ease. Alaric was curious to see how the young Dylan would fight. Dylan's opponent was a spear wielder. He was fast and nimble, which made it harder for Dylan to land a decisive blow. While everyone was watching the fight with heated gazes, Dylan suddenly did something that shocked them. He evaded a vertical slash and released a punch that struck his enemy's shoulder, making the latter stumble and lose his balance. Using this opportunity, Dylan thrust his sword and stopped when his blade was only a few inches away from his opponent's neck. I admit defeat. You fought well. Dylan sheathed his sword and gave his opponent a salute. As the battle concluded, everyone inside the banquet hall erupted into applause. Dylan's enemy was faster and more nimble, but he still won by using a non-conventional tactic. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. To some, it might seem unknightly, but on the battlefield, anyone would use every means to survive, whatever the method was. There was no such thing as chivalry in a real war. The next participants were called. One of them was the knight who everyone believed would come out as the victor of this competition. His name was Anthony Oliver, a veteran knight from Vale. He was nearing his 60s, but his appearance showed no signs of aging. His gaze was like that of an eagle, sharp and intense. The muscles on his arms bulged as he took out his weapon, a halberd that was almost as tall as him. Contrary to his age, Anthony looked like someone in his 40s. He was as tall as Galliner but more muscular than him. Scars were visible on his exposed arms, a clear sign that he had been through many battles. With one look, anyone would be intimidated by him. When Anthony stepped onto the stage, William, who was watching from the distance, revealed a complicated expression. Anthony won without suspense, defeating his opponent in just less than 5 moves. Anthony was just on a whole different level. His ability to wield his halberd, as well as his footwork, was impressive. The crowd cheered for his victory. Soon, the names of the last pair were called. Everyone's eyes gathered upon them. As Alaric stepped onto the stage, he felt the weight of everyone's expectations. If it was another 18-year-old, they might not be able to handle the pressure, but he was different. He was a war veteran in his past life. He had experienced more dangerous situations that made this competition feel trifling to him. Just like the other participants, Alaric's opponent was also a skilled knight who had more than a decade of experience. To the eyes of the crowd, Alaric had no chance of winning. However, some people had different opinions. One of them was Lucas. He had seen Alaric's skills with his own eyes. He even defeated his uncle. Defeating that knight shouldn't be an issue for him. Lucas thought as he announced the commencement of the match. For this match, Alaric wanted to try something new. He gracefully unsheathed a pair of swords and twirled them in his hands in fluid motion, which dazzled the crowd. Lord Alaric is a dual sword wielder. That's even more difficult than using a two-handed longsword. He looks quite skilled in handling two swords. They don't feel or look awkward every time he makes a move. Meanwhile, Alaric's opponent was your typical knight. He was using a sword in his dominant hand and a rectangular shield in his left hand. Mission: Might of House Silversword. Difficulty: Easy. Show everyone the might of House Silversword by winning the competition. Rewards: 150 battle points, 30 EXP, F-rank talent card X1. Penalty for failure: minus 300 battle points. Seeing this, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows in surprise. The penalty was quite severe this time. To accumulate 300 battle points, he needed to do a full month of daily missions. Should I use my stat points to ensure my victory? A thought crossed his mind. At the moment, he still had 35 unallocated stat points. If he used them to increase certain stats, he would have an advantage against knights of the same level. Alaric no longer hesitated. He used up 20 unallocated stat points and distributed them evenly to his agility and strength. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 31 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Strength, 38 plus Stamina, 28 plus Agility, 35 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 27 plus Battle Points, 460 Stat Points, 15. Requirements for next advancement: 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. With a sudden increase in his agility and strength, Alaric felt more confident. At this moment, his opponent suddenly grew impatient and launched a simple probing slash. His sword looked slow in Alaric's eyes. So this is the advantage of having a higher agility. Alaric effortlessly evaded his opponent's sword. He then moved forward in a flash and released a sweep kick. Due to his ghost-like movements, his opponent failed to react in time and lost his footing, stumbling over as he tried to regain his balance. Alaric didn't waste any time and brandished his sword, cleaving it down after a 180-degree spin in midair. His opponent realized his intention and immediately raised his shield as he stumbled backward. As soon as Alaric's sword came in contact with his shield, a powerful force pushed the knight back, throwing him to the ground. What a powerful force! The knight was stunned by the force behind Alaric's sword. Just as he was about to stand up, he sensed a cold sensation on his neck. He looked down and saw Alaric's sword pressing on his neck. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly. I concede. Alaric sheathed his swords and helped the man stand up. It was a good fight. The knight bowed to him and left. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. A young knight who had only advanced a week ago actually managed to defeat an experienced knight in such an overwhelming fashion. Unbelievable. No wonder Lord Charles confidently told Lord Alaric to join the competition. I have never seen someone so proficient in dual sword wielding. Lord Alaric looked so graceful in that battle. Amazing. Alaric's acquaintances were also shocked by his display of skills, especially Rasmus, who was currently watching the competition together with William and the children from the orphanage. So Lord Alaric is this powerful. Rasmus's eyes flashed with admiration. You have followed a great man, Rasmus. You should learn from him. William muttered as he patted his shoulder. The old knight was similarly stunned. He never expected the young knight to be that powerful. Yes, Grandpa. Rasmus clenched his hands with a determined look. Meanwhile, Charles was fuming after the battle concluded. Alaric's swordsmanship was becoming more and more unfathomable in his eyes, and even an elite knight like him felt threatened. He wanted Alaric to join the competition and have him face defeat at the hands of the experienced knights. However, things happened beyond his expectations. So his victory against me wasn't a mere fluke. He realized at that moment that he had severely underestimated his nephew. No. The competition isn't over yet. That old man, Anthony, and that gigolo, Dylan, are still there. They should be able to beat that brat. With Alaric's victory, the first round of the competition finally ended. Another person was called in to draw the lots for the next round of the competition. This time, only 8 participants remained. Each of them was a knight of a higher caliber. Among them, Alaric and Dylan were young, while the remaining 6 had more than a decade of experience. A moment later, the results of the drawing of lots were revealed. The guests' enthusiasm intensified after the pairings for the second round were announced. More people joined in the betting on the candidates, which caused the entire venue to shake with excitement. For the first match of the second round, Alaric Silversword and Lucas announced the first matchup, and the crowd immediately cheered in excitement. In a strength-centric nation like the Estonian Empire, everyone loved to watch the knights fight. It was like a tradition to them. The imperial family even established a battle coliseum where the most powerful knights in the kingdom fought in a formal match to decide who was the strongest. That was how the Estonian Dragon Leaderboard was created, a list that ranks the most powerful in the empire. Other than the glory of having their names etched on the leaderboard, the rankers also annually received generous rewards from the imperial family to keep them motivated. The higher their rank, the more generous their rewards would be. For these reasons, many aspiring warriors from all over the empire wished to one day see their names on the leaderboard. That was how special the Estonian Dragon Leaderboard was. At this moment, if you want to rest, I can give you a few minutes. I don't want to fight an exhausted opponent. Alaric stared at his opponent in surprise. He didn't expect to hear these words from him. This guy is a true knight. Alaric stared at him deeply. Knights like him are always the first ones to die on the battlefield. Alaric respected their discipline and their strict mentality. He was just like them in his past life, but he started changing when he experienced the cruelty of war. I'm fine. We can start our fight now. Alaric unsheathed his swords to reveal his intentions. Seeing this, his opponent no longer hesitated and took out his weapon, a sword with average length. In their first clash, Alaric could tell that this guy was much better than his first opponent. He was more versatile and quicker to react. This guy should be on the same level as Aldrin. Alaric thought to himself. He didn't let the battle drag on and ended it in less than 10 moves. Alaric's victory no longer came as a surprise, considering how he had won his first match. More and more people cheered for him. Even those who were skeptical about his skills no longer doubted him. 2 successive victories against experienced knights wasn't a mere coincidence. At this point, anyone could tell that Alaric was no ordinary knight, even though he had only recently advanced. For the next match, it was Anthony's turn. His opponent was also a great fighter, but his skills still fell short against a much better Anthony. The battle ended with Anthony's victory. In the third match, the person who won was not a knight from any household, but a veteran mercenary who had some fame in Vale. For the last match, it was finally Dylan's turn. He was one of the crowd favorites. The moment he stepped on the stage, the guests were fired up. For this battle, he didn't win as easily as he did in the first round. It wasn't because he was weak, his opponent was just strong. This also made everyone realize that the remaining participants were no longer your average knights. The second round concluded with Dylan's difficult victory. Another person was called to draw the lots for the final 4. When the matchups were announced, everyone was bubbling with excitement. Oh no! Lord Alaric is matched with Sir Anthony. Who do you think will win between them? I'm not sure. They both won their fights convincingly, so it's hard to tell. I think Sir Anthony has the upper hand. His weapon has a longer range, and he is also a bit more powerful. The guests argued over who would win between Alaric and Anthony. Both men were amazing, and they won spectacularly in their battles, so everyone was divided. No one knew how the battle would end. As the two men stepped on the stage, the atmosphere became even more intense. I am surprised by your skills, my lord. I hope that I can give you a good battle. Anthony bowed respectfully. Alaric reciprocated the gesture with a light bow. After Lucas announced the start of the match, the two pulled out their weapons and charged towards each other at the same time. True to his fame, Anthony's halberd was strong and unshakable. Even with Alaric's improved strength, he found that he was still weaker in terms of raw power. His strength alone is already above that of rigor, and his skill should be on the same level as Henry. Alaric couldn't break through Anthony's defense. No matter how fast his sword was, Anthony could block his attack with perfect timing. Meanwhile, he didn't even dare block Anthony's halberd head-on. He hadn't increased his endurance, so if he forcefully blocked Anthony's halberd at his current level, he would only be injured. Should I increase my endurance with my remaining stat points? Anthony was an opponent who couldn't be defeated with his swordsmanship alone. It wasn't that his swordsmanship was weak, but it was because his strength was still lacking to display the true power of his swordsmanship. After some thought, Alaric no longer hesitated. He used his remaining stat points to increase his endurance. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 31 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Strength, 38 Stamina, 28 Agility, 35 Vitality, 27 Endurance, 42 Battle Points, 460 Stat Points, 0, Requirements for Next Advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. With that, he had used up all the stat points he had saved up, but Alaric couldn't care less. After increasing his endurance, he had a feeling that his muscles and bones had become more durable. In the next moment, Alaric no longer evaded Anthony's halberd. He faced the veteran knight head-on and began a fierce clash with him. What is going on? How is he able to block my halberd now? Anthony was stunned by the sudden improvement in Alaric's defense. Earlier, he was still overwhelming Alaric with his halberd, but in the next instant, Alaric could already block his attacks. Meanwhile, Alaric could also sense the huge change. His arms no longer felt like they were tearing apart every time their weapons clashed. He could now withstand the powerful blow of Anthony's halberd. I can win this. Normally, a fight between knights would conclude in just a few moves, but there were cases when the battle dragged on because of the amazing skills of the two fighters. At this moment, Alaric and Anthony had already clashed more than 20 times, and there was still no clear indication of who would come out as the victor. The crowd watched with bated breath as the two knights fought. It was a battle unlike any other. Is Lord Alaric really a new knight? One of the guests murmured with a face full of disbelief. A few people heard him, but no one was in the mood to reply. They were all so shocked by the ongoing battle that they were unable to respond. Anthony Oliver was a Knight of Vale. He had decades of experience, and this cemented his reputation as one of the most powerful knights in the surrounding cities. However, he found himself struggling to win against a newly advanced knight, and this made him feel utterly confounded. Just what kind of son did Baron Lucas raise? The more he fought with Alaric, the more stunned he became. Alaric didn't fight like the newbie everyone thought he was. He was like a seasoned veteran who had fought countless battles, but the most impressive thing about him was his swordsmanship. Alaric's every move was calculated, and there were no extra movements. He wasn't even trying to be flashy, but he moved with such elegance that it almost looked like he was doing a performance. What a dazzling swordsmanship! Anthony had never seen something like this before. It was beautiful and dreadful at the same time. As the battle continued, Antony's stamina was starting to decline. His halberd was getting heavier and heavier. "I'm getting old." Antony lowered his halberd and muttered while lightly shaking his head. "I concede." No one expected him to surrender in the middle of the fight, but the crowd accepted the result. Alaric's abilities had surpassed their expectations. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled among knights. "Thank you, my lord. It was a good fight. Unfortunately, I'm already too old to give you a satisfactory battle." Antony gave a snappy knight's salute. Alaric sheathed his swords and returned the salute. "What are you saying, Sir Antony? If we were to use mana, I would have no chance to defeat you. I have learned a lot from this battle." "Thank you." Antony merely smiled at his words. He knew that Alaric was just saying those words to make him feel better. Although he had more mana than Alaric at this moment, it was only a matter of time before he would surpass him given Alaric's potential. For this battle, it is Alaric's victory. Lucas announced the results. The venue shook with excitement after his announcement. "Holy shit. He actually won. Ha ha ha. I didn't bet on the wrong person. I knew Lord Alaric could do it. My precious gold coins are gone now." While everyone was talking about Alaric's victory, one person was seething with anger. How could this be? He even defeated Anthony Oliver. Is Lucas's blood really that strong? Charles could hardly contain his emotions. "Lord Charles, you must be feeling proud to have such a powerful nephew. Congratulations." A voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Charles almost vomited blood when he heard those words. He turned his head and saw that it was an official from Vale, an old man named Chandler. Under the city lord were 10 officials who helped him in managing Vale. Chandler was the oldest official among the 10, and he had already served 3 city lords. As arrogant as he was, Charles didn't dare provoke this old man, so he could only swallow his anger. "Am I so obvious, Sir Chandler?" He forced out a smile. The old official chuckled as he stroked his beard. "No wonder you suggested for him to join the competition. I thought you just wanted him to gain some experience. I never expected that Lord Alaric was such a skillful swordsman. Ha ha ha. But of course. Whose nephew do you think he is?" Charles laughed. He used the chance to strike up a conversation with the old man. At this moment, the next participants were already called to the stage. Dylan Heinrich stepped forward. He was confident when he suggested this competition, but his confidence started to fade away when he saw how powerful the other participants were, especially Alaric, who had only turned 18. "I was too arrogant. I thought that my talent was one of the best in the Empire. Compared to Alaric, I'm nothing," Dylan thought to himself. However, I won't give up just like that. Talent isn't the only factor that determines the growth of an individual. Talent without effort is meaningless. I will use this opportunity to sharpen my blade and prepare myself for the future battles that I will face. With renewed confidence, Dylan's eyes flashed with unshakable resolve. His opponent finally stepped onto the stage. Arthur Valcan, a veteran mercenary who was only a step away from becoming an elite knight. He was a decade younger than Anthony, but the battles he had faced were as numerous as the old knight. He was born a commoner, and he was sold off by his parents to a mercenary group when he was young. At the early age of 6, he was forced to learn swordsmanship. He had no choice since he was already their possession. Through the years he stayed with the mercenary group that bought him. He hated his parents, and he also hated the mercenary group that separated him from his family. However, as the years went by, he gradually became accustomed to his life as a mercenary. He had even forgotten his parents who had heartlessly sold him off. At this moment, he had already freed himself from the mercenary group and established his name in the industry. "My name is Arthur Valcan. Arthur greeted his opponent with a simple bow. Arthur wore a simple leather armor and a pair of leather wrist guards. His face was covered in slash wounds, and he also had a gnarly scar on the left side of his face that exposed his teeth. With one look on his face, anyone could tell how he had lived his life. Because of his scar, Arthur spoke with a weird voice, but no one dared to make fun of him. They had seen how he had defeated his opponents in the earlier match. He overwhelmed them with sheer power alone. Arthur's main weapon was a giant mace, but it was too dangerous to use in this competition, so he used a two-handed broadsword instead. Even though he didn't use his main weapon, he still managed to defeat his opponents without difficulty. As soon as their battle began, Dylan took the initiative to attack. He brandished his longsword, causing a sharp whooshing sound in the air. My sword has a longer reach. I need to use this to my advantage and not let him land a heavy blow on me. Dylan was aware of his opponent's power. He wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. Arthur wasn't your average warrior. He had faced numerous enemies on the battlefield, and he had already mastered the ability to react in any situation. He expertly blocked Dylan's longsword with precise maneuvers. Clang! 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 The latter's longsword couldn't even touch Arthur's armor. Arthur was like a mountain, steady and firm. No matter how hard Dylan pushed his sword, he couldn't force Arthur to take a step back. In the end, Arthur capitalized on Dylan's decreasing momentum to make a counterattack. After less than 10 moves, Dylan was forced to concede. Who would have thought that a mercenary would actually progress this far? I can't believe he defeated Lord Dylan in such a manner. It didn't even look like he struggled in that fight. Lord Dylan is still young. He has plenty of time to train. So the final battle is between Lord Alaric and Sir Arthur. Who do you guys think will win? Arthur was given some time to rest before the final match against Alaric. In the meantime, the guests started betting on their favorite participants, making the banquet hall boisterous and entertaining. At this moment, Alaric was drinking a glass of water he got from Elena. Good luck, my lord. Please do your best on your next battle. The little girl cheered for him. Alaric smiled upon hearing her words. I will. A few moments later, the two remaining participants were finally called up. Alaric stared at Arthur. Arthur Valcan. This man died during the orc invasion in my past life. He was hired by Vale to support the city's soldiers in fighting the orcs. He fought bravely against those monsters without retreating. Unfortunately, he encountered an elite orc warrior and was killed in that battle. The orc invasion was an event that would happen a few years from now. When this happened in his past life, Lucas was already dead, and it was Alaric who lent support to Vale in stopping the orcs. At that time, Alaric had only become a knight, so his contribution in that battle was minimal. In the end, Vale managed to repel the orc army with the support of the neighboring cities and towns. It was one of the major battles that he had participated in before the Civil War. I have heard a lot about you, Sir Arthur. You managed to become that strong despite the difficulties you had faced in your life. I admire you. Alaric spoke with a sincere tone. Arthur was taken aback by his words. Most people feared him because of his looks, while others even looked down on him because of his lowly origins. It was the first time he heard someone express admiration for him. Don't expect me to go easy on you because of those words, he muttered while staring deeply at the young knight. When he first heard about Alaric's advancement, he was filled with envy and curiosity. He was envious of Alaric's family, who had always supported their son's growth. He was also curious about Alaric, who was believed to have a talent that was on par with the Emperor's. Now that he had seen him, he realized that Alaric was more approachable than he had imagined. He was respectful and friendly, unlike most noble heirs he had known. Alaric chuckled at his words. I will be honored to fight you at your best, he muttered. After exchanging some words, the two went into battle position. Soon, the two moved at the same time and clashed. Clang! Clang! The loud collision of their weapons echoed within the banquet hall. When they clashed, Arthur finally realized why a knight with decades of experience like Anthony was defeated at the hands of Alaric. No wonder he won against Sir Anthony. What a fearsome swordsmanship! Now that he had experienced it for himself, he found out the horror of Alaric's swordsmanship. It was beautiful, precise, and strong. He thought that he would be able to overwhelm Alaric with his brute force, but the guy always managed to deflect or block his broadsword without showing any signs of difficulty. How is he so strong at this age? Meanwhile, Alaric was enjoying their battle. There is no technique behind his sword, just pure brute force. His fighting style is just like his personality, simple and fierce. I want this guy. Alaric had a strong desire to have Arthur in the household. It wasn't just because of his skills, but also because of his honest personality. He might be old, but age won't stop someone's potential, especially someone like Arthur who has a firm and determined heart. If I defeat you here, please work for me. Alaric didn't hesitate to voice out his intentions. Arthur raised his eyebrows upon hearing his words. Then you better give it your all, my lord. I need to end this soon before I run out of stamina. Arthur was starting to accumulate fatigue after the repeated clashes with Alaric. The latter was fast and crafty. He had to stay alert at all times to block Alaric's attacks. One mistake in the fight would be over. Without the help of mana, I can't hold on to this weapon for very long. He was using a two-handed broadsword which was almost 10 kilograms in weight. Normally, he would use mana to lessen the pressure on his arms, but he couldn't use mana in this competition. He wouldn't be able to wield a heavy weapon like this for a long time with just pure strength alone. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he looked at Alaric, who was still full of energy. How is he not tired after moving around like that? How I wish to be young again. As the battle continued, Arthur's movements became sluggish and he could hardly block Alaric's swords. I can still fight. Arthur's eyes flashed with determination. Despite the extreme fatigue he was feeling, he brandished his two-handed broadsword with all his might in an attempt to defeat Alaric in one final move. Seeing this, Alaric wasn't flustered. He could see the trajectory of Arthur's sword because it was moving so slowly in his eyes. I can evade this if I want to, but I don't want to win in that manner. I have to thoroughly defeat him. As he thought of this, Alaric lunged forward and spun twice in midair to gain momentum. He then cleaved down both swords to meet Arthur's broadsword. A violent clanging sound echoed as their weapons clashed. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Arthur's broadsword. In the next moment, the blade of his sword broke apart. Alaric immediately stopped his sword before it touched Arthur's body. Mission complete. You received 150 battle points, 30 EXP, and F-rank talent card X1. The cheering of the crowd fell on deaf ears as the cyan screen appeared in front of him. Do you want to use the F-rank talent card? Upon seeing this, Alaric clicked, yes, out of habit. You awakened the F-rank 6th sense talent. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 61 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, 6th Sense, F, Strength, 38 Stamina, 28 Agility, 35 Vitality, 27 Endurance, 42 Battle Points, 610 Stat Points, 0. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He gained another talent, but he was unsure what it was for. I'll deal with this later. He thought as he closed the cyan screen with a thought. He then searched for Arthur from the crowd and saw him walking away with a regretful expression. Alaric immediately chased after him. Sir Arthur. He called out to the mercenary. Arthur stopped in his tracks and turned his head. What can I do for you, my lord? I'm serious about my invitation earlier. Please stay after the banquet. I'd like to speak with you, Alaric stated without hesitation. Arthur shook his head. I'm just an old knight, my lord. I have already exhausted my potential. I might be powerful among knights, but that's already my limit. I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. He sounded downcast when he uttered those words. Hearing this, Alaric smiled faintly. Sir Arthur, it's too early for you to give up on reaching a higher level. I believe in your potential. Please give me a chance to speak with you after the celebration. He didn't want to give up on this man. Arthur was being held back by his inferiority complex and his lack of resources. Once this would be addressed, advancing to the next level wasn't impossible. Arthur felt the sincerity in his words. He also felt something light up from deep within him when he stared at Alaric's eyes. After a moment of silence, Arthur finally nodded. All right. I will spare some time to chat with you, my lord. Great. I can't wait. Alaric beamed after getting him to accept his invitation. Now, he just needed to convince him. The celebration continued after the unofficial competition between the knights, and everyone congratulated Alaric for his victory. Most of the guests expressed their desire to marry off their daughters to Alaric, but Lucas gave them a vague answer. He didn't want to force his son into an arranged marriage. He felt that it would hinder Alaric's potential and affect his mental health. Lucas didn't want to see that happen. At this moment, Alaric was chatting with someone when he noticed Anthony Oliver walking in William's direction. Excuse me. Alaric immediately excused himself and went to see the situation. As soon as he got closer, he saw Anthony giving William a respectful salute. Greetings, Commander William. Alaric's eyes widened when he heard his words. Is Sir William the former commander of Vale's armed forces? William waved his hand and shook his head. What are you talking about? I have already retired. I'm no longer your commander. That's true, but I would feel wrong if I didn't greet you like this, sir. Anthony sighed to himself upon seeing William's aged face. There wasn't a semblance of the glorious commander that he once was. It's all in the past. I'm just an ordinary old man now. William muttered with a forced smile. As he approached them, Alaric could feel the pain and the regret in the old man's eyes. I haven't given up on searching for dragon tail ferns, sir. Just wait a bit more. I only need a few more stalks to have enough for your advancement. Anthony spoke with a resolute gaze. Alaric faked a cough and said, I'm sorry. I overheard your conversation. Lord Alaric. Anthony and the old man stared at him in surprise. Talk about the timing of his arrival. I might be able to help you with this matter. Alaric smiled as he uttered those words. Are you speaking the truth, my lord? Anthony was agitated by his words. William's declining health had been a great concern for him. As his former subordinate, he didn't want to see his commander suffer quietly after his long service. Alaric nodded. But before that, can you explain what's going on? This is the first time I've heard of this. He hadn't heard about William in his past life. This meant that the old man had most likely perished without finding a solution to his problem. Anthony didn't speak right away. He looked at the old man to seek his opinion. It was only when William nodded his head that Anthony replied. It's a long story, so I'll make it short. Sir William failed to advance to the Transcendent Knight realm, and this caused him to be significantly injured. The only way to heal him is for him to successfully advance, but this attempt would require a lot of dragon tail ferns. Hearing this, Alaric rubbed his chin thoughtfully. How many stalks do you need exactly? We need around 15 stalks, but even with that much, it's still not guaranteed, Anthony responded in a heavy tone. 15 stalks. Alaric thought that the old man would need more. It seemed like he had underestimated the efficacy of the herb. Anthony nodded. I already have 7 stocks with me, so I'm only lacking 8 to collect 15. Just forget about it. Dragon tail ferns are not easy to find, and just one stock is worth around 15 to 20 gold coins, or possibly even more. William shook his head and sighed. I see. Sir William just needs dragon tail ferns, right? Alaric smiled all of a sudden. Seeing his expression, Anthony's eyes flashed with hope. Could it be? You have some dragon tail ferns, my lord. William stared at Alaric in surprise. Even for a noble household, such herbs were rare and hard to find. Alaric nodded. We managed to acquire some stocks, and I have more than what you need. Is that true? Anthony wanted to inquire further, but William stopped him with a raise of his hand. What do you want in return, my lord? I don't think you are giving them for free. William asked with narrowed eyes. He had already negotiated once with Alaric, so he had some degree of understanding about him. Alaric's smile deepened. William was truly a perceptive man. The old man understood his intentions without an explanation. As you both know, dragon tail ferns are strategic resources. Every household would only use them for their people. House Silversword is just a small barony, but we also need the herb to help our knights advance and increase their mana. If I offer the herbs to you, we would lose a substantial portion of our stock, and it might even affect our knights' advancement and mana training. If Sir William promises to work for me, I won't just give you 15 stocks. I will offer you 20 to help you in your advancement. Alaric calmly stated his intention. This was an elite knight who had a chance of advancing to the next realm. 20 stocks might be a lot, but so what? A transcendent knight was worth more than 20 stocks of dragon tail ferns. In the household, only his father was a transcendent knight. If he managed to get William to serve him, the household would gain a powerful warrior. Anthony's eyes widened upon hearing his words. That's not possible. William shook his head. I have already promised my wife that I will never return to that kind of life. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my lord, but I have to decline your offer. William firmly rejected it with a calm look. Anthony looked like he wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. Alaric didn't expect to get rejected. He sighed regretfully while shaking his head. I respect your decision, Sir William. It was insensitive of me to take advantage of your predicament. I will deliver the 15 stocks to you after the banquet. Please forgive me. Excuse me. He then bowed to the 2 old knights and left without looking back. It was a bit regretful, but he couldn't force the matter. He didn't want to destroy his relationship with the orphanage because of his greed, so he decisively took a step back. Looking at Alaric's back, the 2 old knights were silent for a moment. Did he just say that he will deliver 15 stocks to you after the banquet? Anthony muttered as if he couldn't believe his ears. That's what he said. William shrugged. He never thought that Alaric would give up just like that. We will know if he is speaking the truth. I'll stay here and wait with you. For Anthony, this was a chance that he didn't want to pass up. At this moment, Rasmus, who was dressed comfortably, approached. Grandpa, I saw you guys talking with Lord Alaric. What did you guys talk about? Rasmus asked with a curious look. William glared at him, making the teen shrink his neck in fear. The celebration resumed until evening, and another activity was held to entertain the guests. A famous troupe was invited for the evening activity. It was a group that had recently become famous in the neighboring cities. As soon as they stepped on the stage, the guests watched their performances with great attention. Dad really prepared a lot for this celebration. Alaric thought to himself as he watched the performance. The joyous atmosphere made him temporarily forget his worries. I wish this kind of peace would last longer. Unfortunately, he was aware that this wish would never come true. 5 months from now, a large group of goblins would come to attack North Pine Town. When this attack happened in his past life, he was yet to become a knight, so he wasn't able to join the battle. However, things were different now. He didn't want to be powerless like he was in his past life. After the celebration, Alaric sent Galliner to give William the 15 stalks he had promised. "Lord Alaric asked me to give this to you." Galliner handed a wooden box to William. "An elite knight. When did House Silversword get another warrior at this level?" Anthony stared at Galliner in shock. Although the latter suppressed his power, Anthony still sensed the overwhelming mana he possessed. William took the wooden box. "Thank you. I'll speak with Lord Alaric soon and personally give him my thanks." This was Alaric's goodwill, so he didn't reject it this time. "If you want to use the items inside the box, you are free to use the empty rooms in the mansion," Galliner reminded. "There's no hurry," William replied. There were still plenty of guests in the venue. Using the herbs might attract unwanted attention, so he didn't want to absorb them for the time being. "All right. My job here is done." Galliner gave them a fist-palm salute before he turned around and left. "Sir, that guy is an elite knight," Anthony exclaimed as soon as Galliner left. William nodded. "I know. And he is not an ordinary elite knight either. He is probably stronger than the current commander of Vale's armed forces." "That powerful?" Anthony was surprised by his words. "I don't know how it happened, but he works for Lord Alaric now. The young man, if given enough time, would definitely become a renowned figure like his father, Lord Lucas." William spoke with a serious voice. "Enough about that. Let's see if he really gave the real thing." Anthony turned his attention to the wooden box. William looked around. When he noticed that there was no one nearby, he slowly opened the lid of the box, revealing mature dragon tail ferns. William immediately closed the box after seeing what was inside. "It's the real deal. He really gave you 15 stalks just like that. Unbelievable." Anthony was stunned. William carefully kept the wooden box and stared in a certain direction. "I will remember this favor, Lord Alaric." Meanwhile, in a small pavilion beside the venue, Alaric was having a serious conversation with Arthur. "Sir Arthur, you already know my intentions, so I won't beat around the bush. Please work for me." Alaric stared deeply at the old mercenary. Arthur furrowed his eyebrows. "Why did you choose me, my lord? I'm already old, and I have already used up my potential. I don't think there is anything special about me." "Yes, you're right. You are already past the best age for mana training, but who said that you no longer have any potential?" Alaric chuckled. To him, potential was just secondary. The one thing he liked about Arthur was his loyalty and skills. Potential can be supplemented with enough resources, and House Silversword can give you enough to advance to higher realms. "Sir Arthur, tell me your lifelong wish." "My lifelong wish." Arthur's eyes spaced out as he entered into deep thought. "I want my name to be etched on the Estanian Dragon leaderboard." The mercenary was embarrassed when he muttered those words. He thought that Alaric would laugh at his ridiculous wish, but the latter only nodded calmly. "What a coincidence. I also wish to one day have my name etched on the leaderboard." "Sir Arthur, if you had enough resources, do you think you can fulfill your wish?" Alaric smiled. Arthur didn't expect him to say such a thing, but considering the potential he had shown, there was a high chance for Alaric to have his place in the leaderboard. "I'm not sure, my lord, but if I had the resources, I would definitely give it my all to realize my dream no matter how difficult the road may be. Since you have confidence in me, I am willing to serve you. Whether you want me to be your sword or your shield, I, Arthur Valcan, will follow your commands." The old mercenary bent his knee as he solemnly uttered the knight's oath. Alaric smiled and placed his hand on the mercenary's shoulder. "You will not regret this choice, Sir Arthur." And that was how Alaric managed to get an experienced knight to serve him. 2 months later, on the 16th of November in the Estanian calendar, Alaric had just completed his daily mission. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 129 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 38 plus Stamina, 28 plus Agility, 35 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 1290 Stat Points, 68. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. After training for 2 months, I realized that I could no longer increase my mana and my physical abilities through normal methods. The only way for me to increase them is by adding stat points. I have only collected 68 stat points after 2 months of doing the daily missions. This progress is too slow. I wish there was another mission for me. Alaric sighed while shaking his head. I'll slowly increase my stats. Let's start by pushing my strength to 100. Alaric used 62 unallocated stat points on his strength, which immediately elevated it to 100. Now, he was only left with 6 stat points. He tried adding more stat points to his strength, but he found out that he couldn't add more points to it. So at my current level, 100 is the limit. Without hesitation, he added the remaining 6 stat points to his stamina, pushing it to 34. Alaric could sense the changes in his body. Without even checking it, he could tell that his muscles and bones had undergone massive changes. So this is how it feels like to max out my strength. I think I can even smash through a thick wall with a single punch. Alaric thought as he looked at his clenched fist. Suddenly, he noticed a servant running towards him with an urgent look. "My lord." Alaric raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" The servant took a moment to catch his breath before he responded. "Our soldiers discovered something in the evergreen forest." Alaric narrowed his eyes. "Have you told the Baron about this?" "Yes, my lord. His lordship is already on his way to the evergreen forest." The servant replied cautiously. Alaric didn't waste any time. He immediately gathered his men and brought them to the evergreen forest. Galliner was currently guarding the soap shop in Vale, so he only took Arthur and some knight apprentices. Looking at the departing figures, Rasmus furrowed his eyebrows. I wonder what happened out there for Lord Alaric to react like that. He lowered his gaze and looked at his sword. He noticed that his hands were already full of cuts and calluses. This was caused by the strict training that he had undertaken together with the other prospective knight apprentices. In the last 2 months, he had learned a lot of things, including basic close combat, horse riding, and swordsmanship. All prospective talents were also taught the basic commands and hand signals. Rasmus was no longer the ordinary teen that he was before, but he was still unsatisfied with his performance. "I'm still too weak. I'm not even a knight apprentice yet. I must work harder so I can be of help to Lord Alaric." As he thought of this, Rasmus tightened his grip on the sword and resumed his training. Meanwhile, Alaric's group had already left the estate and arrived at the streets of North Pine Town. Seeing the townspeople blocking the path, Arthur urged his horse to move ahead of Alaric. "Make way!" he shouted at the pedestrians. When the people saw them rushing urgently along the streets, they immediately vacated the road. Soon, they left the town and arrived at the evergreen forest where a group of knights had already gathered. Alaric raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to slow down. "My lord." Alaric saluted the Baron with a serious look. Lucas turned his head and nodded to him. "Come here and take a look at this." Alaric could see a green creature the height of a human child lying on the grass, bleeding from a stab wound on its chest. It was no longer moving, but everyone had grim faces as they stared at the creature's corpse. Alaric jumped down from his mount and approached the creature's body, observing it closely. "This is a goblin scout," Alaric muttered after seeing the creature's outfit and weapon, a crude leather armor and a bone knife. He had some encounters with goblins in his past life, so he was familiar with their behavior and characteristics. Goblins usually send scouts to search for suitable targets. When a target has been found, they would then send their troops to attack. These creatures were small, but they were smarter than common wild animals. They had the intelligence of a human child. There were even goblins who could speak. Other than their unusually high intelligence, they also moved in large groups, which made them even more dangerous. An adult goblin was comparable to a knight apprentice in terms of strength. Stronger goblins were even as powerful as knights. Hearing Alaric's remarks, Lucas was a bit surprised. He didn't recall teaching Alaric about goblin traits. You're right. This is a goblin scout. Since this guy has made its way here, this means that there are more of them out there. Lucas muttered in a flat tone. Alaric frowned at his words. From his memory, there were still 3 months until the goblins would attack North Pine Town, but he couldn't be sure that things would go as they did in his previous life. My lord, we need to form a search party to look for traces of goblin tribes near the town, Alaric suggested while facing the Baron. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you think the goblins would come to attack the town? Alaric nodded. When goblin tribes send their scouts, it's usually to look for suitable targets. They are cruel and greedy creatures. They like human flesh the most from what I know, so there is a high chance that they will attack the town. He spoke with great certainty. He had to convince his father here to ensure that they would be prepared for the goblin attack. From what he remembered, the goblin attack would kill more than 10 ordinary soldiers and 3 knight apprentices. It was a small casualty considering the large number of enemy goblins, but it could be prevented with enough preparation. Lucas touched his chin and pondered for a while. All right. Do you think you can handle this task on your own? He wanted to see if his son was willing to take on such a dangerous task. It was a test and also a form of recognition of Alaric's ability. Seeing the expectant expression on his father's face, Alaric nodded with a grim look. I will do my best, my lord. Alaric bowed his head lightly. Yes, my lord. Lucas shifted his gaze and commanded his subordinates. Get rid of this corpse. Yes, my lord. Mission, destroy the goblin tribe by difficulty, easy rewards, 200 battle points, 50 EXP, and 5 stat points penalty for failure. Minus 400 battle points. Alaric's eyes flashed with joy the moment the cyan screen appeared before him. He had been waiting for a mission all this time, and it finally came to him. He had almost become sick of doing the daily missions. Alaric closed the screen and turned his head to Arthur, who was standing behind him. Let's return to the estate. Yes, my lord. Alaric jumped on his mount and squeezed his legs, urging it to move. Arthur and the rest of his subordinates quickly followed. As soon as they returned to the estate, Alaric immediately formed 4 groups, with each group consisting of 1 knight and 4 knight apprentices. Alaric and Arthur led a group each, while the remaining 2 were led by Aldrin and Henry. Now that everyone is here, I'll tell you what you should do. Alaric proceeded with the plan after forming the groups. 3 days had passed since Alaric's group started searching for traces of goblins. The 4 teams had already searched half of the evergreen forest, but they still hadn't found anything. They should be around here somewhere. Did I miss something? Alaric sorted his memories. He didn't have concrete information about the goblin tribe's location. He only knew that it was his father's elite force led by Commander Warwick who had found their exact location. Do I really need to invite Sir Warwick to join the search? Warwick Mason was an elite knight and the commander of House Silversword's armed forces. He was also Lucas's right-hand man and his most trusted confidant. Without Lucas's approval, even Alaric wouldn't be able to command Warwick to move. That was how special his position was in the household. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, Henry discovered some unusual tracks on the ground. Henry crouched and inspected the tracks closely. These aren't traces of wild animals. His eyes narrowed into slits. It must be them. Henry stood up and made a whistling sound to call his scattered subordinates. A moment later, 4 knight apprentices dressed in leather armor appeared and gathered before him. Looking at them, Henry pointed at the tracks he found and said, "I think we found our target." The 4 knight apprentices raised their eyebrows in surprise. They lowered their gazes and observed the traces on the ground. They weren't professional hunters, but even they could tell that these weren't animal tracks. "What should we do, sir?" one of the knight apprentices asked in a low voice. Henry's expression turned serious as he responded, "From this moment, we need to move as a group. Follow me closely and make sure not to make a sound. We have to ascertain the location of the goblin tribe before we report back to Lord Alaric." "Yes, sir." "Let's go." Henry led his team to follow the traces. They moved carefully and silently, ensuring that no creatures would be alerted. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a more secluded part of the evergreen forest. The trees here were taller and their leaves were denser, making it hard for sunlight to pass through. The lack of sunlight made it difficult for smaller plants to thrive. Only the stubborn weeds and parasitic mushrooms managed to survive. The strange vegetation made the group feel uneasy. At this moment, Henry waved his hand, signaling his group to get down. The old knight hid behind a big tree and carefully took a peek. A few hundred meters from them, he noticed some crudely made treehouses as well as a flickering light which probably came from a bonfire. Henry made another hand gesture to his team, informing them about what he saw. The knight apprentices cautiously stuck their head out to confirm this. "I'm positive. This is the goblin tribe that we are looking for," Henry whispered with certainty. "Should we do more investigations, sir?" Hearing this, Henry shook his head. "No. If we go further, they might discover us. We don't want to alert those guys. Doing more observations would only endanger the team, especially considering that there were only 5 of them with 4 being knight apprentices. Once they were discovered, they would have to fight the entire goblin tribe, which was no different than a death sentence." The 4 knight apprentices became silent. "Let's go back and report what we saw here to Lord Alaric," Henry decisively instructed the team. "Yes, sir." Alaric returned to the estate with a gloomy look on his face. His team scoured their designated areas, but they found no evidence of goblin activity. "It's already the 3rd day, but we still haven't found any clue." While he was grumbling at their terrible luck, he suddenly noticed another team entering the estate. "My lord, we found the goblins' camp," Henry reported after greeting him with a salute. Hearing this, Alaric was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Where is it?" Henry took out a map of the evergreen forest and pointed at a certain location. "We found their camp here. We didn't make detailed observations since there is a high chance that they would be alerted." Alaric stared closely at the map and furrowed his eyebrows. It was in the northeastern part of the forest where the evergreens were overgrown and parasitic plants were aplenty. No wonder we weren't able to find them. It turns out that they are hidden in that place. "Great job, Sir Henry. I will make sure that this is reported to the Baron. You will receive your rewards, but we must deal with the important matters first." Henry smiled as he nodded. "Yes, my lord." Getting Alaric's guarantee was enough. He knew that this young heir was in possession of a large number of dragon-tail ferns. If he was given some, he might advance to the elite knight earlier than he had anticipated. "You guys should rest first. We will depart tomorrow before sunrise." Alaric dismissed them. He then quickly headed to his father's study room to report this discovery. It was 30 minutes before 7 and Lucas was still busy dealing with administrative affairs. Bastion was there to help him, but the number of documents on the table didn't seem to have lessened even after a day of work. I'm tired. Let's call it a day. Lucas muttered as he put down the document he was reading. Bastion didn't say anything and just quietly bowed to him. Knock. 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 Hearing the urgent knocking on the door, Lucas raised his eyebrows and said, "Come in." Alaric pushed the door open and nodded to his father and Bastion. "Father, I mean. My lord." Henry's team discovered the goblin settlement. Alaric didn't make the Baron wait when he saw the latter's tired look. Hearing this, the Baron frowned. The goblin issue was one of the things that was always on his mind. "So what are your plans?" Lucas muttered while staring intently at his son. "Goblins have sharp eyesight and they can see clearly in the dark, so I decided to conduct the investigation tomorrow. Once we have gathered enough information about the goblin settlement, I will make a detailed plan on how to attack them." He had already thought it through. Lucas was satisfied with Alaric's decision. He wasn't hasty for success and was even patient enough to wait for the opportune moment. "Just tell me if you need anything." Lucas didn't mind giving him some help. After all, dealing with a goblin tribe wouldn't be easy. Alaric didn't reject his offer. "I'll let you know when I need your help." The next day, Elena woke up early because she knew that Alaric would leave the town again to investigate something. She didn't know the details of the mission, but she knew that it was dangerous since he always brought the knights and the knight apprentices with him every time he went out. While she was heading to Alaric's room, she jolted when she saw him walking by the hallway dressed in his leather armor and with 2 swords tied to his waist. "My lord," she called out, feeling surprised. Alaric was also taken aback. "Nana." He didn't expect to see her on his way out of the mansion. "Are you leaving again?" Elena approached him, her eyes filled with worry and concern. Alaric smiled faintly and gently brushed her hair with his hand. "I have to." Elena grabbed his hand and muttered, "Please be careful, my lord." Feeling the warmth of her hands, Alaric squeezed them gently as he replied, "I will. Remember to stay close to my mother while I'm gone," he reminded her. Elena nodded obediently. "Yes, my lord." "Good." Alaric smiled and embraced her. "I will be back soon." After spending some time with Elena, Alaric headed outside the mansion to meet with the others. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, he saw the knights and the knight apprentices waiting for him with serious expressions on their faces. Everyone was already informed that the goblin settlement had been found and that their mission was to further investigate the layout of the settlement as well as the specific numbers of the goblins. "Everyone, I believe your team leaders had already informed you about the situation, but in case you still haven't been informed, I will go over it one more time." Alaric told them the details of the mission and the tasks of every team. For this operation, each team had a different task. This was to maximize the investigation in a short amount of time. Lastly, please be careful out there. Our goal is only to investigate, so we must avoid combat. If by chance you are discovered, send the signal and retreat immediately. Alaric sternly reminded them. "Yes, my lord." Everyone responded in unison. "All right. Let's move out." The 4 teams left the estate as a group. The sun hadn't risen yet, so there were only a few people on the streets of the town. By the time they arrived near the goblin settlement, weak rays of light started filtering through the dense forest. It was the crack of dawn and also the time when goblins changed their shifts. This was the reason why Alaric specifically chose this time to investigate the settlement. He wanted to make use of this tiny gap in the defense to have his subordinates observe the goblin camp in more detail. At this moment, the 4 teams had already moved separately to do their investigations. Just as I guessed, those bastards are still sloppy when it comes to guard duties. Alaric remarked internally when he saw the goblins' relaxed behavior. Suddenly, he caught sight of a larger goblin dressed in leather armor with a metal breastplate. A hobgoblin. No wonder some knight apprentices were killed in my past life. It must be because of that guy. Hobgoblins are significantly more powerful than goblins. They were as tall as adult humans and their strength was nearing the fatal grade. They also possessed higher intelligence and they could even speak the human tongue. Hold on. I'm missing something. Even if there's a hobgoblin, it should be impossible for it to kill 3 knight apprentices alone. His expression hardened when he realized something important. In his past life, Warwick Mason and even his father, House Silversword, joined the battle against the goblin tribe. With their presence, it was impossible for a single hobgoblin to run amok. This means there was more than just one hobgoblin in this settlement. Thinking about this, Alaric's face turned grim. Suddenly, the sound of a firework exploding echoed in the sky, making Alaric and his team look up in unison. A distress signal. There's an accident. It's a signal from Sir Aldrin's team. One of the knight apprentices in Alaric's team exclaimed. What should we do, my lord? Should we head to their location and provide support? Another muttered with a hint of unease. Everyone stared at Alaric and waited for his decision. The other teams should be heading to Aldrin's group after they heard the signal. They should be fine as long as they don't encounter the hobgoblins. Alaric thought deeply as he observed the goblin settlement. At this moment, the hobgoblin he saw earlier was already gone. It had probably left to check the situation after it heard the noise. Only a few goblin soldiers stayed to protect the camp. After a moment of silence, Alaric stood up and pulled out his swords. With a sharp gaze, he muttered, "We are heading to their camp. Take out your weapons and follow me." Upon hearing his commands, the 4 knight apprentices were startled. They were unable to comprehend the reason behind his decision. However, they had been trained to follow instructions, so they took out their weapons after a split second of hesitation. While they are distracted, we must kill as many goblins as we can. Move out. Alaric issued a command before he charged straight to the goblin sentries. This wasn't part of the plan. He made this decision promptly after considering the situation. With most of the elite goblins out, Alaric wanted to make use of the chance to eliminate the ones left in the settlement. There were some risks, but he believed that they could pull it off. The goblin sentries noticed them late, so they weren't able to react preemptively. Alaric mercilessly cut off the head of a goblin soldier in one single slash. After the first kill, his eyes displayed extreme disgust and rage for the green creatures. Die, you fucking bastards. Die. Die. For the first time since his regression, Alaric revealed his racism towards goblins. The knight apprentices behind Alaric were dumbfounded when they saw him killing the goblin sentry with zeal. The stoic image that he had imprinted upon them took a massive hit, and they almost thought that this wasn't Alaric but an entirely different person. The sudden change in his expression and behavior was so abrupt that they had no time to comprehend what was happening. While the knight apprentices were still reeling in shock, Alaric had already lunged at the second goblin. He made a diagonal slash with his sword which effortlessly cut the poor goblin in half. The remaining goblin sentries stared at the crazed human with fear. It was a natural instinct that one would feel after seeing an incredibly powerful predator. Eek! Eek! He! The goblin sentries communicated in weird, high-pitched squealing voices which were uncannily similar to the sound that hyenas make. As if they had made a tacit agreement, the goblins pounced at Alaric simultaneously while waving their bone spears at him, leaving him no room to maneuver. Seeing this, Alaric felt his senses activating at full capacity. His body moved seamlessly, narrowly avoiding the sharp, pointed edges of the bone spears. At the same time, he brandished his swords, wielding them forcefully to destroy the crude bone spears. Whoosh! Whoosh! In quick successive slashes, the goblins' bone spears broke apart, leaving them unarmed. After disarming them, Alaric smiled mercilessly. Die, you filthy green bastards! A series of whistling sounds echoed as the goblins' bodies were slashed into multiple pieces. Looking at the mutilated bodies of the goblins, the knight apprentices were left horrified. They didn't expect to see this cruel side of Alaric. So scary. I almost pissed my pants watching Lord Alaric kill those goblins in such a manner. Having killed all the sentries, Alaric turned his head at the stunned knight apprentices. "Follow me. Our job is not done yet." His voice carried a trace of viciousness. "Why, yes, my lord." Alaric immediately headed deeper into the goblin settlement with his 4 subordinates tensely following him. They encountered some goblin warriors along the way, but none of them survived under Alaric's fearsome swordplay. The knight apprentices didn't even have to do much. They only needed to kill the goblins that Alaric intentionally left alive. Although they were nervous, they still managed to execute their roles effectively. All those training and drills we did in the past 2 months were definitely worth it, Alaric remarked when he saw the knight apprentices' performance. These guys were among the most talented warriors in the household. They were also more attuned with mana, so they have a high chance of becoming full-fledged knights. Destroy their houses and make more disturbance, Alaric instructed. "Yes, my lord." Alaric watched the broken treehouses and the goblin corpses around him as he thought. By this time, the elite goblin warriors should have already noticed the situation here. We will have to face those monsters soon. Alaric was eager to try his skills against the hobgoblin. Those creatures were a lot more powerful than normal goblin warriors, and in rare cases, they could grow even stronger than the average human knights. He wanted to make use of them to test his current abilities. He wasn't able to exhibit his full strength in the impromptu competition during the celebration, so this was the perfect chance to assess his power. Alaric saw one of the knight apprentices hesitating to kill a female goblin. And the reason was because it was holding a newborn goblin in its arms. Alaric watched the scene with a cold gaze. In a battle between 2 races, sympathy was poison. He had experienced it in his past life, so he was aware how cruel the goblins could be. Whether they were young goblins or old, they wouldn't hesitate to kill a human. They were heartless monsters who viewed humans as prey. On the other hand, some human soldiers would hesitate to kill when they encounter non-combatant goblins. Alaric had seen so many people die because of their compassion. In fact, he was also the same as them. He only changed after seeing how his comrades died because of their kindness. It was also how he had developed a strong hate against goblins. At this moment, the female goblin that was holding its baby suddenly pulled out a bone knife from out of nowhere and pounced at the hesitant knight apprentice. Startled, the knight apprentice quickly parried the bone knife using his sword and plunged it into the female goblin's body. The female goblin didn't die immediately. It stared at the knight apprentice with a gaze filled with loathing and anger. The baby in its arms fell after it lost its grip, and the tiny thing crawled towards the knight apprentice, crying while emitting chirp-like sounds. The knight apprentice couldn't bear to kill the powerless little thing. "Kill it." An icy voice resonated in his ears. The knight apprentice looked at Alaric in shock. "But my lord, this is... That bloody thing might turn into another hobgoblin if we leave it be. It will seek revenge for the destruction of its tribe, and it will mercilessly slaughter humans. Kill it." Alaric's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. The knight apprentice trembled and his gaze slowly hardened as he looked at the tiny creature crawling beneath his boots. With a low grunt, he lifted his sword and stabbed its heart, which killed it on the spot. Looking at the knight apprentice's complicated expression, Alaric sternly reminded him, "You must bear in mind that these creatures are our enemies. If one of them survives, they will come back to seek revenge. The victims could be your friends or even your family, so no matter how difficult it may be, you must harden your heart and kill them without mercy." Alaric's words resonated deeply in the knight apprentice's mind, shaking his very being down to his core. "I was foolish. Thank you for reminding me, my lord." He stared at Alaric, who was younger than him by a decade, with newfound respect. He respected the young heir's decisiveness. Alaric tapped the man's shoulder. "The battle isn't over yet. More enemies are coming. You better get ready." While Alaric's team was causing a disturbance in the goblin settlement, the three other teams had already regrouped and were currently fighting the elite goblin warriors. "Where is Lord Alaric?" Arthur looked around while fending off the goblins attacking him. Some time had already passed since the signal, but he was still nowhere to be seen. This made him and the others feel a bit anxious. Normal goblin warriors should pose no threat to Lord Alaric. Was there an accident on his side? Arthur's expression was grim. Suddenly, three larger goblins appeared in his field of vision. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. They were as tall as adult humans, and the aura they exuded was similar to that of fatal-grade monsters. Hobgoblins. Arthur's pupils dilated as he identified the creatures. The moment these three powerful monsters appeared, the goblin warriors became more aggressive. Eek! 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 Hi! Hi! The weird noises they made echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, the old knight, Henry, stepped forward and shouted, "Do not falter. These monsters are just goblins. We can easily take care of them. We are the proud warriors of House Silversword. Let these monsters know why we are called the Defenders of the North." The old knight's words ignited everyone, and the unease in their hearts quickly dissipated like smoke. "Kill them. Kill these goblins." Arthur seized the opportunity to lead the charge. "Follow me to kill these monsters. Charge with me." The warriors of House Silversword showed their valiance. In the face of more than 100 goblins, they fearlessly charged. As soon as the two sides clashed, the goblins were decimated. Their crude weapons were unable to stop the trained human warriors. Even their leather armor proved useless against the humans' finely crafted weapons. It was a one-sided massacre. The most fearsome among them was Arthur, who was at the forefront of the formation. He was like an enraged bull, slicing his way through the goblins' flimsy formation. Meanwhile, the old knight, Henry, looked steady and composed. He wasn't as ferocious as Arthur, but he was killing the goblins with quick and precise movements. On the other hand, the younger knight, Aldrin, wasn't any less impressive than the two. His spear moved so fast that no goblin warrior could get close to him. Under the leadership of these three powerful knights, House Silversword's warriors managed to push back the goblin warriors despite the disadvantage in numbers. A deep, enraged roar suddenly erupted as one of the hobgoblins came charging at Aldrin. Sensing the approaching danger, Aldrin adjusted his stance, his eyes narrowed. "Come at me!" he shouted without fear. Just like other monsters, goblins were also territorial creatures. Aldrin's shout provoked the hobgoblin, making it even more furious. As soon as Aldrin was within its striking range, the hobgoblin lifted its weapon, a two-handed axe. The air seemed to fluctuate as it swung its two-handed axe down with the intention of destroying Aldrin in a single shot. Aldrin didn't foolishly try to block the axe, he deftly stepped to the side. The two-handed axe missed its target, striking the ground hard, creating a deep pit, and sending soil and rocks flying in all directions. After evading the hobgoblin's axe, he stabbed out his spear, aiming for the creature's neck. The hobgoblin tilted its head, narrowly avoiding the pointed blade of Aldrin's spear. It then swiped its axe in a fan-shaped direction. Aldrin quickly jumped into the air to avoid the destructive blow, but this move left him vulnerable. The hobgoblin kicked him hard, sending him flying into the air. He smashed into a large tree before falling to the ground. "Sir Aldrin!" Everyone was alarmed at the sight, having not expected the hobgoblin to be so powerful. Henry and Arthur wanted to help him, but the remaining two hobgoblins stopped them, preventing them from offering any aid. Damn it. These monsters are smarter than I thought. Henry's expression darkened. The situation was critical. Aldrin was outmatched in terms of strength, and if nothing was done, he might perish here. Sir Henry, leave these two to me. Go and help Sir Aldrin. Arthur muttered, his voice cracking under the pressure. These hobgoblins were more powerful than normal knights. Even for Arthur, holding off two of them wouldn't be easy. However, he had no choice but to take this gamble for the sake of his comrade's safety. Henry hesitated at his words, but upon seeing Arthur's determined gaze, he solemnly nodded. All right. Just buy me some time, I will return to help you as soon as I can. Nodding, Arthur shouted, Go. Henry wasted no time, immediately rushing over to Aldrin, pulling him back from death's door. Are you all right, Aldrin? The old knight stared deeply at Aldrin, checking his body's condition. Aldrin coughed heavily, blood trickling down his lips. I am fine. Just a few broken bones, he responded in a hoarse voice. Good. Henry was relieved to see that he still had the energy to joke. We need to kill this guy quickly. Sir Arthur is holding off two on his own, the old knight muttered. Aldrin nodded. He used his spear to prop himself up. You just need to distract it. I'll do the rest, Henry said before lunging at the hobgoblin. Aldrin's chest felt heavy, and every time he moved, it was as if he were being repeatedly stabbed. However, he gritted his teeth and followed Henry closely. I'm a knight of House Silversword. This pain is nothing. Aldrin ignored the pain. He harnessed his mana to its maximum to keep up with the old knight. After gaining momentum, he rushed ahead and thrust his spear, causing a sharp whistle. The hobgoblin saw his attack coming and lifted its axe to block the tip of his spear. Henry took the opportunity when the axe had obscured the hobgoblin's vision. Aiming for its neck is too risky. I should go for its stomach. With this thought, he closed in on the monster and stabbed a part of its belly not covered by the leather armor. Blood gushed from the hobgoblin's stomach as Henry pulled out his sword. The creature staggered and roared in pain. It was evident the attack had hit an organ, but the creature stabilized itself by utilizing its mana to aid in healing. Just like most fatal-grade monsters, hobgoblins also had strong vitality. Its regenerative abilities were also very strong, making it more resilient than other monsters of its level. I'm not done yet. Henry didn't let the hobgoblin recover, pouncing at the creature with his sword held high above his head. He then harnessed his mana to strengthen his arms before giving his sword a mighty swing. The hobgoblin immediately lifted its axe in an attempt to block his sword. However, given the state of its body, it could no longer offer much resistance. Under the intense power of Henry's sword, the hobgoblin's axe was sent flying. The old knight's sword continued unimpeded, striking the monster's shoulder and slicing all the way down to its hips. KKHHSHHHKK, Henry stared coldly at the hobgoblin's corpse as he flicked his blood-covered sword. He then turned his head to Aldrin and inspected his condition. Are you all right? He asked. Aldrin's face was pale, but he responded with a nod. I'm fine. We should go help Sir Arthur. Hearing this, Henry nodded with a grim look. At that moment, Arthur was battling two hobgoblins. Clang! 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 The fearsome clashes of their weapons sent sparks flying in all directions. Somehow, Arthur was able to hold them off, but it was obvious at a glance that he was losing steam. Arthur was breathing heavily, feeling his mana running amok within his body. To keep up with these two monsters, he utilized every ounce of mana he had, disregarding the accumulated fatigue. Just as Henry and Aldrin were about to come help him, the two hobgoblins suddenly turned their gazes towards their camp. Their beastly eyes revealed a human-like expression of surprise. What's going on? Arthur was confused by their reaction. Why are they staring at their camp with those expressions? He thought about Alaric, who hadn't shown himself since the battle began. When this crossed his mind, he became more certain that Alaric had something to do with it. Meanwhile, the two hobgoblins abandoned Arthur and sprinted back to their camp, emitting strange roars. A figure landed beside Arthur, the old knight, Henry, now sporting a perplexed expression. "What's happening? Why did those two hobgoblins retreat?" "It's him. It must be Lord Alaric," Arthur muttered. Hearing this, Henry raised an eyebrow. "Let's go. We have no time to waste. We need to help him." Arthur sheathed his sword and rushed towards the goblin camp. Henry didn't follow immediately. He looked around, observing the battle situation. Some knight apprentices were injured, but their wounds weren't lethal. There were still 50 to 60 elite goblin warriors left, which was over 4 times their numbers. "Aldrin, stay here and take command. I'll head to the goblin camp to search for Lord Alaric," Henry shouted to the young knight before rushing to the settlement. Aldrin stared at the old knight's back with a profound gaze. He wanted to help them, but he knew he wouldn't be much help, which left him frustrated by his weakness. "Damn it. I'm so useless. If it weren't for Sir Henry, I would have died at the hands of that fucking hobgoblin. I need to get stronger." Furious at his incompetence, the goblins became the sole outlet for his rage. "Kill these damn goblins. Don't leave a single one alive," Aldrin shouted at the top of his lungs. "Yes, sir." Inside the goblin settlement, Alaric was busy destroying the goblin houses when he sensed a strong presence coming towards them. He turned his head in a certain direction and saw a towering green figure, even taller than him. Its body was covered in black tattoos, and it wore a necklace of human skulls. This monster was significantly larger than the hobgoblins, and its aura was so intimidating that it made the knight apprentices behind Alaric freeze in place. "That's a goblin chieftain." Seeing this creature, Alaric quickly opened the cyan screen that had appeared earlier when they found the settlement. "Mission complete. You received 200 battle points, 50 EXP, and 5 stat points. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 182 fan 500 potential, B traits, horseback riding, C, swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, D, archery, F, hunting, E, tracking, F, sixth sense, F, strength, 100 stamina, 34 plus agility, 35 plus vitality, 27 plus endurance, 42 plus battle points, 15-20 stat points, 8. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points, including the 3 stat points he had accumulated over 3 days. He now had 8 stat points. Which stat should I increase? I don't think my maximum strength will be enough to fight against that monster. Just one look at it and he could tell it was at the level of an elite knight, which was at the top among fatal grade monsters. After a split second, Alaric decided to increase his agility, using all 8 of his stat points without hesitation. Agility, 35-43. After increasing his agility, Alaric closed the screen and calmly faced the monster. There's no turning back now. The goblin chieftain's presence was beyond his expectations. He had thought the hobgoblins were the strongest monsters in this settlement. Who would have thought a more fearsome creature was hidden here? "You guys retreat first. You'll only get in the way if you stay here," Alaric shouted at his subordinates. The knight apprentices faltered upon hearing his words. "How can we leave you, my lord? Even if we die here, we will never abandon you," one of them responded with a grimacing smile. The others didn't say anything, but it was obvious they had no intention of leaving. Alaric was moved, but this was no time for bravado. "If you want to help me, then don't let the small fries interfere. I'll deal with the goblin chieftain on my own," he muttered. They would only hinder him if they joined the battle. The knight apprentices understood this and nodded with serious faces. "Be careful, my lord. At that moment, the goblin chieftain finally made its move. It rushed at them with quick, heavy strides. Each step left a deep footprint in the ground, a clear testament to its weight and strength. After gaining momentum, it lifted its weapon, a huge spiked club that screamed danger. With a wide swing, it brandished the spiked club, causing a violent blast of wind. "Stay back!" Alaric shouted at his subordinates. He then channeled his mana to strengthen his arms. Subsequently, he made a quick dash forward, forcing the goblin chieftain to change the direction of its attack. Alaric had already anticipated this. He took an abrupt turn, skillfully avoiding the club. The ground trembled after being struck by the goblin chieftain's club. Alaric immediately took the chance to attack after it missed him. He waved his swords, leaving ghost-like afterimages in the air. KSSHHHKK, KSSS-HHKK, multiple cuts appeared on the monster's body, but they were too shallow to cause substantial damage. What thick skin! Did it cover itself with mana? No way. Alaric was stunned. He had used every ounce of force in his body to land those hits, but they only left minor cuts on the goblin chieftain's body. The wound inflicted upon its body enraged the goblin chieftain, which raised its head and let out a furious roar that reverberated through the forest. Grack! It then glared at Alaric, the human warrior who had wounded it, its beastly eyes burning with fury. Suddenly, it pounced at him, releasing a barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 Alaric adroitly avoided the club. "If I get hit once, I'm done for," he thought to himself. He knew it as soon as he felt the power behind those strikes. The area around him had already been pulverized by the enraged goblin chieftain. "I'm faster, but my stamina will run out soon. I must do something." With this thought, Alaric no longer passively defended. Every time there was a chance, he would swing his sword and stab the monster's body. More and more cuts appeared on the goblin chieftain's body, which served to enrage it even further. Mana started to take form around its body, making Alaric feel a heavy, intense pressure. Aura manifestation. Alaric's eyes flashed with shock at the sight. An elite knight was capable of drawing out their mana and using it to form a protective shield that covered every inch of their body. Furthermore, this also doubled their strength for a short duration. This method of using mana was called aura manifestation. Elite knights rarely used this technique since it consumed a lot of mana and could even drain them with prolonged usage. Alaric didn't expect to see a goblin chieftain use this technique against him. This only meant that this particular monster was close to advancing to the next level. To think that this guy was almost at the disaster grade. A monster at the fatal grade was equivalent to a knight, with some even as powerful as an elite knight. Above them were even more dangerous creatures, classified as disaster grade monsters. Monsters at this level were capable of destroying an entire village on their own. They were living disasters, forces of nature that no one would ever dare to face. Mission: Destroy the Goblin Tribe 2 difficulty, normal rewards, 500 battle points, 100 EXP, 10 stat points, and equipment upgrade card X1 penalty for failure, minus 800 battle points a mission. This is just a normal difficulty. Nonsense. Alaric was speechless. However, he had no time for surprise. The goblin chieftain lunged at him, wildly swinging its giant spiked club. Whoosh! 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 Soon, Alaric was forced into a corner with no room to escape. Left with no choice, he used his swords to block the goblin chieftain's club, only to be flung away by its tremendous force. Alaric grimaced as he twisted his body in midair, landing awkwardly while trying to balance his weight. So powerful. It was only at the peak of the fatal grade, yet the goblin chieftain's power was already far beyond his imagination. A voice suddenly drifted into his ears while he was warily watching the goblin chieftain. He turned his head and saw Arthur rushing towards him, an urgent look on his face. The former mercenary was covered in blood. Seeing his state, Alaric couldn't imagine what he had gone through before coming here. Not far from him, Alaric also noticed the old knight, Henry, similarly covered in blood. The two knights must have killed their way in just to find him. Alaric felt a bit relieved to see them. With their help, they might be able to take down this monstrous creature. The goblin chieftain frowned when it sensed the presence of the two knights. "My apologies for being late, my lord. We had to deal with two hobgoblins on our way here," Arthur muttered as he walked towards Alaric. "It's fine. I'm glad to see you two here," he nodded at the two knights. "Let's save the chit-chat for later. We still have to deal with that monster," he said, tilting his head. The two knights moved their gazes to the towering goblin chieftain. They could sense its overwhelming presence from where they stood. It was incomparable to the hobgoblins they had fought earlier. Aura manifestation. Henry was stunned when he saw the visible energy that covered the monster's body. Arthur's face turned cold when he heard this. Lord Alaric was fighting a monster at this level on his own. The former mercenary was relieved they had arrived at the right time. "What's the plan, my lord?" Henry muttered, keeping his eyes on the goblin chieftain. "Plan? There's no plan. Just fight with all you have. It will consume its mana soon. We just need to hold on until then," Alaric responded, his voice carrying a trace of uncertainty. Suddenly, the goblin chieftain grew impatient and lunged at them, brandishing its giant spiked club. The three knights immediately jumped backward, evading the heavy blow. The devastating strike created a pit over a meter deep. Shocked by its formidable power, they felt extremely unsettled. "Can we all survive after it exhausts its mana?" Arthur frowned as he unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. If he were alone, he would have retreated without hesitation. However, he was no longer a mercenary, but a knight serving under his lord. As a knight, it was his duty to protect his lord and to carry out his assigned tasks. Even in the face of danger, he would never break his promise. He no longer wanted to return to the life of a mercenary. He was sick of that aimless and monotonous existence. "I must protect Lord Alaric, even if I have to die," he muttered to himself. At that moment, the goblin chieftain targeted the nearest person, Henry. The old knight carefully avoided the attacks. He wanted to launch a counterattack, but the monster was so relentless it didn't give him any room to breathe. Alaric and Arthur quickly came over to help him, allowing the old knight to catch his breath. Clang! 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 How is it still moving with such speed after fighting recklessly for a long time? Alaric was starting to get anxious the more the battle dragged on. He expected the goblin chieftain to lose momentum, but it showed no signs of fatigue. "At this rate, we will run out of mana before it exhausts itself." Alaric's face fell. Outside the goblin settlement, Aldrin led the knight apprentices in decimating the goblin warriors. He was like a tiger who had encountered a flock of sheep. No goblin warrior could stop his spear. Whenever one tried, they would have their heads accurately stabbed. To have that kind of power despite being gravely wounded. Knights are truly on a different level. The knight apprentices couldn't help but marvel as they watched him massacre the goblin warriors so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the man in question was unaware of everyone's thoughts. He focused his attention on killing the goblin warriors. "I must finish my task here as soon as possible so that I can go and help them," Aldrin thought. At first, he believed that Alaric was just an ordinary noble son, but then Alaric suddenly revealed his talent to everyone. He also displayed a commanding ability no less impressive than other experienced knights. Most importantly, his swordsmanship was out of this world. That was also the time when Aldrin had vowed to himself that he would always ensure Alaric's safety. 10 minutes later, the last goblin warrior was finally killed. Aldrin swept his gaze over the goblin corpses. After making sure there were no survivors, he shouted, "Let's go inside the goblin settlement and search for Lord Alaric." Yes, sir. The battle between the goblin chieftain and the three knights took an abrupt turn when Henry made a fatal mistake. The delicate balance between both sides was broken. Sir Henry! Alaric and Arthur shouted when they saw the old knight smashing into the ground after taking a blow from the monster. Alaric was flustered. Henry was more than just a subordinate, he was like a mentor and grandfather figure to him. Without hesitation, Alaric made a quick dash. "Hey! I'm here!" he shouted to get the monster's attention. However, the goblin chieftain ignored him. It lifted its giant spiked club and smashed it down at the old knight. Just as the goblin chieftain's weapon was about to hit the old knight, a spear suddenly blocked its path. Aldrin! Good timing. Alaric didn't waste this opportunity and pulled the old knight out of danger. Aldrin's spear broke apart and the goblin chieftain's weapon smashed hard into the ground. Aldrin retreated and quickly pulled out a sword from behind his back. "Luckily, I'm not late. Now, we're even, old man." Alaric inspected the old knight's body, his eyes flashing with concern. "Sir Henry, are you all right?" The old man groaned. "I'm fine, my lord. Don't worry about me." After making sure nothing was wrong with him, Alaric reminded the old knight, "You should be careful, Sir Henry. We are not facing a simple monster this time." The old knight nodded with a grim look. He knew it was his fault for underestimating the goblin chieftain's speed. "I understand, my lord. I will be careful. Can you still fight? We can't beat that beast without you." Alaric didn't want to force the old knight, but his presence was necessary for their victory. Looking at Aldrin's state, Alaric could tell that the young knight was not in the best condition. Furthermore, Arthur was also running out of stamina, obvious from his heavy breathing. Henry stood up, grimacing in pain. I can still fight, but we need a better plan now." Alaric nodded in agreement. It was a crucial moment for them. To defeat the goblin chieftain, a solid strategy was necessary. Simply exhausting it is impossible. There is a high chance that we will run out of stamina before it does. I need to come up with something. Alaric's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. The goblin chieftain is powerful and it's almost as fast as the rest of us. He suddenly thought of something. It might be quick, but it has poor lateral movement because of its disproportionately larger torso. If we can somehow impede its movement, there might be an opportunity to kill it. Thinking about this, he shouted, "Everyone, listen closely." Alaric told them about his plan. They didn't have enough time to go into details, so he could only hope that each person would do their tasks correctly. "I hope this works somehow." The four knights moved simultaneously. With all four of them moving at the same time, the goblin chieftain was momentarily confused. It revealed an annoyed look which was quickly replaced with anger. Grah! Bang! 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 The furious monster recklessly brandished its weapon, destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, Arthur sprang into action. He made a quick dash at the goblin chieftain, his eyes fully focused. His goal was to get its attention to allow the others to proceed with the plan smoothly. The goblin chieftain reacted and turned its gaze upon him, which made the former mercenary feel an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Henry and Aldrin exchanged a knowing glance before they rushed out. One headed to the monster's left, while the other aimed for the right. Their task was to attack the goblin chieftain's legs while it was occupied by Arthur. The two knights, young and old, had been working with each other for a few years, so their coordination was very solid. They could understand each other's thoughts with a simple look or signal, something they had gradually incorporated into their minds after years of working together. The goblin chieftain sensed the anomaly in their actions, so it took an abrupt pause to make sense of what was happening. However, before it could react to their synchronized attack, Arthur pounced at the creature, slashing its chest with his sword. Seeing this, the creature quickly lifted its giant spiked club to block his sword. Arthur clicked his tongue, somewhat annoyed that it managed to block him. However, a delighted look hung on his face. He screamed in his mind. Just as he thought of this, Aldrin and Henry stabbed their swords into the monster's legs. Because it was focused on Arthur, it failed to react to their sneak attack. As soon as the pain registered in its system, the monster roared, its face contorting with agony. Grah! Great! My guess was right. It has almost run out of mana, so its aura manifestation was only concentrated on its fatal parts. It wasn't clear with one look, and it was only a guess on Alaric's part. He thought that a fatal grade monster couldn't have inexhaustible mana, so he presumed that its aura manifestation was centered on the fatal parts of its body, meaning the defenses on other parts of its body were significantly weaker. Alaric no longer hesitated after witnessing how the powerful creature collapsed upon having its legs punctured. He rushed at the goblin chieftain at full speed to gather momentum. Once it was within his range, Alaric threw himself at the creature, using the momentum to propel himself. With its aura manifestation gone, Alaric's sword stabbed deeply into the monster's heart and neck. The goblin chieftain felt coldness slowly spreading throughout its entire body. It tried to lift its hand in an attempt to swat away the human that had stabbed it, but it found itself unable to muster its strength. In the end, it could only stare at Alaric, its eyes wide, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. It was stronger, even with the four of them combined, so how did it end up losing? Those were the goblin chieftain's last thoughts before its body collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Alaric pulled out his swords from the corpse, staring at it with an ice-cold gaze. "Check if it has a beast soul crystal," he muttered indifferently. Arthur volunteered for the task. He approached the goblin chieftain's corpse and made a cut on its chest. When he saw an orb the size of a golf ball right beneath its heart, his eyes flashed with joy. "My lord, it has a beast soul crystal." He dug the crystal from its chest. He wanted to give it to Alaric right away, but then he saw that it was covered with blood. He immediately wiped off the blood with his hand. With a respectful look, he presented the clean beast soul crystal to Alaric. "My lord." Alaric took the green crystal and observed it closely. Just from touching it, he could feel the dense amount of mana it contained. He then handed it back to Arthur and said, "Keep it for now. We will deal with it once we return to the estate." "Yes, my lord." Arthur nodded as he stashed it inside a small sack. With the death of the goblin chieftain, there was nothing left in the settlement that could threaten them. There was still one hobgoblin left, but it was quickly eliminated by Arthur and the other two knights. Alaric told them to search for beast soul crystals in the hobgoblins' corpses, but they found nothing. It was not surprising, beast soul crystals rarely appeared in fatal-grade monsters' bodies. Alaric was a bit disappointed, but he didn't take it to heart. Getting the goblin chieftain's beast soul crystal was already a huge boon. Not long later, all the goblins had been eliminated. Not even one was spared. Whether they were women, old, or even babies, all of them were killed. This might be cruel to some, but Alaric knew that this was the best choice. Given the goblins' vengeful tendencies, it would be a disaster to leave one alive. Mission complete. You received 500 battle points, 100 EXP, 10 stat points, and equipment upgrade card X1. Do you want to use your equipment upgrade card? What's this? Alaric was surprised by the new notifications that appeared on the cyan screen. I'll take a look at it later. There are too many eyes here. After making a decision, Alaric pressed no. At that moment, a knight apprentice came to his side and asked, "My lord, what should we do with the goblin corpses?" Alaric looked at the corpses that littered the ground and muttered, "Except for the chieftain and the hobgoblins, burn everything else." Hearing this, the knight apprentice acknowledged his instructions with a salute. "Yes, my lord." Alaric watched as the goblin corpses burst into flames. His face looked cold, but a ripple of emotion flashed in his eyes. He then turned his head to Arthur and asked in a low voice, "Are there any casualties?" Arthur moved his head closer to him and responded, "No, my lord, but almost all of our men are injured. Both Sir Henry and Sir Aldrin need immediate medical attention." Hearing this, Alaric nodded. "All right. We will depart at once. The scent of blood will attract monsters, so we must leave before they come. Tell everyone to get ready." Arthur acknowledged his command with a nod. He then left to relay his instructions. The flames produced caca sounds which resonated in Alaric's ears. "We destroyed the goblin tribe and not one person was killed." Alaric clenched his fists. He managed to change the future. This means that things won't go according to what I know depending on the actions I take. In his past life, the goblin tribe had attacked North Pine Town and killed many people. That day, House Silversword lost some of their most capable soldiers. It was a tragedy. However, with his knowledge of the future, Alaric was forcefully turning the cogwheels of fate. Beyond the walls of North Pine Town, a large group of soldiers and a team of medical professionals were already waiting. Lucas had brought them here after receiving a report about what happened in the depths of the forest. At that moment, Lucas was eyeing the tall evergreens with narrowed eyes. He tried so hard to hide it, but a trace of worry was evident on his face. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of a group emerging from within the forest. When he sensed Alaric's familiar aura, he felt like a boulder had been lifted off his chest. "Our people are coming. Get those with injuries treated immediately," Lucas commanded with a stern look. "Yes, my lord." Soon, Alaric's group finally emerged from the forest. "It's them. Many of them are injured. Isn't that Sir Henry? Even he was injured. Sir Aldrin seems to be injured too. Look. The monster corpses they are pulling look quite scary." Everyone was stunned when they saw the state of Alaric's group. Lucas walked towards them, looking at Alaric's condition. When he saw that his son wasn't injured, his eyebrows relaxed. It was then that he noticed the large creature among the monster corpses. A goblin chieftain. Seeing this, his eyes widened momentarily. "It looks like it died from the stabs on its heart and neck, but how did they kill a monster at this level?" He was aware of how powerful goblin chieftains were. Such monsters were dangerous, and even an elite knight would have trouble killing them. Alaric didn't bring an elite knight with him. He only brought 4 knights and 16 knight apprentices. Even if they had joined forces to kill the goblin chieftain, some of them would have died, but it doesn't seem like one of them was killed. Besides, there are even hobgoblins. Just what on earth happened out there? While he was trying to guess how they had killed the goblin chieftain, Alaric approached him and nodded. "My lord." Lucas nodded in response. "I know you have a lot of questions. I will give you a detailed report of what happened once we return to the estate." Alaric knew that his father was curious when he saw the look on his face. "All right. You should get yourself checked. You might have gotten injured without knowing," Lucas reminded him. "Yes, my lord." Right at that moment, an anxious voice suddenly drifted into their ears. Hearing this familiar voice, Alaric turned his head. It was a young girl dressed in a servant's uniform. She was crying in distress as she ran towards Alaric. Alaric looked at his father with a questioning gaze. "Don't look at me like that." She insisted on coming here when she heard about what happened. Lucas smiled wryly while shaking his head. "You better give her an explanation." He chuckled before he walked away, waving his hand. Alaric glanced at his father's back with a speechless look. Step. 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 Elena grabbed his hand and checked if there was any injury on his body. My lord, are you all right?" "You're not injured, are you?" she asked, her voice quaking with anxiety. Looking at the worried girl, Alaric gently smiled as he squeezed her hand. "I'm fine, Elena." The little girl scrunched her eyebrows as tears threatened to fall from her eyes. I thought something happened to you. It's good that you're safe. I'm relieved, she muttered with a quivering voice. Alaric felt warmth in his heart. I'm sorry for always making you worried. He grabbed her fragile body and embraced her tightly. He could feel her small body shaking. She must have been really scared and worried. Alaric gently rubbed her back. I'm sorry, Elena. He wanted to promise her that this wouldn't happen again, but the words were stuck in his mouth. Elena shook her head. You don't need to be sorry, my lord. You are only doing your duty as the heir of House Silversword. I'm not worthy to say this, but I'm proud of you. Upon hearing this, Alaric felt something tugging at his chest. He understood his feelings right away. Yeah. I like this girl. It confirmed his feelings for her. Just wait a few more years, Elena. After exchanging a few more words with him, Elena realized that everyone was staring at them strangely. Oh my God. I'm so embarrassed. Seeing her like this, Alaric chuckled in amusement. A while later, the medical experts brought the injured back to the estate under the protection of House Silversword's knights and warriors. As soon as they arrived, Alaric was summoned to Lucas's study to give his report. Alaric didn't have time to change into a new set of clothes. His leather armor was covered in blood, which filled the study room with a metallic scent. Lucas pointed at the seat in front of him and said, "Tell me what happened out there. Don't leave any details." After almost an hour of explaining what had transpired in the forest, Alaric stepped out of his father's study room. He was exhausted, but he had yet to complete today's daily mission, so he headed straight to the training grounds. Damn. I'm tired. Should I skip today's daily mission? He immediately erased the thought from his mind. He would receive a penalty if he skipped his daily mission. Although the penalty wasn't heavy, he didn't want to lose even one of those stat points. When he arrived at the training grounds, still dressed in his blood-stained leather armor, the knight apprentices who were in the middle of their training were stunned. Is that Lord Alaric? I almost didn't recognize him because of his appearance. Among them, Rasmus was similarly surprised. What happened in the evergreen forest? Alaric ignored the shocked knight apprentices and started doing his routine. He had already done this for a few months, so he was now proficient in performing the exercises. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 10 kilometers run, 100 vertical slashes, 100 diagonal slashes, 100 horizontal slashes, 100 stabs. You received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. Alaric immediately opened the cyan screen with a thought to check his progress. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 283 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, D, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 100 Stamina, 34 plus Agility, 43 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 20-30 Stat Points, 11. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. I'm almost halfway through my battle point requirement. Well, I still have a long way to go. Alaric was quite satisfied with his progress. With more missions, he might advance faster than he had anticipated. The only problem was that they rarely appeared. Do you want to use your equipment upgrade card? He had almost forgotten about this. He looked around and noticed that the knight apprentices were watching his every move. Some were even copying his exercises. Seeing this, Alaric waved at them and quickly left the training grounds. He then headed straight to his room before he clicked, yes. Please choose an item that you want to upgrade. An item. How do I choose an item? He was confused. It was then that he suddenly thought about something. He grabbed the 2 swords tied to his waist and muttered, "Can I use this?" You can only upgrade 1 item. Another message appeared on the cyan screen. I see. So that's what it was talking about. Should I try it on one of my swords? Alaric thought deeply. He wasn't sure what this thing would do to his sword, but he knew that the cyan screen never did something ordinary. After some hesitation, Alaric sheathed one of his swords, leaving him with one sword in his hand. Do you want to use your equipment upgrade card on the selected item? Alaric clicked, yes. Congratulations. You have upgraded your common steel sword to uncommon steel sword. Uncommon steel sword, sharpness, 10 durability, 10. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows when he noticed the changes on the sword. It's a bit heavier and the blade seems to be sharper than it was before. Is this because of that equipment upgrade card? Alaric wanted to put it to the test. He swung the sword a couple of times. Whoosh! 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 Alaric realized immediately that the sword had truly improved. Although it was a bit heavier, every blow from his sword now carried more strength. He also found out that he could infuse it with mana to strengthen the blade and lighten its weight. He knew that only weapons forged by skilled artisans could do something like this. A normal steel sword became a powerful weapon after being upgraded by that card. Amazing! Alaric's eyes flashed with joy. With this sword, his strength would significantly improve. Too bad I only got one. If only I had one more, I could have upgraded both my swords. Alaric lamented with a look of regret. The next day. It was the 20th of November in the Estanian calendar. Alaric just completed his daily mission. After his training, he headed to the clinic to check the condition of Henry and Aldrin. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the doctor in charge, an old man who looked to be in his 60s. Greetings, my lord. The old doctor bowed politely. Alaric nodded to acknowledge his greeting. How are the patients, Dr. Lloyd? He asked the old man. Dr. Lloyd smiled faintly at his inquiry. Everyone has been treated on time, my lord. With a little more time, they should fully recover and return to their normal lives. Alaric was relieved to hear this. That's good. Can I visit them? I'd like to speak with them. The old doctor nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. I will take you inside. Alaric shook his head and said, There's no need to trouble you, Dr. Lloyd. I can go in by myself. Will that be all right? The old doctor hesitated. Alaric reassured the old man. All right, but if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. Dr. Lloyd reminded him. Of course. After getting the doctor's signal, Alaric entered the building where the patients were being monitored. He first visited the night apprentices. They were overwhelmed by his presence. They didn't expect that he would come to visit them and check their condition. This made them feel that they had chosen the right lord to follow. Alaric knew the importance of building trust between his subordinates. It was just a small gesture from him, but this would make those warriors more loyal to him. In this dog-eat-dog world, who wouldn't want to follow a caring lord? Soon, he headed to the last room where Henry and Aldrin were staying. Lord Alaric. Both knights were startled when they saw him stepping inside the room. At ease, you two. I came here to check on your situation. Alaric smiled at them. After some light talk with them, Alaric took out something from his pocket. It was the beast soul crystal of the goblin chieftain. Seeing him taking out this crystal, the two knights were surprised. Alaric glanced at the old knight and said, Sir Henry, I noticed that you've been stuck at the peak of the Night Realm for quite some time. Henry sighed upon hearing this. He was born as a commoner and his talent for mana training was discovered late, so he wasn't able to make use of the best years of his life. Through sheer hard work and effort, he managed to become a knight and hone his swordsmanship to a formidable level. However, he was unable to advance further because he had already exhausted his potential. This was his greatest regret. While the old man was lamenting his fate, Alaric continued, given your potential, it might take a few more years before you can advance. This might help you in breaking through ahead of time. Alaric handed him the beast soul crystal. Henry was stunned. He didn't dare take the crystal from him, but Alaric grabbed his hand and put the crystal on his palm. You deserve this reward, Sir Henry. You are one of the longest-serving knights in the household. As the heir of House Silversword, it is only right for me to reward our loyal retainers. Please accept it. Alaric smiled at him. But this is too valuable, my lord. The old man couldn't believe it. The beast soul crystal of a fatal grade monster was expensive, and it was especially true for the beast soul crystal of the goblin chieftain. A normal beast soul crystal could be sold for 500 gold coins up to 2,000 gold coins depending on the quality. On the other hand, the beast soul crystal of the goblin chieftain was worth more than 2,000 gold coins. After all, that creature was close to becoming a disaster grade. Henry was aware of this, and based on his estimates, this crystal was worth around 3,000 gold coins. Alaric gave him a stern gaze. If you return it to me, I will throw it away. The old knight was speechless. In that case, I will put it to good use. Thank you for giving me such a precious reward, my lord. I will never forget this. Henry lowered his head as he clutched the crystal firmly. Alaric smiled as he nodded. You earned it. He then turned his gaze to Aldrin. I know what you're thinking, Aldrin. You might not have served the household for long, but I have seen your loyalty. When the time is right, I will also give you the opportunity to advance. For now, you should continue with your mana training. Aldrin was like an older brother to him, so he didn't bother to use honorifics. Alaric would only speak formally to him in front of the other warriors. Aldrin was moved by his words. Yes, my lord. I will do my best. I won't disappoint you, he proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Among the warriors in the household, he had the highest potential. Some even believed that he had the chance to become a transcendent knight and leave his name in the Estanian Dragon leaderboard. Everyone had high expectations for him, and this left a heavy pressure on his shoulders. Alaric chatted with them briefly before he bid them farewell. It looks like the household will welcome another elite knight soon, Alaric thought as he stepped out of the clinic. The household is becoming stronger, but there is still something that I need to take care of. A kind face appeared in his mind. It was the face of his uncle, Charles Silversword. In his past life, his uncle used poison to kill his father. Alaric didn't know the exact date, but he had a rough guess of when his uncle would start his schemes. This time, I will not let you harm my family. His eyes flashed with a fearsome glint. If a knight was nearby, they would have sensed the killing intent he was emitting. Step. 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 Alaric heard a series of footsteps down the hallway, so he immediately concealed his fury. The maidservant in the hallway was startled when she saw him. My lord. Alaric nodded with an indifferent expression. He tried to smile at her, but his face had gone stiff. Don't mind me, he muttered as he walked past the maidservant. He looked scary today for some reason. The servant thought as she bowed to him. Meanwhile, Alaric was unaware of her thoughts. He went straight to his room to write down his plans on how to deal with his uncle. Snowflakes fell from the sky, marking the coming of winter. It was the 30th of November, and Alaric was preparing for his trip to Rivad, a city next to Vale. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Alaric gave himself a satisfied nod. Not bad. He praised the clothes that were tailor-made for him. The tailor, a chubby middle-aged man wearing glasses, chuckled upon hearing his words. I'm glad that you like it, my lord. Elena, give him his reward, Alaric instructed while looking at Elena's reflection in the mirror. The girl nodded to acknowledge his instruction. She then took out a small sack that they had prepared beforehand and handed it to the chubby middle-aged tailor. The chubby tailor grinned when he felt the weight of the small sack. "Thank you for the reward, my lord. If you need more custom-made clothes, please send someone to inform me and I will make it for you any time." Alaric waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. When the chubby tailor saw his cue, he bowed and tactfully left the room with the small sack of coins in his hand. After he left, Alaric's face relaxed. "You look great, my lord," Elena remarked while staring at his side profile. Alaric chuckled. "Really?" Elena nodded innocently. Alaric faced her and took her in his embrace. "How about you come with me this time? The trip will be boring without you." Elena blushed at his surprise attack, and his words almost melted her that she was unable to respond for a while. "You're teasing me again, my lord." Elena pursed her lips. "I'm telling the truth." The two exchanged playful banters for a while before they went down the main hall. As soon as they arrived at the main hall, they saw Lucas and Maria chatting with Warwick, who would lead the entourage. Sensing their arrival, Lucas turned his head and nodded to Alaric. "You look good. Those clothes suit you." The Baron showed a rare smile. "Thank you, my lord. I got this made recently in preparation for this trip." Alaric responded with a light chuckle. Meanwhile, Maria approached him and adjusted his collar. "Be careful out there, son. You must always wear thick clothes and don't forget to stay close to the fire at night to keep yourself warm." Hearing her gentle reminder, Alaric smiled and nodded his head. "Yes, my lady. Oh, by the way, I plan to bring Elena with me for this trip." Lucas raised an eyebrow at his words, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at his wife as if telling her to make the decision. Maria understood his gaze and contemplated deeply. The trip to Rivad was an annual thing, and their main goal was to visit their longtime friend and ally, the House Paxley. However, there was something different about this year's visit. Just recently, they received a letter from House Paxley saying that their eldest daughter wanted to get to know Alaric, so they asked for his presence in this year's annual visit. From their message, it was obvious that they were interested in betrothing her to Alaric. Maria was worried that Elena's presence might make things awkward for the eldest daughter of House Paxley. "Alaric is an adult now. I believe he knows what to do." After some thought, Maria relented. "All right, but you must be considerate about the other party's feelings." Alaric knew what she was talking about, so he nodded his head to show that he had understood her words. "Yes, my lady." "Good. I hope that your trip will be smooth and pleasant." "Thank you for your well wishes, my lady." "All right. You should leave while the sun is still up," Lucas suggested with a calm voice. "Yes, my lord." After bidding his parents farewell, Alaric stepped out of the mansion and entered the carriage with Elena. Warwick hopped on his mount and commanded the entourage. "Let's go." Lucas and Maria stood outside the mansion and watched them leave. "Will things be all right?" the Baron asked while glancing at his wife. Maria shook her head. "I don't know. I just hope that our son will not hurt the eldest daughter of House Paxley." Her voice carried a trace of uncertainty. Wardhand District, Rivad. Inside a huge mansion within an estate surrounded by tall earthen walls, a young lady dressed in a winter dress was busy grooming herself in front of the vanity mirror in her room. She had long ash-blonde hair and a pair of cerulean eyes. Her refined facial features seemed to have been sculpted with great care, flawless and beautiful. "You look gorgeous, my lady. Lord Alaric will definitely fall for you," exclaimed the young maidservant who was combing her hair. The blonde-haired young lady revealed a demure smile at her words. Seeing her smiling face, the maidservant couldn't help but ask, "My lady, what do you like about Lord Alaric?" She was certain that her young lady hadn't seen Alaric before, so how did she suddenly fall for him? The young lady fell silent for a moment, and soon her eyes glazed over as if she was recalling a distant memory. "I have seen him once a long time ago when we were still young. He was probably 12 at that time. He had a cute face and was quite tall for his age, but that's not the best thing about him. At that time, there was this boy who used to follow me around to get my attention. He was really annoying and he even tried to touch me improperly. I was so scared. I really wanted to slap his face, but I couldn't do anything about him because of his family's influence. It was then that he came. The young lady giggled when she recalled her first encounter with the young Alaric. And then, what happened? The maidservant eagerly asked, curious to know what had happened next. The young lady smiled. Before that perverted boy could touch me, Alaric appeared and punched his face. He then looked at me and said, "Are you all right?" At this point, the young lady's face turned red like a tomato. Oh my God. I wish I was there to see that happen. The maidservant remarked with a sigh. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard a series of knocks on the door. Knock. 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 The young lady made a shushing gesture at the maidservant before she said, "You may come in." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, the door was pushed open by a middle-aged woman wearing thick makeup. "My lady." A look of fear flashed in the maidservant's eyes the moment the middle-aged woman entered the room. The middle-aged woman ignored the maidservant. She stared at the young lady with an eyebrow raised upward. "Hershey, how are your preparations for Lord Alaric's visit?" The young lady named Hershey was inwardly nervous. She tried to look composed as she replied, "All preparations are ready, my lady." The middle-aged woman hummed. She then crossed her arms and muttered, "Make sure that nothing will go wrong tomorrow. That boy has the same talent as his father. It would be good to leave a good impression on him." Hershey nodded. "I understand, my lady. I will do my best to keep Lord Alaric entertained." The middle-aged woman grinned. "Good." Without even bothering to say goodbye, she turned around and left. As soon as the door closed, the maidservant breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. That was scary. Hershey stood up and walked towards the coffee table by her bedside. On top of the table was a flower vase and a portrait of a woman who seemed to be in her late 30s. Hershey took the portrait. An expression of longing was evident in her eyes. "Mom, I miss you." Later that evening, Alaric's entourage set up camp near the western border of Vale. Thick piles of snow had already accumulated over the land, causing the temperature to drop even further. Alaric draped a thick wool blanket over Elena's shoulders to keep her warm. The girl pulled the blanket up, covering herself from the neck down. "Feel better now?" Alaric's gentle voice drifted into her ears. She stared at him and saw him looking over with a light smile. "Amen," she hummed in response. Alaric sat next to her and said, "Elena, the trip to Rivad this time is different." His voice suddenly turned serious. Elena hugged her legs as she looked at the flickering flame of the bonfire. "I know," she responded with a gloomy look on her face. Hearing this, Alaric was taken aback. "Did Mom tell her?" There was a moment of silence after that small exchange. It was Elena who broke the silence. "I already know that you will one day be married to another woman. I'm just a servant, so I don't have the right to be upset, but it hurts, my lord." Tears blurred her eyes as she spoke. Alaric opened his mouth and tried to come up with words to comfort her, but his mind was blank. In the end, all he could say was, "I'm sorry, Elena." Seeing her in tears made him feel torn, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he rejected all marriage proposals sent to him, many people would be offended. He might be politically inept, but he was aware that it would cause House Silversword a lot of trouble if that ever happened. Elena wiped away her tears and smiled at him. "It's not your fault, my lord. It's just me being selfish. I'm sorry if that made you uncomfortable." Alaric gently grabbed her shoulder and took her in his arms. "You are not selfish, Elena. I understand your frustrations and I don't blame you for that," he said as he rubbed the back of her head. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Elena buried her face in his chest. Soon, Alaric heard her rhythmic breathing. He looked at her sleeping face and smiled. Good night, Nana. The next day, Elena was awoken by the bumpy road. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the familiar interior of the carriage. Upon turning her head, she realized that she was sleeping on Alaric's lap. How was your sleep? Alaric smiled at her. His handsome face dazzled her, which caused her to be momentarily stunned. It was good, she replied as she hurriedly got up. I'm glad to hear that. Alaric chuckled. Look outside. We are almost there. He pointed at the view beyond the window. Elena followed his gaze. Her eyes were drawn to the beautiful landscape and the tall earthen walls that surrounded Regressed. How beautiful, she muttered. Yeah, but not as beautiful as you. Alaric's smile deepened when he saw her cute side profile. Elena's gaze stiffened when she heard her stomach growling. She didn't dare look at Alaric out of embarrassment. Seeing her cheeks turning red, Alaric laughed inwardly. He then took out the meat skewers he had prepared for her. Here. I kept them for you. Elena shyly turned her head and looked at the meat skewers in his hand. You should take some for yourself, my lord. I have already eaten. These are for you, Alaric responded. Okay. Elena took the meat skewers and took a small bite at the biggest piece of meat. Her eyes lit up as soon as she tasted the familiar flavor. Is this rabbit meat? Alaric nodded as he chuckled lightly. I knew you would recognize it. I know it's your favorite meat. The two chatted until they arrived at the entrance of Regressed, where a representative from House Silversword came to pick them up. Alaric stepped out from his carriage and looked at the beautiful young lady dressed in a winter dress. Hershey Paxley was someone he owed a huge debt to in his past life. She was his fiancée, and it was because of her that House Silversword didn't collapse after his uncle's abusive management of the family's finances. A feeling of guilt washed over him as he looked at her face. In his past life, he became indifferent to the world after his parents' and Elena's passing. He had even neglected Hershey, who he was supposed to marry, but she never once complained to him. She remained by his side, and she even waited for him when he was forced into conscription. He still remembered the words she said before he left to join the Crown Prince's army. I will wait here for you. If you die on the battlefield, then I will kill myself to be reunited with you. When he recalled the words she uttered that day, his eyes misted over. He looked away and pretended that he was wiping off some dirt. Welcome to Regressed, Lord Alaric. I'm glad to see you in good health. Hershey smiled as she curtsied. The warriors behind her saluted. Alaric suppressed the emotion that was about to burst out of his chest. He bowed to Hershey and responded in a mild tone. Thank you for taking the time to pick us up in such awful weather, my lady. I'm deeply honored. Hershey covered her mouth as she giggled. It's only right to serve our guest and longtime friend. The two exchanged another round of pleasantries before they headed to House Paxley's estate. Meanwhile, Elena was keenly observing Hershey, who was now sitting inside their carriage. From the way she spoke to Alaric and that overflowing emotion in her eyes as she looked at him, Elena could tell that this noblewoman had some feelings for her lord. She was jealous, but she controlled herself. Calm down, Elena. You've already thought this through. She inwardly cheered for herself. Hershey was a good talker. She managed to keep the conversation going with no hint of awkwardness. She's still the same, Alaric thought as he looked at her flawless face. After another hour, they finally arrived at the main mansion of House Paxley. The lord of the house, Baron Nathan Paxley, a slightly chubby middle-aged man with balding gray hair, greeted him in front of the mansion. Beside the Baron was a middle-aged woman wearing thick makeup, Vivian Harrison. She was the lady of the house and also Hershey's stepmother. Thank you for the warm welcome, Lord Nathan and Lady Vivian. Alaric slightly tilted his head to show his respect. Nathan Paxley laughed heartily at his words. I'm glad that you accepted our request despite the harsh weather. Vivian also said something to him and Alaric replied appropriately. After a round of exchanging greetings, they brought Alaric inside the mansion. Warwick and Elena followed half a step behind them. I heard that you defeated the best knight of Vale in an unofficial match. If only I wasn't busy with some matters, I would have joined the celebration and watched your performance. Nathan sighed to express his regret. Alaric shook his head and waved his hand as he responded. I was just lucky. If it was a real battle, it would have been my defeat. I still have so much to learn from my senior knights. Ha ha ha. You're too modest. How about you come with me to the training grounds before we begin our discussion? Nathan suddenly suggested. His intentions were clear. His words ignited the interest of Hershey and Vivian. The former wanted to see Alaric's elegance in battle, while the latter was curious about the young knight's power. Alaric was surprised by his suggestion, but he also wanted to know the difference between the knights of the two households. If that's what the host wants, then I will gladly comply. Hearing this, Nathan grinned. Great. He took Alaric to the training ground, which was located behind the main mansion. Before they even reached the training grounds, Alaric could already hear the sound of intense training. Upon their arrival, the warriors stopped what they were doing. The knights and the rest of the warriors greeted them. Alaric observed them one by one, and a particular knight caught his attention. This was because she was the only woman in the crowd. However, her presence was not any weaker compared to the male knights. A female knight. That's rare. I didn't know that House Paxley had one. He thought to himself. 4 elite knights and 11 knights. There might be more who aren't here. He was impressed by their strong military force. If it was before, House Paxley was definitely stronger than them, but things were different now. With the help of the dragon tail ferns they found in the Red Toad Gorge, House Silversword managed to boost the strength of their people. Given some time, they would certainly surpass House Paxley's military power. What do you think of them, Lord Alaric? Nathan smiled when he saw the change in his expression. They are powerful warriors. I can sense their strong presence from where I stand, Alaric remarked with a calm look. Ha ha ha. Nathan looked pleased by his words. Why don't you spar with them for a bit? Maybe they can learn something from you. Nathan squinted his eyes. When he heard the news about Alaric's amazing performance during the unofficial match held in House Silversword's estate, he had been eager to see his swordsmanship. Now that he had the opportunity to see his abilities, how could he possibly let go of this chance? Warwick, who was standing behind Alaric, frowned upon hearing this. He already had a bad feeling when Nathan mentioned visiting the training grounds. He approached Alaric and muttered, My lord. Alaric turned his head and saw Warwick's stern gaze. It's fine, Sir Warwick. It's only a friendly spar. There's no need to be alarmed. Alaric tapped the man's arm. Warwick stared deeply at him and nodded after a moment of silence. He then looked at Nathan and cupped his fists. I apologize for the delay, Lord Nathan. Ha ha. It's all right. Nathan wasn't offended. He knew what the veteran warrior was worried about. Now that it has been made clear, let's begin. After saying this, Nathan beckoned to his knights, indicating for them to come closer. Nathan selected 4 of the best knights and presented them before Alaric. Who among them would you like to spar with? Alaric glanced at the 4 he had chosen. Their presence was the strongest among the 11 knights present. As expected, she is one of the best here. Alaric thought as he looked at the female knight. When the female knight sensed his gaze, she narrowed her eyes. She stepped forward and cupped her fists as she said, Please allow me to spar with you, my lord. Her voice was filled with strong confidence. Nathan was a bit surprised that she had taken the initiative, but he didn't express any disapproval. Cassandra is our second best knight. It shouldn't be a problem to let her fight with Alaric. After thinking it through, he gave her a nod of approval. All right, Alaric replied without hesitation. The warriors of House Paxley smiled oddly when he accepted the challenge. Alaric also sensed the weird atmosphere, but he didn't care because his attention was currently glued to the cyan screen. Mission: Might of House Silversword 2. Difficulty: Easy. The might of House Silversword is being doubted. Show them what would happen to those who doubt your power. Rewards: 150 battle points, 30 EXP, random trait upgrade card X1 penalty for failure, 300 battle points. Alaric was ecstatic, but he didn't show it on his face. Missions rarely come, but they give generous rewards. There's even a random trait upgrade card. He had gotten this card once and it had improved his horseback riding. Alaric closed the cyan screen and focused his attention on Cassandra. I'm sorry, but I have to end this quickly. Nathan's gaze alternated between Alaric and Cassandra. Just by looking at their eyes, he could already feel the increasing tension. As the one who would officiate this spar, he felt excited. At this moment, Cassandra pulled out her weapon. It was a short sword, a weapon that was perfect for someone her size. Cassandra was quite tall for a woman at 1.75 meters, but against her opponents who were mostly men with large frames, she was still at a disadvantage. To bridge the gap in physicality, she trained in using the short sword since it was the easiest to master. It was light and fast compared to other weapons. Take out your sword, she muttered as she stared at Alaric with a cold, piercing gaze. This is a good chance to use my upgraded sword against a real opponent. Alaric took out the uncommon steel sword and adjusted his stance. Seeing this, Cassandra frowned. I heard that you are a dual sword wielder. Why are you only using one sword? Are you mocking me? Anger was evident in her voice. She felt that Alaric was looking down on her. Alaric shook his head. You're thinking too much. Whether it was one sword or two swords, Alaric could use them perfectly because of his SSS-Rank swordsmanship trait. He didn't bother to explain himself. He wanted to show her that he was a versatile swordsman. Looking at his indifferent face, Cassandra was furious. She made the first move as she lunged at him with one leap. And then in a fluid motion, she brandished her sword. Alaric's eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake. He remained unperturbed in the face of her quick movements. When her sword was about to land on him, Alaric brandished his sword. The moment their swords clashed, Cassandra felt like she was hitting an immovable wall. Alaric was firm and solid. Cassandra took a few steps backward before she stabilized her footing. She realized that he was far stronger than he looked. I have underestimated him. To think that he is already this strong when he is only using one sword against me. What will happen if he uses two swords? Just the thought of it made her feel that she was still lacking compared to him. However, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. I'm not done yet. Cassandra rushed at him in zigzagging movement. She planned to use her specialty against him, which was her speed. This move had never failed her once. Alaric raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not bad. She's even faster than Aldrin, but that won't be enough to defeat me. Alaric's eyes followed her every move. During his recent training, he finally discovered the purpose of his sixth sense trait. It was a unique trait that enhanced his senses, which served an important role that was crucial in battle. As soon as Cassandra brandished her sword, Alaric looked as if he had already calculated its trajectory. He made a quick step forward and slashed out. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Their swords clashed and created sparks that flew in every direction. It was then that everyone heard a cracking sound as Cassandra's sword broke apart under the intense power behind Alaric's attack. The tip of Alaric's sword hovered in front of Cassandra's eyes, making the proud female knight smile bitterly. I lost. She glanced at her now broken sword with shock. He didn't even use mana, but he actually managed to break my sword. Unbelievable. Alaric sheathed his sword and cupped his fists at Cassandra. It was a good fight, he muttered. Everyone was stunned by how the fight had ended. They were aware of Cassandra's skill. As the second-best knight of House Paxley, she had already established a strong image. No one would have thought that she would be defeated with such ease. Even a layman like Nathan could see the vast difference in their combat strength. Clap. 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 A series of clapping sounds broke the silence. It was a good fight, Lord Alaric. Hershey smiled as she approached him. She didn't even bother to conceal her admiration for him. Alaric lowered his gaze when he saw her unmasked admiration. Thank you for your praise, my lady. Splendid. As expected of you, Lord Alaric. You even bested our second strongest knight. Ha ha ha. Nathan's boisterous laughter echoed within the training ground. Alaric didn't know how to respond to his straightforward words, so he only chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Elena almost jumped in excitement when she saw Alaric's performance. Her eyes twinkled. She then set Alaric a sneaky thumbs up when she saw him glance her way. On the other hand, the stern-faced Warwick smiled. He felt proud to see the young lord showing off his power. At this moment, all the warriors of House Paxley no longer doubted Alaric. They thought that the rumors they heard about him were exaggerated. Now, they realized that those weren't just baseless rumors. Amazing. How did he reach that level of swordsmanship at his age? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it to be true. It seems like we are witnessing the birth of a prodigy who will one day engrave his name in the Estanian Dragon leaderboard. Alaric awkwardly chuckled when he heard their words. He then turned his gaze to Nathan and said, My lord, I would like to take a moment of rest before we begin with the meeting. It was only an excuse. The truth was that he wanted to spend more time with Hershey. She was one of his greatest regrets in his past life. Just recalling how he had treated her made him feel guilty. I will face your feelings this time, Hershey. Oh my. How thoughtless of me. Nathan face-palmed himself. Hershey, quickly bring Lord Alaric and his companions to the accommodation that we had prepared for them. He instructed his daughter. Yes, my lord. Hershey acknowledged his instructions with a nod of her head. I'm really sorry, Lord Alaric. I promise that I will prepare a feast for you tonight to make up for this mistake. Nathan apologetically said. You don't need to apologize, my lord. It's just a minor matter. Thank you for your understanding. A moment later, Hershey brought them to the guest mansion, which was just 50 meters away from the main mansion. So this is the man that my lady is crazy about. He is indeed handsome, and he is also skilled with the sword. Hershey's personal maidservant, Maris, thought as she looked at Alaric's face. She almost fell for Alaric when she saw him fight against Cassandra. We're here, my lord. Do you want me to give you a tour of the mansion? Hershey asked as she stared expectantly at Alaric. She was also like this in my past life. Even when I ignored her for a long time, she would always look at me with that face. Alaric nodded his head absent-mindedly. And so, they spent almost an hour touring the guest mansion. Hershey introduced everything to him in detail, from the paintings on the walls to the furniture, and she even told him how the mansion was built. She talked nonstop for that entire tour, but Alaric never got tired of her voice. He attentively listened to her and even occasionally made comments. As they interacted, they gradually became more comfortable with each other. Alaric could now look straight in her eyes, and Hershey could already make jokes with him. Elena saw everything happen, and she had mixed feelings about it. She was happy that her lord met an elegant and kind young lady, but she was also jealous of their growing familiarity with each other. She firmed her heart and repeatedly told herself that everything would be fine. After the tour, Hershey offered to make tea for him, to which Alaric agreed without hesitation. "I will be back in a minute, my lord." Hershey excused herself before she turned around and left to get the things she needed to make tea. As soon as she left, Alaric took his seat and opened the cyan screen. Mission complete. You received 150 battle points, 30 EXP, random trait upgrade card X1. Do you want to use the random trait upgrade card? Alaric clicked, yes. Congratulations. Your trait Close Combat, D, has been upgraded to Close Combat, C. A new set of memories appeared in his mind. He wasn't flustered by the sudden influx of foreign memories because he had already experienced this before. New hand-to-hand combat methods were introduced into his mind. It was a unique feeling, as if something was incorporated in his body. It's close combat this time, not bad. This will improve my combat ability. Alaric Silversword, Knight EXP, 325 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 100 Stamina, 34 plus Agility, 43 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 2,300 Stat Points. 23. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He already accumulated 22 stat points, but he decided to keep them for the time being. There might come a time when he would need to increase a specific stat, just like what happened during their encounter with the Goblin Chieftain. Without those extra points and agility back then, he wouldn't have lasted long against that monster. After checking his progress, Alaric closed the cyan screen. A few minutes later, Hershey and her maidservant arrived. The latter was pushing a tray cart with a tea set on top. "Thank you for waiting, my lord." Hershey smiled at him. She then sent her maidservant a look that said, "I'll take care of this." Maris understood her intentions and took a step back with her head lowered. Her lady was proficient in tea ceremonies, so she wasn't worried that she would make a mistake. "I will now prepare your tea, my lord," Hershey informed Alaric before she started preparing his tea. Alaric had already witnessed her expertise in tea making in his past life. It was refreshing to see it once more, and it was performed by a younger Hershey. The young lady's hands moved elegantly, and it looked as if she was doing a performance. Her movements were well practiced, as if it was deeply engraved in her bones. Elena, who was watching this, was awed by her impeccable performance. "I want to learn it." That was her thought as she watched Hershey's unmatched grace in making tea. A moment later, a freshly made tea was presented to Alaric. "Here's your tea, my lord. I hope you enjoy it." Alaric nodded with a smile. "Thank you." He lifted the teacup and inhaled the unique aroma of the tea. Hershey felt a bit nervous as she watched him. Will he like it? While she was nervously watching him, Alaric brought the teacup to his mouth and took a light sip. This familiar taste. His eyes glazed over as the familiar taste filled his mouth. "It's delicious," Alaric remarked as he tried to smooth down his emotions. Hershey's eyes brightened at his words. "I'm glad that you like it, my lord." She couldn't stop herself from beaming. Meanwhile, images of Hershey making tea for him in his past life flashed in Alaric's mind. Her gentle smile, her tender gaze, and her unwavering love. "I'm sorry," he muttered as he lowered his head. "Hm. Did you say something, my lord?" Hershey stared at him in surprise, wondering if she had heard him wrong. "Did he just apologize to me? Maybe I heard it wrong." Alaric was silent for a moment as he looked at the tea inside the cup. "It's nothing." He shook his head. "The tea made me recall a distant memory," he added. "I see." Hershey was curious about this, but she felt that it was something that she shouldn't probe. "Why don't you join me, my lady?" Let's talk about other matters while we drink tea. Alaric changed the topic. Hershey smiled and nodded at the suggestion. All right. What would you like to talk about, my lord? I heard that. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation as they enjoyed their tea. Time passed by unknowingly. A servant came to inform them that it was almost time for dinner. I enjoyed our conversation, my lord. Let's talk again another time. We shouldn't let the others wait. Hershey reluctantly stood up. Alaric nodded in agreement. At the dining hall, only Alaric was allowed entry, so he asked Warwick to protect Elena. I'm sorry about your companions, my lord. Lady Vivian doesn't like it when servants dine with us. I hope you understand. Hershey muttered apologetically. Alaric wasn't annoyed since he already knew that some nobles could be very particular about status and customs. It's fine, he replied calmly. Hershey was relieved. She noticed that Alaric was very attentive to his servant girl. She could even feel that there was a vague connection between them. The dining hall is this way, my lord. Just one more turn and we will be there. In the next moment, they finally arrived at the dining hall. Nathan, Vivian, and two men in their 20s were already there seated in their respective seats. Lord Alaric, come here. We left this spot empty for you. Vivian beckoned to him as she pointed at the chair next to Baron Nathan. Alaric nodded at her. Thank you, my lady. Vivian's smile deepened. She then turned her gaze to Hershey and sent her a deep look. Hershey pretended like she didn't see this and sat to Alaric's right. After they had taken their seats, Nathan clapped his hands and gave a signal to the servants. Nathan looked at Alaric and said, I don't know what kind of food you like, so I instructed the servants to prepare all sorts of dishes for you. I hope that they will be to your liking. Anything is fine with me, my lord, Alaric replied with a light smile. That's good. By the way, I'd like to introduce you to my sons. This is my eldest son Theo and this is his younger brother Liam. Nathan introduced the two men sitting to his left. Alaric cupped his fists at them. My name is Alaric Silversword. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. The two men had different responses to his greeting. The older man, who looked to be in his late 20s, had short blonde hair and a lean physique. He didn't look quite pleased with Alaric's presence. The sidelong glance and his condescending gaze didn't escape Alaric's attention. The name's Theo. Meanwhile, the younger brother named Liam politely cupped his fists at Alaric. I'm pleased to meet you, Lord Alaric. My name is Liam. Unlike his older brother, who looked like a trained warrior, Liam was on the slender side. Alaric was already familiar with these two since he had met them in his past life. Theo might look arrogant on the surface, but he was very caring towards his siblings. On the other hand, his younger brother, Liam, was nothing but a gambling addict who would also indulge in sexual pleasure and alcohol. A few minutes later, the food was finally served. True to his promise, Nathan had indeed prepared a huge feast for him. All sorts of dishes, from seafood to monster meat, were presented on the table. Let's eat. The atmosphere in the dining hall was lukewarm. Only Nathan and Vivian spoke with Alaric. Surprisingly, Hershey didn't say anything, as if she was afraid of something. The strange atmosphere made Alaric realize that there was something he didn't know about this family. Suddenly, Vivian mentioned something that made everyone momentarily stop eating. Lord Alaric, what do you think of my daughter, Hershey? Vivian smiled with a probing look. Hershey's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but sneak a glance at the young man sitting next to her. Alaric wiped his mouth with a napkin before he responded with a faint smile. Lady Hershey is a beautiful and elegant young woman. I'm very impressed by her skills in tea-making. He paused as he turned his gaze to Hershey and continued. Before coming here, I heard that she is also a great painter. I haven't seen her paint, but I would like to have my portrait made by her. Hershey felt like her heart leaping in joy when she heard his words, and his gentle gaze was like a spell that enthralled her soul. When she realized that she had stared at him for too long, she was flustered. She quickly lowered her head to hide her reddening face. Oh! Vivian's eyes lit up. She didn't expect things to go this smoothly. She planned to betroth Hershey to another noble if Alaric showed no interest in her, but from the looks of it, there was no need for her to go through much trouble anymore. It's still too early to discuss marriage. I just hope that this little bitch won't do anything foolish to scare Alaric away. While she was immersed in her thoughts, one person was giving Alaric a sharp gaze. He tried to hide it, but Alaric immediately sensed his hostility because of his sixth sense trait. Liam. Why did he suddenly become hostile? Alaric pretended like he wasn't aware of the other party's hostility. Liam lowered his head while clenching his fists. How dare that bastard flirt with my beloved sister? She's mine. No one can take her from me. A crazed look flashed in his eyes. His body trembled and he felt a sudden itch in his arms. This. Why does it have to be now? Liam's body trembled and sweat slowly trickled down his face. I need to get out of here quickly while I'm still sane. Thinking about this, he abruptly stood up and said, I'm full. I'll take my leave first. He then turned around and left in a hurry. Why is that kid in a hurry? Nathan muttered with a perplexed look. He then smiled apologetically to Alaric. Please forgive my son's insolence. It's fine. He probably has some important matters to take care of. Alaric nonchalantly replied. Theo raised an eyebrow as he looked at the empty seat next to him. Did that bastard? Damn it. I already told him to stop taking that suspicious medicine. He was aware of his younger brother's addiction to illegal drugs. He had already warned Liam not to take those pills, but it seemed like the latter had ignored his warnings. After the dinner, Nathan told Alaric to follow him to his study room to discuss the future collaboration of House Silversword and House Paxley. For this discussion, Alaric asked Nathan's permission to bring another person, to which the other party agreed after some thought. In the next moment, Alaric brought Harris with him to Nathan's study room. This guy was the best talent House Silversword had in the field of business. Harris's presence made Alaric feel at ease. Nathan glanced briefly at Harris before he turned his gaze to Alaric. Then let's begin with the first agenda. The things they talked about were mostly related to the joint businesses owned by the two households, as well as the future collaborations that they would work on. Alaric was prepared for this moment, but there were still some key points that he had forgotten. Fortunately, Harris was there to save his ass, so the discussion proceeded smoothly. Almost 3 hours later, Nathan stood up and let out a satisfied laugh as he extended his hand. To our future collaborations. Alaric took his hand and shook it. To our future collaborations. By the way, you should stay here in Rivad for a while. I've already asked Hershey to accompany you in the next few days to give you a tour of the city. Hearing this, Alaric nodded his head. That would be great. I've been planning to see the beautiful landscapes of Rivad. Having Lady Hershey with me will save me some trouble of having to travel around aimlessly. He chuckled. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Hershey knows this city like the back of her hand. Then I look forward to my stay here in the next few days. Nathan heartily laughed. After a few small talks, Alaric excused himself and left with Harris. That was exhausting. I tried my best, but I'm really not cut out for this. Alaric shook his head with a wry smile. You did a good job, my lord. You just need more experience. With a little more training, you will soon be fine on your own. Harris replied with a light chuckle. Alaric shook his head without saying anything. He knew his limits. They returned to the guest mansion and retired to their respective rooms. My lord, it's almost time for your tour with Lady Hershey. Alaric was awoken by a soft tug on his arm. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Elena, who was staring at him with an exasperated expression. "What time is it?" he asked as he slowly lifted his body off the bed. Elena pointed at the wall clock and responded, "It's almost 7 in the morning, my lord. You only have 30 minutes before your appointed meeting with Lady Hershey. Geez. You need to get up now." Looking at her pouting lips and her annoyed little face, Alaric laughed in amusement. "Yes, my Lady Nana." Hearing this, Elena blushed in embarrassment. She then grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, but he expertly dodged it and rushed out of his room. Elena glared at his fleeing figure. Outside his room, Warwick was surprised to see Alaric running away in a hurry. The veteran elite knight peeked into his room and saw Elena standing next to the bed with an annoyed look. "She's the only servant who would dare to do something like this to Lord Alaric." Warwick chuckled as he shook his head. After a quick bath, Alaric changed into his new custom-made clothes. He then stepped out of the guest mansion and found out that Hershey was already waiting for him outside. "Good morning, my lord. How was your sleep?" Hershey's smile made her even more beautiful. "Thanks to your hospitality, I had rested well. By the way, that dress looks good on you, my lady." Alaric was mesmerized by her beauty. Hershey was a bit embarrassed by his compliment. "I don't deserve your praise, my lord." In the next moment, Hershey invited him to the carriage. Just as they were about to enter, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Alaric stopped in his tracks and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the person who had stopped them. It was the lanky Liam dressed in standard noble attire. "Liam, why are you here?" Hershey looked surprised to see her brother. Liam smiled and slowly approached them. "I heard that you two are going to tour the entire city. Will it be all right if I come with you?" "That..." Hershey hesitated. She wanted to spend some time with Alaric, so she didn't want her half-brother to come with them. She also felt that Liam had given her strange gazes in the past few days, which made her instinctively suspicious. "What should I do?" Before she could respond, Alaric's curt voice drifted into her ears. "I'm sorry, Lord Liam, but I would like to be alone with Lady Hershey. There are some matters that I would like to speak with her privately. I hope that you understand." Liam's smiling face stiffened upon hearing his words. "This bastard. What a pity. Since you have some important matters to discuss with my sister, then I won't bother you too. Excuse me." Liam turned around and left with heavy strides. "How dare that fucking bastard embarrass me in front of my beloved little sister. Just you wait, Alaric. Accidents do happen on the road. Be careful or you might trip." A cold smile hung on Liam's face. Alaric's senses were telling him that something was off with that guy, so he rejected his suggestion without hesitation. "I'm sorry for rejecting him without hearing your opinion, my lady." He smiled apologetically at Hershey. "It's fine." Hershey smiled as she waved her hand. She then changed the topic as they walked inside the carriage. "You told him that you want to speak with me privately. So what do you want to discuss with me?" Alaric was caught off guard and he was momentarily stunned. "Ah. About that." Hershey stared at him with anticipation, wondering what he'd say. Looking at her face, Alaric suddenly thought about something and said, "Like I said last night, I hope that you can paint a portrait of me." "Oh. So it's about that." Hershey was inwardly disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. "It's fine if you don't want to. I know that you are a busy woman." Alaric didn't make things difficult for her. "It won't be an issue at all, my lord." Hershey waved her hand as she shook her head. She looked at his handsome face and smiled softly. "Besides, I have already started painting your portrait." When she met him at the entrance of Rivad, she already had this desire to make a portrait of him. She wanted to paint his image on a canvas and admire his looks forever. "I'm glad to hear that." The two began their tour together. They visited the most famous places and landmarks in Regressed. It was something that they had never done in his past life. Hershey acted as the tour guide, telling him about the history of each place they visited. At this moment, they were heading towards a famous tourist spot for lovers, the Bridge of Eternity. My lord, that is the Bridge of Eternity. It connects the district of Yavan and Miniva. Hershey pointed at the wooden bridge that connected two districts separated by a river. It is said that the bridge was built by a farmer who was searching for his wife. It became a symbol of his love and longing for his wife. Her voice carried a trace of sadness when she told him this story. Did he manage to find his wife? Alaric asked while looking at the sturdy bridge. Hershey sighed while shaking her head. He went to the other side, but he found no traces of his wife. He would always visit this bridge to wait for her return, but years had passed and she still hadn't returned. The man had become old, but he never gave up on searching for her. In the end, he died on this bridge while waiting for her. Alaric was moved by the man in the story. What was his name? Hershey shook her head. No one knows his name, but people call him Old Man Cross because he would always cross this bridge. I see. He was a great man, Alaric remarked. Hershey nodded in agreement. She then pointed at the people kneeling and praying on the bridge. Look over there. Do you see those people? Alaric followed her gaze. As he observed those people, her voice drifted to his ears. People say that if you throw a coin into the river while you're on the bridge and sincerely pray, your wish will be granted. Do you want to try it? She looked at him with a smile. There's such a thing. Alaric raised his eyebrows in surprise. It is said that the benevolent god Aru was moved by Old Man Cross's longing for his wife, so he baptized the bridge he created, which turned it into a place of miracle. Hershey explained. The benevolent god, Aru. The people of Estania were devout believers of Aru, who was known as the benevolent god. It was largely because of this sacred religion that the empire was able to conquer a vast territory on this vast continent. The members of House Silversword were also devout believers of Aru, including Alaric himself. As they walked towards the Bridge of Eternity, Alaric began to question himself. Did Aru send me back to the past to stop the destruction of his believers? My lord, are you all right? Hershey's voice broke him out of his stupor. Alaric smiled lightly and nodded. I'm all right. What do I need to do again? Just throw a coin and pray sincerely, right? That's right. I'll show you. Hershey took out a coin from her leather purse and tossed it into the river. She then brought her palms together and closed her eyes with her head lowered. Seeing this, Alaric followed what she did. He took out a coin and tossed it into the river. He then closed his eyes as he sincerely prayed to Aru. Aru, I don't know if you were the one who sent me back to the past, but please help me change the cruel future that I've seen. I don't wish to see that hell again. While he was offering his prayers, Hershey opened her eyes and looked at him. She smiled and patiently waited for him to complete his prayers. Not far from them, Elena also decided to give it a try. She took out a coin from her little pouch and threw it into the river. Aru, please give my lord your protection. It was the sincere wish of a servant who had fallen for her lord. A few minutes later, Alaric opened his eyes. If you're done, we should go. There are still more places that you have to visit. Hearing this, Alaric calmly nodded his head. He took one last look at the Bridge of Eternity before he left with Hershey. Elena and the rest of their subordinates followed quietly behind them. Upon entering the carriage, Hershey noticed a change in Alaric's mood. My lord, are you still thinking about Old Man Cross's story? Hershey smiled. Alaric lifted his head to look at her. Are you by any chance worried about me? He asked with a teasing voice. Hershey was stunned by his words. What are you saying, my lord? She tried to cover up her embarrassment, but Alaric had already seen through her from the start. He would be an idiot if he couldn't notice the special gaze she had when looking at him. So you have always liked me. Just when did it start, Hershey? The smile on his face deepened as he thought of this. Ha ha. I'm just joking, my lady. Alaric chuckled. 3 days later, the end of his trip to Rivad had finally come. In the past 3 days, he had traveled to the famous landmarks of the city together with Hershey. It was a rare experience for Alaric, and it made him temporarily forget the tragedy that happened in his past life. At this moment, Alaric was saying his goodbyes to Hershey and her family. Thank you for your hospitality. I enjoyed my stay here. Alaric shook hands with Baron Nathan, who was very enthusiastic throughout his stay. I'm glad to hear that. You can always come here whenever you want. Just give us a heads up so that we can make preparations before your arrival. Nathan beamed. I will definitely visit again. Alaric was quite fond of the place, and he was already looking forward to his next visit here. Ha ha ha. That's good. Vivian also spoke with him briefly, but he didn't have a good impression of this woman, so he only responded out of courtesy. Meanwhile, the two brothers, Theo and Liam, didn't say anything to him. The older one gave him a nod while cupping his fists, while Liam merely gave him a strange smile. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Hershey. She looked visibly down even though she tried so hard to hide it. She failed to conceal the glimmer of sadness in her eyes, which Alaric discerned at a glance. He wanted to embrace her and comfort her, but it would be inappropriate. Thank you for the portrait you made for me, my lady. I will treasure it forever. Alaric stared intently at her soulful eyes. I had a great time with you, my lord. Please visit again soon. Hershey forced out a smile. I will. He nodded. Before I go, I have something to give you. Alaric sent Elena a knowing look. The girl understood his gaze and took out a wooden box. She then walked towards Hershey and carefully handed it to her. This is... Hershey was surprised by the unexpected gift. She didn't expect that Alaric had actually prepared something for her. You may open it. Alaric smiled at her while gesturing for her to open the box. Let me help you with that, my lady. Her maidservant, Maris, took the initiative to open the box for her. The contents of the box were revealed. It was a winter dress made from the fur of the spiked grizzly bear. We managed to hunt an adult spiked grizzly bear recently, and the dress was made from its fur, Alaric explained. Hershey's eyes were glued to the dress. She fell in love with it after one look. The craftsmanship was beautiful, and the dress was also perfect for winter. Even Vivian gave her an envious look. I love it. Thank you for the gift, my lord. Hershey hugged the dress while looking at Alaric's face. While the two were exchanging their goodbyes, one person was staring daggers at them. Damn it. Just go home already. Does he really need to flirt with Hershey in front of the whole family? Liam gritted his teeth as he watched the scene. He was jealous, and their growing relationship was gnawing at him. See you again soon, my lady. Alaric lowered his head. He then turned around and left while waving his hand. Hershey quietly watched him enter his carriage. Soon, Alaric's entourage left, their figures slowly disappearing from their view. Hershey stood there unmoving like a statue as she clutched the winter dress she received as a gift. I hope to see you again soon, Alaric. Liam stared at his sister's lonely figure with narrowed eyes. You will never see him again because I have prepared the most perfect gift for that bastard. As he thought of this, a cruel smile hung on his lips. My lord, someone is tailing us, Warwick reported with a stern voice. Hearing this, Alaric frowned. How many men do they have? He asked while guessing who had sent the pursuers. The veteran elite knight furrowed his eyebrows as he responded. They have hidden themselves well, but I can sense more than 20 men. 5 of them are knights while the rest are knight apprentices. Alaric's face darkened. The lineup was more powerful than he had anticipated. In a city like Rivad, this was already a sizable force. Tell the whole party to prepare for a possible attack once we leave the city, but make sure the enemies won't notice that we have already discovered them, Alaric instructed. He wasn't afraid of battle, but he was a bit worried about Elena's safety. Just which bastard is targeting me? For some reason, Liam's face flashed in his mind. Is it you, Liam? My lord, what did Sir Warwick say? Elena's voice resonated in his ears. Alaric's gaze softened as he turned his gaze to her. Elena, there are people following us. We still don't know their intentions, but we need to be careful. Elena's eyes shook with fear when she heard this. She clung to his arm and muttered with a quivering voice, I'm scared, my lord. Seeing her terrified face, Alaric embraced her and gently rubbed her shoulder. Don't worry, Elena. No matter what happens, I will keep you safe. I promise. He muttered solemnly. Elena timidly nodded. His words comforted her, but she couldn't stop her body from shaking. We will be safe while we are still inside Rivad. Those guys won't attack us in broad daylight since this place is the territory of House Paxley, but things will be different once we leave the city. Alaric's voice suddenly turned serious. The carriage walls are made of durable materials, so you just need to hide here when the fighting starts. Never open the door for anyone and wait for my return. Can you do that for me, Elena? Alaric reminded her with a grave look. Elena was afraid, but she knew that she must not make her lord worried about her in this situation. She exhaled a deep breath and nodded her head. Why yes, my lord. We have Warwick, 2 experienced knights, and 7 knight apprentices. The remaining 10 are ordinary soldiers. Alaric rubbed his chin as he entered into deep thought. I should have brought more warriors with me. He thought that the trip would be smooth since Rivad was the territory of their longtime ally. He once again faced the harsh reality of the world. There was no such thing as a safe place on this continent. Even in North Pine Town, danger still lurked. As they neared the gates of Rivad, a tense atmosphere hung over the entourage. The warriors kept their hands on their weapons, prepared to take action at a moment's notice. Just which idiots are targeting us? One of the 2 knights muttered, annoyance evident in his voice. He was a bald middle-aged man with a short gray beard and a pair of blue eyes. The most striking feature about him was the sword scar that stretched from his left forehead down to the left side of his face. His name was Bernard, an experienced knight who had served House Silversword for over 3 decades. Hey, lower your voice. The knight who was riding a horse next to him reminded him. He looked a decade younger than Bernard with his thick eyebrows and wavy black hair. He also had a pair of monolid eyes which revealed the foreign blood that ran through his veins. This man's name was Chulmo. Warwick turned his head and glared at them, making the 2 knights flinch. We're about to step out of the city. Keep your eyes peeled. Warwick muttered in a voice that was just enough for them to hear. Bernard and Chulmo nodded their heads in unison. A moment later, the group finally crossed the gates of the city. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons while eyeing the surroundings with cautious eyes. Inside the carriage, Alaric's focus was broken by the sudden appearance of the cyan screen. Mission: kill the hired mercenaries. Difficulty: easy. A mercenary group was hired to kill you. Defeat them without losing a single casualty on your side. Rewards: 200 battle points, 40 EXP, 5 stat points. Penalty for failure, minus 350 battle points. Alaric frowned when he saw the mission description. It wants us to win without a single casualty on our side. Considering the difference in combat strength between both sides, this was a bit difficult. After all, they still needed to protect the carriage where Elena would hide. Although they had Warwick, who was an elite knight, the other side had 5 knights and 15 knight apprentices. On the other hand, they only had 3 knights, including Alaric, and 7 knight apprentices. The rest were just normal soldiers. If both sides clashed, it was inevitable for them to have some casualties. We need a plan. Alaric narrowed his eyes as he stared at the situation outside through the window. Their target should be me, so the focus of their attacks will be on me. Now, how do I make use of this information to defeat them without losing anyone? Alaric pondered deeply. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. An isolation tactic. Yeah, that might work. As soon as he thought of this, Alaric slowly made his preparations. He let Elena double-check the straps on the leather armor beneath his winter coat. After making sure that everything was in place, Alaric looked at the young girl and said, "Elena, never open the door until the battle is over. I will be back." Elena stared at him with a worried face. "Please be careful, my lord. I will pray to Eru and ask him to protect everyone," she muttered in a trembling voice. Alaric nodded and patted her head before he stepped out of the carriage. He hopped on the warhorse prepared for him, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings. There were no signs of anomalies, but his senses were screaming danger, something that had never been wrong before. At this moment, they had already traveled a certain distance from Rivad and they were close to reaching a secluded forest. Fighting in the forest would be dangerous for the group. We don't know what kind of weapons the enemies have, so it would be better to fight them in an open area where we can see them clearly. Thinking about this, Alaric raised his hand and signaled for the group to take a different route. Hidden not far from them were a group of warriors dressed in different kinds of armor. Some wore leather armor, while others were in steel-plated armor. "Boss, why did they take a detour? Do you think we have been discovered?" A man holding a pair of machetes asked the middle-aged man wearing an eye patch. Everyone glanced at their boss. This was a job with generous pay, so they didn't want any accidents to happen. The man wearing an eye patch frowned. "It doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe they are just being cautious, but we need to make a move soon. Just wait for my signal." The mercenaries nodded upon hearing his words. Suddenly, they saw a man stepping out of the carriage. "Boss, isn't that guy our main target?" The man wearing an eye patch nodded upon hearing this. "That should be him. Our client described his physical features in detail, and everything seems to fit with that guy. It looks like our prey has appeared, my brothers. Get ready to take action," he muttered as he took out his weapon, a two-handed sword. The eyes of the mercenaries flashed with killing intent and anticipation. Once they completed this mission, they wouldn't need to take on a job for a while. The man wearing an eye patch stared deeply at their main target. For some reason, he felt a chill upon seeing him. Juva, had never failed a mission once, so why do I have a bad feeling about that guy? He felt an instinctive urge to abandon the mission, but the generous rewards quashed the thought immediately. No. This must be a trial set by Agnes. As his follower, how could I flee without even fighting my enemy? "My lord, they are preparing to attack," Warwick reported with a cold gaze. Hearing this, Alaric pulled his swords and shouted at his men. "Bernard! Chulmo! Protect the carriage together with our soldiers. Don't engage the enemies and prioritize everyone's safety at all costs." "Yes, my lord." Bernard and Chulmo quickly gathered the troops upon hearing his commands. Under their leadership, a defensive formation was quickly formed around the carriage. As long as they were sticking close to each other, they would be able to properly utilize the defensive formation. These warriors had been trained to fight in any situation, and with the two experienced knights at the core, they formed a formidable team. Without looking at them, Alaric stared at Warwick and said, "Sir Warwick, our task is to eliminate as many enemies as possible while the others are protecting the carriage." Although he was surprised by his plan, Warwick followed his command without hesitation. "Yes, my lord." With a wave of his hand, the veteran elite knight grabbed his favorite weapon, a double-bladed spear. Both blades of his spear were curved like that of a scimitar, sharp and deadly. At this moment, multiple arrows were suddenly fired at them. Sue! 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 Don't worry about me, Sir Warwick. Destroy them. Alaric roared as he casually destroyed the arrows with a wave of his sword. Warwick wasted no time and squeezed his legs, urging his horse to rush at the enemy's location. Sue! 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 Another wave of arrows was fired at him, but an invisible energy prevented those arrows from touching him. He had activated his aura manifestation, but unlike the goblin chieftain who only did it out of instinct, Warwick was able to command it at will. After blocking the arrows, he then pulled the reins and commanded his horse to take a huge leap forward. The mercenaries were momentarily stunned by his horseback riding skills. His daunting aura made them feel a heavy pressure pressing down on them. An elite knight. The overwhelming pressure he exuded and his unstoppable momentum revealed his strength. The mercenaries' faces fell. It's just one person. I don't think he can block all of us. Kill him. Juva, the leader of the mercenary group, shouted to his men, his voice echoing in their ears. With the words from their captain, the mercenaries' fear dissipated. They moved simultaneously and attacked in different directions. Impertinent fools. Warwick's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. The double-bladed spear in his hands rotated like a sharp propeller, slicing everything in his path. KKHSSHK, KKHSSHK, my arms. He was like a cutting machine, effortlessly slashing the limbs and bodies of the mercenaries. Of the 5 people who attacked him, 4 were cut apart, while the remaining one was writhing on the ground, his armless shoulders bleeding profusely. The blood of the fallen mercenaries drenched the ground in red. Meanwhile, a few enemies also pounced at Alaric. They aren't weak, but they lack the fundamentals of military warfare. That was his first thought when he saw the enemies. They had no battle formation and their gears were also crude. Only warriors untrained in military tactics would fight like this. Their individual strength was formidable, but they moved sloppily as a group which presented many openings. To Alaric, who was a master of swords, a small opening was more than enough. While keeping himself steady on his mount, he waved his swords and aimed for their throats. Whoosh! 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 KHSHHK, KHSHHK. No one was able to dodge his quick strikes. The mercenaries fell from their horses, clutching their throat while gasping for breath. Alaric ignored the fallen mercenaries and kept his eyes on the remaining enemies, particularly on the man at the forefront who had an eye patch on his right eye. Meanwhile, Juva was staring blankly at the 2 warriors who had decimated almost half of his entire group in just a few seconds. It looks like the information we had about them was not accurate, Juva muttered in a grim voice. Agnes, is it finally our time to meet you in the kingdom of Xiphos? The thought of death didn't scare the mercenary leader. Only a glimmer of longing and desire could be seen in his eyes. With a fearless smile, Juva raised his sword and bellowed. My brothers. Let's meet again in the Hall of Gods. For Agnes. Charge. The eyes of the mercenaries burned with unwavering determination. Juva and his mercenary group were followers of Agnes, the god of war and chaos. They were fearless in the face of death because they believed that dying in battle would give them the chance to enter Xiphos, which was known as the Kingdom of Swords where Agnes resided. So they are followers of Agnes. Damn these war-crazed idiots. Alaric cursed as he clashed with the other party. The mercenaries didn't care about getting injured. Pain only served to fuel their fighting spirit. They recklessly attacked Alaric's group. Alaric's mount cried out in pain and collapsed after being mercilessly stabbed by the crazy mercenaries. Alaric also received some cuts and stab wounds, but he managed to evade lethal damage. Damn, bastards. He didn't like to fight against the believers of Agnes for this very reason. They were a bunch of crazy fanatics who didn't fear death. Clang. 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 Alaric parried their weapons and evaded those he couldn't block. Juva stared at his dying comrades. They were friends who had followed him for years, so he felt a sense of rage and frustration. He was furious at the enemies who had killed them, but he was more furious at the client who had provided them with false information. That fucking bastard. Suddenly, the sound of a galloping horse drifted into his ears. He narrowed his eyes and saw the elite knight wielding the double-bladed spear coming towards him. You have made the biggest mistake of attacking us, follower of the violent god. Warwick muttered as his spear swooshed down like a mirage, but just as he was about to cut the mercenary leader into two, Alaric's voice echoed. Juva could feel the tip of the spear's blade piercing his skin. The elite knight pulled back his spear and lowered his head at the young man who had just spoken. Step. 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 Juva raised his head. He finally got a clearer look at the face of their main target. He was much younger than he had thought, but his dignity was overflowing. Answer my question and I will give you a swift death. Alaric stared deeply at him. Hearing this, Juva's lips curved upward to form a mocking grin. Piss off. You insolent fool. Warwick roared at the mercenary leader. Alaric raised his hand, stopping Warwick from saying anything. Alaric opened his mouth and muttered in a cold voice. I know that you are a follower of Agnes. Juva's smile stiffened. Alaric continued. According to his teachings, the souls of the warriors who die in battle will be welcomed in Xiphos and live forever with him. If you answer my questions, I will gladly send you to Xiphos, but if you don't cooperate with me, I will take you back with us and make sure that you don't die. No. Kill me. Kill me. Juva was agitated by his words. To the warriors who followed Agnes's teachings, there was nothing more humiliating than being granted mercy. They also believed that Agnes would only accept the souls of those who died in battle, while those who died of different causes would become evil spirits with no hope of reincarnating again. I'll do it. I'll do anything you ask. I will answer your question. Juva was terrified of the thought of turning into an evil spirit. Very well. Alaric nodded, looking pleased by his response. Who hired your group? Alaric stared deeply at the mercenary who had lost his composure. Juva's face turned dark as he responded. It's Liam Paxley. It was him. His voice was filled with anger. So it's really him. Alaric muttered with narrowed eyes. He had already expected Liam's involvement to a certain extent, and the mercenary's words confirmed his suspicions. He sent Warwick a knowing look. Sensing his gaze, Warwick lifted his spear and slashed it down. Juva's decapitated head flew into the air, while the headless body collapsed to the ground in its own pool of blood. Alaric glanced at the carriage and saw a small number of corpses around it. He guessed that they were probably killed by Bernard's group during the battle. He then went inside the carriage to check Elena's situation. When he entered the carriage, he saw a terrified girl hugging her legs. Her hair was disheveled like an abandoned child. Elena, are you hurt? He hurried to her side and inspected her body carefully. The girl was shivering, but she didn't have any injuries. The arrows failed to penetrate the carriage's durable walls. I am fine, my lord, Elena replied weakly. Her eyes scanned his body and she felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw his wounds. My lord, you're hurt. Alaric gently smiled as he caressed her face. It's all right. They are just shallow wounds. He muttered reassuringly. Let me help you dress your wounds. They might fester if we leave them be. She rose to her feet and searched for the medicine box that she had brought with her, but she couldn't find it properly because of her trembling hands. Seeing this, Alaric felt guilty. I'm sorry, Elena. I shouldn't have brought you here. The little girl remained silent. After rummaging through the items, Elena finally found the medicine box. She turned around and carefully grabbed his injured hand. She then opened the medicine box and started cleaning his wounds. "You don't need to apologize, my lord. It wasn't your fault. It was because of you and the warriors that I'm unharmed, so stop blaming yourself, okay?" She glanced fiercely at him, which made him chuckle in amusement. While she was bandaging his wounds, Alaric opened the cyan screen. Mission complete. You received 200 battle points, 40 EXP, 5 stat points. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 369 fan, 500 potential. B traits: horseback riding, C, swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C, archery, F, hunting, E, tracking, F, sixth sense, F, strength, 100 stamina, 34 plus agility, 43 plus vitality, 27 plus endurance, 42 plus battle points, 25 40 stat points, 32, requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He was already over half his EXP requirement, and he had even reached the halfway mark of his battle points requirement. My EXP and battle points are already at the halfway mark, but my stats are barely moving. At this rate, it will take me a year before I can advance to the next realm. I need to find a way to trigger more missions. That's the only way for me to speed up my progress. He noticed that missions would only appear when he was faced with unique circumstances. For instance, a mission appeared this time because they were attacked by a bandit group. If missions are only triggered during unique situations, why did I not trigger one when we last went to the Red Toad Gorge to find the dragon tail ferns? Alaric rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was slowly learning how the cyan screen worked, but there were still some things that he couldn't understand. Maybe the situation at the Red Toad Gorge didn't fulfill a certain requirement to be classified as a mission. Alaric tried to come up with an answer, but he only ended up having more questions, which made his head hurt from all the thinking. Let's take it slow. The next major event is the orc invasion, which would happen within 2 years. I still have plenty of time to prepare for that day. I just hope that the orc invasion won't happen earlier than it did in my past life. This was what he was worried about. If the things he knew in his past life deviate too much, then his plans would be affected. After Elena dressed his wounds, Alaric stepped out of the carriage to check his subordinates. "How is everyone?" he asked while looking at Bernard. "Everyone is fine, my lord. Some of our soldiers are injured, but their injuries aren't fatal. They only need a few days of rest to recover," Bernard replied while staring at him with unmasked admiration. Despite being the heir of a noble household, Alaric didn't hesitate to place himself in the most dangerous position. Other heirs would have chosen to prioritize their safety if they were in that situation. Provide first aid to the injured and monitor their condition from time to time. Also, build a wagon big enough to fit all of them. You can use the spare tires of the carriage for the wagon, Alaric instructed. "Yes, my lord." Bernard acknowledged his command with a nod of his head. "You may go." After Bernard left to do his tasks, Warwick approached him with a solemn look. "My lord, how should we handle this matter?" This matter was big enough to destroy the alliance between House Paxley and House Silversword. If it wasn't handled well, it might even lead to a war. Alaric pondered deeply. "I can't let this matter slide. If I act like nothing happened, Liam would think that I'm a pushover. But how should I retaliate without ruining the friendship of the two noble households?" Warwick remained silent and calmly waited for his response. It was a difficult choice, so he wondered how Alaric would respond. After almost 5 minutes of silence, Alaric raised his head and muttered in a cold voice. "Once the wagon is built, we will head straight to North Pine Town and inform my father about the situation. House Paxley is definitely not involved with this. They will never do something that would damage the friendship of the two households. Which means that Liam is the sole culprit," he added. "I will never let that bastard get away with this." Alaric's eyes flashed with killing intent. Warwick felt a chill when he saw his gaze. "I will follow your words, my lord." He lowered his head. Not long later, Chulmo came running towards him with an urgent look on his face. "My lord, I discovered the contract between Liam and the mercenary group." "HM. Where is it?" This was crucial evidence that would prove Liam's direct involvement. "It's here, my lord." Chulmo handed him the piece of parchment paper he was holding. Alaric unrolled the parchment paper and read the contents. The document noted down the mission that Liam tasked the mercenary group with. It was even stamped by both parties, which made it legitimate evidence that could prove Liam's crime. What a fucking idiot. He actually left a trace that would lead back to him. "Just wait for me, Liam. I will let you live for a while, but mark my words, you won't have a good ending." Alaric rolled the parchment paper and kept it in his pocket. "Good job, Sir Chulmo." Alaric tapped the knight's shoulder. Without the document, it would have been difficult to seek justice. Chulmo grinned at him. "I'm glad that I found something useful. Continue searching their items. We might find something else." "Yes, my lord." Chulmo saluted and left to do what he had instructed. Under Chulmo's command, a few warriors rummaged through the mercenaries' items. Unfortunately, other than some money and their crude equipment, there was nothing of notable importance. A few hours later, the wagon was finally built. Alaric instructed the group to bring the injured to the wagon. Once everyone had settled down, the group marched towards the direction of Vale. Meanwhile, inside a room in House Paxley's main mansion, Liam sat on a chair as he stared at the cloudy night sky with a faint smile. Those stupid followers of Agnes should be dead by now. He was already aware that an elite knight was leading Alaric's escort team. The reason he sent the mercenary group to attack them was because he wanted to make Alaric pay for coveting his sister. He also wanted to make use of Alaric's group to remove the potential threat that had grown significantly over the years. Whether Alaric died or not was not his concern. "It seems like nothing happened to you, Alaric. What a pity." If something had happened to Alaric, his entourage would have returned to Rivad to investigate the incident, but since there were no signs of them, he was certain that Alaric was still alive. Thinking about this, he shook his head with a regretful look. "Well, at least I managed to eliminate Juva's mercenary group. Now, I have nothing to worry about once I inherit my father's property and position." Liam snickered at the success of his plan. "I accomplished 2 things today. 1, I was able to punish Alaric for coveting what is mine. And secondly, I eliminated Juva's mercenary group, which would be a huge threat to my future rule. I'm really a fucking genius." Ha 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 ha. His evil laughter echoed within the confines of his room. On the 6th day of December, in the year 208 of the Estanian calendar, Alaric's group finally arrived at the entrance of North Pine Town. The mood was heavy and no one spoke throughout their return to the estate. At this moment, Lucas and Maria were happily waiting for them in front of the main mansion. Lucas was the first to notice them and he immediately saw their haggard faces. Sensing the change in his expression, Maria raised her eyebrows. "What happened?" she asked with a hint of worry. Lucas frowned as he muttered in response. "They are injured." "What?" Maria covered her mouth in shock. "What about our son? Is he all right?" Lucas nodded with a grim look. "He is fine, but he is also injured." "Oh my God. Just what happened out there?" Maria's eyelashes trembled. In the next moment, Alaric stepped out of the carriage with Elena closely following behind him. Seeing him covered in bandages, Maria immediately rushed to his side. "My son. Are you all right?" Meanwhile, Lucas stood there unmoving, his eyes filled with intense coldness. Lucas muttered, looking at Alaric's face. "Let's discuss this in my study." Alaric nodded in understanding. He then looked at his mother, squeezed her hand, and gave her a reassuring smile. "I'm all right, Mom. These are just minor cuts." Maria exhaled a long sigh. "Let's go to your father's study. I'd like to hear the situation as well." "All right." Alaric nodded. Letting her know what had happened wouldn't be an issue. She was also smarter than both him and his father combined, so she might offer a better solution. Elena quietly followed them. She could sense that something big was about to happen, but she tactfully remained silent. A moment later, they arrived at the study. Alaric and Maria entered, while Elena remained outside. Lucas saw his wife entering with Alaric, but he didn't say anything. He eyed his son and pointed at the chair in front of his desk. "Sit down." Alaric obediently took his seat, while Maria sat next to him. With a deep look, Lucas muttered, "What happened?" Alaric furrowed his eyebrows as he recounted the whole situation. "When we were about to leave Rivad, Sir Warwick sensed that we deliberately led them to an open area to force them to come out. I didn't want to see anyone get killed, so I decided to use an isolation tactic by forming a defensive formation centered around Sir Chulmo and Sir Bernard, while Sir Warwick and I dealt with the stronger mercenaries. In the end, we successfully eliminated the mercenaries, and we even managed to get evidence that helped us identify the person who hired the mercenary group." When he mentioned this, Lucas narrowed his eyes. "Who is it?" he asked in a flat tone. Alaric took out the parchment paper he had kept and handed it to his father. "This is a document signed by the leader of the mercenary group and the person who hired them. You will see his name right there." Lucas grabbed the parchment and began reading the contents. When he saw the client's name, his eyebrows shot upwards in surprise. Maria saw this and immediately asked, "Who is it?" "I can't believe it," Lucas muttered as he handed the parchment to his wife. While Maria was reading the paper's contents, Lucas stared at his son. "Do you think it was really done by him?" he asked in a low voice. Alaric nodded without hesitation. "I'm 100% convinced that it was him. The guy seemed unusually attracted to his sister, and he acted suspiciously every time I saw him." Annoyance was evident in his voice. Liam Paxley. Lucas had an impression of that guy. He was a lively kid who always wore a smile on his face. Lucas had thought he was a good kid, but from the looks of it, there was something dark about him. Maria put down the parchment. "He probably likes his younger sister. He must have sent those mercenaries to come for you out of jealousy. What a sickening thing." She had a disgusted look on her face. Hearing this, Lucas nodded in agreement. "That seems to be the case. I never thought that Nathan's second son was actually an abominable bastard." Lucas muttered as he leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. The matter could lead to a serious conflict between both households. "Father, I can't let this matter slide. How dare that bastard hurt me and our people?" What Alaric hated the most were traitors. Not to mention that Liam had improper thoughts towards Hershey. Just thinking about it made him furious. Just how did that bastard die in my past life? In his past life, Liam died right after Hershey was engaged to Alaric. No one knew the true cause of his death, and House Paxley was strangely silent about the incident. It was as if they had intentionally concealed the truth. "What do you want to do?" Lucas didn't want to offend House Paxley, but this was a matter that concerned his son's life and the honor of House Silversword. He couldn't just leave it be. "I'll send someone to assassinate." Alaric's words were suddenly cut off by his mother. The father and son turned their gazes to her. Maria shook her head and said, "There is no need to assassinate him." "But Mom." Alaric frowned at her words. "Listen to me first." Maria gave him a look. Alaric took a deep breath and decided to hear her out. "The first thing we need to do is go to Rivad and show this document to Baron Nathan. Once he learns the truth, we will have a justified reason to ask for compensation for the damages his son has caused, and Liam won't be able to reject if we demand a trial by combat." Maria's words stunned both father and son. That's a sound plan, but what if Liam denied the accusations and rejected the trial? Alaric was fairly certain that Liam wouldn't admit his crimes that easily. He might do that, but Baron Nathan is not a foolish man. I know what kind of person he is. This document alone is enough to convict his son, so he would definitely agree to our demands, Maria replied. Yes, you're right, but this could still damage the relationship between our households. Lucas scrunched his eyebrows. Maria nodded. That's true, but... She suddenly smiled and said, there is a way to strengthen our alliance even after this incident. Lucas and Alaric stared deeply at her. They mentioned that their daughter is interested in our son. Why don't we send them a marriage proposal? Of course, only on the premise that they agree to our demands. Maria snorted. Alaric stared at his mother in admiration. She had actually come up with that plan in just a short amount of time. All right. Let's do as you say. So what should we do first? Lucas was also impressed with her idea. But before that, what do you think about that girl? Maria stared at Alaric. Alaric thought about Hershey as he answered, she is a beautiful and talented young lady. If it's her, then I'm not against the proposal. That's good to hear. Maria was satisfied with his response. Now, here's what we need to do. Maria told them about her plan, from who they would bring to Rivad to how they should act once they were there. She didn't miss any detail, even going as far as thinking of several countermeasures in case something fell through. That's the gist of it. Don't forget anything since we still need to discuss this with the warriors. Speaking of which... She turned her gaze to Alaric and said with a smile, Sir Henry successfully became an elite knight yesterday. You should go and look for him later. You were the first person he wanted to see when he made his breakthrough. Hearing this, Alaric was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that the old knight would need a few months to advance, but it seemed like he had underestimated Henry. I will visit him after cleaning myself up. Alaric couldn't wait to visit the old man and congratulate him. Then you should go. I will discuss the details with your mother. Just listen carefully once we talk about this with the knights. Lucas dismissed him with a light smile. All right. Then I'll excuse myself first. Alaric stood up, bowed to them, and left the study. Look at him go. He looks even more excited now than when he became a knight. Maria chuckled while shaking her head. Just leave him be. Sir Henry is like a grandfather to him. It's only natural for Alaric to feel happy about his advancement. That's true. Outside the study, Alaric saw Elena standing by the door with a bored look. Elena. Why are you still here? You should have returned to your room. He had been inside the study for over an hour, so she must be tired. It's okay, my lord. I want to wait for you. Elena fidgeted as she lowered her head. Seeing her subtle movements, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and sighed. She was still affected by what happened in Rivad. Alaric didn't expose her and gently grabbed her hand. Next time, you need to tell me if you ever feel tired or if you are uncomfortable about something. The warmth of his hand was like a magical medicine that eased her nerves. She hummed in response. You should go and take a shower. We will visit Sir Henry later. The girl lifted her head and asked, why? Did something happen to Sir Henry? Yes, but it's a good thing. You will know later. The two parted ways. Alaric headed to his private bathroom, which was beside his bedroom, while Elena headed to the maidservant's public bathhouse. Inside the bathroom, Alaric removed the bandages and started cleaning his wounds. He then washed himself using the scented soap and dried his wet body with a clean cloth. Man, this thing really smells good. I should check on how the store is doing once I have some free time. Alaric stepped out of the bathroom and went to his room to change into a set of casual clothes. While he was combing his hair with his fingers in front of the mirror, he heard a series of knocks on the door. "My lord, it's me." Elena's voice drifted into his ears. "You may come in." Now dressed in a new maid uniform, Elena stepped inside his room. Alaric glanced at her through the mirror and noticed that her hair was still wet. "Elena, your hair is still wet. Let me help you with that." He turned around, grabbed a cloth, and approached her. "There's no need to trouble you, my lord. I can do it myself." Elena grabbed the cloth from his hand, but she realized that she was unable to take it from him. "It's all right, Elena. You always do it for me, so let me do the same for you." Alaric gently grabbed her hand and pulled her in front of the mirror. Elena felt shy, but she didn't reject him. This was Alaric's first time doing this for someone else, so he was a bit clumsy. Seeing his serious face in the mirror, Elena giggled. Alaric stopped what he was doing and looked at her. "Did you just laugh?" "No, I didn't." Elena shook her head while holding back her laughter. Alaric smiled wryly. After patting her hair dry, he grabbed a comb and started combing her hair. Elena didn't say anything and just watched his face in the mirror. At this moment, Alaric's voice echoed in her ears. "You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode." "Elena, my parents want me to marry Hershey to solidify the alliance between both our households." Elena remained silent at his words. She already knew that this would happen after she saw Hershey. She was the most beautiful woman Elena had ever seen. She was also talented in painting and tea-making, and she was a smart woman. Elena felt that Hershey was a perfect match for her lord. That was her honest thought after meeting her. "I agreed with their decision," Alaric added. "Why are you telling me this?" Elena asked. Alaric continued combing her hair as he replied, "I just felt that I should inform you." Elena turned around and lifted her head to look at him. "You don't need to feel guilty, my lord. I understand your difficulties, and I know that this is also for the best of the town. But please, don't forget me, my lord. I will always be here for you." Alaric grabbed her shoulders and embraced her tightly. "I know, Elena. Thank you for always taking care of me. You will always have a special place in my heart." His words made her feel a mixture of emotions. After some time, Elena broke free from his embrace and smiled at him. "We should get going, my lord." "You're right." Alaric chuckled as he nodded his head. The two headed to Henry's house, which was located a few hundred meters away from the main mansion, but they didn't get far when they spotted the very person they were looking for walking towards them in his standard knight uniform. "My lord." The old knight looked visibly excited upon seeing him, but when he saw Alaric's wounds, he frowned. What happened? He had been resting in his house when they returned, so he didn't know what had happened. Alaric smiled and shook his head. "It's a long story. I'll tell you the details later." He quickly changed the topic. "Anyway, I heard that you've become an elite knight. Congratulations." The old knight smiled. "It's only because I had the beast soul crystal. If it weren't for that, it would have taken me years before I could achieve a breakthrough. Thanks to you, I saved plenty of time. I'm really grateful, my lord." Alaric chuckled. "Like I said, you deserve that reward, Sir Henry. By the way, Elena also came here to congratulate you on your breakthrough." Alaric turned his head and winked at Elena. The girl was flustered, but she quickly stepped forward to congratulate the old knight. "Congratulations on your advancement, Sir Henry." The old knight grinned. "Thank you, Miss Elena. Oh please, just call me by my name." Elena was overwhelmed by how formally the old knight was speaking to her. That won't do. You are a special person in this household, Miss Elena. Everyone knows that. The old knight chuckled. Elena blushed at his words. She understood what he was implying, and it made her embarrassed. We should talk somewhere more comfortable. Why don't we head to the training ground? There are plenty of seats there. I'm about to do my daily training anyway, Alaric suggested. Sounds good. I'm also on my way there to observe the training of the new recruits. Henry nodded. What about you, Elena? Will it be all right with you? Alaric glanced at her. Huh. Why, yes. I will follow you wherever you want to go, my lord. Elena didn't expect him to ask for her opinion, so she almost stuttered. In that case, let's go. I also want to check the progress of the new recruits. It's been a while since they started training. Some of them should be close to becoming a knight apprentice, Alaric said as he took the lead. The trio headed to the training ground under the curious gazes of the servants. When they arrived, they saw a group of young warriors dressed in their training clothes, wielding their wooden weapons with synchronized movements. The person responsible for overseeing their training for the day was Rigger. He was quite strict, so the recruits were extra careful so as not to upset him. Rigger was the first to notice their presence. He immediately approached them and bowed. Greetings, my lord. He then cupped his fists at Henry. Sir Henry. The old knight returned his greeting by cupping his fists, while Alaric simply nodded his head. How are the recruits doing? Alaric asked while searching for Rasmus's figure among the trainees. They are doing pretty well for newbies. This batch is better than the last group. 2 of them even showed exemplary results, Rigger announced proudly. As one of the trainers, he was pleased by their performance. Oh. Alaric's interest was piqued. He wondered if he was talking about the same people he was thinking of. The old knight also showed interest in this matter, and Elena was the same. Which of them are you talking about? Alaric asked while rubbing his chin. Rigger beamed as he replied, It's Rasmus and Renanti. Do you want me to call them? Renanti. I don't remember someone like that among the exceptional young knights in my past life. Please call them over. I'd like to closely observe their progress. Alaric nodded. All right. Rigger went back to the trainees and summoned the 2 he had mentioned. He then brought them to Alaric. My lord, it's them. This one is Rasmus, and this guy is Renanti, Rigger proudly introduced the top trainees. Alaric turned his gaze to the 2. Rasmus looked completely different compared to when he first met him at the orphanage. He had grown some muscles, and he also looked a few centimeters taller. He had even trimmed his long hair, which made him look more like a warrior. On the other hand, Renanti was a complete stranger to Alaric. He looked a bit older than Rasmus and was probably 20 years old. He had long wavy black hair and a pair of cold-looking onyx eyes. He was also quite tall at over 190 centimeters, and his physique was the most athletic among the recruits. Greetings, Lord Alaric. Rasmus and Renanti greeted him with a light bow. Alaric nodded to them and said, You 2 showed the best results, so you must be properly rewarded. Give them more tonics to help them strengthen their bodies, he reminded Rigger. I'll do as you say, my lord. What are you 2 standing there for? Go and thank Lord Alaric. Rigger glared at the 2. Hearing this, they immediately thanked Alaric. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Continue working hard, and you will receive more rewards. Alaric smiled and tapped their shoulders. We will do our best, my lord. All right, you should go back to your training. Don't mind us. Alaric waved his hand and sent Rigger a knowing look. Rigger understood his intentions and left with Rasmus and Renanti. As they walked away, Rasmus turned his head and took another look at Alaric. It seems like Lord Alaric went through another battle again. Just when can I go with him? he whispered upon seeing the fresh wounds on Alaric's arms. Rigger snorted when he heard his remarks. If you want to join Lord Alaric in battle, you better work harder. With your current strength and skill level, you will only be able to serve as an ordinary guard. Rasmus lowered his head and clenched his fists. Just give me a little bit more time, my lord. After Alaric's daily mission, a servant came to the training ground and informed him as well as the knights about when the meeting would be held. A meeting, huh? Is this about your recent visit to Rivad, my lord? Henry curiously stared at Alaric. The latter still hadn't told him how he got his wounds. Yes, pretty much. Alaric nodded with a serious look. Then, I should take my leave first. I can't go to the meeting hall covered in sweat. Henry chuckled while shaking his head. All right. We'll see you later, Sir Henry. See you later, my lord. The old man bowed to him and left. An hour later, Alaric headed to the meeting hall. He told Elena to get some rest so the girl wasn't with him this time. When he entered the spacious hall, he saw the knights and the elite knights of the household seated before a long table. Among them was his uncle, Charles Silversword, who was leisurely chatting with a young warrior sitting on the chair to his left. As if sensing his arrival, Charles turned his head and waved at him enthusiastically. Alaric, come here and sit beside your uncle. I'd like to introduce you to someone. Alaric was disgusted upon seeing him, but he maintained a cool appearance. He decided to play along with his uncle. Yes, my lord. Alaric took a seat on the empty chair beside Charles. Alaric, do you still remember him? Charles pointed at the young warrior beside him. Alaric stared at the young warrior with a calm expression. How could I forget the face of my cousin? Of course. We met a few times when we were young. Alaric responded to his uncle while nodding at the young warrior. This man was Charles's bastard son, Josephus Silversword. He looked like he was in his late teens, but he was actually over 20 years old. He had a slender physique much like his father. However, unlike the men of House Silversword who had striking gray hair, Josephus had blonde hair which he inherited from his mother. Charles grinned and whispered to his ears. Thanks to the herbs I got from you, Josephus became a knight. Alaric was taken aback. Congratulations, Josephus. Alaric had mixed feelings about this cousin of his. In his past life, Josephus had never become a knight. He had always been stuck as a knight apprentice, which made Charles very disappointed in him. Josephus worked even harder to meet his father's expectations, but his efforts weren't rewarded. He was still unable to advance, which left him depressed. When Charles took over the Baron's position after Lucas's death, Josephus committed suicide, but the reason for his suicide was kept a secret. Josephus scratched his head in embarrassment. Thank you, my lord. If it weren't for the dragon tail fern, I wouldn't have enough mana to advance. Looking at his honest and shy face, Alaric was baffled. Just why did you hang yourself, Josephus? Just what pushed you to end your own life? This matter was one of the few things that remained unanswered even after Alaric's death. I hope you're not like your father, my dear cousin. While he was deep in his thoughts, the door sprung open as Maria and Lucas stepped in. Everyone immediately stood up from their seats the moment they arrived. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lady. Lucas scanned everyone's faces and saw Alaric sitting beside his uncle. He found it unusual since he felt that Alaric didn't like Charles. However, he didn't say anything and just calmly took his seat. Lucas cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, I gathered you all here to inform you about what happened to the people we sent to Rivad. I guess some of you are already aware of what happened, but for the sake of those who don't know anything, I will say it once again. Everyone adjusted their posture as they listened closely. Lucas recounted what he had heard from Alaric and the rest of the warriors who were sent to Rivad. When the knights heard this, they were furious. How dare they attack the heir of House Silversword? They must be tired of living. Charles slapped his hand on the table. Seeing this, Alaric sneered inwardly. Pretentious bastard. Meanwhile, the other knights also expressed their anger. I can't believe that the second son of House Paxley would do something like this. We must make that bastard pay. The hall became noisy as everyone expressed their rage. Silence. Lucas's indifferent voice resonated in their ears, making everyone shut their mouths. I understand your anger and frustration. That's why we came up with a plan to make that bastard pay for what he did. After saying this, Lucas gave his wife a look. Maria knew that it was her turn to speak. This is what we have decided to do. Maria told them about her plan. It was more detailed than what they had discussed earlier. We need a show of force to pressure House Paxley, so we need to send some of our elite knights to Regressed. Are there any volunteers? Maria swept her gaze at the people inside the hall. I will go. The newly advanced elite knight, Henry, was the first to volunteer. He looked incredibly furious by the look on his face. Maria nodded at the old man to show her appreciation. I will go too. Charles smiled as he raised his arm. Alaric narrowed his eyes, wondering what his uncle was up to this time. Please sign me up, my lady. I was with Lord Alaric when the attack happened. I must see this to the end. Warwick raised his hand with a cold look. Thank you. Maria nodded to Warwick. Now, I will announce who among the knights will join in the trip to Regressed. Dot and Josephus. Including the 3 elite knights, the 7 of you will lead 30 of our warriors to Regressed. Do you have any questions? What if someone will attack North Pine Town while most of our skilled warriors are away? Someone asked with a concerned look. That wouldn't be an issue. As long as there's no disaster-grade monster, nothing will happen to the town. Besides, I'm already thinking of hiring someone who can guarantee the safety of the town and the estate. Lucas spoke confidently. Everyone was curious to know who he was talking about, but it didn't seem like Lucas had the intention of telling them, so no one asked. Are there more questions? At this moment, Henry raised his hand and asked, My lord, who will represent us for the trial by combat? Hearing this, everyone perked their ears as they stared at Lucas. Who is the strongest knight in the household? Lucas muttered while smiling faintly at them. Everyone turned their gazes to Alaric. They had already accepted the fact that Alaric was stronger than them. Even in the surrounding cities, it would be difficult to find someone who could defeat him. It looks like we all have the same idea. Lucas chuckled. My lord, wouldn't it be dangerous for Lord Alaric? Unexpectedly, Charles expressed his worry about the decision. He continued. I'm aware that he is powerful, but accidents happen in battle, especially in a trial by combat where everyone puts their life on the line. A few people nodded at his words, clearly in agreement with him. Alaric was the only heir of House Silversword. If something happened to him, there would be no one to succeed Lucas's position. Lucas didn't respond immediately. He looked at his son and asked his opinion. What do you think, Alaric? How confident are you? All eyes gathered on Alaric as soon as the Baron uttered those words. Sensing everyone's eyes on him, Alaric remained calm. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to bear the pressure of their expectations. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing to someone who had experienced a large-scale war. With an indifferent expression, Alaric responded. As long as the enemy is not an elite knight, I can guarantee my victory. Everyone may rest assured. You just need to ensure that no one will interfere with the trial. The veteran warriors were amazed by his composure and unwavering courage. Yes, my lord. We will do our best to ensure the fairness of the trial. The warriors replied in unison. Charles narrowed his eyes. Alaric was already gaining their support when he only recently became a knight, and this made him feel threatened. I should dispose of him while it is still early. This thought crossed his mind. Good. Now that we have decided on our representative for the trial, you guys should leave and make your preparations for tomorrow's trip. Lucas dismissed them. The next day, Alaric woke up early to do his daily routine. No one was in the training ground when he arrived, so the place was unusually quiet. Only the occasional chirping of the birds and the buzzing sounds of insects could be heard in the background. Without further ado, Alaric started doing his exercises. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 10 kilometers run soon. It was time for his sword exercises. 100 vertical slashes, 100 diagonal slashes, 100 horizontal slashes, 100 stabs. At the final stab, the cyan screen appeared in front of him. You received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 371 fan 500 potential, B traits, horseback riding, C, swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C, archery, F, hunting, E, tracking, F, sixth sense, F, strength, 100 stamina, 34 plus agility, 43 plus vitality, 27 plus endurance, 42 plus battle points, 25 60 stat points. 34. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He now had 34 stat points. He felt tempted to use them all, but he refrained from doing it. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Step. 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 He closed the cyan screen and looked at the person who had arrived. My lord. Rasmus didn't expect to see Alaric this early in the morning. From his sweaty face, he could tell that Alaric was probably training. I heard that they would leave again today. He actually woke up early just to not skip his training. Lord Alaric is truly different from everyone else. No wonder his strength is already formidable at his age. Rasmus's eyes flashed with veneration. Rasmus, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Alaric was also surprised to see him. Rasmus laughed in embarrassment as he replied, I came here to practice my swordsmanship. Alaric smiled at his words. I see. Your commitment is commendable, but you shouldn't overdo your training. Enough rest is also necessary in building a strong body. Thank you for your advice, my lord. I will keep it in mind. Rasmus lowered his head to express his gratitude. Then, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Alaric tapped his shoulder, turned around, and walked away. Looking at his back, Rasmus shouted, Be careful on your trip, my lord. Hearing this, Alaric waved his hand without looking back. A few hours later, the entourage for the trip assembled in front of the main mansion, bidding farewell to their families. Alaric was also there to say goodbye to his parents and Elena. Elena wanted to come with them, but Alaric didn't agree this time. Things could get dangerous, so it was better for Elena to remain at the estate. For this trip, Alaric decided to ride on a horse to make the journey faster. He was also appointed as the leader of the group, which everyone unanimously agreed. Is everyone ready? Alaric swept his gaze at the warriors, looking carefully at the equipment they were carrying. Check the equipment and the supplies. Make sure that we have brought all the things we need. He reminded them with a stern gaze. Yes, my lord. The warriors did as instructed and began to inspect everything. After ensuring that they hadn't forgotten anything, Alaric took one last look at the people they would leave behind and shouted, Let's go! Because of the size of their entourage, the soldiers garrisoned at the borders of Vale stopped them for an inspection. Alaric didn't want to cause trouble, so he told his subordinates to go along with the inspection. Luckily for them, one of the inspectors happened to be Anthony, the current commander of Vale's armed forces. Lord Alaric. Anthony was surprised to see him. How have you been, Sir Anthony? Alaric cupped his fists while smiling lightly at him. Hiding his surprise, Anthony peered at the equipment strapped on their horses and replied, "I have been well, my lord. Thank you for asking." He then cleared his throat and asked with a serious tone, "Can you tell me where you are headed to, my lord?" "We are headed to Rivad." "You don't need to be alarmed, Sir Anthony." Alaric chuckled when he saw how cautious they were, but he also understood their situation. Anthony felt relieved to hear those words, but he didn't relax his guard. "I see. Then we will escort you until we leave the borders of Vale. I hope you understand." Hearing this, the warriors behind Alaric furrowed their eyebrows, which made Anthony's subordinates unconsciously hold the handle of their weapons. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Alaric immediately raised his hand, signaling his people not to cause any trouble. Anthony also warned his men not to be impulsive. If a battle was to break out, none of them would survive. He was sure of it. "All right, but please don't ask us any questions on the way." Alaric didn't reject his request. He was aware that Anthony was only doing this to keep an eye on them. Anthony nodded. "You can rest assured, my lord. I will make sure that my men won't speak a word about this. Then we will be in your care." Alaric smiled lightly. Anthony couldn't believe that he was actually intimidated by a knight who was a few decades younger than him. Although Alaric defeated him before, it was only an unofficial match where using mana wasn't allowed. He was confident that he could win against Alaric if they were to use mana. At least that was what he believed. Under the watchful eyes of Vale's garrison guards, Alaric's group traveled along the snow-covered road leading to Rivad. No one spoke along the way, making the atmosphere quite nerve-wracking. When Alaric's group was about to leave Vale's borders, Anthony raised his hand and signaled his men to stop following them. He then bowed to Alaric and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, my lord. Please forgive me if this may have offended you." Hearing this, Alaric waved his hand nonchalantly. "Till we meet again, Sir Anthony." Anthony watched as they disappeared into the distance. "It looks like something big is going to happen in Rivad. Sir, should we report this to the officials?" one of his subordinates asked. Anthony shook his head. "There's no need. Interfering with House Silversword's matters won't do us any good. Let's just keep this under wraps. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Later that afternoon. "The snow is getting thicker. The horses might get sick if we continue." Alaric noticed that the horses had slowed down because of the thick pile of snow that filled the road. "Let's take a short break here." He commanded the group to stop. "Build a big fire that is enough to warm our bodies and our horses," he instructed. Everyone jumped down from their horses and divided themselves into small groups to efficiently do more tasks. One group volunteered to gather firewood, another one volunteered to scout the location, etc. No one remained idle, including Alaric. He joined the group that was responsible for gathering firewood. "It's so cold out here." He thought about the vagrants who had to live on the outskirts of Vale. There were people who refused to live in the city and chose to live in the secluded parts of the forest outside of Vale. Most of them couldn't afford the living expenses in the city, so they could only build their homes outside its influence. Many of them will die from the cold. Alaric sighed while thinking about those people. It took him more than 10 minutes to gather some usable firewood. Most had already been covered in snow and were too wet to be used. Alaric returned to the campsite to deliver the firewood he had gathered. Just as he was about to turn around, he sensed a slight fluctuation of mana in a certain direction. Did I sense it wrong? He narrowed his eyes as he peered into the depths of the forest, but the heavy snowfall obscured his vision. Should I take a look? Driven by his curiosity, Alaric put down the firewood he had gathered and followed the direction where he last sensed the weird fluctuations of mana. He remained cautious as he headed deeper into the forest. His hand was resting on the hilt of his sword. If he sensed a sign of danger, he was prepared to draw his sword. In the next moment, he saw something moving underneath the snow. Is it an animal? Alaric cautiously approached, but upon getting closer, he discovered that the thing buried in the snow wasn't an animal. His eyes froze in shock. Alaric's first thought was to leave immediately, but a weak voice drifted into his ears. Help me. The voice was barely audible, but it was definitely the elf who had spoken. Alaric hesitated for a moment. He carefully walked towards the elf, eyeing the surroundings for any potential traps. After making sure that there were no hidden traps, he immediately got down and dug the elf who was buried in the snow. As soon as he dug out the elf, Alaric was momentarily stunned. How beautiful! It was a face that surpassed the realms of humanity, one with an ethereal beauty that almost seemed like she was a goddess who had gone down to the mortal world. She's injured. Alaric noticed a patch of red on her abdomen. In her present state, she won't survive the cold. I should help her bandage her wounds first. Alaric lifted the elf and carried her inside a hollow tree to keep her warm. After placing her down, he took off his fur coat and draped it over her body for additional warmth. At this moment, he saw her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing a pair of cyan-colored eyes. Even the groaning sound she made was very enchanting. Comprehending her surroundings, she realized that there was an unfamiliar human in front of her. Her eyes widened in fear. She wanted to stand up and push him away, but she lost all strength as the pain in her abdomen finally registered. She hissed in pain while keeping a cautious eye on the human. Seeing her like this, Alaric smiled bitterly in his heart. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. I just happened to discover you when I sensed an abnormal fluctuation of mana. He explained himself. The elf didn't believe his words. How can I trust the words of a human? Alaric sighed, feeling slightly annoyed by her prejudice. Still, he tried to reason with her in a calm voice. Look here, Miss Elf. You were the one who asked for help, so I kindly offered my hand. If I had bad intentions, I would have done it from the start. The elf's expression relaxed a bit upon hearing his words. Wait here for me. I'll go and get something to bandage your wounds. In the meantime, apply pressure on your wound. I'll be back soon. Alaric didn't wait for her to respond and stepped out of the hollow tree before rushing back to the camp. The elf sat there in silence. Can I really trust him? She didn't want to place her trust in a stranger, especially a human. However, given her condition, she had no choice but to believe in him. It's so cold. She lowered her head and pressed her abdomen. Meanwhile, Alaric hurried into the camp with the firewood he had gathered earlier. My lord. Aldrin was surprised to see him rushing. I have no time to explain. Go and get me some bandages and medicine for stab wounds. Alaric instructed with a serious look. Aldrin was curious, but he didn't dare ask when he saw his stern gaze. Yes, my lord. While he was looking for the first aid kit, Alaric went to deliver the firewood he had gathered and asked the warriors to quickly make a fire. A moment later, Aldrin came running towards him with a leather sack in his hand. My lord, I have gathered what you requested. Good. Stay here and don't mention this to anyone. Alaric warned him before leaving in haste. Aldrin stared at his figure, wondering what had happened. What's going on? He muttered. By the time Alaric returned to the hollow tree, he found out that the elf had already lost consciousness. He quickly got down to check her pulse. When he sensed the faint beating of her heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then laid her down and rolled her shirt up to give him a clearer view of her wound. It's not too deep, but she lost too much blood and the cold weather is also worsening her condition. Alaric opened the leather sack and took out a handful of medicine paste. He then smeared it on her wound. This medicine paste was made from the same herb he used to stop Riggers bleeding back in the cave at the Red Toad Gorge. He then wrapped her abdomen with bandages. After taking care of her fatal wound, he inspected her body to see if there were more wounds he hadn't seen earlier. There are some minor cuts, but they aren't fatal. Alaric smeared a small amount of the medicine paste on her cuts. That should do it. Now, what should I do with this elf? Leaving her here wasn't an option since her body was still weak after losing a lot of blood, but taking her back to the camp was also troublesome. I'm sure the warriors won't ask questions, but that bastard of an uncle would definitely be interested in this elf. Elves were beautiful creatures with innate abilities to control mana. Unlike humans who struggle to interact with mana, elves were born with the gift that allowed them to command mana at will. There was also a higher number of beast soul warriors among them. Thinking about this, Alaric rolled up her sleeve, which revealed a black ring-like mark on her wrist. As expected, she has a soul mark. This was a sign that this elf was a beast soul warrior. People born with soul marks were capable of extracting the abilities of monsters by absorbing their beast soul crystals. Her soul mark is still inactive. Alaric thought while inspecting her soul mark closely. It had no pattern, which means she was yet to absorb a beast soul crystal. I didn't expect that the first beast soul warrior that I would encounter is actually an elf. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. Suddenly, he noticed that the elf was shivering from the cold, which made his expression darken. There's no choice. I need to bring her to the camp and keep her close to the fire. Alaric grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it all over her face to hide her beauty. He also wrapped her head with a cloth to hide her distinctive long ears and snow-white hair. After making sure that everything that needed to be hidden was properly covered, he lifted the elf and carried her back to the camp. How should I explain this to them without making them suspicious? When he arrived at the camp, everyone curiously stared at the person he was carrying. My lord, who is that person? Henry approached with furrowed eyebrows. He could sense the mana in this person's body. Alaric kept his cool and responded with a calm voice. She is a vagrant I found. She was dying from the cold, so I brought her here to give her a chance to live. A vagrant, huh? Charles raised his eyebrows as he stared at the figure who was almost entirely covered from head to foot. Only her eyes and a small portion of her face were visible. I can sense mana from that woman's body. Is he hiding something? Charles's lips curved upwards as he stood up. He then approached Alaric and cautioned him with a stern gaze. My nephew, you should prioritize our task. Bringing that woman would only delay us. Besides, we don't know what kind of person she is. What if she is a thief or a criminal? His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Alaric glanced indifferently at him and responded. I understand your concern, uncle. I will take full responsibility for her actions, and I will make sure that our trip won't be delayed. You can rest assured. Charles stared deeply at him and shrugged his shoulders. All right. I won't say anything more. Just keep an eye on her. Alaric nodded without saying anything. Seeing that he had no intention to chat, Charles awkwardly tapped Alaric's shoulder and went to a spot closer to the bonfire. There is definitely something about that woman. I don't think my dear nephew would take in some random stranger, but what is special about her? Charles thoughtfully watched as Alaric brought the woman closer to the bonfire. Unlike Charles, the warriors and the knights showed no interest in the vagrant woman. They were common outside of Vale, and some would even find their way to North Pine Town. After casting curious glances at her, they quickly lost interest. They trusted Alaric's decision, so no one questioned or disagreed with him. After laying her down near the fire, Alaric beckoned to his cousin, Josephus. Josephus was a bit surprised by his sudden call, but he immediately came to his side and asked, What can I do for you, my lord? Form a small team to hunt a big game. Make sure that it's big enough for everyone. Alaric instructed. Hearing this, Josephus nodded his head. Yes, my lord. You may leave. Josephus turned around and left. Although it was just a minor hunting task, he was happy that he finally had something to do. While his cousin was hunting their next meal, Alaric set about making a nutritious medicinal extract for the wounded elf. He learned the concoction method from his superior, who was a transcendent knight. When he recalled that grumpy old man, a smile touched his lips. "I wonder what you are doing right now, Marquis Tyrone Agalsatar." Just like Lucas, Tyrone was also an expert in the Estanian Dragon leaderboard. Despite his advanced age, no warrior dared to underestimate him. At this moment, the injured elf opened her heavy eyelids and found herself in an unfamiliar environment surrounded by humans. More humans. Her eyes dilated as she felt a wave of anxiety. "Just stay down and relax. I didn't tell anyone about your identity, so you will be safe for the time being." A familiar voice drifted into her ears. She turned with difficulty, and it was then that she found out that her head was wrapped in a cloth. Furthermore, she also felt a strange sensation on her face, as if something was smeared on it. Looking at her uncomfortable expression, Alaric muttered, "Just bear with it. I need to hide your features, so I covered your face in mud and wrapped your head with a cloth. Don't move around too much if you don't want your ears to be exposed." The elf didn't say anything and just lightly nodded her head. "Those people are my subordinates, but not all of them are loyal to me, so you need to be careful not to expose your identity," Alaric reminded in a stern voice. "Thank you." A weak voice came out of her mouth. Alaric nodded and moved closer to her. In his hand was a bowl filled with the medicinal extract he had concocted earlier. "You need to drink this. It can help you increase your vitality." The elf glanced suspiciously at the foul-smelling liquid inside the bowl. "This is medicine. It's not poison, right?" Alaric recognized the disgust in her eyes. That was the same expression he showed when he first tasted this medicinal extract. "If you want to recover quickly, then you better drink this. Now open your mouth and don't make this difficult for me." Alaric grabbed a wooden spoon and dipped it into the medicinal liquid. After taking a spoonful of the liquid, he brought it to her lips. The revolting smell made her flinch, but under Alaric's cold, watchful eyes, she could only reluctantly open her mouth. She held her breath as she swallowed the so-called medicine. It was bitter and even a bit spicy, a taste that almost made her throw up. Alaric helped her sit up to make her more comfortable. "You need to drink all of this. Don't even think of spitting a single drop." She hummed in response. A moment later, Josephus's small hunting group finally returned with a huge wild boar. "Good job." Alaric praised him, which made the latter smile in embarrassment. Alaric then asked someone to make a soup using the wild boar's meat. Surprisingly, Arthur volunteered for the task, but it was a tough job for one man, so Alaric asked for 2 more volunteers to help him in skinning the boar. The skinning and the cooking process took more than a few hours, but everyone patiently waited. Who wouldn't want a hot soup in this kind of freezing weather? Soon, the hot boar meat soup was finally served. "Hey, this is your share. Eat it while it's still hot." Alaric handed a bowl of the boar meat soup to the elf. The elf took the bowl and muttered, "It's Ivana, not hey." What did you say?" Alaric glanced at her in surprise, pretending like he didn't hear her. The elf ignored him and blew on the soup to cool it down. Alaric chuckled and watched her quietly. "Ivana. That's not a bad name. My name is Alaric, but you should follow how everyone addresses me so that you won't attract their attention," Alaric muttered while looking at the elf. "I also told them that you are a vagrant, so we'll keep it that way while you're with us," he added. "I understand." Ivana nodded indifferently. Although she looked dirty right now, she couldn't hide the grace in her every move, as if it was a habit that she had practiced for years. "Did you get those wounds from a human?" Alaric probed. The elf's shoulder trembled upon hearing his words. Seeing her like that, Alaric sighed. "You don't have to answer it. For a young elf like her, it must have been a terrible experience that left her traumatized. I shouldn't have asked her. We will be leaving soon. Why don't you stay with the group while you are still recovering? Once we complete our task in Rivad, I will send you back to your home. Alaric suggested. This was the best he could do for her. Ivana didn't respond and just quietly ate the boar meat soup. Alaric waited for a while, but when he realized that she had no intention of speaking, he took a deep breath and sighed while shaking his head. He then stood up and announced to the group, "We will depart at once after everyone is done eating their meal." "Yes, my lord." The warriors responded in unison. The snowstorm was getting worse and they might be stranded if they don't leave soon. The horses had rested enough and everyone had already filled their bellies with the hot boar soup. It was time to resume the journey. They didn't bother to clean up the mess. Everything would be buried in snow in a few hours. Prepare to depart. Alaric shouted to the group. The warriors immediately packed their stuff and mounted their horses. While they were preparing to leave, Alaric walked towards the elf and squatted in front of her. "We're leaving now." Hearing this, Ivana nervously raised her head. Please take me with you," she muttered in a quivering voice. "We don't have a carriage, so it would be a bumpy trip." "Are you sure?" Alaric found her pitiful, so he was willing to help her. Riding on a horse would aggravate her wounds, which might worsen her injuries. Ivana nodded. "You're the only human I can trust." It hadn't been long since they met, but she felt like she could place her trust in him. He was her last hope to return to her family. "All right. Let's go." Alaric stood up and reached out his hand. Praying silently in her heart, Ivana looked at his face. "Please, I hope I'm making the right choice by following this human." Ivana grabbed his hand and allowed him to lift her. When the warriors saw that Alaric was planning to take the vagrant along, nobody said anything. They believed that he only pitied the poor woman. However, one person had a different opinion regarding this vagrant woman. It was Charles. Is he really planning to bring that woman with us? He felt that it was suspicious that his nephew was willing to go so far for someone he had only met a few hours ago. Although he was curious, he didn't reveal his thoughts. "This is making me strangely excited." Charles pulled his eyes away from them and grinned. The group continued their journey amid the heavy snow. The road was becoming more difficult to navigate because of the thick fog. If it weren't for Henry, they might have been lost in the fog. At this moment, Henry urged his horse to move closer to Alaric. "At this rate, we might not make it to Rivad tomorrow, my lord. The sky is also getting darker, so I think we should find a place to set up camp," the old man suggested while looking at the darkening sky. Alaric agreed with the old man, so he immediately instructed the group to find a place to set up camp. An hour later, someone found a narrow cave and reported it to Alaric. In a place where everything was covered in snow, a cave was a good option to build their camp. "That's where I found the cave, my lord." A warrior pointed in a certain direction where a hill stood. Alaric followed his gaze and saw a cave underneath the hill. It wasn't big, but it was more than enough to fit everyone in the group. "Sir Aldrin, Sir Chulmo," he called out. The two knights whose names were mentioned immediately came to his side. "My lord, what can we do for you?" Hearing this, the two knights acknowledged his command with a nod. "Yes, my lord. You may go." Alaric waved his hand. The two knights quickly left to gather their members. After they left, Alaric beckoned to Arthur and said, "Sir Arthur, please go and check what is inside the cave." Arthur saluted. "I obey." He then squeezed his legs and urged his horse forward. While waiting for Arthur to return, Alaric turned his head. "Ivana, are you all right?" Hugging him from behind was the elf, who was fully covered by the fur coat. I am fine." He could hear her labored breathing. "Just hold on for a while." Alaric could only pray that she won't collapse. Alaric took out a rope and tied her to his body to make sure that she wouldn't fall from the horse. Ivana understood this, so she didn't voice any protest, but the feeling of having their bodies so close to each other made her feel embarrassed. She had never been this close to someone of the opposite gender. Alaric was unaware of her thoughts. His focus was entirely on the surroundings. It didn't take long for Arthur to check the situation inside the cave, and his expression was rather peculiar. "My lord, there is nothing dangerous inside the cave, but we have a little problem," Arthur muttered with a troubled look. Hearing this, Alaric raised an eyebrow. "What did you see in there?" "I think it would be better for you to see it yourself, my lord." Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Just what did he see in there for him to be so hesitant to speak of it? Alaric gave a hand signal to the remaining warriors as he urged his horse to move towards the cave. Although Arthur said that the cave was safe, Alaric didn't let down his guard. His dominant hand was resting on the hilt of his sword. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Alaric smelled the distinct scent of animal urine. It was faint, but it didn't escape his enhanced sense of smell. A territorial mark. Most wild animals and monsters mark their territories by spraying their urine on specific areas. This was to delineate the boundaries of their territory and to communicate their presence to other creatures. "Hold on tight, Ivana," Alaric whispered. The elf reacted to his words by tightening her grip on his waist. "Please excuse my rudeness," Alaric muttered as he grabbed her legs. The elf jolted in shock at the unexpected touch. Before she could say anything, he slowly lifted her and delicately got down from the horse to make sure that he was careful enough not to aggravate her wounds. "Ah. So he just did it to bring me down from the horse. You can release me now, Ivana." Alaric's voice resonated in her ears. "Ah, yes." The elf loosened her grip with a flustered look. Alaric removed the rope he had tied earlier and turned to look at her. "Can you walk on your own?" Although he couldn't see her complexion right now because of the mud that he had smeared on her face, he could tell that her face looked paler at this moment. Ivana didn't dare look at him. "Why, yes. It should be fine." Alaric knew that she was just acting tough, but he didn't expose her. "You don't need to push yourself. Just hold on to me if you feel like you're about to collapse." Elves are truly prideful. It must have been a really difficult decision for her to trust a human that she just met. She hummed in response. Alaric was in no hurry to check what was inside the cave. He walked slowly to match the elf's pace. The warriors were aware of her condition, so they also considerately slowed down their pace. As soon as they entered the cave, the smell of ammonia became thicker. Even the normal warriors were able to detect the scent. It was then that the distinct cries of an animal drifted into their ears, but it didn't end there. They heard more sounds which made them realize that there wasn't just one creature. This sound. It's a cub. And there's more than one. Alaric finally understood the meaning behind Arthur's words. The former mercenary, Rigger, approached and whispered to his ears. "My lord, there are cubs inside this cave. I think this is a dwelling of a monster or a wild animal. It might get troublesome if the parents of the cubs are nearby. Let's take a look at what kind of creature they are first before making a decision. Finding another cave in this kind of weather would be troublesome. Arthur must have thought of this as well, so he left the final decision to me." "All right." Rigger nodded. A moment later, the group finally arrived at the den where the cubs were hidden. Saber-fanged wolves. Alaric's eyes widened upon seeing the white cubs rolling over their den. These creatures usually lived in the cold regions of the north, and the one feature that stood out from them was their fangs that looked like sharpened sabers. From birth, they were already classified as fatal grade because of their high affinity with mana. When they reach adulthood, they start to develop the ability to manipulate ice, making them even more fearsome monsters. Ordinary knights would be helpless against them. Even elite knights would have to group up when they meet an adult saber-fanged wolf. That was also the reason why they were classified as disaster-grade monsters upon reaching maturity. Alaric, we need to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Charles couldn't stay still anymore when he identified the wolf cubs. The warriors were similarly nervous, but they patiently waited for Alaric to make the final decision. Hold on, uncle. Alaric raised his hand, indicating for him to wait. He beckoned to Henry and told the old man to watch over Ivana. Please keep an eye on her for me, Sir Henry. The old man nodded. Yes, my lord. Alaric approached the wolf cubs while observing them. They look thin and almost malnourished. Their fur is also very dirty. From these small details, Alaric was 60 fan-tram certain that their parents must have left for a while, but this made him confused. From his knowledge, saber-fanged wolves were very caring towards their cubs and they didn't leave them alone for a long time. Based on this, he came up with a possibility. Their parents must have died outside or probably had an accident. Thinking about this, Alaric took out a meat jerky from his leather pouch. The smell of the jerky made the cubs turn in his direction. Although slightly wary of the stranger, they still approached him because of the smell of food. As if to show their excitement, the cubs raised their tiny heads and howled. Oh-woo! Oh-woo! Their cute howling sounds echoed within the cave, giving the warriors quite the scare. Charles in particular had an ashen look. If it weren't for the presence of the other warriors, he would have already left the cave. Is that bastard planning to lure the big wolves here? Alaric continued feeding the wolf cubs with the jerky. They are already big enough to eat meat, so they're probably around a month old. Bring me some water and a few bowls. Alaric calmly instructed. Hearing his words, the warriors quickly brought him the things he asked. Alaric took the gourd and poured water into the bowls. He then stood up and told everyone about what he had observed. They looked visibly relieved, but some were still skeptical. After all, there was a chance that he could be wrong. Charles was starting to get impatient, but he decided to wait and see the situation. If something happens, I will prioritize my safety. Suddenly, Charles's eyes brightened as he thought about something. Now that I think about it, isn't this the perfect opportunity to get rid of him? If the cubs' parents were to return, a fight would definitely break out. A knight won't survive against a pair of furious disaster-grade monsters. Charles snickered in his mind. What should we do with these cubs, my lord? Henry asked in a low voice. Alaric thought for a moment as he looked at the small, fluffy little creatures. If we take them with us, I'm positive that the cubs will attract unwanted attention. We might even be targeted by some opportunists, but it would be a pity to leave them here. After a full minute of internal struggle, Alaric opened his mouth. We will bring the cubs with us. Henry didn't seem to be surprised by his response, and it even looked like he had already expected this answer from him. It seems like you have already guessed my thoughts, Sir Henry, Alaric muttered with a wry smile. To some extent, yes. The old man laughed. Over an hour later, the two teams he had sent to investigate the area finally returned. Aldrin and Chulmo immediately reported their findings. My lord, we found no threat nearby, but there's something unusual. It was Aldrin who had spoken. Did you find a monster corpse? Alaric muttered. Chulmo and Aldrin were shocked. How did you know, my lord? Alaric rubbed his chin. Is it the corpse of a saber-fanged wolf? Both knights stared at him in disbelief. Is there only one corpse? Why yes, my lord. And it's already in a bad state. It has probably been dead for a couple of days, but we found this from the corpse. Chulmo took out a blue crystal and handed it to Alaric. A beast soul crystal, and it's at the disaster grade. Alaric was stunned when he sensed the powerful mana contained within the crystal. It was even denser than the beast soul crystal from the goblin chieftain. That's a beast soul crystal. Greed flashed in Charles's eyes when he saw the blue crystal in Alaric's hand. From the mana he sensed from it, he had a strong feeling that it could help him advance and become a transcendent knight. As if sensing his unusual gaze, Alaric turned his head. What a perceptive bastard! Charles smiled at him and even gave him a friendly nod, to which Alaric responded with an indifferent nod of his own. It seems like my uncle is interested in this beast soul crystal. Unfortunately, I will never give this to you, dumbass. Alaric pulled his gaze away from Charles and stowed the beast soul crystal inside his leather pouch. You two did a great job finding this. I will reward you handsomely once we return to the estate. Alaric tapped Chulmo's and Aldrin's shoulder. The two knights looked visibly excited upon hearing his words. All right, go and discuss amongst yourselves on who will perform the night watch. Alaric waved his hand. Keep your eyes peeled and immediately alert everyone if you sense any signs of danger. He warned them. Yes, my lord. The two knights acknowledged his command with a salute. You may go. He dismissed them. As soon as they left, he noticed someone approaching him. When he saw who it was, his lips curved upwards. My dear nephew, can you show me the thing that you got from the knights? Charles rubbed his hand with an overly friendly smile. Alaric was peeved by his pretentious smile, but he didn't show it on his face. Oh. Are you talking about the beast soul crystal? Charles eagerly nodded. Yes. Yes. The beast soul crystal. Ha ha. Can you let me have a look? Of course. Alaric took out the beast soul crystal from the leather pouch and handed it to Charles. Charles almost had the urge to absorb it when the crystal touched his palm, but he held back his desire. Now I'm certain. This thing can help me break through. Ha ha ha. Now, how should I get my beloved nephew to give it to me? It looks really beautiful. I would love to put this on my mansion as a decoration. Charles stared deeply at Alaric while maintaining his cordial smile. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea, uncle. Alaric quickly snatched the beast soul crystal from his hand. Maybe I should put this in my room as a decoration. He chuckled while playing with the crystal. Charles's smile stiffened. He felt a strong urge to punch his face. This stupid bastard. Did he not get the hint from my words? I should have made it clearer. Damn it. Let's chat later, uncle. I still have something to do. Please excuse me. Alaric brushed past him and walked away without waiting for his response. The veins on Charles's face protruded. That fucking bastard. His face darkened as he stared at Alaric's back. Meanwhile, Alaric was gleefully laughing. Without even turning his head, he could already tell that his uncle was glaring at him. My lord, you look happy. Did something good happen? Henry asked when he saw Alaric laughing. Yes. Chulmo and Aldrin found a beast soul crystal. Alaric explained the situation. Oh, wow. Henry didn't expect this, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Since they only found one corpse, this means that one of the cub's parents is still alive. The old man muttered. Alaric's face also turned serious. That's right. Night came, engulfing the world in darkness. The possibility of there being a disaster-grade monster close by made everyone feel restless. To ease everyone's worries, Warwick volunteered to stay awake. However, some warriors were still unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in one quiet corner, Alaric was reapplying the medicine paste on Ivana's wounds. To prevent anyone from seeing her appearance, he asked Henry, Aldrin, and Rigger to block everyone's view. In his past life, these three remained loyal to him even until his death, so he could rest assured that they wouldn't speak a word even if they discovered Ivana's identity. That should do it. When your body feels better, you can do this by yourself. Although Alaric had the soul of a middle-aged man, he still found it hard to control himself when facing an elf with unparalleled beauty. She had the kind of beauty that would invoke someone's desire to conquer. Too much beauty isn't a blessing, but a curse. Ivana stared at him and nodded her head. She was now less wary of him. The only thing that stopped her from fully believing in him was the stigma of being a human. Only a night had passed by, but everyone felt like it was an eternity. The next morning, the group quickly left the cave and headed straight to Rivad. They also took the wolf cubs with them. To hide the cubs' distinctive white fur, Alaric asked the warriors to rub their furs with ashes to make them look like they were normal wolf cubs. 6 saber-fanged wolf cubs. The trip this time is already worth it. Henry exclaimed as he looked at the cubs that were temporarily put inside a big wooden cage. The cubs were surprisingly docile after being fed by Alaric. They didn't even protest when they were taken inside the wooden cage. With their strength, they could have destroyed the wooden cage and escaped, but it seemed like they had chosen to follow the person who had given them food. Remember to warn the warriors not to tell anyone about the cubs. We can't let this information leak out or we might face trouble. Alaric reminded the old elite knight. Yes, my lord. I'll make sure that no one would speak of it. Henry nodded with a grim look. At this moment, Charles was gnashing his teeth in jealousy over his nephew's blessed luck. Damn it. He got a disaster-grade beast soul crystal and even snagged 6 saber-fanged wolf cubs. He couldn't accept it. He was supposed to take them all if Alaric wasn't there. My dear nephew, I hope you won't blame your uncle for what I'm about to do soon. While Charles was brewing a dark plan, the group finally arrived at the entrance of Rivad. Due to the heavy snowfall, the city's gate looked deserted. Only the garrison guards could be seen, loitering around with bored faces. At the sight of Alaric's group, the guards went on full alert. Stop. What's your objective for coming here? One of the guards raised his hand, indicating for them to stop. The guard looked visibly nervous from how his arm was shaking. His comrades were similarly shaken and some of them even grabbed the handle of their weapons. I am Alaric Silversword, the sole heir of House Silversword. Alaric took out an identity token, the insignia of House Silversword. This should be enough to prove my identity. The guards furrowed their eyebrows as they stared intently at the insignia. Just then, a team of 10 guards led by a middle-aged man stepped out of the city and approached them with serious faces. Seeing this person, the guards relaxed. Captain. They greeted the middle-aged man with a respectful salute. I'll take it from here. You guys stand back. The middle-aged man commanded with a stern look. Hearing his words, the guards immediately retreated and stood behind him. The middle-aged man turned his head to Alaric and cupped his fists. I apologize for my subordinate's rudeness, my lord. I am Jared Paxley, the garrison captain of Rivad's main gate. Alaric already knew his identity from the start, but he acted like it was the first time he had seen him. So it's Garrison Captain Jared. It's an honor to meet you. Alaric cupped his fists. This man was the cousin of Nathan Paxley and his standing in House Paxley was quite impressive. The honor is mine, my lord. I've heard of the genius dual sword wielder from North Pine Town. You look really amazing in person. Ha ha. The tense atmosphere broke with the friendly interaction between the two. By the way, my lord, can you tell me why you have returned to Rivad after only leaving just a few days ago? Jared asked. Alaric was already prepared to answer this. We have a business to discuss with House Paxley, but I can't say it here, Garrison Captain Jared. He gave him an apologetic look. Jared was silent for a moment. House Silversword had always been the staunchest ally of House Paxley. He even heard his cousin, Nathan Paxley, say that he was planning to marry his daughter to the heir of House Silversword. Is this about the marriage? He thought. I understand, my lord, but I hope that you will allow my men to inspect your things just for formality. Jared took a step back. This was the best he could do for the heir of House Silversword. That won't be a problem. Please proceed with the inspection, Garrison Captain Jared. Alaric smiled at him, feeling thankful for his consideration. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Jared cupped his fists. He then turned around and gave a signal to his men. After seeing his signal, the garrison guards immediately began their inspection. Since it has been proven that they were from House Silversword, the garrison guards didn't actively inspect their possessions. They only did a simple check. Jared also joined the inspection, and the thing that drew his attention were the wolf cubs. Jared was curious, but he didn't ask anything about the cubs. Thank you for cooperating with our inspection, my lord. You can now enter the city. Jared smiled at Alaric. I appreciate your efforts in keeping the city safe, Garrison Captain. May you be blessed by Aru. Alaric cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to the garrison captain, Alaric's group headed inside the city. Despite the freezing weather, there were still some small business owners selling their goods on the streets. The group traveled for almost 2 hours before they arrived at the estate of House Paxley. Although surprised by their unexpected visit, the guards brought them in. They had seen Alaric before, so no one questioned his identity this time. Meanwhile, Nathan Paxley had also received a report regarding their arrival. Did they forget something? The Baron muttered, feeling a bit confused by their return. The Baron didn't bother to change his clothes. He just wore a coat over his tunics before he stepped out of his study. When he got down to the entrance hall, he saw his wife, Vivian Harrison, and his daughter Hershey Paxley, waiting for him by the door. Nathan frowned and looked around, searching for his 2 sons. Where's Liam and Theo? He asked. They should be here soon, Vivian responded. She then walked to Nathan's side and adjusted his coat. Nathan was dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. He might be a baron, but he was slightly afraid of Vivian's collateral family. This was also the main reason why he wanted to strengthen his alliance with House Silversword. Nathan noticed that his wife was showing suspicious behavior recently, and there were signs that she was secretly building her own force. A few minutes later, Theo and the laid-back Liam finally showed up. What took you 2 so long? Nathan glared at them. I apologize, Father. I wanted to look good in front of Lord Alaric, so I took my time to choose the best outfit. Hee. Liam responded with a chuckle. Theo stared at his younger brother and remained silent. Sensing his gaze, Liam winked at him. You better not say anything foolish in front of our guests later. Nathan snorted as he stormed out of the mansion. Vivian and Hershey quickly followed him. Please keep it a secret, Theo, Liam whispered with a playful smirk as he walked past his older brother. Theo stared at his carefree figure and shook his head. I don't know how to stop you anymore, Liam. I can only pray that Aru won't punish you excessively for your wrongdoings. Before coming here, he saw something in his brother's room that left him deeply unsettled. Theo felt that the younger brother that he once knew was no longer the same. It was as if he wasn't Liam anymore, but an evil spirit. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, he saw Alaric jumping off from his horse. Theo was a proud man. He felt like his talent was one of the best among the younger generation. However, in front of a true genius like Alaric, he felt utterly hopeless. When he saw how Alaric defeated Cassandra in a duel, he realized that there was a big gap between them. It was like an insurmountable chasm that he would be unable to overcome no matter how he worked hard. While he was immersed in his complicated thoughts, Alaric had already exchanged greetings with the Baron and his wife. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Lord Alaric. Nathan laughed heartily. Alaric shook hands with the Baron. It was unknown if it was deliberate, but his eyes hovered over Liam, which made the latter raise his eyebrows in surprise. Why is he looking at me? Why don't we head in for a chat, my lord? There is something I need to tell you. Alaric spoke in a flat tone. Looking at the serious expression on his face, Baron Nathan felt a sense of foreboding. All right, but you can only bring a maximum of 4 people inside. Alaric nodded and chose 4 people to come with him, including his uncle. As much as he wanted to leave Charles out of this, he had no choice but to bring him since Charles was still his uncle. He temporarily left Ivana to Henry. He didn't bring her in because of her sensitive identity. As they entered the mansion, Charles shamelessly walked beside Nathan to chat with him. Do you still remember me, my lord? Of course. How could I forget you, Lord Charles? Ha ha ha. I'm glad that you still remember me. Ha ha ha. While the two were chatting, Alaric deliberately slowed down so he could walk side by side with Hershey. Hello, my lady. He whispered in a voice that only Hershey could hear. Hershey looked at him and smiled when she heard his voice. Of course, this interaction didn't escape Liam's sight. Nathan brought them to the guest hall since it was bigger than his study room. As soon as they took their seats, Baron Nathan cautiously inquired, May I know why you have returned to Rivad? Alaric didn't waste any time and presented the document shared between Liam and the mercenary leader. You will understand once you see this, my lord. Everyone curiously stared at the parchment paper he handed to the Baron, wondering what was written on it. On the other hand, Liam's eyebrows shot upwards when he saw the document. That stupid mercenary. I'm fucked. Shit. 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 He was certain that it was the same document he had signed with the mercenary leader. Baron Nathan's face grew increasingly darker the more he read. The others also sensed the abrupt change in his mood. Upon reading the final line, Baron Nathan put down the parchment paper and looked at his son. Liam, what is the meaning of this? Anger was palpable in his voice. What are you saying, my lord? I don't understand what's going on. Liam's face fell under everyone's doubtful eyes. What do you mean you don't know? Stop playing innocent. Do you think I'm blind? Baron Nathan almost flipped the table in rage. Quell your anger, my lord. Can you tell us what happened first? Vivian didn't expect her husband to be this furious after reading a document. Nathan snorted and threw the parchment paper in her direction. Then you better take a look at what your son has done. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Vivian grabbed the paper and nervously read the contents. When she realized what it was, she gasped in shock. Liam, how could you? Vivian's voice shook with disbelief. Theo took the paper from her hands and read it together with Hershey. The ashen-faced Liam immediately tried to explain himself. That's definitely a fabricated document. I would never do something like that. Please believe me. Are you saying that I'm lying? Alaric's cold voice echoed within the guest hall, making everyone feel a chill in their heart. A crooked smile hung on Liam's face as he defended himself. It's pretty clear to me that you are doing this to confuse my family. I can't believe you are actually this sinister, Alaric. He then turned his gaze towards the Baron and uttered emotionally, My lord, please investigate this matter deeply before accusing me of something I didn't do. Please believe in your son. Nathan hesitated. He was pretty sure that the document was real, but what if it was fabricated? The slight hesitation in his expression didn't escape Alaric's eyes. He let out a disappointed sigh while shaking his head. I knew something like this would happen. I can't stand these barefaced lies. I demand a trial by combat. If I lose, I will accept any punishment that comes, but if I win, Liam Paxley must die. May the benevolent god, Aru, bear witness to this sacred duel. His voice resonated like thunder. Baron Nathan and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that he would actually demand a duel. They were also believers of Eru, and they knew that a sacred duel was something that could never be rejected unless the challenger himself took back the challenge. Baron Nathan was planning to give his son a punishment, but he could never bring himself to kill his own son. "My lord, why don't we talk this through? I believe we can still discuss this," Nathan muttered as he wiped off the sweat on his face. Vivian was also scared. "Please take back your challenge, my lord. There is no need to hurt the alliance of our two households over something like this." Meanwhile, Liam was scared shitless. Alaric's eyes were akin to those of a predator's, sharp and terrifying. It made his legs feel so soft that he almost fell off his chair. Alaric glanced at the Baron and his wife. "I'm sorry, but this is something that must be done. Your son hired a mercenary group to kill us. Do you know how many of my people were hurt because of his foolish stunts? If it wasn't for the friendship between our families, I would have already sent an assassin to kill him." The people behind Alaric were proud to see him standing up for them. Even his number one hater, Charles, felt that he was cool, though he didn't want to admit it. "Must you do this?" Baron Nathan sighed. "I have already thought it through, my lord. The sacred duel must proceed." Alaric remained firm in his decision. Baron Nathan took a glance at Liam and facepalmed in disappointment. "On behalf of my son, I accept your challenge to a sacred duel." He sounded dispirited. "And no, father. How could you accept the duel?" Liam was shaking in fear. "Mom, please say something." Vivian lowered her head and sobbed. She knew that there was nothing she could do at this point. Rejecting the sacred duel was sacrilegious to the teachings of Eru. If that happens, she would definitely lose the support of her collateral family, and they would even face the ostracism of Eru's believers. "Then we will wait for a cleric from the church to officiate the sacred duel. During this period, I hope that Lord Nathan will keep an eye on Liam." Alaric cupped his fists at the Baron. Baron Nathan nodded with a gloomy face. "House Paxley will never disobey the teachings of Eru. You can rest assured. We will send you a messenger once the cleric has arrived. In that case, we will wait for your call. Please excuse me." Alaric turned around and took a deep look at Liam before he walked away with his companions. Liam's panicked voice and the Baron's furious roar echoed from behind. "What a foolish young man," Charles muttered in a mocking tone while shaking his head. "Indeed. He betrayed his family's trust, and now he has to face the punishment of Eru." Alaric muttered with an expression that was full of hidden meanings. Just as they stepped out of the main mansion, a servant suddenly came running towards them. The man bowed to Alaric and said, "My lord, the Baron wants to invite you to stay in the estate while we wait for the cleric." Hearing this, Alaric shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I'm still furious about this incident, so I have to decline the offer." He didn't give the servant a chance to say another word as he commanded his men to leave. "Let's go." "Yes, my lord." As soon as they left House Paxley's estate, Alaric's group searched for a place to stay in the city. Luckily for them, there were a lot of vacant inns nearby, so it didn't take them long to find suitable accommodation. After taking care of the warriors' accommodation, Alaric rented a separate room for Ivana, which was just next to his room. "I need to prepare for the duel. Should I distribute my stat points now?" Alaric thought to himself. He now had 35 stat points, including the most recent he got after doing the exercises inside the cave. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 372 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 100 Stamina, 34 plus Agility, 43 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 25 70 Stat Points. 35. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. Alaric was confident to win the sacred duel because of his stat points and his unparalleled swordsmanship. What should I do with these stat points? Just as he was about to make his decision, a series of knocks on his door pulled him from his thoughts. Knock. 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 Alaric raised an eyebrow as he closed the cyan screen. He then stood up and opened the door. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. It was Henry. The old man cast him a worried glance and asked, Are you really sure about volunteering for the sacred duel? Alaric was like a grandson to him, and he was worried that an accident might happen in the sacred duel. I have already made my decision, Sir Henry. I understand that you are worried about me, but my decision will never change. Alaric responded with a calm look. The old man sighed and forced out a smile. In that case, I hope that you make a thorough preparation. In a sacred duel, the use of mana is allowed, so you must be careful, my lord. He reminded. Alaric nodded with a grim look. He had almost forgotten this important detail. Unlike the unofficial spars that he had participated in before where using mana was against the rules, it was the exact opposite in a sacred duel. Thank you for your reminder, Sir Henry. Alaric was grateful for the old man's words. If it weren't for him, he might have already distributed all of his stat points. Please rest well, my lord. Just call me if you need anything. After the old man left, Alaric headed back to his room and opened the cyan screen. His mana was currently his weakest attribute with only 13 points. Excluding my strength, most of my attributes should be at the average level. My mana, on the other hand, is barely at the level of a knight. Mana was crucial in a battle between knights. He had always neglected his mana because of his powerful swordsmanship, but in this sacred duel, having a higher mana might be a deciding factor in how the battle would end. Without hesitation, Alaric added all of his stat points to his mana. Mana, 1348. At that moment, Alaric felt a surge of power rising within him. With this, I should be ready for the sacred duel. Inside the main mansion of House Paxley. Father, you need to believe me. It really wasn't me. Liam kneeled in front of the Baron, his face covered in tears. Husband, he is still our child. There should be something we can do to save him. Vivian begged as she grabbed the Baron's arm. I also don't want this to happen, but we can't reject a sacred duel. Baron Nathan muttered while rubbing his temples. He looked like he had aged a decade in just a few hours. At this moment, Liam suddenly thought about something. He lifted his head and suggested with an ugly smile. Father, why don't we send that person? Baron Nathan frowned. Who are you talking about? The man they call the Butcher, Liam responded. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Butcher was a nickname given to a heinous criminal who had caused a series of killings in Rivad. He was a deranged man addicted to killing, and it took the combined effort of multiple knights to subdue him. He was currently locked up in a cell, waiting for his public execution. Absurd. How could you make such a shameless suggestion? Have you no shame? Baron Nathan raised his hand and slapped Liam out of rage. My son. Are you all right? Vivian went to Liam's side and looked at his face with a tearful expression. She then glared at the Baron and shouted, How dare you hurt your son? Baron Nathan ignored her and kept his eyes on Liam. This is the last thing I will do for you as your father. Whether you live or die is up to Aru. He then turned his gaze to the elite knight standing behind him and uttered, Release the Butcher. He will represent us in the sacred duel. The expression of the elite knight hardened, but he still complied. Yes, my lord. Liam's face lit up with joy. Thank you, father. The Baron snorted and walked away with heavy strides. Later that night, Alaric went to take a look at Ivana's situation. Knock. Knock. He knocked on her door and said. Her response came a few seconds late. Wait. Give me a minute to change. Alaric bought her some winter dresses earlier since her clothes were already torn and tattered. A few minutes later, she finally opened the door. Ivana locked the door after Alaric stepped inside the room. He realized that the mud he had smeared on her was already gone. Now that she had cleaned up herself, a devastatingly beautiful face was revealed. Her long white hair was as white as snow and her cyan eyes sparkled with enchanting radiance. She was only wearing a dull winter dress meant for commoners, but it failed to hide her charm. How do you feel now? Alaric asked while trying to maintain his composure. I still feel a bit weak, but I should be fine after a few more days of rest, Ivana responded while breaking eye contact. I'm glad to hear that, but you should be careful. We can't let anyone see your face, not even my subordinates. Alaric reminded with a stern look. I will be careful. The elf nodded. Here's the medicine paste and the medicinal extract. Alaric handed her the things he had brought from his room. Thank you. I'll take my leave first. I'm on the room to your left, so just knock on my door if you need anything. Alaric didn't stay any longer and stepped out of her room. She is still cold, but maybe a little less colder. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Alaric woke up before sunrise to complete his daily mission. It had already become a part of his routine, so it felt natural to him. At this moment, he was doing his push-ups, his face looking incredibly relaxed. I wonder what will happen if I do twice the amount stated in the mission. Alaric's thoughts wandered while he was performing the exercises. Let's try. Maybe I can get double the rewards too. Who knows? He chuckled at his thoughts. And so, he did twice his daily mission because of this whimsical idea. 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 pull-ups, 20 kilometers run, 200 vertical slashes, 200 diagonal slashes, 200 horizontal slashes, 200 stabs. After completing his exercises, he eagerly opened the cyan screen. You received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. All that effort for nothing. Well, at least I tried. He smiled bitterly when he saw that there were no changes in the rewards. After completing his daily mission, he headed back to the inn to change into a new set of winter clothes. He then went to the public dining hall downstairs to grab some food for himself and Ivana. By the time he arrived, he saw Aldrin and a few others gathered around a table, chatting about random matters. One of the warriors suddenly noticed him and stood up from his seat. My lord. Alaric signaled with his hand, telling them to stay in their seats. Just relax, guys. I only came here to grab my breakfast. I already ordered for all of us, my lord, including the vagrant woman. Aldrin hesitated. I see. Thank you. Alaric tapped his shoulder and smiled. Anything for you, my lord. Because of his presence, the warriors didn't dare speak too loudly and their backs were straight like a sword. Luckily, the awkward atmosphere disappeared after their food was served. You all can go ahead and eat. I'll take my share upstairs. Alaric grabbed 2 portions of the food before he went upstairs. Knock. 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 It's me. I brought your breakfast. At that moment, he heard a series of footsteps from inside the room before the door was opened. He saw that she had already covered her face with a cloth so only her cyan eyes were visible. She had also draped a coat over her shoulders, covering her body from the neck down. Come inside. She uttered while staring at the food boxes in his hand. Please excuse my intrusion. Alaric nodded to her as he entered the room. I don't know what kind of food you prefer, so I only brought what I believed you would like, he said as he put the food boxes on the coffee table next to her bed. Anything is all right. I'm not picky when it comes to food. As long as it's edible, I eat almost anything. While saying this, she removed the cloth that covered her face. Alaric was once again stunned by her appearance. No matter how many times I see it, her beauty is still shocking. Ivana turned her head. What's the matter? She raised an eyebrow when she caught him staring at her face. Alaric cleared his throat and responded with an awkward chuckle. I still can't believe that I'm speaking to an elf. Anyway, you should eat. I'll eat in my room. He was afraid that he might make another blunder if he stayed in her room. However, before he could leave, Ivana shook her head and said, You can stay here. Eating alone can be boring sometimes. Ivana's tone was flat, so Alaric couldn't tell what she was thinking. Was she starting to warm up to him? Or was it truly for the sake of having someone to accompany her in her meal? Alaric wasn't sure. All right. You can ask me anything if you want. He didn't decline her invitation since he also wanted to know more about elves. Ivana took her seat and pointed at the chair perpendicular to her. Please. Alaric nodded as he took his seat. Why are you helping me? The elf asked without looking at him. She had been meaning to ask him about this, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Now, she felt that it was the right moment. Alaric was silent for a moment before he answered. I'm also not sure. To be honest, I was hesitant to help you since I heard that elves are proud and arrogant creatures. Maybe it was just a whim. Ivana didn't say anything and took a small bite of the roasted chicken leg. Seeing that she was silent, Alaric also began eating his meal. Whether it was a whim or not, your decision saved my life. I can't thank you enough. Her voice drifted into his ears. Alaric glanced at her and saw a slight change in her expression. Is it the angle or is she smiling right now? Alaric tilted his head to get a clearer look at her face, but Ivana suddenly lowered her head. You don't need to thank me. Just this experience alone is enough payment for my efforts. Next time, I can brag to my friends that I had spoken with an elf. Alaric chuckled. You humans are weird, Ivana muttered. Ha ha ha. That's true. Their conversation became more natural and the slight aversion they had towards each other vanished in that instant. By the way, do you still remember the people who had wounded you? Alaric asked while keeping an eye on her expression. Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. I will never forget their faces. She replied in a cold voice. I can help you look for them. I have a subordinate who is really good at painting. He might be able to draw the faces of those people if you can describe their features in detail. Alaric rubbed his chin. There's no need. I will look for them myself once I gather my people. Ivana shook her head. All right. Just let me know if you change your mind. Knock. 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 I'll go open it. Hide your face for a while. Alaric reminded Ivana. The elf nodded and wrapped a cloth on her head. After she had covered her face, Alaric went to open the door. My lord, the messenger is here. The man who had knocked on the door was Aldrin. The messenger. Where is he? Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. He is still downstairs chatting with Sir Henry and the others, Aldrin replied. All right. Tell everyone to get ready. We are leaving now. Yes, my lord. Aldrin bowed and left to deliver his message to the group. Meanwhile, Alaric closed the door and looked at Ivana. You should get ready as well. We will return to House Paxley's estate for the sacred duel. We can't let the cleric wait. I understand. The elf nodded her head. Let's chat again after this matter is over. He smiled lightly. I'll take my leave first. Just leave the food there. Someone will come to clean it up. After saying those words, he left to gather his stuff. Soon, everyone in the group gathered outside the inn. My lord, we should leave now. suggested the messenger, a middle-aged man with tanned skin. Alaric nodded. He then made a hand signal and said, "Let's go." Outside the main mansion of House Paxley, a temporary battle platform was set up for the sacred duel. At this moment, Baron Nathan was chatting with a kind-looking old man dressed in a white cassock. "Your Excellency Anton, it's my greatest honor to see you in my humble home." Baron Nathan spoke cautiously. He was on edge because the person sent by the church wasn't an ordinary cleric, but a bishop. Usually, the church would only send a deacon or a priest to officiate a sacred duel, but for some unknown reason, they sent a bishop. Why did they send this person of all people? Baron Nathan was scared that they would be punished for sending a criminal as their fighter in a sacred duel. "Don't be so tense, my lord. I only came here to officiate the sacred duel." The old man chuckled when he noticed the Baron's tensed face. "Ha ha ha. I have embarrassed myself. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." Baron Nathan awkwardly laughed. Suddenly, the sound of chains being dragged on the floor echoed. Baron Nathan quickly turned his head and saw something that made his heart sink. It was his good son, Liam, pulling a man who was tied in thick metal chains. That damn bastard. Why did he bring that guy here? How can I explain this to the bishop? Damn it. What's going on here, Lord Nathan? The bishop immediately identified the man in chains. This. Actually. The Baron wiped off the sweat on his forehead while thinking of a good explanation. Are you perhaps sending that guy as your representative for the sacred duel? The bishop asked as he stared intently at the Baron. The old bishop's gaze was so intense that it made Nathan feel like something was gripping his heart. Why, Your Excellency? His words were cut short when the servant announced the arrival of the challenger. Lord Alaric of House Silversword has arrived. Everyone turned their gazes at the cobblestone pavement. Leading the group was a young man dressed in leather armor with a metal breastplate. He looked dashing, but what made him special was the dignified temperament he exuded. Alaric jumped off his horse and landed gracefully. The first one he noticed in the crowd was the old man dressed in a white cassock. Bishop Amari Anton. Why is he here? This old man was no ordinary person. He was one of the highest-ranking priests in the church. Rank 6 in the Estanian Dragon leaderboard, Bishop Amari Anton. Alaric's expression abruptly turned serious. From what he could remember, the bishop was a 3-ring beast soul master. This means that he had already strengthened his soul mark 3 times. Unlike knights who advance by breaking through their physical limits and expanding their mana, beast soul masters had to strengthen their soul mark to advance in a process called beast soul integration. This was done by absorbing the mana within the beast soul crystal through their soul marks. Once successful, they would inherit a trait unique to the specific beast soul crystal they had absorbed. Alaric glanced at the old man's wrist and noticed the 3 unique symbols on his soul marks. So he is already a 3-ring beast soul master around this year. I wonder what kind of powers he inherited after undergoing 3 beast soul integrations. Alaric bowed to the old man and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency. I apologize for being tardy. It's fine. I just arrived here too. The bishop smiled gently and waved his hand. Alaric then cupped his fists at the Baron. Greetings, my lord. Nathan nodded at him with a forced smile. Since everyone is here, should we begin the ceremony? The Baron cautiously asked for the bishop's opinion. What do you think, Lord Alaric? Bishop Anton stroked his beard as he looked at the young knight. I will follow the Baron's arrangements. Alaric nodded. Hearing his response, Baron Nathan immediately gave a cue to his retainers. Before the sacred duel starts, a short ceremony would be held for the representatives. This was to give them a chance to offer their prayers to Aru. The bishop summoned the representatives from each side. Alaric was the first one to approach the old man and offer his prayers to Aru. "Please hear my prayers, Aru," Alaric muttered as he kneeled before the old man. The bishop calmly placed his hand on Alaric's head and prayed with his eyes closed. Mission: Sacred Duel difficulty: easy. Defeat the man known as the Butcher and prove your faith before the benevolent god Aru. Rewards: 150 battle points, 30 EXP, 5 stat points. Alaric opened his eyes. It was then that he saw his opponent for the sacred duel. It was a man who was over 9 feet tall, with a body covered in scars and bruises. He was a literal giant. With a glance, Alaric could already sense the formidable power he possessed. The bishop's eyes flashed with a glint when he saw this man walking towards them. The giant kneeled before the bishop and prayed in silence. Everyone watched the scene with bated breaths. "Aru, I don't deserve to seek forgiveness, but I hope that you will listen to the words of this sinful man. I don't care if I die today, but please protect my daughter and grant her a happy life." The giant opened his eyes after praying to the benevolent god. "You may rise," the bishop muttered. The giant stood up, causing the chains wrapped around his limbs to make a series of clanking sounds. "Are both representatives for the sacred duel ready?" The bishop eyed the two with a calm gaze. Alaric and the giant nodded. "Please step into the battle platform. The sacred duel will begin shortly." With the announcement from the bishop, everyone watched as the two fighters walked onto the stage step by step. "Will Lord Alaric be all right?" Aldrin muttered with a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Of course. Haven't you seen Lord Alaric's swordsmanship?" Rigger responded with a gloomy look. He was also uncertain about how this duel would end. This might be a hard battle. That is no ordinary man. His mana is stable and his physique is akin to that of a beast. He should be close to the realm of elite knights. Warwick muttered with his eyebrows knitted closely together. The warriors of House Silversword were starting to get worried for their lord. They didn't expect that House Paxley would actually send a man of this caliber in the sacred duel. Meanwhile, Hershey, who was spectating together with her family, was praying to Aru. "Oh, Aru, please protect Lord Alaric." At this moment, the bishop jumped onto the stage and stood in between the representatives. The result of this sacred duel will determine the fate of Liam Paxley. Whatever happens, I hope that everyone will respect the outcome. The bishop gave a short speech before he announced the commencement of the duel. Alaric stared at the giant as he unsheathed his swords. "That is the mark of a criminal branded on your body. I won't hesitate to kill you," Alaric muttered when he saw the brand on the giant's neck. This marking was given to the criminals on death row, so he was familiar with it. The giant didn't say anything and just stared deeply at him. "He looks so young. He should be as old as my daughter." Seeing that his enemy was silent, Alaric no longer said anything. He immediately unleashed his mana and subsequently gathered it into his arms. As the powerful energy surged forth, he released a quick burst of sword strikes. Whoosh! 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 The giant narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect this young knight to summon such a powerful force. "He is faster than me. I can't block all of his strikes." Knowing that he couldn't block everything, the giant used his halberd to protect his vital organs. Clang! Clang! Sword wounds appeared on his body as Alaric's slashes connected, but the giant didn't even flinch. His eyes remained serene, seemingly unbothered by the pain. Alaric frowned upon seeing this. "I only managed to leave some shallow cuts." Suddenly, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes which made him instinctively pull his head. Alaric glanced at the halberd that almost crushed him. He finally realized that the giant wasn't just foolishly receiving his strikes, he was actually preparing for that one big attack. If Alaric was just half a second late, his body would have been crushed by that halberd. There was a glimmer of surprise in the giant's eyes. He didn't expect the young knight to evade his halberd. It never failed him before. For the first time since he stepped onto the battle platform, he finally spoke. "You are the youngest knight I have met. I feel reluctant to take your life, but I must kill you to save my daughter." His voice was deep and sounded like a low rumble. Hearing this, Alaric raised his eyebrows. What is he saying? The giant didn't give him the time to comprehend his words and charged at him. His heavy steps caused the platform to shake, and upon gathering enough momentum, he swung his halberd. Alaric's face fell. My 100 points of strength is still weaker than this man. He thought that 100 points in strength was the absolute limit that a human could reach, but it seemed like each individual had different inborn physical attributes. This man's strength is probably over 150 points. It was just a rough guess based on the power he sensed behind that halberd. Alaric hurriedly bent his body to avoid the fatal blow. The violent air brought by the attack almost caused him to lose balance. After his attack missed, the giant raised his leg and released a kick. Alaric didn't expect him to be this nimble despite his size. I can't evade it in time. Alaric immediately raised his sword and slashed on the muscular leg, hoping that the giant would pull back. However, the latter seemed to be unafraid of his swords. Alaric's sword struck his leg, but it was unable to penetrate past his bones that had been strengthened with mana. The muscular leg crushed into Alaric's body, sending him flying across the other side of the platform. The sound of his bones cracking echoed, making everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Lord Alaric. The warriors of House Silversword panicked when they saw him get thrown like a rag doll. Some of them pulled out their weapons and were about to step onto the platform, but a cold voice stopped them in their tracks. Do you plan to break the sacred covenant? The warriors turned their gazes at Charles. Don't bring shame to House Silversword. This is a sacred duel. Whatever happens on the stage is a ruse will. Charles lashed out furiously. The warriors hesitated upon hearing his words. Stand back. The old elite knight, Henry, shouted in a trembling voice. Lord Alaric chose to fight in this sacred duel. We must respect his decision regardless of the outcome. The old man's voice choked with emotion as he watched the small figure on the battle platform. The warriors loosened their grip on their weapons and brought their hands together. Aru, please protect Lord Alaric. Seeing that they had finally calmed down, Charles turned his attention back to the duel. He had a gloomy look on the surface, but he was screaming with glee internally. Just die here, my dear nephew. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I will take care of the household, and I will also take good care of that little servant of yours. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Hershey broke into tears. No. She rushed onto the battle platform, but the warriors of House Paxley stopped her. My lady, please calm down. We will be punished if we break the sacred covenant. Hershey ignored their words and tried to break free from their grasp. Lord Alaric. She screamed. Suddenly, a furious Vivian approached and gave her a resounding slap. Are you crazy? Do you plan to destroy our family? Vivian shouted with a sharp, angry tone. Hershey grabbed her face while staring at the frail figure on the platform. Stop embarrassing us, Hershey. Vivian muttered with an exasperated expression. She then sent the warriors a knowing look as she uttered in a commanding tone. Keep an eye on her and make sure that she won't do anything foolish. Yes, my lady. The warriors responded. On top of the platform, Alaric spat a mouthful of blood. He could feel his innards contorting with pain. It looks like I broke a few ribs. His face was pale and full of sweat. If my endurance was a little lower, that attack would have ended me. Unlike the goblin chieftain whose attack patterns were predictable, this giant was clearly more skilled. Now, how can I win against this man? Alaric observed the giant with a serious look on his face. I have to survive first. At that moment, the giant's halberd struck once more. Alaric gritted his teeth and made a quick slide in between the giant's legs. He then brandished his swords. KSSHHHHKK, KSSHHHHKK. The giant tumbled after Alaric left deep cuts on his legs, but he quickly stabilized himself by stabbing his halberd firmly into the stone platform. Alaric took a deep breath. The cuts aren't deep enough to cut his tendons. He felt resistance when he slashed his swords, which means that the giant was able to gather mana into his legs to protect his tendons. I almost got him. I just need to focus on his legs. Once he loses balance, he won't be able to block my sword anymore. Thinking about this, Alaric wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and rushed out. His body was screaming with pain, but he pushed himself to the limits. Bang! Bang! The giant swung his halberd. However, he was unable to land a direct hit. Bang! Bang! Upon getting closer, Alaric suddenly swooped down. The giant had already anticipated this. He took a step back and raised his left arm before releasing a downward punch. He fell for it. Now is my chance. Alaric took an abrupt turn which caused the punch to miss him by a few inches. The giant's fist created a deep hole in the battle platform. After successfully evading, Alaric swung his swords. The giant's muscular arm was cut off. It was a feint. He intentionally aimed for my legs, but his real target was my dominant arm. The giant was stunned. Alaric wanted to end the battle with another strike, but the giant managed to block his swords by using his left arm, which was wrapped in chains. Alaric was surprised by his quick reaction. A normal person would have collapsed or panicked after having their arm cut off, but the giant remained calm. At this moment, the giant suddenly pushed him off with a low grunt which sent Alaric into the air. To stabilize himself, Alaric spun in midair. As soon as he landed, he made a quick dash forward while moving from side to side, showing off his amazing footwork. I need to end this quickly. I think my broken ribs are poking my insides. The feeling made him uncomfortable, but he gritted his teeth and gathered half of his remaining mana to perform another sword move. It wasn't like the fancy sword techniques used by the nobles in the capital. It was just a plain downward slash that used his spinning motion to release a more powerful force. However, the spectators viewed it differently. It was a move so graceful that it filled their hearts with shock. They were utterly flabbergasted by his swordsmanship. The giant had no time to react, but he managed to gather mana into his left arm to deliver a strong blow. The moment Alaric's sword struck the giant's fist, the former felt a fierce resistance. If this was an ordinary sword, that might have worked, but unfortunately, one of my swords is a bit special. Alaric imbued more mana into his arms, making his muscles bulge and his veins protrude. In that instant, his sword sliced through the giant's fist, splitting it in half before stabbing into the man's chest. The giant staggered, but there was no pain in his eyes, only regret. Alaric was familiar with this expression since it was something that he always saw whenever he looked at himself in the mirror. Why is he giving me that kind of look? Without mana to stop his bleeding, the giant fell to his knees as blood gushed out from his wounds. Alaric approached him, looking a bit bothered by the giant's gaze. "Do you have any last words?" he muttered while trying to remove the uneasy feeling rising within his chest. The giant raised his head and stared at him. "Am my daughter?" His deep voice drifted into Alaric's ears. He took my daughter and used me as a scapegoat. I took the blame for all the sins he had committed for the sake of my daughter's safety. Please. Save The giant emitted a gurgling sound after coughing a mouthful of blood. Alaric frowned upon hearing his words. "What are you talking about?" The giant's face was pale and it looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Liam. He killed all those women. It wasn't me. The giant's eyes dimmed after uttering those words. His body swayed to the side and fell with a heavy thud. Alaric immediately rushed to his side. "Your daughter, I will find her." he whispered to the dying man. He sympathized with this giant. From the words he had spoken, he could tell that he must have been a victim of Liam's manipulation. The giant looked like he wanted to say something, but only incomprehensible words mixed with gurgling sounds came out of his mouth. Even so, Alaric seemed to have understood it. I understand. I will end your suffering. It was too late to save this man. He had already lost too much blood. The giant stared at the blue sky. I'm sorry, my beloved daughter. Your father is useless. With a complicated expression on his face, Alaric stabbed the man's heart. The light in the giant's eyes faded. Mission complete. You received 150 battle points, 30 EXP, 5 stat points. The cyan screen notified him of his victory, but there was no joy in Alaric's eyes. Oh, Aru. Did I do the right thing? The sacred duel ends with Alaric's victory. Bishop Anton announced. The warriors of House Silversword cheered in excitement. Well, except for one person. The battle was so intense that they were on their toes the whole time. I knew it. Lord Alaric is invincible among knights. Aldrin exclaimed. He really made us worry. Henry shook his head with a relieved sigh. Quickly go and check Lord Alaric's condition. Warwick barked. Yes, sir. While they were celebrating Alaric's victory, one man was cursing internally. Fuck. Fuck. How did that bastard win against that giant? This is impossible. Charles's face was incredibly gloomy. At this moment, Alaric was still staring at the giant's corpse when he felt a hand tapping on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the bishop giving him a comforting smile. Don't blame yourself over this. It wasn't your fault. The old man muttered as he turned his gaze to the giant. What a pitiful man. He was wrongfully imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. He was labeled as a lunatic addicted to killing when in truth, he was just a father trying to protect his daughter. Bishop Anton shook his head and brought his palms together. Oh, Aru. Please guide this man's soul into your merciful embrace. Alaric also prayed for the giant's soul. I will fulfill my promise. I will find your daughter. My lord, are you all right? Aldrin's voice echoed from behind. Alaric turned around and stared at him with a calm gaze. I'm fine. Aldrin gulped. For some reason, he felt that Alaric looked terrifying at this moment. Liam. Bring your ass out here. Alaric shouted atop the battle platform while searching for Liam in the crowd. Everyone stared in Baron Nathan's direction, but Liam wasn't there. Sensing everyone's gazes, the Baron turned around and frowned. Where is Liam? Vivian lowered her head as if trying to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, the Baron grabbed her arm with an agitated look. What did you do? Where is Liam? Vivian nervously shook her head. I don't know. Wasn't he here with us earlier? She stammered in response. Stop lying to me and spit it out while I'm still asking nicely. The Baron finally snapped and slapped her face. Vivian couldn't believe that her timid husband would actually slap her. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I've only put up with you because of your family's influence. But do you really think that I don't know what you've been doing behind my back? Baron Nathan's accumulated anger was released in that instant. Now tell me where that animal is hiding if you don't want the household to fall into ruin. Vivian's body trembled with a mixture of fear and anger. You're going to pay for this. She muttered coldly before she walked away. Stop. The Baron shouted, but she ignored his words and left without turning back. Damn it. That crazy bitch must have sent Liam away after the duel started. Suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Alaric and his subordinates approaching him with cold gazes. Lord Nathan, it seems like there is a small issue on your side, Alaric muttered in a flat tone. This. It wasn't me. I have no intentions of disobeying the sacred covenant. Baron Nathan shook his head, his face full of sweat. Alaric shook his head. I'm disappointed, Lord Nathan. I expected more from you. Lord Alaric. You are speaking to the Baron. Theo stepped forward and stood in between them. Your name is Theo, right? Do you even know what your younger brother has done? Alaric asked with a hint of disdain in his voice. His words made Theo recall the scenes he had witnessed in Liam's room. That. Alaric narrowed his eyes and whispered. It seems like you know something. Theo's face fell and he was unable to retort. What's going on, Theo? Do you know something? Baron Nathan's expression was ugly to behold. Theo took a deep breath to calm himself before he answered with a grave tone. My lord, I discovered a corpse in Liam's room. What? Baron Nathan's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hershey gasped and covered her mouth in shock. A terrifying thought came into the Baron's mind. Liam is a murderer. As he thought of this, he immediately instructed the knight behind him. Go and search Liam's room at once. Tell me whatever he is hiding there. The knight nodded with a solemn look. Yes, my lord. After the knight left, Alaric's voice drifted into his ears. Lord Nathan, please allow my subordinates to search every corner of the estate. Lord Alaric. Theo frowned upon hearing this. The Baron pulled him and signaled for him to stand back. He then glanced deeply at Alaric and sighed while shaking his head. All right. After getting his approval, Alaric made a hand gesture and muttered. Start the search. If you find him, bring him to me alive. Yes, my lord. Liam, I think I know how you died in my past life. No wonder your family covered up your death. It turns out that you are an even greater evil than I thought. His eyes were burning with rage. The man he had killed in the sacred duel was an innocent person, but he died in such a wretched manner because of Liam's schemes. With heavy footsteps, he walked away, leaving a crowd of scared onlookers behind. Hershey burst into tears as she looked at his figure. Lord Alaric. At this moment, the bishop suddenly appeared. Your Excellency. Baron Nathan immediately greeted the old man. You made a terrible decision this time, Nathan. You sent an innocent man to fight for your heartless son, and now, it seems like your alliance with the Silverswords is at stake. The bishop sighed. Nathan Paxley's chest tightened upon hearing his words. I shouldn't have listened to Liam's words. Now it's too late. He regretted the decision he made and it filled him with remorse. My job here is done. I don't wish to involve myself in your affairs, so please excuse me. Bishop Anton didn't wait for his response and left with the people from the church. What have I done? The Baron muttered as he grabbed his hair with a blank look. Theo couldn't bear to see his father like this, so he tried to comfort him. My lord, I'll try to speak with Lord Alaric. There should be a way for us to prevent our alliance with them from falling apart. Please get some rest for now. He then glanced at his sister and instructed her. Hershey, please bring the Baron to his chamber. I will deal with the situation here. Hershey wiped away her tears and nodded. Okay. At this moment, Alaric was heading to Liam's room together with his subordinates and the warriors of House Paxley. That is Lord Liam's room. Someone pointed at the room at the end of the hallway. Hearing this, Alaric nodded and said, Smash it open. Before the warriors from House Paxley could say anything, Alaric's subordinates rushed out and broke the door to Liam's room. As soon as Alaric stepped inside the room, a decaying smell assaulted his nose which made him frown. My lord, there is a corpse here. Aldrin reported with a grim expression. Alaric walked towards the bedchamber where Aldrin saw the corpse. From the clothes on its body and its small stature, he realized that it was a woman, a young one at that. Liam, that fucking trash. How despicable. Take her corpse away and find her relatives, Alaric instructed. Yes, my lord. The warriors of House Paxley couldn't believe that Liam was actually capable of doing such atrocious deeds. Alaric's subordinates later discovered a secret passage hidden underneath Liam's bed which led to an underground chamber. To reach the underground chamber, they passed by a narrow and dark tunnel. Their only source of light was the flickering flames of the torches held by sconces. Upon entering the secret chamber, they saw more than 10 naked women of varying ages huddled together. They revealed fearful gazes when they heard the door creaking as it was pushed open. Alaric's face darkened upon seeing the bruises and the signs of torture on their bodies. One of them looked even younger than Elena, and this fragile little girl also shared the same wounds. Liam, Alaric muttered through gritted teeth. The people near him couldn't help but shudder when they sensed his overflowing killing intent. Cover their bodies first before sending them back to their families, Alaric instructed while trying to hold back his rage. Yes, my lord. Everyone quickly moved into action. They brought clothes for the women and sent them out of the secret chamber. However, there was one particular woman who refused to go back to the surface. She looked quite young at around 17. She had a pretty face, but it was destroyed by a burn scar on the left side of her face. Her youthful body was also covered in whip marks and bruises which she must have gotten after being tortured. Alaric couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of experience she had gone through. My lord, what should we do with this woman? A warrior asked hesitantly. I'll go and talk to her. Continue searching the chamber and see if there is still something we can find. Alaric instructed calmly. Yes, my lord. The warrior acknowledged his command with a salute before he turned around and left. While everyone was busy searching every corner of the bedchamber, Alaric approached the woman and asked, "Why didn't you go back with the rest?" The woman lifted her head, revealing her terrifying burn scar. With eyes flashing with hatred, she responded, "I want to kill him with my own hands, but before that, I will torture him and drink his blood." Alaric narrowed his eyes. He stared deeply at her and sighed. "If you're talking about Liam, there might be a small issue." "Why? Is it because of his identity?" The woman clenched her hands. "No." Alaric shook his head. "To tell you the truth, we are also searching for him, but it appears that he has already escaped." The woman frowned and lowered her head. "Don't worry. We will eventually find him and punish him for his crimes." Alaric muttered, "You should leave this matter to us and return to your family." Alaric turned around after saying those words. "Wait." The woman suddenly grabbed his arm, which provoked Alaric's subordinates. "What are you doing, woman? Do you know who this person is?" An agitated warrior spoke roughly. The woman was terrified when she sensed the warrior's gazes, but she didn't let go of Alaric's arm. Her determined eyes moved him, so he decided to give her a moment of his time. He signaled for the warriors to stand back and looked at the woman. "What do you want?" Alaric asked indifferently. The woman took a deep breath and said, "I don't know who you are, but please bring me with you. I want to see that bastard die with my own eyes." Alaric gently pulled her hand off his arm as he responded, "Fine, but I have no intention of taking someone useless with me. What can you do for me?" The woman stared at her filthy hands and muttered, "I want to learn how to kill. If you teach me how to wield a sword, then I will be your sword." Alaric was taken aback. He didn't expect this kind of response. If she had told him that she knew how to do household chores, then he would have asked her to work as a maidservant. The words that he was about to say were now stuck in his throat. After a moment of silence, Alaric asked, "Why do you want to learn swordsmanship?" "I don't want to be powerless anymore." It was a firm response with no hesitation. Alaric rubbed his chin and thought deeply. What should I do with this woman? It was rare for a woman to become a warrior. Only a few special individuals like Cassandra could survive the rigorous training, let alone a fragile woman who had been tortured and abused. After some careful thought, Alaric spoke. "What's your name?" "Aaliyah," she replied while staring at him with anticipation. "I can give you some swordsmanship lessons, but if you don't survive my training, then you will have to work as a servant instead." Aaliyah's eyes flashed with joy. "I will work hard, my lord. I will never give up." Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. "We will know soon if you are just speaking some empty words." Alaric and his subordinates searched every corner of the estate, but they found no signs of Liam. Night had arrived and the snowstorm was becoming increasingly severe, so Alaric told his subordinates to stop the search. On their way back to the main mansion, Josephus approached him and whispered to his ears. "My lord, I heard that it was Lady Vivian who helped Liam escape." "I know." Alaric nodded with a stern look. He had already thought of questioning her, but he would thoroughly offend House Paxley if he did that. "Lord Theo also wants to speak with you. Maybe he knows something," Josephus added. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. "Where is he?" "He's been following us quietly since we left the secret chamber." Josephus pointed somewhere behind them. Alaric followed his gaze and saw Theo trying to strike up a conversation with his subordinates, but no one seemed to have the intention of speaking with him. "Bring him here." Alaric couldn't fully trust this guy since he didn't know much about him, but he had no choice at this point. Theo was starting to get anxious. He tried to talk with Alaric's subordinates, but they pretended like they didn't hear him. He would have lashed out if this had happened before, but he could only patiently stick close to them. "I have to make sure that our alliance with the Silverswords will not be affected by this incident. Once we lose their support, we might have to face another territorial conflict with the Tyrells." On the surface, House Paxley was the local ruler of Ryvad, but this was far from the truth. There existed another household that rivaled them in terms of military strength and political influence. They are the Tyrells, a noble household of the north known for having a hand in the salt business. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed someone approaching him. It was the young knight who always stuck close to Charles Silversword. "Lord Theo, my lord wishes to see you," the young knight respectfully said while cupping his fists. Hearing this, Theo's eyes lit up. His chance had finally come. He suppressed his joy and responded with a nod. "All right. Take me to him. Please follow me." Theo followed the young knight, who soon brought him to Alaric. "Lord Alaric." Theo cupped his fists and looked at the man who had defeated the butcher. Alaric was injured in the sacred duel, and Theo even heard that he also broke a few bones. However, except for the bandages wrapped around his body, Alaric showed no signs of discomfort. "Lord Theo, we have already wasted an entire day, so I won't bother you with useless nonsense. Please tell me everything you know about your younger brother. From the places he usually visits, his hobby, his favorite food, I want to know all of it." Alaric stared calmly at him. Theo rubbed his palms, which had become stiff because of the cold air, before he responded. "Why don't we go somewhere more warm? I'll tell you everything I know about my brother." Alaric didn't make things difficult for him and nodded. "All right. Please prepare a place for my subordinates to stay. We will rest for tonight and continue our search tomorrow." "No problem." Theo agreed immediately. Theo brought them to the guest mansion where they last stayed. The place was already cleaned up, and there were even servants on standby to help them with their needs. Alaric told everyone to rest before he went to chat with Theo on the balcony of the main hall. "Before I tell you everything I know, can you promise me that House Silversword will remain as our ally?" Theo spoke as soon as they took their seats. Alaric stared deeply at him. They had no intention of cutting off their connection with the Paxleys, so Alaric nodded indifferently. "I can promise you that. Now, tell me what you know about Liam." Theo adjusted his sitting posture and took a deep breath as he spoke. Liam. He is. He spent over an hour telling him everything he knew about his younger brother. Theo included all the information that he deemed as important. Alaric listened the whole time without saying a word. He only spoke to clarify a few things with Theo, but other than those few instances, he remained quiet. "That's all I know about him," Theo muttered. His throat felt dry after all that talking. Alaric leaned on his chair. He was already aware of most of the information that Theo had disclosed, but he did learn a lot about Liam from him. It was time to give them some reassurance. "Thank you for giving me all this information, Lord Theo. I can feel your sincerity, so you can rest assured. As long as House Paxley doesn't betray us, then the Silverswords will remain as your ally." Hearing this, Theo heaved an internal sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Alaric." Alaric nodded. He stood up and offered a handshake, which Theo took with a light smile. After a few more exchanges, Theo bid him farewell and left. Alaric headed to his room. Upon entering his room, he didn't rest immediately. He noted down all the important details that he learned from Theo. He encircled the key information which might help them in their search. He did all this in almost 2 hours, and it was close to midnight when he completed this task. Given the terrible weather, Liam should still be in Rivad, but it will be hard to find him. Alaric rubbed his temples. He could already tell that this would be an arduous endeavor. "I must find him. I don't like this uneasy feeling." He felt deeply unsettled that an enemy like Liam was still alive, and he knew that the only way to remove this uneasiness was to eliminate the threat. "I will find you no matter what it takes." Alaric took off his winter clothes and wore something lighter. He then opened the cyan screen to check his progress. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 403 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 100 Stamina, 34 plus Agility, 43 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 2730 Stat Points, 6, Requirements for Next Advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He only needed 100 points to reach his EXP requirement, but he was still far from completing the attributes and battle points requirement. His battle with the giant made him realize that there might be individuals who were more powerful than him in the Night Realm. For instance, the giant had superior physical attributes, and his only weakness was his speed. If the giant wasn't occupied with the thought of saving his daughter, the battle might have ended differently. Thinking about that pitiful man, Alaric sighed and shook his head. "If only I knew that he was innocent from the start." He learned something from this battle. It was to never judge someone based on superficial information. On the 10th of December, year 208 in the Estanian calendar, Alaric's group began searching for Liam's whereabouts using the information they got from Theo. The snowstorm was still terrible, but they proceeded with the search. At this moment, the group was resting at a local diner when one of Alaric's subordinates approached him and reported, "My lord, we found the giant's daughter. She is one of the women we found in the secret chamber yesterday." Hearing this, Alaric was pleasantly surprised. "Where is she?" "She went to look for her husband after we helped her bury her father's remains." The warrior responded. "Did you send someone to accompany her?" Alaric asked. "That." The warrior hesitated, but upon seeing Alaric's stern gaze, he could only tell him the truth. "She didn't want us to follow her. She said that she didn't want her husband to know what happened in the secret chamber." The warrior sighed. Alaric became silent. He had already fulfilled his promise to find the giant's daughter. Since the other party was safe, he felt that he shouldn't interfere with her life. Just let her be. We can only hope that she will have a better life with her husband. Alaric waved his hand. "I understand. I will relay your instructions to the others. The warrior acknowledged his command. All right. Bring the boys here to help us in the search. Yes, my lord. The warrior turned around and left. Alaric turned his head to the window. Snow had already covered the road, so no carriages could be seen outside. Even the horses had trouble navigating through the thick snow. Where are you, Liam? The days went by in a flash. It was already the 31st of December and the weather had momentarily cleared up. The sun hung high above the horizon and a small portion of the piled-up snow had melted. Some brave hawkers pulled up their stalls to open for business and their shouts echoed in the quiet streets. Walking along the streets of Yavin was a group of warriors clad in winter coats over their leather armor. My lord, we have already searched half of Rivad over the past few weeks. I think it's time for us to give up. Josephus, who was walking beside Alaric's side while shaking his head. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. He stared at his cousin and asked in a low voice, "Is that your idea?" Josephus nervously lowered his head. "Yes. It's my idea," he replied. Looking at his cousin's shifty gaze, Alaric could already tell what had happened. It seems like my uncle has gotten tired of this whole situation. He probably didn't want the others to know about this, so he sent Josephus. He doesn't even care about his son's reputation. Thinking about this, Alaric found Josephus quite pitiful. "Raise your head." Alaric tapped his cousin's shoulder, making the latter jolt in surprise. "You're right. I think it's time for us to give up the search." Josephus didn't expect that he would agree so easily. "It's time to go home, everyone," Alaric muttered to the warriors. Everyone could see that he was reluctant to give up the search. "We have already done our best. You don't need to feel guilty about it, my nephew." Charles walked towards him and gave him a tap on the shoulder. Alaric stared at his uncle's smiling face and forced a smile. "You're right, uncle. I understand that you are still frustrated about what happened, but there is nothing we can do at this point." Charles shook his head with a look of regret. "That's a lot of talk for someone who barely helped in the search." Alaric sneered in his mind, but he didn't show it to his face. "I'll go and tell the Paxleys about our departure. I'll also inform them about your engagement with Hershey. In the meantime, you guys should pack our stuff so we can leave at once," Charles suggested. "All right, uncle. I'll leave it to you." Alaric nodded. He wanted to speak with Hershey before leaving, but he felt that things might be awkward between them because of the recent events. Charles smiled at him before turning his gaze to Josephus. "Come with me." "Yes, my lord." Josephus nodded. The two left soon after. Later that day, the group left the city and headed back to North Pine Town. "Uncle, you should go home first. I still have somewhere I need to go before going home." Charles was taken aback by his words. "What do you mean? Are you still planning to search for Liam?" He frowned. Alaric shook his head. "This isn't about Liam," he responded in a calm voice. Charles stared deeply at him. "And you can't tell me about it?" "I'm sorry, uncle, but I can't say it." Charles was silent for a moment. "Just what is this kid up to this time?" After a minute of silence, he finally opened his mouth. "All right, but you can't go there alone. You must bring someone with you." Alaric nodded. "I already know who I should bring with me. Since you have already thought it through, I won't stop you, but you must be careful out there," Charles reminded, looking like a concerned uncle. "I will. Thank you for your concern." Alaric cupped his fists. He then turned around and called the people who would come with him. "Sir Arthur, Sir Henry, you two will be coming with me." For this trip, Alaric didn't want to bring too many people with him. After all, he planned to head to the territory of the elves and escort Ivana back to her home. Bringing many people would only make them conspicuous. After bidding farewell to the rest of the group, Alaric left with his small team in another direction. Charles stared at their disappearing figures with a thoughtful expression on his face. He made a hand gesture and beckoned to one of his subordinates. "My lord." A middle-aged warrior stood before him. Charles told the warrior to come closer and whispered something to his ears. "My lord, where are we headed to?" Henry asked with a serious look. He felt that something was amiss because Alaric was being too secretive. Arthur didn't say anything, but he was also curious. Alaric urged his horse to slow down. The two veteran warriors immediately did the same to match his speed. "This matter is very important, so you must never tell this to anyone." Alaric alternated his gaze between the two before he continued. "We are heading to the Enchanted Woodlands." When the two veteran warriors heard this name, their eyes froze in shock. The Enchanted Woodlands was a large patch of forest in the extreme north of the Estanian border. It was a place populated by powerful monsters and fearsome creatures, making it a no-man's land. Although it was deemed a dangerous place, this huge forest acted as a natural barrier that protected Estania from enemy races who lived beyond the Enchanted Woodlands. "My lord, that place is very dangerous." Henry couldn't let him travel to such a dangerous place. Alaric shook his head. "You don't have to worry. We don't need to enter the forest. We just need to go to the periphery." He then nudged the person who was hugging his back and said, "I think you should introduce yourself now to make them understand what's going on." The two veteran warriors moved their gazes at the vagrant woman whose face was covered. "Can we trust them?" An enchanting voice drifted into their ears. It was the first time they heard this woman speak, and they were stunned by her voice. "Don't worry. We can trust them. They are like family to me." Alaric nodded in response. Ivana hesitated, but she chose to trust Alaric. She had been with him for almost a month, and Alaric never once showed any negative thoughts about her. He was the first human that made her feel safe. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Arthur and Henry, Ivana removed the cloth that covered her face. As soon as the cloth was removed, a devastatingly beautiful face was revealed, but the first thing they noticed was her pointy ears. You're an elf." Arthur's eyes widened. On the other hand, Henry already had some idea that her identity might not be so simple, but he never thought that she was actually an elf. The old elite knight stared at Alaric with a questioning gaze. He wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. "I know that this may be absurd, but I hope that you two can help me fulfill this task." Alaric trusted these two. One was like a grandfather to him, and the other was a trusted confidant. "I will follow you wherever you go, my lord." Arthur was the first one to express his thoughts. Henry shook his head bitterly. "I never thought that I would escort an elf at my age." It was already evening when they arrived in a small town called Alverden. They decided to stop by this town for the night before continuing their journey, but there was a slight problem. "Who are you guys? I haven't seen your faces before." The guards at the entrance of the town eyed them suspiciously. Henry took a step forward and said, "We are from North Pine Town. We got lost because of the snowstorm, and we found our way here after the sky cleared up." They had already agreed beforehand that they would hide their identities. Alaric didn't want anyone to know their tracks since they were escorting Ivana, who had a very sensitive identity. "North Pine Town. That's quite far from here. Why did you guys even travel during the snowstorm?" Henry remained calm in the face of their questioning. He had already memorized his answers, so he was able to provide them with a believable story. "That's how we ended up here." The guards' faces relaxed a bit after hearing his response. "All right. You can go inside after we check your items." "Thank you." The guards inspected their bags meticulously. From how they were seriously handling their tasks, Alaric guessed that there must be something going on in the town. When it was time for Ivana to be checked, Alaric stopped them. We have complied with your instructions, so please don't go overboard. His firm voice echoed in their ears. She is a woman. It won't be appropriate for you guys to touch her. Alaric reminded them with a stern gaze. The guard who was about to inspect her frowned upon hearing his words, but he decided to let it go. The guard waved his hand while shaking his head. Alaric cupped his fists. Thank you. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Luckily, the guards didn't make things difficult for them and allowed them entry after the inspection. As they entered the gates, Alaric saw the wanted posters pasted on the wall. There were more than 5 wanted men, which was quite a lot for a small town with only less than 1,000 residents. Why are the people here on edge? Ivana muttered. Because it's winter. Alaric's response made her confused. I don't understand. Alaric kept his gaze on the road and responded. Some people don't have enough food for winter, so they rob others to survive. Alaric had seen worse things. Not all families had enough money to prepare for winter, and some of them could only resort to robbery to keep themselves alive. Ivana seemed to have experienced a culture shock. She couldn't believe it. Why don't they just give food to those who don't have enough? Alaric shook his head. For elves, it might be normal to give food and resources to your kind, but we are different. We won't hesitate to kill someone of our kind for the sake of ourselves, Alaric added with a calm voice. Ivana turned silent at his words. Not long later, they found an inn in a quiet corner of the town. Ivana didn't say anything, and it seemed like she was still thinking about Alaric's words. You should rest. Just let me know if you need anything. Alaric handed Ivana the key to her room. The elf nodded and opened the door using the key. No wonder she was almost captured by elf hunters. This girl is too innocent. Alaric shook his head as he headed to his room. He was tired from their trip, so he immediately jumped into the bed. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a loud noise suddenly resounded, echoing through the whole town. He immediately got up and grabbed his swords before stepping out of his room to check the situation. My lord, I think that was a signal from the watchtower. Arthur, who had stepped out from the room across his, muttered with a frown. Go and ask the townspeople. See if they know what is happening. Alaric instructed. Yes, my lord. Arthur nodded and went downstairs with haste. Meanwhile, Alaric knocked on Ivana's room and told her to stay put. What's going on out there? The elf asked. Alaric shook his head. I don't know. Stay here and cover your face. I'll go downstairs to check the situation. He then handed her a dagger and said, Don't let anyone else enter your room, and use this if necessary. Ivana took the dagger and nodded her head. All right. Alaric stepped out of her room and headed down the stairs. The guests of the inn had already gathered at the reception hall to inquire about the situation, but the owner was also clueless. Alaric later found Henry and Arthur chatting with the guests. Did you find out what happened? Arthur and Henry shook their heads. At this moment, the sound of the signal bell echoed once more, making the guests more nervous. Most of them were outsiders, so they didn't know much about the town, and this feeling of being clueless made them even more anxious. Sir Arthur, you stay here and protect Ivana. Sir Henry, let's go outside and find out what's happening. Yes, my lord. Arthur went back upstairs while Alaric and Henry stepped out of the inn. The street was now empty, and it seemed like everyone had already entered their homes. From the distance, Alaric saw a group of guards urgently running towards the eastern side of the town. Seeing this, Alaric sent Henry a knowing glance before he rushed out. The old elite knight followed half a step behind him. Most of the town guards were just normal warriors, so the two managed to catch up to them. Wait! Alaric called out to the guards. The warriors were startled by his sudden call. Can you tell us what's happening? Alaric asked in a low voice. The warriors were a little bit annoyed after being stopped, but one of them still answered. The patrol sounded the bell twice, so it means that there is a threat outside the town. Hearing this, Alaric and Henry frowned. You two should go back to your homes. We will take care of the situation. The warrior muttered before he left with his comrades. What should we do, my lord? Henry asked. The plan was to get some rest in the town before continuing their journey, but from the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to rest tonight. We will decide after knowing the situation, Alaric responded, feeling a bit annoyed by the sudden turn of events. The two immediately headed to the eastern side of the town. Before they even arrived, they could already hear the sounds of battle, but it didn't sound like they were fighting against humans. Other than the shouts of the warriors, they also heard the roars of monsters. My lord, we are almost there. Henry pointed at the earthen wall up ahead. The walls that surrounded the town were only about 5 meters tall. This wall should be enough to protect a small town from smaller monsters. However, it seemed like the monsters that had come this time were far more dangerous than what these walls could handle. At this moment, Alaric leaped on top of the wall to get a clearer look at the battle. Scaled hyenas. These wild beasts weren't powerful individually, but they were so coordinated when they attacked as a group. An adult scaled hyena was weaker than a normal warrior, but there were a few among these creatures who were as powerful as apprentice knights. As someone who lived in the north for a few decades, Alaric was familiar with these beasts. Even from a distance, he could already identify the most powerful scaled hyenas in the pack. There are about 100 of them, and there are only a few dozen town guards. Even if they win the battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Alaric calmly analyzed the situation. Should we intervene, my lord? Henry also reached a similar conclusion upon seeing the confrontation between the two sides. Alaric didn't respond right away. He raised his hand and pointed to a certain warrior who was leading the town guards in the defensive battle. It was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in leather armor with steel breastplate and steel shoulder guards. With every swing of his two-handed warhammer, a poor scaled hyena would be smashed into meat paste. There was no skill or technique in his swings, just pure brute force and aggression. He is powerful for a knight, Henry remarked while observing the scene. Alaric nodded in agreement. It was because of this person that the scaled hyenas were unable to go past defensive lines. Other than him, there were also 5 knights who worked together with him to fend off the stronger hyenas. Meanwhile, the rest of the warriors only had to take care of the normal hyenas. Their teamwork is solid. Alaric was impressed by the town guard's systematic battle formation. Indeed. They must have been trained to fight against large groups of monsters. I have underestimated the warriors of this town. It seems like we are not needed here. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. Just as he was about to turn around, the cyan screen suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Mission: kill the scaled hyenas. Difficulty: easy. Number of scaled hyenas killed, 32. Fan 237 rewards, 150 battle points, 15 EXP, 15 stat points. Penalty for failure, 500 battle points HM. There are 237 of them. Alaric frowned upon seeing the information of the mission. He scanned the distant forest with narrowed eyes, and he soon spotted more hyenas concealed in the darkness. There are more of them. Sir Henry, we need to help those warriors. Alaric jumped down the wall and rushed to aid the town guards. Henry raised an eyebrow and moved his gaze to the distant forest. How did Lord Alaric sense those monsters at this distance? Even an elite knight like me failed to discover them. The old man was surprised. When Alaric and Henry joined the battle, the town guards could finally take a breather. Are you the leader here? Alaric approached the middle-aged knight who wielded the two-handed warhammer. The latter lowered his head and nodded. Thank you for your help, sir. I'm Ronan, the captain of Alverton's town guards. Listen closely, Sir Ronan. There are more scaled hyenas hiding in the dark, so you better tell your men to preserve their strength. Alaric informed him about what he saw. Hearing this, Ronan furrowed his eyebrows. I understand. I will thank you properly once this is over. He muttered before he retreated to inform his subordinates about the presence of more hyenas. Alaric turned his gaze to Henry and instructed him. Just keep these people safe, Sir Henry. Leave the rest to me. Henry acknowledged his command with a nod of his head. Yes, my lord. Lord Alaric might be talented and skilled for someone his age, but he still needs experience in battles like this. This might be a good chance for him to hone his combat abilities in a large-scale battle. Henry wasn't worried that a mishap would happen. Alaric had already proven himself repeatedly that he could overcome any situation. Alaric went all out in killing the scaled hyenas. His swords easily penetrated the monster's tough scales. His overwhelming strength and his remarkable swordsmanship surprised the town guards. Who is that person? Is he Wandering Knight? So powerful. What a beautiful swordsmanship. Everyone was in awe of his performance. Even the captain, Ronan, was stunned. After a moment of shock, he shouted, Don't just stand there. We are the protectors of Alverton. Kill those beasts. As soon as his words fell into their ears, the town guards became more aggressive. They attacked the hyenas relentlessly, not even giving the creatures the chance to escape. At this moment, the hyenas who were hidden in the darkness finally made their move. They rushed fearlessly towards the warriors while emitting weird shrieking sounds. Ayek! Ayek! Ronan's face fell when he saw another wave of scaled hyenas appear. There are indeed more of them, and they look stronger than the first wave we fought. The ordinary warriors are already exhausted. Can we even handle all of these monsters? Ronan glanced at his subordinates and frowned. Most of the town guards were composed of ordinary warriors. They might be skilled, but their stamina will run out soon. Just when he was starting to get anxious, he saw the young knight he had spoken earlier charging towards the incoming hyenas. That guy, why is he so reckless? Ronan wanted to go and help him, but he was tied up by multiple hyenas. I have no time to waste on you guys. He furiously swung his two-handed warhammer and smashed the scaled hyenas in front of him. The hyenas that were struck by his warhammer were crushed into meat paste, unable to even utter a shriek. Blood and some pieces of internal organs splashed over his armor. Ronan didn't even bother to wipe off the blood that splashed on his face. Meanwhile, Alaric had already clashed with the new wave of scaled hyenas. He especially targeted those who would be a huge threat to the warriors. He effortlessly sliced the neck of the first hyena that lunged at him, which cleanly decapitated its head. 5 more hyenas pounced at him, baring their fangs and swiping their sharp claws. Seeing this, Alaric suddenly wielded his sword with an unbelievable speed. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the 5 scaled hyenas were cut into pieces. His sword was so fast that even an elite knight like Henry barely saw the trajectory of his strikes. Not even Lord Lucas was this skilled at his age. Alaric was evolving with terrifying momentum and filled him with immense pride. Under the shocked gazes of the warriors, Alaric continued his carnage. No hyena managed to survive after being slashed by his sword. Even those hyenas who possessed mana were mercilessly slaughtered. At that moment, an ear-piercing cry resonated in his ears. Alaric stared at the largest hyenas in the pack. It was almost twice the size of the normal hyenas. The beast was also more muscular, and the scales on its body looked more formidable. That guy must be the leader of this pack. The pressure emitted by the beast was similar to that of an experienced knight's aura. The alpha-scaled hyena turned into a blur as it rushed towards Alaric with ghostly movements. Its beastly eyes flashed with cruelty as it swiped its dagger-like claws at him. Alaric dodged its claws by tilting his body. He then thrust his sword, aiming to stab its neck. However, the creature abruptly turned its body, evading his sword by a narrow margin. Not bad. It's quite fast. Alaric didn't give it a chance to retreat and released a flurry of attacks. The beast might be fast, but Alaric's swords were even faster. Cuts appeared on its body as Alaric's strikes connected. In just a few breaths, the creature's body was already covered in wounds. The ferocity in its eyes vanished and was replaced with unprecedented fear. It backed off and slowly retreated while keeping its eyes on Alaric. Ike! Ike! It issued weird shrieking sounds to communicate with its pack. You want to escape? As if I'd let you. Alaric snorted when he saw it retreating slowly. His mission would fail if the hyenas would escape, so to prevent this from happening, he no longer held back. He utilized his mana and strength in his arms and legs to increase his speed even further. Under the stunned gazes of the warriors, Alaric suddenly turned into a killing maniac. The pitiful whimpers of the hyenas echoed soon after he began his onslaught. It was a bloody scene that made the warriors flabbergasted. They even wondered if he had some beef with scaled hyenas before because of how brutally he killed them. The battle that was expected to last for some time ended in just a few minutes. Soon, the remaining scaled hyena fell under Alaric's sword. Everyone watched the figure whose leather armor was covered in blood. Mission complete. Rewards: 150 battle points, 15 EXP, 15 stat points. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 440 fan, 500 potential. B traits: horseback riding, C, swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C, archery, F, hunting, E, tracking, F, sixth sense, F, strength, 100 stamina, 34 plus agility, 43 plus vitality, 27 plus endurance, 42 plus battle points, 3,100 stat points, 43, requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. Alaric smiled upon seeing the notifications on the cyan screen. I'm only 60 points short on my EXP requirement. Step. 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 Alaric closed the cyan screen when he heard someone approaching. He turned his head and saw Ronan walking towards him with a cautious expression. He stopped in front of Alaric and respectfully cupped his fists. "Yes, sir. Thank you for lending us a hand in stopping these monsters. Our town owes you a huge favor." Alaric waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. Besides, we are all citizens of Estania, so it's only right for us to help each other." He uttered indifferently. Ronan couldn't help but admire him. As a patriot, his words resonated deeply in his heart. He thanked Alaric repeatedly and showered him with praises. "To thank you for giving us a hand, all the profit we get from carcasses here will be given to you, sir." Ronan was determined to repay him. Alaric shook his head. "You don't need to do that. Just send these carcasses to the residents of the town. This will also help you prevent them from resorting to robbery." Hearing this, Ronan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You are truly a good example to follow, sir. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "My name." Alaric hesitated, but upon seeing the expression on Ronan's face, he decided to give him his name. "It's Alaric." Alaric. Why does his name sound familiar? Ronan thought upon hearing his name. "Captain Ronan, please don't tell anyone about our involvement here. I don't want to be disturbed during our stay here." Alaric cupped his fists. Ronan was taken aback, but he agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry, Sir Alaric. My mouth is sealed. I will also inform my men to keep quiet. This was just a minor matter compared to what they had done for the town." Although he was a bit curious as to why he wanted to remain hidden, he didn't probe further. "Thank you." Alaric smiled faintly. "You can leave the cleanup to us, Sir Alaric. You two should return. The public officials will come here soon to inspect the situation, Ronan suggested. All right. You guys be careful. There might be more monsters hidden in the darkness, Alaric reminded with a serious tone. Ronan smiled and nodded. We will. Oh, by the way, if you need any help, you can find me at the eastern gate of the town. I will keep it in mind. We'll take our leave first. Alaric bid him farewell, turned around, and left with Henry. Ronan watched them leave with a thoughtful look on his face. A moment later, one of the warriors came to his side and reported. Sir, only one monster had a beast soul crystal and took it with them. Ronan raised his eyebrows and glared at the warrior. There was no beast soul crystal found in the monster corpses, he muttered. The warrior was confused, but a look of realization dawned on him. I understand, sir. Good. Now gather everyone here. I need to tell them something. Ronan instructed with a stern voice. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Alaric and Henry were now on their way back to the inn. My lord, I found this in the body of the alpha hyena. The rest don't have a crystal. Henry took out a small black crystal and handed it to Alaric. Alaric grabbed the crystal and observed it. The energy contained within the crystal was denser than the beast soul crystal dropped by the spiked grizzly bear. Too bad there's only one, but this is already a good harvest. I can use this to help my subordinates speed up their mana training. Thinking about this, he kept the crystal inside his leather pouch. My lord, you should clean up first. It won't be good if you return to the inn covered in blood. Henry handed him a clean cloth. Thank you. Alaric used the cloth to wipe off the blood on his skin and armor. By the time they arrived at the inn, they found out that the guests were still lingering at the reception hall. All eyes immediately gathered on them the moment they entered. One of the guests approached them and asked, Hey, what's going on out there? He sounded rude, which made Henry annoyed. If Alaric hadn't told them to remain low-key, he would have already slapped this man for talking down on Alaric. The man seemed to have realized his rudeness, so he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now because of the alarm. Alaric didn't mind this minor detail. The town guards told us that they saw a pack of monsters outside the town, but it has already been dealt with, so there is no need to panic, Alaric explained briefly before he headed upstairs with Henry. Arthur, who was standing guard outside Ivana's room, immediately rushed to Alaric's side upon seeing them. My lord, how was it? What happened out there? He asked. Alaric told him about what happened. I see. I thought it was something more serious. Arthur was relieved. You two should head back to your rooms. I will explain the situation to Ivana first. Alaric waved his hand. Yes, my lord. After they left, Alaric knocked on Ivana's door. It's me. Wait a moment. Ivana's response came quickly. A few seconds later, she opened the door and invited him in. Alaric told her about the incident. I see. No wonder I can smell the scent of blood on you. The elf muttered while staring at him. Alaric wasn't surprised by this. He was already aware of her keen sense of smell. Does it make you uncomfortable? He asked. Ivana shook her head. We also hunt wild animals and monsters for food. That night, the two talked longer than usual, deepening their unusual friendship. The next day, Alaric's group left the inn. No one came to disturb us. It seems like Ronan did as he had promised. Alaric thought as they headed to the eastern gate of the town. This town is always attacked by monsters because of its location. Why didn't they ask for military support? There should be plenty of households in Vale and Rivat to ask for help. Arthur mumbled while shaking his head. Sir Arthur, do you really think that they haven't asked for support from those cities? Henry sneered. What do you mean, Sir Henry? Arthur glanced at the old man. I bet that their requests have been rejected. No noble household would offer support to a small town, especially when they have nothing to gain. Henry replied. Unlike Arthur, who was a mercenary his whole life, Henry has interacted with a lot of people from the nobility. In his opinion, they were opportunists who only sought profit and power. Sir Henry is right. There is nothing to gain from helping this small town, so those noble households will most likely reject their request for military assistance, Alaric chimed in. Soon, they finally arrived at the eastern gate. Alaric and Henry saw a few familiar faces, including Ronan. The captain of the town guards was surprised to see them. He wanted to greet them, but he suddenly remembered the promise he made to them last night. Captain, aren't they? One of his subordinates discreetly pointed at Alaric's group. Ronan shook his head and made a shushing gesture. He then stared at Alaric and saw him waving his hand. Seeing this, Ronan smiled and waved back at him. I hope we will see each other again, Sir Alaric. To think we would celebrate the new year in the middle of nowhere, Henry mumbled in a joking tone. Arthur chuckled at his words. What does that mean? Ivana turned her head and curiously stared at them. She was now starting to get comfortable with the two old warriors. She thought that Alaric would be the only human she could be friends with, but she realized that there were also other good humans. Henry was about to speak when he saw Alaric's stern gaze. It's nothing. Don't listen to them. Alaric shook his head. Oh. Okay. Sir Arthur, how is the progress of your mana training? Alaric changed the topic. The former mercenary had a bitter look on his face. I'm progressing slower than I thought, my lord. He felt ashamed to utter those words after receiving a lot of resources from Alaric and the household. There's no hurry. Alaric already expected this to happen. Arthur was already old, so his body wasn't reacting well to the resources he had taken. Just keep on working on your mana training. You will eventually advance. Alaric added calmly. Although Arthur was no longer in his prime, his body was still in great shape for someone his age. Once he had gathered enough mana, his advancement would follow. Yes, my lord. I will work hard. Arthur nodded with a serious look. Later that afternoon, the group decided to rest under a big pine tree. I'll prepare our food so you can do your mana training. Alaric tapped Arthur's shoulder. Yes, my lord. Arthur nodded and immediately went to find a spot to begin his mana training. Meanwhile, Henry left to gather some firewood. Ivana felt embarrassed that she was the only one who had nothing to do. She wanted to help them, but she didn't even know how to cook or do any simple task. After hesitating for a long while, she gathered her courage and approached Alaric, who was skinning a wild boar they had hunted earlier. Can you teach me how to do that? Alaric stared at her in surprise. The desire to learn was evident on her face, and Alaric couldn't bring himself to reject her. All right. Come here and observe how I do it. Alaric beckoned to her. Ivana eagerly squatted next to him and watched him skin the wild boar with such precision. Amazing. He looks so young, but he is good at this. How are you so good with the knife? She asked. Alaric didn't stop what he was doing and responded with a light chuckle. A lot of people taught me. After showing her how it was done, Alaric handed her the skinning knife. Now go ahead and try it. Just be careful not to cut your fingers. He reminded. Ivana took the knife and clumsily skinned the wild boar. Alaric couldn't see her expression, but her focused eyes made him smile. This is harder than I thought, Ivana muttered in embarrassment. That's all right. You just need more experience. Alaric chuckled. Suddenly, Alaric spotted a merchant group coming towards them. They had over 30 people and 20 of them were escort warriors. Alaric nudged the elf and whispered, There are people coming. Ivana lifted her head and followed his gaze. A wary look flashed in her eyes upon seeing the group of strangers. "Don't speak too much when they come here. I'll do the talking," Alaric reminded her. "All right." Ivana nodded. Arthur was still in the middle of his mana training, so he didn't sense anything. Alaric stood up, walked towards Arthur, and tapped his shoulder. He didn't want to disturb Arthur's training, but this was an emergency. "What can I do for you, my lord?" Alaric didn't respond and pointed at the merchant group. Seeing them, Arthur frowned. The other side had 20 warriors. More than half of them were ordinary warriors and 4 were knights, but there was one person that he was unable to gauge. "My lord, one of those warriors is dangerous," Arthur muttered. "I know." Alaric nodded. He knew which person he was talking about. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing a fur coat over his leather armor. He was taller than Alaric and was probably as big as Galliner. An elite knight. Alaric narrowed his eyes. This was a troublesome situation, and it happened when Henry wasn't around. I hope these people aren't up to no good. With only Arthur by his side, Ivana would be left unprotected if a battle occurred. He could only pray that Henry would come back sooner. A moment later, the merchant group stopped in front of their camp. The escort warriors calmly stared at them, making Ivana feel uncomfortable. A fat man wearing a thick coat over his silk clothes stepped down from the leading carriage. He then cupped his fists at Alaric's group and smiled faintly. "Hello, friends. I apologize for disturbing you. I'm Roy, a merchant from Harrow." "Harrow? That's quite far." Alaric was familiar with the cities in the north, and Harrow was one of the most populated. The fat merchant scanned the faces of Alaric's group after introducing himself. When he noticed the expensive clothes that Alaric was wearing, his smile deepened. "How can we help you, Sir Roy?" Alaric asked while looking at the wagons that were covered in cloth. Based on the structure of the wagons, he could already tell what was inside. Slave wagons. In Estania, the slave trade wasn't illegal, and it was even one of the most in-demand businesses. Why do we have to encounter a slave trader of all people? Alaric knew that most people in this line of work were mostly involved in shady activities. "We are on our way to Redunia to deliver some goods. Do you want to take a look at them? I promise you won't be disappointed. They are top-quality products." Roy laughed while giving a signal to his servants. Before Alaric could respond, Roy's servants removed the cloth that covered the wagons, revealing the slaves inside. "What do you think about my goods? You can have a closer look at them if you want." The fat merchant steadied his expression, but Alaric remained calm, so he couldn't tell what he was thinking. As an experienced merchant, the first thing he would do was to observe his clients' behavior and expression, even the little movements they do. This was important in closing a deal since it gave him a rough idea about the client's interest in his products. However, the young warrior in front of him showed no emotion. His face was calm, and that indifferent look in his eyes made him feel unnerved. At this moment, Alaric was looking at the slaves inside the wagons. Most of them looked emaciated, as if they hadn't eaten for a while. There were some with stronger bodies, but they were covered in bruises and wounds. That man. Alaric suddenly saw a familiar face among the slaves. Fredrin Steelheart. It was a face that he would never forget. Fredrin was one of the commanders who had served the Crown Prince during the Civil War in his past life. He was known as the Steel Bastion because of his exemplary accomplishments in that war. His shield was like an unshakable wall that no warrior could break. However, the man inside the wagon almost had no resemblance to the famous warrior in his past life. The Fredrin now looked like a beggar in his dirty linen clothes. "Is that really him?" Alaric turned his gaze at the merchant and asked, "Can you get them out of the wagon? I want to observe them up close." He didn't want to make it sound obvious that he was aiming for a specific person. Roy grinned at his words. "Of course." The fat merchant clapped his hands and sent a signal to his servants. The slaves were tied in chains, so it was impossible for them to escape. The weight of the thick metal chains also made it hard for them to walk. There were a total of 20 slaves. 11 were men and the remaining 9 were women. Their ages varied, with some looking like they were under 15 and the oldest one looking like they were in their 40s. Alaric approached the slaves one by one and pretended like he was inspecting them. "What kind of slaves are you looking for, sir? I can help you choose if you give me some information." Roy rubbed his hands while eagerly following Alaric. From the way Alaric brings himself, his gait, his temperament, and his aura, Roy could already guess that he was someone of high status. This was also the main reason why he was willing to show off his goods to this young warrior. Some slaves looked visibly terrified, while there were also some who looked like they had become numb to their cruel fate. When Alaric stood in front of one particular woman, a pregnant lady who looked to be in her 30s, Fredrin, who was expressionless the entire time, suddenly sent him a glare as if warning him not to do anything foolish. When Alaric saw his piercing gaze, he felt like he was looking at the same Fredrin he knew in his past life. "It's indeed you, General Fredrin. And this woman must be his wife." From what he remembered, Fredrin's wife had already died even before the Civil War. She was also the main reason why he joined the Crown Prince's side. This was because the person who killed his wife was on the second prince's side. "I understand now." Something clicked in his mind as if the last pieces of a puzzle had been found. "I need an able-bodied man who knows how to hunt. I also need a woman who knows how to cook." Alaric randomly responded to Roy's question. Roy rubbed his chin thoughtfully before he tapped a particular slave who looked fit and strong. "How about this man right here, sir? He is one of the best hunters in his village." Alaric glanced at the slave he was suggesting and shook his head. "I want that guy," he muttered as he pointed at Fredrin. The merchant had a troubled look on his face. This man is an elite knight, so he is very expensive. I'm not saying that you can't afford him. It's just that I already promised to bring this man to someone in Redunia," he explained. Alaric's face remained unchanged. "1 beast soul crystal for him. That's my price. 100 gold, huh? Did you just say 1 beast soul crystal?" Roy couldn't believe his ears. "Since when are beast soul crystals used in buying slaves?" "You heard me right. I'm willing to pay you 1 beast soul crystal for that person." Alaric nodded with a calm look. Roy gulped down hard. Even a normal beast soul crystal could fetch around 500 gold coins. That man from Redunia only promised to give me 300 gold coins for this elite knight. This offer is good, but I might offend that person if I can't give him what he wants. Roy was in a dilemma. He wanted to accept Alaric's offer, but he didn't want to offend the client in Redunia. While he was hesitating, Alaric beckoned to Arthur. Seeing this, the former mercenary immediately walked towards him. "What can I do for you, my Elohim, sir?" "Give me the beast soul crystal," Alaric whispered. Arthur was taken aback, but he still handed him the beast soul crystal. "I'm sorry, Sir Arthur. This was supposed to be my reward for you." Alaric apologetically glanced at him. Arthur shook his head and smiled. "It's all right, sir. You don't need to apologize." Alaric sighed and tapped his shoulder. "Don't worry. I will give you the one we got from the saber-fanged wolf once we return to the estate." Arthur's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The beast soul crystal from the saber-fanged wolf was a disaster grade, so it was more valuable. If he could get it, his advancement was already guaranteed. "Here's the beast soul crystal that I'm willing to trade for that man. You are a merchant, so I'm sure that you can see its value." Alaric showed the crystal to Roy. Roy was stunned. "Can I take a look at it?" "Sure." Alaric nodded and handed him the crystal. Although giving it to him was quite risky, he could sense that Henry was already nearby. If Roy would do something foolish, he wouldn't hesitate to cut him with his sword. Roy carefully took the beast soul crystal. He then used a magnifying glass to examine the surface of the crystal. He wasn't a warrior, so he could only use another method to identify its authenticity. From the weight, this should be the beast soul crystal of a powerful fatal grade monster. The texture is just right and its gloss is smooth. This is an authentic beast soul crystal. Roy was tempted to take it away, but he felt that something bad would happen if he were to take it. He took a deep breath and returned the crystal to the young warrior. This is indeed a real beast soul crystal. Can you tell me from what kind of monster did you get it from? He probed. Alaric smiled and responded. We encountered a scaled hyena pack yesterday and we got this from the leader of the pack. Roy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A scaled hyena pack is mostly composed of more than 50 members. Sometimes even 100 for a larger pack. Is this guy telling me that they defeated that many monsters with only 3 of them? Unless there are more of them. Thinking about this, Roy narrowed his eyes. Truthfully, he had no plans to make a deal with this young warriors group. He only made an offer to see if they had some money with them. His real objective was to rob them, but he had to temporarily put the idea aside since they might have more people lurking around. Please give me a moment to think about it, sir. I'll also talk with my companions regarding your offer. Roy cupped his fists at the young warrior. Sure. Alaric nodded indifferently. Roy turned around and walked towards the captain of his escort warriors. Sir Gavin, can you sense the presence of other warriors nearby other than those people? Roy asked in a whispering voice. Gavin's expression was solemn. I can sense the presence of a powerful warrior hidden behind the trees over there. I don't know that person's exact level, but there is a high chance that this warrior is an elite knight like me. An elite knight. Roy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Luckily, he didn't do anything stupid or something bad would have happened. If a battle happens, can your group handle them? Roy didn't want to give up just yet. Gavin frowned. Other than the person hiding, that old swordsman is also not your average knight. His mana is solid and it might take 3 of my knights to take him down. Moreover, that young knight is not a pushover either. He should be as powerful as that old swordsman. Most importantly, the person whose face is covered has a weird mana fluctuation. It's not similar to the mana that we warriors possess. Roy didn't expect to hear this from him. What made him even more bothered was what Gavin said about the person whose face was covered with cloth. Don't tell me that person is a beast soul warrior. Gavin didn't express it directly, but Roy understood the meaning behind his words. A powerful beast soul warrior could effortlessly kill a group of knights. Everyone knows how powerful they were. Just the thought of it made Roy feel terrified. After almost 5 minutes of hesitation, Roy decided to abandon his initial plan. I might as well make money and connections here. If that person is indeed a beast soul warrior, then I won't lose out on this deal. After making a decision, Roy nervously approached Alaric's group. Sir, I have made a decision. The merchant beamed. Oh. Let's hear your answer. Alaric nodded. I am willing to accept your offer. Roy smiled and pointed at Fredrin. That man in exchange for your beast soul crystal. In addition, I will also give you 2 more slaves as a token of my goodwill. What do you think, sir? Hearing this, Alaric's lips curved upwards. I like your straightforwardness, Sir Roy. Can I choose the 2 additional slaves? What made this guy eager to close this deal? Alaric wondered. Of course. Please feel free to choose anyone you like. Roy laughed heartily. The slaves could hear their conversation since they didn't bother to lower their voices. At this moment, Fredrin was worried that he would be separated from his wife. He wanted to break the chains that bound him, but he was unable to destroy them. Seeing his attempts to escape, Gavin and a few warriors immediately restrained him. What's going on? Alaric frowned when he saw the commotion. There seems to be a minor problem, sir, but don't worry, the people I brought are professionals. They know how to deal with this kind of situation. Roy chuckled awkwardly. Just give me a moment. Roy turned around and hurried over to Fredrin. Hey! Stop. I will punish your wife and your child if you do something foolish. The fat merchant muttered angrily. This guy actually embarrassed him in front of his clients. Fredrin stopped struggling when he heard those words, but his eyes were burning with fury. Can you say those words if I wasn't in chains? His voice was cold and deep like the abyss. Roy was about to slap him when he felt a tap on his shoulder. When he saw that it was the young warrior, his gaze softened. Sir, I was about to discipline this stubborn slave. I apologize for making you see this. Alaric shook his head. It's fine. Let me talk to this man. Roy raised an eyebrow, but he still agreed. All right, but you need to be careful. Alaric nodded calmly. After Roy left, Alaric turned his head to Fredrin. My name is Alaric. What's your name? Fredrin's eyes seemed like they could spurt fire from how he was staring at him, but Alaric remained unperturbed. Realizing that he had no intention to respond, Alaric added, I know what you are worried about. That pregnant woman is your wife, right? Hearing this, Fredrin finally reacted. If you touch her, I'll kill you. He muttered while breathing heavily. Alaric smiled and shook his head. I didn't speak with you to provoke you. I want to help you. Fredrin narrowed his eyes. What do you want? The merchant told me that I could take 2 additional slaves with me. Do you know what that means? Alaric felt a bit guilty for using this man's feelings, but Fredrin was someone that he truly needed to complete his plan. If he could get this man to serve him, he would have a future transcendent knight. An expert at that level would be a huge help to his plan to stop the civil war from happening. Fredrin hesitated. He understood the implications of his words. He looked at his pregnant wife whose limbs were bound by chains. She had small wounds on her skin. Her clothes were tattered and full of dirt. Seeing her like this made him feel like he was being torn apart. I will follow you if you set my wife free. Fredrin stared deeply at the young knight. Alaric was taken aback. Don't you want to be with her? I want to be with her, and it hurts me to even think about being separated from her, but what hurts me more is seeing her live under such terrible conditions. Fredrin lowered his head. Sigh. What a loving husband. Why don't you just live with your wife? I don't plan to take you back as slaves. Huh. What do you mean? Fredrin couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're an elite knight. You can work as a warrior for our household instead. As for your wife, she can work as a cook or a gardener. If you don't like that, I'll let you choose where your wife can work. Alaric's words made him dumbfounded. You. Are you telling the truth? Fredrin was agitated. This could be the opportunity that he was praying for, but it was too good to be true. Alaric smiled and nodded his head. Of course. I'm a follower of Eru. You can trust me. He took out a sun necklace that symbolized the benevolent god. If my words are untrue, then may my soul turn into an evil spirit and wander hell for all eternity. Fredrin was stunned by his oath. Even the most faithful believers of Eru would never dare to utter such words. Since you are willing to say those words, I'll trust you. Fredrin took a deep breath and muttered. My name is Fredrin Steelheart. I'm yours to command, sir. Good. Just wait for a bit. Alaric tapped the man's shoulder. Yes, sir. After talking with Fredrin, Alaric approached the fat merchant and gave him the beast soul crystal. I have decided which slaves to take with me. Great. Just tell which of them you are taking and I give them to you. Roy couldn't conceal the excitement on his face when he took the crystal. I want that woman. Alaric pointed at Fredrin's wife. This made Roy feel a bit troubled, but he still accepted his choice. The elite knight must have spoken with him about it. TSK, too bad. That pregnant lady could have fetched me a decent price. And the last one I'm taking is that man over there. Alaric pointed at the man who was introduced by Roy as one of the best hunters in his village. Good choices, sir. Just give me a second. I'll get them for you. Roy sent a signal to his servants. A moment later, Fredrin and the 2 additional slaves he had chosen were separated from the rest of the slaves. Sir, here are your goods. Roy laughed as he presented the 3 goods to Alaric. I enjoyed doing business with you, sir. The merchant extended his hand while beaming at him. Alaric didn't want to shake his hand, but he still did it for the sake of finalizing the deal. Likewise. He responded flatly. If you want to do business with me again, you can find me in Harrow. Just look for Roy's merchant group. I have some fame in the city, so the residents will give you the right directions. Roy didn't want to cut off this connection here since he felt that the young warrior was no ordinary person. After all, not just anyone could employ the service of a beast soul warrior. All right. I will remember it. Alaric nodded. By the way, where are you headed to, sir? If we are heading in the same direction, we can just go together. It will be safer for us to move in a larger group. Roy suggested. It's all right. We can take care of ourselves, but thank you for the offer. Alaric politely declined. I see. What a pity. Roy tried to prolong their conversation, but Alaric didn't seem to be keen on chatting with him. The merchant sensed his disinterest, so he didn't insist on keeping the young warrior for long. After exchanging goodbyes, Roy and the merchant group finally left. Alaric watched them leave with a calm look on his face. Only when they disappeared from his line of sight did he lower his guard. They're finally gone, Arthur muttered. Henry, who was hiding behind a nearby tree, also revealed himself. The guy wearing a fur coat detected my presence. We should leave soon, my lord. He won't be an easy opponent. The old man spoke in a serious tone. Alaric waved his hand. There's nothing to worry. If they attack us, they will be the ones in trouble. He chuckled. Henry stared at him with a perplexed look. Follow me. I'll introduce you guys to someone. Alaric smiled as he tapped the old man's shoulder. Alaric beckoned to Fredrin and the other 2. Come here. We need to get those things off of you guys. When they heard his words, they were flabbergasted. Looking at their stunned faces, Alaric chuckled. Stop dawdling and come here. Fredrin nodded to his wife and whispered. We can trust him. His wife hesitated for a moment, but she still chose to listen to her husband. All right. She walked nervously towards Alaric and bowed to him. Greetings, sir. Alaric nodded to acknowledge her greeting. What's your name? And my name is Elaine, sir. She responded without daring to look at him in the eye. Alaric used the key given by Roy to remove the locks on her chains. As soon as the chains were removed, Elaine felt like she could finally breathe again. Thank you, sir. Alaric beckoned to the man standing beside Fredrin. What's your name? The former hunter was a bit nervous. He didn't know what kind of person his new owner was. His only hope was that he would be treated well. My name is Mark, sir. Not bad. You managed to become a knight apprentice. Did you receive formal training from someone? Alaric asked while observing the man's expression. I live in a small village, sir. We were only taught how to hunt. As for knight training, Mark shook his head. Oh. He managed to become a knight apprentice without formal training. He couldn't sense any falsehoods in his words, so it was most likely true. Do you want to become a knight? Alaric asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mark widened his eyes. Absolutely. That's my long-time wish, sir. Alaric grinned at his enthusiastic response. All right. If you're willing to follow me, I will have someone train you to become a knight. Without hesitation, Mark kneeled on one knee and muttered, I'm willing to follow you, sir. Alaric tapped the man's shoulder and said, Get up. There's no need for you to kneel before me. Let's get those chains removed first. A clicking sound echoed as soon as the key was inserted into the keyhole. After having his chains removed, Mark felt light as a feather. Unknowingly, tears streamed down his cheeks as emotions welled up in his heart. Finally, it was Fredrin's turn. Henry, who was standing behind Alaric, stared intently at this beggar-looking man. If Fredrin revealed a trace of hostility, he was ready to pull out his sword. On the other hand, Alaric remained calm. He knew Fredrin's personality very well. He was a man who would never break his promise. That was the kind of person Fredrin was. I will do as I had promised. I will follow you, sir. Fredrin solemnly uttered. Alaric nodded and smiled faintly. Let's get this over with so we can get something to eat. He glanced at the chains tied to Fredrin's limbs. They really used mithril chains to restrain him. Mithril was a rare metal that can only be found deep into the earth. Only a transcendent knight can forge something using this material. That was how durable it was. After his chains were removed, Fredrin bowed to Alaric. Thank you, sir. Alaric waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. Now go to your wife. I know you're eager to hold her. He chuckled. Fredrin cupped his fists and jogged to his wife. The couple hugged each other and exchanged a deep kiss. Alaric looked away and shook his head. Let's do the introductions later. Leave them be for now. He tapped Henry's shoulder. The old man was still worried. My lord, are you sure about setting that man free? He is an elite knight, a powerful one at that. He whispered. He could sense it just by looking at Fredrin. You can rest assured. I know what kind of person he is. Trust me on this. Alaric muttered reassuringly. All right, but I'll keep an eye on him just to make sure, Henry responded cautiously. An hour later, they gathered for their meal. The atmosphere was a bit awkward with the presence of 3 more people in the group. You guys should get to know each other since you will be colleagues soon. Alaric broke the silence. Upon hearing his words, everyone stopped what they were doing, glanced at each other, and exchanged friendly nods. Alaric didn't push them. It would take some time for them to learn how to trust each other. Give this to your wife. She needs to eat more meat for the child in her belly. Alaric said as he handed a bowl of boar meat soup to Fredrin. The latter sent him a grateful look before he gave the bowl to his wife. Elaine bowed to Alaric. Thank you, sir. Since you guys will be serving me from now on, allow me to reintroduce myself. Alaric scanned the 3 former slaves. My name is Alaric Silversword, the heir of House Silversword. Starting today, you are no longer slaves, but my people. The 3 were stunned. They thought that he was just a rich young warrior. It turned out that he was actually the son of a noble. Greetings, my lord. They stood up simultaneously and bowed to him. Relax. There's no need to be nervous. Although he tried to make them feel comfortable, the 3 became more restrained after knowing his identity. After eating their meal, Alaric told them about their destination. We are heading to the Enchanted Woodlands. Looking at their shocked faces, Alaric continued. I know that it's dangerous, especially for Elaine, so there's no need for the 3 of you to follow us. He grabbed a stick and drew a box on the snow. There is a fortress city close to the Enchanted Woodlands. The 3 of you will stay there and wait for us. My lord, I'm willing to go with you to the Enchanted Woodlands. Mark expressed his desire to go with them. No. Alaric shook his head. It's too dangerous for you to be there. I'm sure you are aware of the dangers within that forest. Mark nodded apprehensively. Almost everyone in the Empire knew what kind of creatures resided within the enchanted woodlands. You guys get ready, we will head out at once. 3 days slipped by, and on the afternoon of the 4th of January, the group finally arrived at the fortress city called Turtle Fort. It got its name from the turtle-like forts that surrounded the city. This fortress city was Estania's first line of defense against the monsters that come from the enchanted woodlands. It also boasted a huge number of warriors who were ready to protect the Empire's borders. At this moment, the group had just passed by the heavily fortified gates. The huge ballistas sitting at the top of the walls made them feel safe and secure. They had to constantly keep a lookout when they were traveling outside. Now, they felt that they could finally rest easy. The group traveled for another hour to find a suitable inn. They didn't choose a famous establishment and selected a relatively unknown place. This was to keep their identities hidden. At the inn's dining hall, the group gathered for an afternoon snack. We should get some rest tonight and resume our journey tomorrow, Alaric said while looking at Ivana. Her face was still covered with only her eyes and mouth visible. Ivana nodded. I'll listen to you. She was excited to return to her home. She has been gone for a long time and she missed her family and friends. Just a little bit more, she muttered in her heart. She was grateful to Alaric and the rest of the group who came to accompany her, especially Alaric. If it weren't for him, she might have frozen to death a long time ago. Thinking about this, she looked at his side profile, her gaze softening. As if sensing her eyes, Alaric turned his head. Why are you looking at me like that? He raised his head and chuckled. Thank you. I wouldn't have gotten this far on my own. The elf responded while staring straight into his eyes. Alaric almost fell into a trance. He quickly looked away and muttered, That's what friends do. Ivana's lips curved upwards. That's right. I have a human friend now. Alaric was the first human she had fully accepted as a friend. Sensing the unusual atmosphere between the two, the others could only pretend like they were statues. Alaric realized what was happening and immediately cleared his throat. Ahem. You don't need to feel embarrassed, my lord. Henry tapped his back and sent him a knowing glance. Alaric ignored his teasing glance and opened the cyan screen to check his progress. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 444 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, F, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 100 Stamina, 34 plus Agility, 43 plus Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 3140 Stat Points. 47. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. I still have a long way to go. The next day, before leaving the city, they bought a horse for Ivana to increase their travel speed. Looking at the dark clouds that hung above the horizon, Alaric clicked his tongue. It seems like we have run out of luck. Another snowstorm was approaching, and from the vast cluster of clouds, it looked like it would be more severe than the most recent one. The faces of the two old warriors turned serious upon seeing the gloomy weather. The enchanted woodlands was more than 300 miles away from Turtle Fort. Normally, it would have taken them less than 10 hours to get there, but because the land was covered in snow, they would need to slow down and be careful on the road. If they moved carelessly, they might fall into a pit or encounter some venomous creatures. As usual, Henry took the lead in navigating the road. He cautiously eyed the surroundings, ensuring that no danger was present. In the next few hours, the group managed to travel 50 miles without getting into an accident, but things took a turn when they reached a 90-mile distance. They saw a large group of goblins hunting a herd of iron-tailed buffaloes. The sharp shrieks of the goblins and the furious roar of the iron-tailed buffaloes resonated in the air. There were more iron-tailed buffaloes, but they were helpless against the aggressive goblins. "My lord, we have an issue here." There are goblins. Before Henry could give a report, he saw Alaric zooming past him on his horse. "Huh. My lord. What are you doing?" Henry widened his eyes when he saw Alaric charging towards the goblins with his swords unsheathed. After a moment of surprise, Henry shot a glance at Arthur and said, "Stay here and protect Lady Ivana. I will go and support Lord Alaric." Without waiting for Arthur's response, Henry squeezed his legs and urged his horse to rush forward. Meanwhile, Ivana sent Arthur a confused look and asked, "What's happening? Why did Alaric?" Arthur was similarly baffled. "I have no idea, my lady." He shook his head with a bitter smile. At this moment, Alaric had already attacked the nearest goblin, chopping off its head with a single swipe of his sword. "Die, you fucking goblins!" he shouted with a crazed look in his eyes. Mission: kill the goblin chieftain. Rewards: 150 battle points, 15 stat points, random trait upgrade card x1. Penalty for failure: 800 battle points, 5 exp. Even without this mission, he would still attack these goblins. The mission only gave him one more reason to attack them. Subsequently, some goblins turned around and lunged at him, brandishing their weapons furiously. "Ayek! Ayek! Ayek!" Their strange shrieking sounds drifted into Alaric's ears, making him even more annoyed. "Shut the fuck up, you filthy creatures!" he roared. Swoosh! 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 All the goblins that attacked him were cut into pieces and their mangled bodies fell into the snow-filled land. Seeing the death of their brethren, the few hobgoblins leading the group became furious. They abandoned the iron-tailed buffaloes and changed their target. 1, 2, 3. 5 hobgoblins in total. Alaric narrowed his eyes and his face suddenly turned serious. "I have 48 stat points now, including the one I got from this morning's daily mission. I'll use everything to increase my speed." Thinking about this, Alaric didn't even hesitate. Stat points: 48, 0 agility, 43, 91. Alaric sensed a huge change in his body. His swords felt lighter in his hands and the monsters in front of him seemed to have become slower. "With my current speed, riding on my horse will only slow me down." After assessing the situation, Alaric jumped off his horse and rushed towards the enemies. He moved so fast that he left the wind horse in the dust. When the monsters were within his range, he released a flurry of slashes, cutting down everything that blocked his path. Swoosh! 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 No goblins could touch him. Even the powerful hobgoblins fell under his sword. In the next moment, he had already killed half of the goblin warriors. Henry, who was about to support him, pulled the reins of his horse and watched the scene in utter disbelief. What in the bloody hell is this? It was a total carnage. The goblins and hobgoblins died one after another. Was he always this fast? Henry's mouth went agape upon witnessing Alaric's lightning-fast sword strikes. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Henry turned his head and saw a muscular goblin holding a massive hammer made of wood. A goblin chieftain. "My lord, be careful. There's a goblin Henry's mouth twitched all of a sudden. Instead of retreating, Alaric actually charged at the goblin chieftain. "I need to help him." Henry squeezed his legs and pulled his sword. "I'm coming, my lord," he shouted. At that moment, Alaric and the goblin chieftain had clashed. The massive hammer struck the ground and created a large pit. However, it was unable to hit Alaric. Before it could touch him, he turned his body and riposted, pushing his swords into the abdomen of the creature. KSHHKK, KSHHKK. The goblin chieftain stared at the tiny human in front of it with its eyes wide open. Alaric pulled his swords, drawing a spray of blood in the air. The goblin chieftain staggered after being stabbed deeply. Rah! It roared and smashed its hammer towards Alaric, intending to crush him into a pulp. However, with a simple footwork, Alaric nimbly dodged the destructive blow. Another pit was made after the massive hammer struck the ground. While it was still in the process of lifting its hammer, Alaric took the opportunity to land a few more hits. This time, he stabbed the tendons on its legs, making it sway and fall awkwardly on the ground. As soon as it fell, Alaric stabbed its head with his sword. The monster died on the spot with its eyes staring wide at him. It's weaker than the one we fought in the evergreen forest, Alaric thought while pulling his sword from its forehead. My lord. Alaric turned his head and nodded to Henry. Sir Henry, please help me check the bodies of those hobgoblins. See if we can find some beast soul crystals from them, he instructed in a calm voice. Henry took a deep breath. He was still processing what he had witnessed. Just how fast is he progressing? Yes, my lord. The old man responded with a blank look. Alaric moved his gaze back to the goblin chieftain's corpse and made a cut on its chest. He then pushed his hand inside to see if it had a beast soul crystal. Soon, he felt a round object hidden within its internal organs. Alaric pulled it out from the corpse, revealing a small green-colored crystal with splashes of brown. Its color was way more unique compared to the beast soul crystal from the other goblin chieftain. What an interesting combination of colors. Alaric wiped off the blood on the crystal using his clothes before putting it inside his leather pouch. With the death of the goblin chieftain, the remaining goblins and hobgoblins retreated. Alaric didn't chase them since his target was only the goblin chieftain. Mission complete. Rewards: 150 battle points, 15 stat points, random trait upgrade card X1. Do you want to use the random trait upgrade card? Alaric glanced at the card that appeared in his hand. He had already received something like this before, so he knew what it was used for. Alaric pressed yes. Congratulations. Your trait, Tracking, F, has been upgraded to Tracking, E. A new set of information flooded his mind in that instant. From the footprints of specific animals, their behaviors, and many other aspects related to tracking were incorporated into Alaric's mind. So tracking had these many different elements. The method I learned when I was a kid is nothing compared to this. This will be useful when hunting down enemies. He chuckled. He then focused his attention on the progress in his stats. He had gotten 150 battle points and 15 stat points. I should push my agility to 100 and distribute the remaining points to my stamina. Thinking about this, Alaric immediately made the adjustments. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 444 Fan 500 Potential, B Traits, Horseback Riding, C, Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C, Archery, F, Hunting, E, Tracking, E, Sixth Sense, F, Strength, 100 Stamina, 40 plus Agility, 100 Vitality, 27 plus Endurance, 42 plus Battle Points, 3290 Stat Points, 0. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He had already maxed out 2 of his attributes and it made him feel satisfied. My lord, I only found 2 beast soul crystals from the hobgoblins' corpses. Henry's voice drifted into his ears while he was looking at the cyan screen. The old man handed him the 2 crystals he had found. The harvest this time is decent, Alaric thought after getting the 2 beast soul crystals from him. Alaric looked at the monster corpses around them and felt a bit regretful that they couldn't bring them all to be sold. We should leave now. The smell of blood here will attract more monsters. There was no choice. They could only abandon the corpses. Henry only collected some of the iron-tail balafo meat to be used for their trip. While he was putting in the meat he had gathered inside his leather bag, he noticed that some of the iron-tailed buffaloes were looking at him with unkind gazes. The old elite knight stomped his foot and scared them with his aura. When the iron-tailed buffaloes sensed his overwhelming aura, they immediately fled in the opposite direction. At this moment, Alaric detected the presence of more monsters in the distance. We need to go. Some monsters are already on their way here. Hearing his stern voice, everyone nodded. After carefully checking their belongings, the group made a detour to avoid the monsters who were heading to the corpses. Crackle. Crackle. Alaric looked up and saw flashes of lightning in the midst of the dark clouds. We need to hurry up. He squeezed his legs harder to convey his instructions to the horse. Meanwhile, the others also commanded their horses to move faster. Facing a snowstorm at their current location wasn't ideal. There were no markings or landmarks, so it would be difficult to navigate the road once their visibility was reduced. Along the way, they encountered some monsters, but they didn't trigger a mission, so Alaric decided to ignore them. Several hours passed by in the blink of an eye. The group was about to reach the halfway mark, but snow started falling, so they decided to find a safe place to camp. Forcing their way in the middle of a snowstorm would be a terrible idea since there was a high chance of them getting lost. My lord, it seems like there are no caves nearby, Henry reported with a grave look. A cave was the best place to camp during snowstorms since they could shield themselves from the cold. Unfortunately, there were only trees nearby. There wasn't even a mountain or a hill. Alaric scanned the surroundings and furrowed his eyebrows. Find a large tree and cut a space enough to fit all of us, he instructed. Hearing this, Henry nodded. He had also thought of this as his backup plan. Yes, my lord. After looking around for almost an hour, they finally found a big tree. Henry used his sword to cut a big chunk on its trunk. He also cleaned the space inside and made it suitable for them to rest. What about the horses? Ivana asked. There wasn't enough space for the horses to go in, and this made her worried. Both the old warriors glanced at her and awkwardly scratched their heads, unable to utter a response. Seeing this, Alaric opened his mouth to save the old men from the awkward situation. We have no choice. We can only let them go. But they might freeze to death. Ivana frowned. She couldn't bring herself to abandon the horses. I understand your concern, Ivana, but we have no time to look for a suitable place for them. Letting them go is the best option, Alaric calmly replied. His main priority was to keep everyone safe. As for the horses, although it was regretful, there was no choice. Ivana was silent for a moment. She looked away from him, stroked the head of her horse, and muttered, I'm sorry. By evening, the snowstorm became more severe and it looked like it would continue for several days. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. At this moment, inside the big tree, Henry glanced at Alaric and reminded him in a whispering voice. My lord, the Baron's birthday is coming. I know. Alaric nodded calmly. Meanwhile, Ivana, who was still slightly upset, stared at him in surprise when she heard this. The displeasure in her heart instantly vanished and was replaced with guilt and self-reproach. They helped me and escorted me here despite the dangers, but I actually felt displeased just because we abandoned the horses. I'm sorry. Because of me, you might not make it to your father's birthday. She already knew a lot about Alaric, including his identity. When Henry mentioned the Baron, she knew that he was talking about Alaric's father. It's fine. Before I decided to help you, I already considered this matter. He paused and sent her a reassuring smile before he continued. There is still some time before that day comes. I'm sure we can make it somehow. Ivana felt better, but she was still embarrassed to face him. There was a long silence after that. Only the fierce winds and the caca sounds of the flame could be heard. The next day, The snowstorm that they expected to last for a couple more days miraculously settled down, so the group immediately resumed their journey after Alaric's routine exercises. They tried to look for the horses, but they were nowhere to be found. Their tracks had also been covered by the piles of snow, so even with Alaric's trait tracking, they failed to find them. Without their mounts, the group could only continue the journey on foot. "Are you feeling cold?" Alaric asked when he saw Ivana shivering. "It's still manageable," Ivana stubbornly responded. Alaric didn't believe this. She has a soul mark, but she hasn't become a beast soul warrior yet, which means her physical condition is similar to that of a normal human. Is this an elf's pride? Alaric thought. He took a thick fur scarf from his leather bag and helped her wear it around her neck. "This will help you keep yourself warmer." He then took a glance at her hands and said, "Let's change your gloves too." Arthur, who was walking behind them, smiled upon seeing this scene. "Ah, youth." In the next 12 hours, or about half a day, the group only managed to travel less than 70 miles because the snow was getting thicker, which made it harder for them to walk. Their clothes that had been warmed by the bonfire were once again dampened by the snow, making them uncomfortable. "My lord, I can't recognize the path anymore," Henry reported while shaking his head. Alaric frowned and observed the surroundings. The trees looked oddly similar, so it was difficult to tell which path they should take. Because of his tracking, he instinctively knew which direction to go, but he still hadn't put this instinctive tracking to good use. "I only use this trait in hunting, so I don't know how reliable it is." Alaric sensed everyone's gazes on him. They were waiting for his decision, and their trust weighed heavily on him. He took a deep breath before he made a decision. "Follow me. I'll lead the way this time." Alaric stared deeply at them. The two old warriors looked visibly surprised by his words. Alaric had never displayed his navigation skills, so they weren't sure if he could do the job well. However, despite the doubts, they still nodded and chose to trust his decision. "Do you trust me?" Alaric stared at the elf. Mind Ivana hummed in response. Alaric smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I will make sure that you can go back to your home." Ivana's eyes flashed with gratitude. "Thank you, Alaric." Under Alaric's lead, they persisted with their journey. At first, they thought that he was just blindly walking without a sense of direction, but his calm and steady demeanor made them rethink their thoughts. Soon, the trees had become more numerous, a sign that they were getting closer to the enchanted woodlands. "My lord, I sense someone approaching." "There's a lot of them." Henry's voice suddenly drifted into their ears. Alaric frowned and placed his hands on the handle of his swords. The two old warriors also prepared to engage in combat. In the next moment, a few figures appeared on the branches of the trees, looking down at them with unfriendly eyes. Alaric and the two old warriors were stunned by their presence. "Humans! How dare you infiltrate this sacred woods?" shouted an elf warrior who was aiming his bow and arrow. The elf warrior, who seemed to be the leader of the bunch, detected a familiar aura among the humans. He frowned when his eyes landed on the person whose face was covered with a cloth. When he realized that it was an elf, his expression fell. "How dare you filthy humans capture an elf?" he roared. The atmosphere became tense as soon as his words fell into everyone's ears. The elves knocked their arrows and aimed at the humans with furious gazes. Ivana, who was silent the entire time, removed the cloth on her head, revealing her beautiful face. "Lower your weapons at once," she shouted in a commanding tone. A shocking thing happened after she revealed her face. The leading elf jumped down from the tree and approached Ivana with a look of disbelief. "Your Highness." His voice was trembling as if he couldn't control his emotions. Ivana's face remained cold as she uttered, "Did you not hear my words?" Sensing the gravity in her tone, the elf immediately realized his mistake. He made a hand signal and shouted, "Lower your weapons." Do you not recognize the princess? The elves were terrified upon hearing his words. They quickly lowered their weapons, jumped down from the trees, and kneeled before her. We greet your highness. Their voice resonated through the forest, startling the birds nearby. Meanwhile, Alaric and the two old warriors were flabbergasted. They never would have thought that the elf they had traveled with was actually the princess of the elves. No wonder she was secretive about her identity. I thought she was just a high elf or something. It turns out she is actually a princess. Alaric thought as he watched the scene. At this moment, Ivana was still reprimanding the elves. Do you even know that these men saved my life? If it weren't for them, I would have died in some unknown place. You guys even dare to point your weapons at them. She spoke harshly, and not one elf dared to even raise their head. Damn. So fierce. Alaric couldn't believe that the shy elf also had this side of her. It's all right, Ivana. Don't be too harsh on them. They are only doing their jobs. He spoke to assuage her anger. Ivana glanced at him, her gaze visibly softening. Fine. Since you have spoken for them, then I will forget this matter. She then turned her gaze back to the elven warriors and muttered, Stand up. The elven warriors stood up in unison. They looked very organized and well-trained with no sloppy movements. Ivana, Alaric called out. Ivana stared at her questioningly. I have already done as I had promised. Since you have your people now, I think it's time for us to return. Alaric smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ivana felt a trace of reluctance. She has been with them for a long time, so she didn't want to separate just like that. Why don't you come with us for a while? I will give you a proper compensation for bringing me back home, she suggested while staring deeply at Alaric's eyes. The elven warriors looked visibly shocked by her offer. They had never brought humans to their territory, so they found it unbelievable for the princess to invite them. Alaric shook his head with an apologetic smile. I would love to go with you, but we must go. I'm sure you already know the reason. Ivana sighed in regret, but she didn't insist. I understand, but I can't let you go unrewarded for your efforts. After she uttered those words, she looked at the leader of the elven warriors and spoke to him in elven language. Alaric didn't understand anything, but he saw the look of surprise on the elven warrior's face. A moment later, the elven warrior barked a command to his subordinates. Just wait for a moment, Alaric. This won't take a lot of time. Ivana spoke to him in common language. All right. We will wait for a bit. Alaric nodded. Since we will be bidding farewell later, why don't we chat while we wait for them to return? Ivana suggested with a light smile. That's not a problem, but I think those two won't be able to talk with you like how they used to. Alaric chuckled as he pointed at the two old warriors who were staring at her with awkward gazes. Ivana laughed when she realized the meaning behind his words. I apologize for being harsh on you before, Your Highness. I didn't know your identity. Henry squeezed out a smile. Me too. I shouldn't have yelled at you back then. Arthur added. Looking at the two apologetic old men, Ivana shook her head and smiled. It's all right. You two are like mentors to me, and I found it refreshing to be treated like a normal person despite our racial differences. Besides, I haven't thanked you enough for teaching me a lot of things. While they were chatting, the elves were stunned when they saw how comfortable their princess was with the humans. In their kingdom, she was known as an aloof woman, a high and mighty goddess that no one would even dare to look at. After about less than an hour of waiting, the elven warriors who had left earlier finally returned. They had brought with them 5 muscular horses covered with long, silky manes. Unlike wind horses, these guys looked bigger and more powerful. Additionally, they also possessed mana equivalent to that of a knight. One of the 5 stood out in particular. It was a brown horse with a silky black mane and a striking white blaze running down its face. This horse's mana was so dense that Henry, who was an elite knight, felt that he was weaker than it. Ivana, those are. Alaric could already tell what was about to happen, but he still sent Ivana an inquisitive look. Ivana smiled when she saw his expression. I don't know if you're familiar with those horses. We call them Nyx Equus, which translates to frost horse in common language. We gave them that name because they procreate during winter. She looked embarrassed when she mentioned this. Don't tell me you are planning to give these horses to us. It's just a small matter compared to what you guys have done for me. Please accept these horses. I won't feel at ease if you reject them. Alaric knew how valuable these horses were. If they were to be auctioned in the Empire, they would be worth a lot of money. Henry and Arthur loved the horses, but they didn't say anything and just waited for Alaric to make the decision. After thinking for an entire minute, Alaric smiled bitterly. This gift is too much, Ivana. Please, Alaric, I insist. It's the least I can do for you guys for bringing me here. Besides, your journey back home will be faster with these horses. I assure you that you won't be late for your father's birthday if you ride these horses. Ivana was worried that he wouldn't accept her gift, so she brought up his father's birthday. Hearing this, Alaric hesitated. It was true that it would take them much longer if they were to go back on foot. Looking at the handsome horses filled with vigorous mana, he finally nodded his head. All right. I won't be polite then. Great. Ivana was relieved. But will they listen to us? Alaric had a troubled look. The horses were powerful and one of them seemed even stronger than Henry. It would be troublesome if the horses would suddenly rebel on their way back to the Empire. Ivana smiled upon hearing this. You don't need to worry about that. We have tamed these horses. They are docile and will obediently listen to your commands. She explained. I see. That's good to hear. Ivana sent the elven warriors a look. The elves understood her intentions and immediately handed the horses to Alaric's group. They are yours now. Please take care of them. Ivana reminded with a stern look. Alaric knew what she was talking about. I know. I will not abandon these horses. I will treat them well. I promise. He reassured her. The two exchanged more words and soon, it was finally time to bid each other goodbye. I enjoyed our time together, Ivana. We must go now. You should be careful when you go out of the enchanted woodlands next time. Not all humans are trustworthy. He warned her. Ivana nodded. I understand. I hope you guys will have a safe trip back home. If you need any help, just look for me in the enchanted woodlands. If you encounter any elves, just mention them my name. I will remember your words. Alaric nodded. He then jumped on the back of the largest frost horse. Henry and Arthur followed suit. Where can I look for you? Ivana suddenly asked. Alaric turned his head and responded. You can find me in a small town called North Pine Town. If you get there, just mention my name to the townspeople. Goodbye. I hope to see you guys again soon. Ivana's eyes were filled with reluctance. If fate permits. Alaric smiled and waved his hand. He then looked at the two old warriors and said, Let's go. Before leaving, Henry and Arthur bowed to Ivana. Meanwhile, Alaric gave her one last look. In the next moment, the trio finally left. Alaric Silversword. My friend. Ivana smiled as he watched the young human warrior slowly disappear into the forest. When she could no longer see their shadow, her eyes turned cold. Let's go. We need to gather our warriors to hunt some humans. She had never forgotten the humans who tried to capture her. Now that she had returned to her territory, it was time to prepare her revenge. Alaric and the two old warriors didn't meet an accident on their way back to the fortress city. The journey was unusually smooth, as if the monsters were avoiding them on purpose. Is it because of you guys? Alaric muttered as he rubbed the neck of the horse. He believed that the powerful auras of the frost horses intimidated the monsters. It only took them less than half a day to reach Turtle Fort. It was an amazing feat that would have been impossible without the frost horses. Upon reaching the city, the gate guards were stunned upon seeing their mounts. They discussed among themselves, and it looked like they had bad intentions. Although they tried to do it discreetly, Alaric could already tell what was on their minds. To prevent something from going wrong, he immediately took out the insignia of House Silversword. I am Alaric Silversword, son of Lucas Silversword. Please think twice before you decide to do something foolish. Alaric stared deeply at them. He used his father's name to intimidate them. When the gate guards saw the symbol of House Silversword on his token, their eyes constricted with fear. Everyone in the north knew the Silverswords. Lucas Silversword cemented himself as one of the strongest warriors in the Empire. Getting on his bad side was like a death sentence, so they immediately abandoned the funny ideas they had. What are you talking about, my lord? It's just a misunderstanding. We have no intention of provoking you. One of them forced out a smile. Alaric glared at him and muttered in a cold voice. I don't want this to happen again. Now make way for us before I grab my swords. Yes. Yes. The gate guards didn't dare delay them anymore and allowed them to go inside the city. After they left, one of the guards whispered to the person in charge. Sir, should we report this to the higher-ups? I was just talking nonsense, sir. At this moment, Alaric's group had already entered Turtle Fort and they were now heading to the inn where they left Fredrin and the others. Their horses attracted a lot of attention, but Alaric openly wore a cape that bore the crest of House Silversword, which made those who had ulterior motives give up their ideas. When they arrived at the inn, they discovered a large group of civilians gathering at the entrance. My lord, there seems to be a situation in front of the inn, Henry said with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Alaric had a bad feeling. He could hear people arguing and one of the voices seemed familiar. As soon as they got closer, they realized that there was a confrontation between two groups. Fredrin. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Alaric saw Fredrin arguing with a chubby man wearing a thick coat over his winter clothes. Do you even know who I am? The chubby man shouted at Fredrin with a disdainful look on his face. Please stop being unreasonable. We paid for the lodgings here, so you don't have the right to kick us out. Fredrin responded while suppressing his anger. The chubby man sneered. Listen here, peasant. In this fortress city, my words are the laws. Do you hear me? Even without asking, Alaric could already tell what was going on. There were many worthless individuals within the noble circle. They used their status to oppress the weak, but during wartime, they were always the first ones to escape. He muttered coldly in his heart. He hated this kind of people. Bring that lump of fat in front of me, Alaric instructed in a flat tone. Hearing his words, Arthur jumped down from his horse as he said, Leave it to me, my lord. Arthur walked towards the chubby man, but he was stopped by the latter's guards. Who are you? Are you one of these peasants? The chubby man laughed condescendingly at Arthur. Sir Arthur. Mark, who was standing behind Fredrin, was pleasantly surprised when he saw Arthur. Fredrin also looked around, and when he saw Alaric among the crowd, he was relieved. He knew that this matter would soon be taken care of. Arthur was furious. If he could, he would have already unsheathed his sword to cut down this fat pig, but he held back his anger. Move aside if you don't want things to escalate. He warned the man's guards. Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? The chubby man glared at Arthur fearlessly. Arthur suddenly smiled, but because of his scars, his face looked incredibly terrifying. Oh, please tell me who you are. He muttered sarcastically. You. The chubby man's face shook with rage. Very well, listen closely, old man. He snorted. My name is Ryk Heinrich, son of Smith Heinrich of Redunia. His face was filled with arrogance when he mentioned his father's name. Arthur furrowed his eyebrows. The name sounded familiar for some reason. Hold on. Smith Heinrich. Isn't that Lord Dylan Heinrich's father? Don't tell me this is his brother. A few months ago, when House Silversword hosted a celebration for Alaric's advancement, a man named Dylan Heinrich suggested an unofficial competition. This particular young man left a mark on Arthur because of his impressive skills at his age. Why are you silent? Did you wet your pants, old man? Ha ha ha. Ryk laughed mockingly. Arthur shook his head and muttered derisively, who would have thought that Lord Dylan actually has a brother like you? What did you say? Ryk's face darkened. Get that old man and beat him up for me. Just as his guards were about to grab Arthur, a nonchalant voice suddenly drifted into their ears. How disappointing. You don't even have an ounce of your brother's grace. You look absolutely nothing like him. Everyone turned their gazes and saw a young warrior on a horse slowly approaching Ryk. Lord Alaric. Fredrin, Mark, and Elaine greeted respectfully upon seeing him. You are. Ryk frowned as he looked at the elegant young warrior. He felt that he had met a tough opponent this time, someone that he couldn't afford to provoke. Even though he was furious after being mocked, he didn't dare speak carelessly. Looking at his elegant bearing, handsome looks, and graceful temperament, Ryk could tell that he was someone of notable status. Alaric tapped the crest on his chest. It was the insignia of House Silversword. Do you not recognize this symbol? Ryk glanced at the crest and frowned, seemingly in deep thought. Pathetic. To think that you are a noble in the north, but you are this clueless. Lord Smith must be disappointed to have a son like you. Alaric shook his head indifferently. Ryk clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His shoulders were visibly shaking as he took deep breaths. That is the insignia of House Silversword. Someone from the crowd exclaimed. A collective gasp of astonishment followed when they realized who Alaric might be. His striking silvery white hair and his golden crimson eyes made everyone think of one person. Alaric Silversword. Ryk Heinrich also reached the same conclusion and his eyes flashed with fear. Lord Alaric, why are you defending those peasants? He wiped off the sweat on his face while cautiously looking at Alaric. Ryk, is it? Alaric's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Ryk hurriedly looked away, afraid to meet his eyes. The ones you called peasants are my people. Ryk's knees buckled under his intense gaze, but before he fell to the ground, his guards quickly caught him. Lord Alaric, please quell your anger. Lord Ryk was just having a bad day. It wasn't his intention to provoke your people. One of the guards immediately spoke up for him. Alaric ignored the guard and kept his eyes on Ryk. I will remember this, Ryk Heinrich. Soon, I will visit Redunia and ask Baron Smith Heinrich for an explanation. He took one final look at Ryk to memorize his face. Alaric looked away from him in disgust and said, Let's go. We're leaving now. Yes, my lord. The crowd watched Alaric's group leave in awe. So that's Lord Alaric. He looks formidable. I have finally met the rising star of the North in person. I heard that he challenged the second heir of House Paxley to a sacred duel. Apparently, this happened. Ryk was scared witless when he heard the crowd's discussion. He had also heard about what happened in Rivad. I'm utterly screwed this time. He grabbed his head as he tried to come up with a way to get out of this situation. He won't challenge me to a sacred duel over something like this, right? There's no way. He tried to convince himself, but the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. My lord, the Heinrichs are not any weaker compared to the Silverswords. Is it really all right to offend them for our sake? Fredrin glanced at Alaric. It doesn't matter whether he is from House Heinrich or another noble family. I won't let anyone touch my people. Alaric calmly responded. Hearing this, Fredrin raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was very rare to find a lord who would be willing to offend someone of high status for the sake of his servants. Don't worry about it. The Heinrichs are the least of my worries. They won't do anything for a minor issue like this. Alaric reassured them when he saw their worried gazes. No one mentioned this matter anymore after he stated those words. His calmness and indifferent attitude made everyone feel that nothing would go wrong. With the frost horses, the group managed to decrease their travel time. They soon arrived at Alverton on the second day of their journey, where they decided to temporarily make a stop to replenish their supplies. Lord Alaric. A familiar face greeted them at the town's main gate. It was Ronan, the captain of the town guards. Alaric smiled and nodded to him. It seems like you are already aware of my identity, he muttered in a joking tone. Ronan scratched his head in embarrassment as he replied, I tried to keep your identity a secret, but it still reached the ears of the mayor. I had no choice but to mention your name to him. It was from him that I learned about your identity, my lord. I see. Alaric didn't get angry over this. It was just a trifling matter. Are you here to replenish your supplies? Ronan asked. That's right. Can you recommend a decent place where we can find some quality meat? Of course. Come and follow me, my lord. I will take you there myself. Ronan volunteered to lead them. Alaric wanted to reject him, but the guy insisted on doing him this favor for failing to hide his identity. In the end, Alaric could only helplessly agree under his pleading gaze. An hour later, Ronan brought them to a meat shop. My lord, this is the place. They got a batch of fresh meat from us yesterday. Let me do the talking so the shop owner will give you a fair deal. Ronan eagerly introduced the place. With his help, they managed to acquire enough meat for the group for a week's worth of travel. Thank you for your help, Sir Ronan. Alaric shook hands with the knight. It's an honor to serve you, my lord. If you need anything else, you know where to find me. Ronan chuckled. All right. We'll take our leave first. After bidding him farewell, Alaric's group went to look for an inn. They didn't go to the same inn they stayed at before to avoid the scrutiny of the town's mayor. He wanted to get some rest, so he didn't want to meet him or any officials of the town. Interestingly, it seemed like the mayor had realized his intentions. A few town guards lurked near the inn where they stayed, but no one bothered them. The next day, the group left Alverton after bidding Ronan farewell. A few days later, on the 12th day of January, Alaric's group finally arrived at North Pine Town. They were escorted by the warriors of House Silversword before they even reached the estate. The person leading the escort team was Aldrin. My lord, we were worried about you. It's good that you're finally here. Aldrin sighed while looking at him. Look at you. I wasn't even gone for a long time. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. By the way, did something happen while I was gone? He asked. Hearing this, Aldrin hesitated. Something did happen, my lord. What is it? Alaric frowned. All sorts of problems had come up after his regression, and it made him feel concerned since some of those issues didn't exist in his past life. Aldrin urged his horse to come closer to Alaric as he cleared his throat. He looked around and made sure that no one was listening before he opened his mouth. When we returned from Rivad, Lord Charles tried to take away the saber-fanged wolf cubs and the disaster-grade beast soul crystal. Hearing this, Alaric frowned. Sir Warwick stopped him before he could take anything. However, Lord Charles found an excuse to punish Sir Chulmo and Sir Bernard for disobeying him. Aldrin added, Charles, how dare you touch my people? Alaric suppressed his fury. How are they doing? They were both flogged 100 times for disobedience. They received immediate treatment after the punishment, but the doctor said that they would be unable to walk normally for a couple of weeks. Aldrin gloomily responded. Alaric took a deep breath to calm his rampaging emotions. He then turned his head to Arthur and said, "Sir Arthur, please bring these horses to somewhere safe and make sure that no one would touch them." "Yes, my lord." He then moved his gaze to Henry and instructed, "Sir Henry, please arrange their lodgings." "Leave it to me, my lord," the old man replied. Alaric glanced at Aldrin and muttered in a cold voice, "Bring me to see Sir Chulmo and Sir Bernard." "Yes, my lord." The two went ahead of the group. When they arrived at the estate, they immediately headed straight to the clinic. As soon as they arrived, Alaric jumped down from the frost horse and walked inside the clinic with heavy footsteps. He later found Chulmo and Bernard inside a patient room where they were receiving treatment. "My lord." The two knights were surprised to see him. They tried to get up from the bed, but they grimaced in pain. "Just stay on your bed. There's no need to worry about formalities." Alaric became even more furious when he saw their situation. "I'm sorry for not being there for you guys." "It's not your fault, my lord." Bernard shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. "It was only because Sir Charles was too shameless," Chulmo muttered under his breath. "Chulmo." Bernard sent him a stern look. "It's fine. Sir Chulmo is right. My uncle has been acting shamelessly these past few months," Alaric indifferently said. He had been holding back this whole time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike his uncle. However, the latter had repeatedly crossed his bottom line. "I can't wait anymore. I should deal with this tumor now." Chulmo and Bernard sensed the sudden change in his emotion, but they didn't dare say anything. This matter was related to the direct bloodline of House Silversword, so they had no power to intervene. "Don't worry. I will make sure that he will be punished. Just stay here and recuperate." Alaric's words stunned the two knights. "My lord, you might offend Sir Charles if you do this," Chulmo worriedly responded. "Chulmo is right, my lord. It's not worth it to offend Sir Charles for our sake," Bernard added. Charles Silversword held an important role in House Silversword. His faction was mostly responsible for protecting the businesses of the household. If something happened to him, there would be severe repercussions. "Offend him?" Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. "I'm going to destroy him," he muttered in a cold voice. The two knights gasped at his words. Alaric didn't stay there for long. After saying a few more words and reminding them to rest well, he left the clinic with Aldrin. "My lord, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard what you guys were talking about. Are you really going to make a move on Sir Charles?" Aldrin had a solemn look. This matter was too big and it was bound to shake the foundations of House Silversword. One wrong move and the entire household might even collapse. "It's about time to clean up the household," Alaric calmly replied. Aldrin took a deep breath. "Aldrin, please send 5 knight apprentices to replace Sir Galliner. I need him now," Alaric instructed. "Leave it to me, my lord." Aldrin acknowledged his command with a nod. After Aldrin left, Alaric went inside the main mansion and headed straight to his room to gather all the pieces of evidence he had collected over the past few months. To gather these documents, he sent Galliner and a few other trustworthy people on multiple occasions. Inside his room, Alaric opened a hidden compartment behind a painting on the wall. Inside this compartment was a small steel chest that contained all the documents he had gathered to bring down his uncle. He opened the chest and took out the stacks of paper inside. He then put the chest back into the compartment and stepped out of his room. These documents are still lacking, but they should be enough to bring Charles down. On his way to his father's study, he coincidentally encountered both Lucas and Maria in the hallway. "Alaric, we were looking for you everywhere." Lucas smiled upon seeing him. "It's good to see you again, son. I missed you." Maria hugged him tightly. "I missed you too, Mom." Alaric's gaze softened. "What's that on your hand?" Lucas stared at the documents in his hands with furrowed eyebrows. Hearing this, Maria let go of Alaric and stared at him questioningly. "Let's talk somewhere more private," Alaric replied with a serious tone. Sensing the gravity in his tone, the couple realized that it must be an important matter. Lucas stared deeply at him and nodded. "All right. Follow me to my study." The family of three headed to the study room, and as soon as they arrived, Alaric unceremoniously took his seat. "Dad, Mom, please take a look at these documents." Alaric placed the pieces of paper on the table. Lucas and Maria curiously took one paper each. At first, they were still nonchalantly reading the contents, but the more they read, the more serious they became. "This is..." Lucas's expression changed. Meanwhile, Maria had a look of disbelief. The two read the rest of the documents, and by the time they read everything, their faces had turned dark. "Are all the things written here true?" Lucas put down the last document he had read as he looked at Alaric with a grim face. "Yes." Alaric nodded. "I have been gathering this information since I started discovering some unusual things about Uncle." Lucas rubbed his temples and leaned on his seat. The things he learned today were too much for him to handle. "What about this? You mentioned here that you suspect that your uncle would poison your father, but you don't have evidence to back this claim." Maria pointed at a specific document where Alaric had written his speculations. "That's true, but I have thought of a way for us to know if my speculations are correct." Alaric already had a plan in mind. He was just unable to execute it because he had been so busy recently. "Tell us your plan." Lucas stared deeply at him. Alaric glanced at them and said, "Let's announce that we will be hiring a new maidservant who will take care of Father's meals." Hearing this, Maria raised her eyebrows. "Are you planning to lure your uncle into this trap?" "That's right." Alaric nodded. "If my guess is right, then he will definitely take the chance to bring one of his own people to Dad's side." Maria pondered deeply. His plan was feasible, but it also carried some risks. "Let's do it," Lucas muttered. "Are you sure about this?" Maria stared at her husband with concern. "I want to see if my brother really intends to kill me," Lucas replied with a heavy look. Lucas had always thought that his brother was someone he could trust. He had given Charles everything he needed, so he felt betrayed after knowing all the dirty deeds he had done behind his back. He finally realized why Alaric was unusually hostile towards Charles. It turned out that his son already knew the truth a long time ago. The next day, news spread within the household that the Baron was hiring a new maidservant to serve his meals. Although the selection process was rigorous, many applicants applied for the position. In just half a day, they already received over 20 applications. It was also around this time that this particular information reached Charles's ears. "Strange. Why is he suddenly hiring another maidservant?" Charles muttered after reading the report sent by his subordinates. "I thought my nephew's little bitch is responsible for this task." All this time, it was Elena and the old butler who were responsible for sending the Baron's meals. "Isn't this my chance?" A smile formed on his lips. He had been biding his time while waiting for an opportunity. Now that the chance that he had been waiting for had arrived, how could he let it slip past his grasp? He turned his head and spoke. "Gerard, bring the female assassins we trained here." From the dark corners of his room, a figure suddenly emerged. It was a man wearing standard knight armor. His face was devoid of emotions. "Yes, my lord," the man uttered. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Alaric had just completed his daily mission. Alaric Silversword, Knight, EXP, 450 fan 500 potential, B traits, horseback riding, C, swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C, archery, F, hunting, E, tracking, E, sixth sense, F, strength, 100 stamina, 40 plus agility, 100 vitality, 27 plus endurance, 42 plus battle points, 3350 stat points, 6, requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He was about to close the cyan screen when a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Mission, Revenge 2 mission difficulty, normal. You have gathered enough evidence to destroy your uncle's reputation. Bring him down. Time limit, 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Rewards, 400 battle points, 25 EXP, 25 stat points, item upgrade card X1 penalty for failure, 50 EXP, 1000 battle points. The rewards almost blinded his eyes. Holy shit. I will get this much reward if I manage to take him down. But that's strange. Why is the mission difficulty set at normal? He had only gotten one normal difficulty mission, and it was when they had fought with the Goblin Chieftain in the Evergreen Forest. Are there some dangers involved in this mission? He frowned. I just need to be careful. Alaric closed the cyan screen. At this moment, Elena appeared in front of him and handed him a flask. My lord, drink this water. The girl beamed at him. Thank you, Elena. Alaric grabbed the flask and took a big gulp of water. While he was drinking from the flask, Elena asked, My lord, why are the warriors acting strangely today? Hearing this, Alaric handed the flask back to her and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Elena pointed at the knights and the warriors who were in the middle of their physical training. Look. They are more motivated to train today. It's like they are preparing for a battle. Alaric was surprised. He didn't expect her to be this perceptive. He patted her head and smiled. Don't worry about it, Elena. Just don't mention this to anyone, okay? The girl was confused, but she still nodded her head. I understand, my lord. I won't tell anyone about this. She made a zipping gesture with her hand over her lips. Good. Alaric chuckled. He then took a glance at Galliner, who was waiting for him nearby. Let's go. I need to check the list of applicants. Yes, my lord. Galliner nodded. The trio left the training ground and headed to Lucas's study room. When they arrived, Alaric saw his father going through the information of the applicants. My lord. There were other people present, so Alaric greeted the Baron formally. Lucas lifted his head and nodded at him. Sit down and help me check these applicants. Yes, my lord. After Alaric took his seat, the Baron handed him all the information about the people who applied for the maidservant position. Alaric already knew which person would poison his father. Each paper contained the drawn image of the applicant and some information about them. Alaric went through every page, but the person he was looking for wasn't there. She's not here. Did you send the information to Uncle's side? Alaric stared at the Baron. Yes. We intentionally spread the news on his side so he should know about it by now. Lucas replied with a nod. Let's wait until tomorrow. Once the number of applicants reaches 100, I will handle the selection process. Alaric didn't tell the Baron that he was already aware of which person his uncle would send. He wouldn't be able to explain it, so he just kept it to himself. The Baron frowned at his words. How will you find the person he would send? I have my ways, my lord. Please trust me on this. Alaric responded with a firm tone. Looking at his son's serious face, the Baron refrained from asking and decided to trust him. All right. Just let me know if you need anything. Thank you, my lord. I won't disappoint you. Alaric lowered his head. You may leave. I will send the information about the next batch of applicants to you later. Lucas waved his hand. Alaric stood up and bowed to the Baron. I'll take my leave now, my lord. After leaving his father's study room, Alaric went out of the main mansion to find Arthur. It was time to fulfill the promise he made to him. They later found him at the stables where the frost horses were kept. Upon seeing him, Arthur immediately stopped what he was doing and greeted him respectfully with a knight's salute. My lord. Alaric felt guilty when he saw the makeshift bed in the middle of the stables. He guessed that Arthur must have stayed here all night to watch over the frost horses. Alaric sighed as he muttered apologetically. Sir Arthur, I apologize for making you wait. I should have given this to you yesterday, but I got delayed because of some issues. He took out a beast soul crystal from his leather pouch and handed it to Arthur. Is this the... Arthur felt the dense energy inside the beast soul crystal. He didn't even need confirmation to know that it was the disaster-grade beast soul crystal. Please use it for your advancement. Alaric tapped his shoulder with a light smile. Don't worry. I won't take it back this time. He added in a joking tone. Arthur chuckled at his words. Thank you, my lord. He bowed gratefully. Alaric waved his hand. You don't need to thank me. I'm just fulfilling my promise. He then looked at the frost horses and said, I'll send someone trustworthy to look after the frost horses. In the meantime, you should prepare for your advancement. Yes, my lord. Alaric didn't stay for long and left after giving him a few more reminders and instructions. Arthur's foundation is very stable. With the help of the disaster-grade beast soul crystal, he should be able to advance in less than a week. If he's lucky, it might only take a few days. He hoped that Arthur would advance before he would have to face off with Charles, but it was highly unlikely to happen. When evening came, the butler came to deliver a document sent by the Baron. My lord, the Baron sent me to give this to you. The butler bowed respectfully while handing him a small pile of documents. This must be the information on the next batch of applicants. Alaric took the documents from the butler's hands. Thank you. Please inform the Patriarch that we will proceed as we had initially planned. I will convey your message to the Baron. The butler nodded. You may leave now. Alaric dismissed him and headed back to his room to check the documents. In the next half an hour, he went through the documents, but the person he was looking for was still not there. She's not here. Will she come tomorrow? Alaric leaned on his seat and massaged his nose bridge. He was certain that his uncle would send the same person for the position, but he was starting to get worried. What if his uncle had already sent someone? I'll confirm it tomorrow. Alaric retired to his bed and rested his eyes. The next day, Alaric was awoken by a series of knocks on his door. He rubbed his eyes as he got up from his bed. Come in. A tired voice leaked out of his mouth. Elena stepped inside his room with a cup of freshly brewed tea in her hand. Good morning, my lord. Please drink this tea. I used everything I learned in the past few weeks to make this. After seeing Hershey's tea-making skills during their last trip to Rivad, she started learning how to make tea herself. Oh. Then I must try it. Alaric took the teacup from the saucer and inhaled the refreshing aroma of the tea. It had a calming scent that reminded him of the cool mountain breeze. It smells good. After taking in its refreshing aroma, Alaric took a light sip of the tea. Huh. This. He was surprised when the familiar flavor hit his tongue. Do you recognize it, my lord? Elena giggled when she saw his expression. It does seem familiar. What tea leaves did you use to make this tea? He curiously stared at her. Don't be surprised, my lord. Actually, I used dried arakiri petals to make this tea. Elena replied with a faint smile. What? No wonder the aftertaste has the distinct smell of arakiris. They can actually be used to make teas. Where did you learn this from? Hee hee. I learned this from. Elena eagerly told him how she learned to make the tea, while Alaric repeatedly praised her. After drinking the tea she made for him, Alaric went to take a bath and changed into a formal outfit before heading to the Baron's study room with Elena. I should have enough time to complete my daily mission later. For now, I should check the new applicants. Just as they were about to take a turn towards the Baron's study room, they suddenly encountered the butler. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, Miss Elena." The butler greeted them. "Good morning, Sir Bastian." Elena greeted him nervously, while Alaric nodded his head. "My lord, the Baron, and the madam are waiting for you at the dining hall," the butler informed him. Isn't it too early for breakfast?" Alaric was taken aback. Elena was similarly surprised. "The Baron said that you will be busy later and he is worried that you might not have the time for a meal, so he asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast early today," the butler calmly explained. "I see. In that case, please lead the way." Alaric felt his father's care for him. He might not be so vocal about it, but he would always show it through his actions. As soon as they arrived at the dining hall, they saw the Baron and the madam chatting with serious faces. "Oh, you two are finally here. Come and sit with us." Maria beckoned to them with a smile. The Baron didn't say anything and just nodded to acknowledge their presence. "Sir Bastian, please tell the servants to serve the food," Maria instructed the butler. "Yes, my lady." After the butler left, Lucas sent him a glance. "Have you read the documents I sent over last night?" he asked. Alaric nodded his head. "Yes, my lord. I went through their information, but I haven't found anything significant yet. If I'm not wrong, Uncle should be sending his people today." Lucas tapped his fingers on the table with a thoughtful look. He had also investigated the applicants, but their backgrounds were clean. Meanwhile, Elena couldn't understand what they were talking about, but she tactfully remained silent. Seeing that she was bored, Maria initiated a conversation with her. "When will the applicants arrive, my lord?" Alaric inquired. Lucas adjusted his posture and replied in a calm voice. "They are already waiting at the guest hall. You can go there after the meal." A few minutes later, the servants finally arrived to serve their food. While the dishes were being served, Lucas sent Alaric a look and said, "Let's eat first. We will discuss everything afterwards." After the meal, the butler handed some documents to Alaric. "This is information on the new applicants. I have already checked them earlier, but I found nothing suspicious." Lucas spoke after wiping off the grease on his lips with a napkin. Alaric nodded and took a quick scan of the portraits of the applicants. His hand suddenly stopped when he saw a familiar face. Drawn on the paper was the image of a woman in her early 20s. She wore a joyous smile, the kind that would make everyone feel at ease. She didn't have an impressive beauty, and she had these freckles on her nose that made her look innocent and cute. Alaric struggled hard to calm his emotions. He would never forget this face, for this was the very person who had poisoned his father in his past life. "What is it? Did you find someone suspicious?" Lucas raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sudden change in his expression. Alaric put down the documents and squeezed out a smile. "It's nothing." He stood up and bowed his head to the Baron. "I should go to the guest hall. We can't let all those people wait." Lucas frowned. He felt that Alaric was hiding something from him, but he decided to trust his son. Lucas waved his hand. "Let me know if you discover something suspicious." Alaric nodded and left with Elena. On their way to the guest hall, Elena asked, "My lord, why are we hiring a new maid for the Baron?" Alaric felt that it was about time to tell her the truth. He shook his head. "We are not. This is just a trap we set up to lure the traitor of the family," he muttered in a cold voice. Elena gasped in shock. "A traitor?" She felt that this matter was too big, so she didn't dare inquire further. I heard them talk about Sir Charles on most occasions. Is he the traitor? There's no way, right? She was scared of her own thoughts. A moment later, they arrived at the guest hall where dozens of women of varying ages had gathered. Upon their arrival, the women quickly spotted them and they all stood up in unison. Greetings, Lord Alaric. Most of them were experienced servants, so they were familiar with noble etiquette. There were also a few who just followed the others. Looking at these women, Alaric felt a bit apologetic. All of them were hoping to get the vacant position, but they were destined to be disappointed. He smiled as he scanned their faces one by one. Thank you for coming here. Today, we will select one of you to serve as the Baron's maidservant, but please be informed that the selection process will be strict. He paused to give them some time to comprehend his words. Only the best one among you will be chosen for the job. I know this may sound unfair, especially to some of you who came from afar. For those who will fail the assessment, please don't give up. There are plenty of opportunities out there. A single. Alaric gave a short speech for formality's sake. While he was speaking to the audience, he finally found the woman sent by Charles. She has an ordinary face, so it was difficult to pinpoint her from the crowd. I don't sense mana from her, but her physique is more well-defined compared to the rest. She is probably trained in martial arts. Please follow me outside. The assessment will begin shortly. Although the evaluation was only for show, it had to be done systematically to prevent the target from becoming suspicious. On their way out of the main building, Alaric asked Elena some questions.